Chen Fan unexpectedly traversed to a month before the arrival of Lingxi, transforming into a Siberian tiger, also known as the Northeast Tiger, at the same time. Chen Fan activated a supreme Devouring Evolution System, which would allow him to grow stronger through continuous consumption. He was also granted the ability of a tenfold enhancement. According to his memories from his previous life, there were only 30 days left until the first Lingxi would descend upon Blue Star, a moment that would bring about earth-shattering changes to the world. Various immensely powerful ferocious beasts would emerge, and humanity would no longer reign as the masters of this planet. Determined to prevent the tragedies of his past life from repeating, Chen Fan embarked on a path of relentless evolution and strength, ultimately becoming a calamity that surpassed all. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Northeast Tiger. To the south of Kai City, within the protected animal forest of Huaxia, the once tranquil atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a deep, resonant roar of a tiger, instilling a profound sense of bloodline suppression among the animals in the woods. Some timid creatures were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The source of this roar, Chen Fan, now stood before a small pond, his sharp tiger eyes staring in astonishment at his reflection on the water's surface. His powerful body stretched nearly 3 meters in length, with golden and black fur intertwining magnificently. The large head of the tiger bore the distinctive pattern of a king character, with sharp teeth and piercing golden eyes that exuded an aura of dominance. Have I been reborn? And transformed into a Northeast Tiger? Chen Fan raised his hefty paw, confirming that this was not an illusion, and his heart surged with disbelief. In his previous life, Chen Fan had read numerous rebirth novels, where protagonists either reincarnated into affluent scions or extraordinary talents, riding the tide of their protagonist's halo to reach the pinnacle of life. Yet here he was, reborn as a mere beast. However, it could not be understated that in Chen Fan's former world, the Northeast Tiger was a nationally protected species, and a tiger's life was indeed precious. Moreover, in his previous world, on an ordinary day, the first Lingxi descended, leading to a transformation among all living beings on Blue Star. After the baptism of Lingxi, humans experienced significant enhancements in their physical capabilities, yet they could still not compare to other beings. Thus began the end of humanity's dominion and the rise of the era of ferocious beasts. These mutated animals turned into bloodthirsty monsters, wreaking havoc across the nations of Blue Star. Many militarily weaker countries quickly succumbed, their territories claimed by these formidable beasts, with humans relegated to mere livestock. According to Chen Fan's understanding, a mere short time after the second arrival of Lingxi, an SS-level beast was born in the country of Asan, which was none other than a Northeast Tiger, later named the Bloodflame Tiger King by the higher-ups of Huaxia, one of the mightiest beasts on Blue Star at that time. Being a Northeast Tiger is not so bad. At least I possess a robust physique, Chen Fan mused, soon accepting this reality. His tiger eyes surveyed his surroundings as if assessing his territory. Taking in the unfamiliar environment, he found himself beside a small pond, and within a radius of 100 meters, there was nothing but lush greenery. Could it be that not only have I been reborn as a Northeast Tiger, but I've also traversed to another world? A world that has not yet experienced Lingxi? Chen Fan pondered with skepticism. The sun shone brightly, and the air was fresh and pleasant, entirely devoid of the apocalyptic scenes that followed the arrival of Lingxi. Just as Chen Fan was engulfed in confusion, a mechanical prompt suddenly resonated in his mind, binding the supreme, devouring evolution system. Binding successful. Newbie gift package delivered. Tenfold enhancement. Upon activation, the host's physical abilities will be increased tenfold. As the system's announcement concluded, a spark of brilliance ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. He had anticipated that, as the protagonist, his golden finger would eventually arrive. What is your function, system? Chen Fan silently inquired. In that instant, a faint blue interface, brimming with technological essence, appeared before him, and he focused on it. Supreme Devouring Evolution System, 091. Host, Chen Fan. Species, Huaxia Northeast Tiger. Level, none. Age, 2 years. Weight, 260 kilograms. Ability, tenfold enhancement. Devouring points, 0 out of 5,000. Current time, September 1st, 2025, 30 days until the first Lingxi strikes. The system explained that as long as the host continued to consume, the system would reward corresponding devouring points based on the energy contained within the consumed food. Once the host's devouring points reached a certain threshold, the system would grant an opportunity for evolution. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan's expression shifted to one of realization. He had not traversed to another world, but remained in his previous one, merely in a time before Lingxi had arrived. Understanding his current situation, a profound sense of crisis surged within Chen Fan. In the world dominated by ferocious beasts, he lacked the qualifications and, after undergoing the Lingxi baptism, had become an ordinary person with slightly greater strength than the average human, barely surviving until the second arrival of Lingxi. Unfortunately, during one of his food-seeking excursions, he was targeted by a gray-haired feral wolf, which ultimately bit through his neck, transforming him into its meal. Since fate had granted him a rebirth, he was determined to carve out a name for himself in this life. With this thought, a fierce glint ignited in Chen Fan's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings before departing the open space, sprinting towards the nearby forest. The most pressing matter at hand was to find prey to test his system and strategize for what lay ahead. In Kai City, at the headquarters of the Animal Protection Organization, a member named Xiao Cheng, who was responsible for monitoring Chen Fan's living conditions, hurriedly arrived at the office of Director Wan Xianglin, knocking on the door anxiously. Moments later, a deep voice emanated from within. "Come in." Upon opening the office door, Xiao Cheng, with an anxious expression, addressed Wan Xianglin. "Director Wan, there has been some situation with Xiao Man." Xiao Man was the name Xiao Cheng had given Chen Fan. Wan Xianglin's expression shifted in surprise as he looked up and inquired, "What situation?" "Director, the surveillance room reported that it seems to have left its territory." "What?" Wan Xianglin stood abruptly from his seat. "Where is it now?" Xiao Cheng adjusted his black-framed glasses. "It is moving towards the spotted hyena pack." Upon hearing this, anger flashed across Wan Xianglin's face. "Xiao Man has always been gentle. It usually barely moves. How could this happen? What kind of work have you been doing? Did you forget to deliver its food, thus provoking it?" Faced with the furious Wan Xianglin, the entire personnel at the Animal Protection Organization base dared not provoke him. Xiao Cheng, trembling with fear, retracted his neck and timidly defended himself. "Minister Wan, you are unjustly accusing me that I care for Xiao Man better than a mother would. How could I allow it to go hungry?" "Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanations. I must inform you that the barriers between Xiao Man and that pack of spotted hyenas are yet to be constructed. If Xiao Man encounters those hyenas, the consequences are unfathomable. Now, take your team and investigate this matter thoroughly," commanded Wan Xianglin. "Understood, Minister," Xiao Cheng acknowledged with a nod, turning to leave the office. "Wait." At that moment, a youthful and vibrant girl in the corner of the office suddenly spoke up. "Minister Wan, may I accompany this comrade to take a look?" The girl blinked her bright eyes, inquiring of Wan Xianglin the classification of ferocious beasts and superpowers. F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, Super Knowledge, Catastrophe. Chapter 2, The Great Battle Against the Spotted Hyena Pack. A crisp female voice resonated in the office, exuding an undeniable calmness. Xiao Cheng turned back at the sound, noting a young woman standing in the corner. She was quite youthful, appearing to be around 23 or 24, clad in a well-tailored white research uniform. Her short, neat hair accentuated her elegant neck. She wore no makeup, presenting a natural visage, yet her features were exquisite, particularly her eyes, which resembled the purest obsidian, emanating a penetrating sharpness. Her presence was subtle, almost blending with the surroundings, yet when she spoke, she commanded attention. Wan Xianglin's anger slightly subsided as he glanced at the girl before introducing her to Xiao Cheng. "This is Comrade Zeng Ruoxi, a member of the Gene Research Department in the capital. She has come to our base to extract a genetic sample from Xiao Man for specialized research." The Gene Research Department. Xiao Cheng felt a shiver run down his spine. This was one of the nation's foremost research institutions, comprised entirely of prodigious talents. He promptly nodded at Zeng Ruoxi in acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, Wan Xianglin decided it would be beneficial for her to witness the situation firsthand. "Very well, Comrade Ruoxi, you may accompany Xiao Cheng. However, do exercise caution. The forest conditions can change rapidly. I understand. Thank you, Minister Wan." Zeng Ruoxi's response was succinct and composed, as if merely stating a trivial matter. Xiao Cheng dared not delay, promptly leading Zeng Ruoxi out of the office. That on the rooftop of the base, a dark green G-9 helicopter awaited on the helipad, its rotor blades whipping up a powerful gust that rustled their clothing. A young man with dark skin and a robust physique was already waiting there. His name was Zhang Xiaoliang, the caretaker responsible for the spotted hyena pack at the base. Upon seeing Xiao Cheng and an unfamiliar woman approach, he grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, his gaze betraying a hint of unabashed arrogance. "Chenger, you finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, your big cat's bones would have been picked clean by my precious ones." Xiao Cheng's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Man will be fine. Get on the helicopter, Zhang Ruoxi interjected coolly, breaking off their conversation as she bent to enter the cabin. Xiao Cheng and Zhang Xiaoyang exchanged glances and followed suit. As the cabin door shut, a tremendous roar echoed, and the helicopter gradually ascended, heading towards the vast, dark green forest below. The city rapidly diminished beneath them, transforming into orderly geometric shapes, soon entirely replaced by rolling mountains. Inside the cabin, Xiao Cheng clenched his hands tightly, cold sweat pooling in his palms. His gaze fixated outside the window, yearning to reach Chen Fan's side immediately. You needn't worry excessively. Zhang Ruoxi's voice suddenly broke the silence. She had opened a tablet displaying a series of complex data and charts. An adult male northeast tiger, scientifically known as the Siberian tiger, typically weighs over 250 kilograms and can reach a length of 3 meters. The length of its canine teeth measures 7 centimeters, with a bite force exceeding 500 kilograms. Its striking power can even reach 1,000 kilograms. She calmly recited a series of figures, her tone resembling that of a monotonous academic report. While spotted hyenas are pack hunters, their individual metrics are vastly inferior to those of the northeast tiger. In terms of weight, strength, and explosive power, they are not on the same scale. Theoretically, as long as your Xiao Man is not besieged by more than 20 hyenas for an extended period, it should not be in any mortal danger. Listening to this coldly calculated analysis, Xiao Cheng's anxiety eased somewhat. However, beside him, Zhang Xiaoyang scoffed, shattering the brief tranquility. Theoretically? Young lady, this is a forest, not your laboratory. His voice dripped with disdain. The 10 or so hyenas I oversee were all captured from the wilds of Africa and returned after careful selection. Each one is ingrained with the instincts of slaughter and survival. Zhang Xiaoyang leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over Zhang Ruoxi. You are correct. In a one-on-one confrontation, none of them stand a chance against that big cat. But they understand teamwork, ambush tactics, and how to achieve the greatest victory at the least cost. As for your Xiao Man, he directed his gaze at Xiao Cheng, elongating his tone. It has been raised in a protected area, pampered with every need met, never having to hunt for itself. Has it ever tasted blood? Does it know how to fight? It is merely a pet raised in a cage, possessing brute strength, but little else. You. Xiao Cheng's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For Zhang Xiaoyang spoke the truth. Zhang Ruoxi's brow furrowed slightly. She could calculate all physical data, yet could not quantify the elusive concepts of experience and predatory instinct. From this perspective, Zhang Xiaoyang's words held a degree of validity. Noticing the silence between the two, Zhang Xiaoyang's smugness intensified. He pulled out a black device resembling a television remote from his pocket, waving it in front of Xiao Cheng. However, do not be overly concerned that my precious ones have had specialized biochips implanted within them. With the press of this button, a high-voltage current can instantly render them all unconscious. Minister 1 has instructed that no accidents are to occur. I'm merely trying to frighten you. Should the moment arise, I will ensure that your precious big cat remains unscathed. His words were nonchalant, yet the pride and arrogance in his gaze were unmistakable. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Chen Fan came to a halt. He raised his massive tiger head slightly, flaring his nostrils. A rich, pungent scent, mingling with earthiness and decay, wafted through the air, threading its way into his nostrils. This odor was akin to a key, instantly unlocking the long-sealed shackles of his soul. Fragments of memories from his previous life, struggling for survival in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, surged forth like a tidal wave. Hunger, cold, despair, and the slaughters he had to undertake to survive. An uncontrollable thirst for blood surged wildly from every cell within him. A low growl escaped his throat, and his golden pupils instantly constricted into 2 perilous vertical slits. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan exerted his limbs, his massive frame transforming into a fleeting shadow of gold and black, dashing into the depths of the forest, guided by the scent of blood. The trees rapidly receded behind him, the fallen leaves beneath his feet swept up by his powerful charge, only to cascade down in a flurry. Soon, he burst through a dense thicket, and the scene before him opened up dramatically. Chapter 3. Tenfold Enhancement. Before him lay a clearing in the forest. At its center rested the lifeless carcass of a long-dead wild buffalo. Its abdomen was gruesomely split open, innards spilling out and emitting a nauseating stench. Over a dozen spotted hyenas encircled the corpse, voraciously tearing and gnawing at it. They appeared grotesque, their mottled fur marred with blood and bits of flesh, their mouths twisted into a grimace of greed, emitting a cacophony of sinister cackles. This was their territory, their dining table, and Chen Fan was an unwelcome guest. Almost simultaneously with Chen Fan's arrival, the pack of hyenas noticed him. Their movements froze in an instant, their grotesque laughter silenced, replaced by a chorus of hostile growls that a multitude of murky, cunning eyes fixated on Chen Fan. At that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified that a palpable aura of menace enveloped the clearing. Chen Fan's icy gaze swept over the hyenas, his heart betraying not a flicker of emotion. To him, these so-called African second brothers were merely a collection of mobile energy sources, the first morsel for him to devour. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar erupted, reverberating through the forest like a thunderclap. Chen Fan surged forward. His nearly 3-meter-long physique resembled an uncontrollable heavy truck, charging toward the pack of hyenas with an unmatched ferocity. The battle ignited instantly. Simultaneously, a helicopter finally arrived above the location indicated by the beacon. Over there. Xiao Cheng was the first to spot the scene below, exclaiming in shock. Through the window, it was clear that a bloody slaughter was unfolding in the forest clearing. The golden black tiger appeared as a harbinger of death, each pounce, each swipe of its claws, infused with the might of thunder. The hyenas, akin to a horde of cunning demons, did not confront the tiger head-on, but instead leveraged their numerical advantage, incessantly harrying and ambushing from the sides. In rear point, one hyena seized the opportunity, lunging from the side to bite at Chen Fan's hind leg with its sharp teeth. Chen Fan felt a jolt of pain and retaliated with a swift paw swipe. However, the sly hyena deftly evaded the lethal strike, retreating just in time to in that moment of distraction. 2 more hyenas pounced from another angle. Their strategy was crystal clear: to wear Chen Fan down, to inflict wounds until this colossal beast succumbed to blood loss and exhaustion. Soon, multiple gashes appeared on Chen Fan's body. While merely superficial, they rendered him quite disheveled. Quick, Zhang Xiaoyang, use the remote, Xiao Cheng shouted, his heart racing. Yet, Zhang Xiaoyang remained unfazed, observing the unfolding battle with a smug smile playing on his lips. He glanced at Zhang Ruoxi, his expression seemingly conveying, "Do you see? This is your so-called invincible king of the jungle. This is the chasm between theory and reality." Zhang Ruoxi ignored him, her gaze fixated on Chen Fan below, her brows knitted as she rapidly analyzed the situation. Zhang Xiaoyang's delay enraged Chen Fan. Or rather, it was the incessant harassment from the bothersome hyenas that truly incited his fury. That in his previous life, he had encountered countless ferocious beasts for survival. A mere pack of creatures that barely ranked as F-class dared to act brazenly before him. A surge of brutal murderous intent erupted from the depths of his soul. System, activate tenfold enhancement, Chen Fan silently commanded. Command confirmed. Tenfold enhancement activated. In an instant, an indescribable surge of terrifying power erupted from every fiber of Chen Fan's being, akin to a volcano erupting. His muscles tensed at an imperceptible speed, their density and strength multiplying tenfold. His bones crackled like popping beans, becoming harder than steel. His neural response speed, dynamic vision, and every bodily function received an unfathomable enhancement in that moment. The world appeared to him as though slowed to a crawl. The movements of the hyenas became slow and absurd. Roar. A roar unlike any before exploded from Chen Fan's throat. This sound transcended mere intimidation, imbued with a cataclysmic power. The sound waves transformed into a tangible shockwave, sending the surrounding leaves and dust swirling. The closest hyenas were momentarily dazed, their movements stuttering in the wake of the roar. And that brief hesitation sealed their fate. Chen Fan sprang into action. His figure vanished from sight, leaving only a blurred afterimage. In the next heartbeat, he materialized before a hyena. The creature, still processing the sudden turn of events, was met with a tiger paw larger than its head, crashing down with a force that tore through the air. Bang! The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting. The hyena's skull was obliterated, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Its grotesque body flew backward like a ragged sack, crashing to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. One strike, one kill. The gruesome scene sent the remaining hyenas into a brief chaos, but Chen Fan afforded them no respite. The slaughter had only just begun. He darted through the pack like a bolt of golden lightning. Each of his attacks was stripped down to its essence, devoid of superfluous motion, relying solely on pure strength and speed. One swipe could effortlessly rend through the hyena's tough hides, exposing their entrails. One bite could instantly sever their throats and vertebrae. The once daunting pack of hyenas now appeared as fragile as paper before him. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided, brutal massacre. The hyenas finally sensed fear. Their pride in cunning and teamwork paled in comparison to the overwhelming force before them. They began to scatter, fleeing in terror, but Chen Fan was faster. He pursued one, dispatching it swiftly. In less than a minute, over a dozen fierce hyenas lay lifeless, strewn across the clearing. The thick scent of blood hung heavy in the air, nearly suffocating. Chen Fan stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his golden black fur soaked in warm blood, droplets cascading to the ground from the tips of his fur. He slowly licked the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his golden pupils reflecting an endless chill and indifference. After completing this act, he lowered his head and began to leisurely feast upon the carcasses of the spotted hyenas. The flesh and blood, upon entering his mouth, did not possess the anticipated metallic taste. Instead, it transformed into pure warmth, flowing down his esophagus into his stomach, and rapidly spreading throughout his body. This surge of energy swiftly mended the minute wounds upon his body, while simultaneously fortifying his muscles, bones, and every single cell. Concurrently, the system's notification chimes echoed incessantly in his mind. Devour points 5. Devour points 5. Devour points 4. Chen Fan swallowed mouthful after mouthful, feeling the continuous growth of power within him. This sensation intoxicated him immensely. Once he had consumed the last of the spotted hyena's carcass, the system's notifications finally ceased. Devour points 5. Current total devour points, 100/5000. 100 points. Chen Fan silently calculated. Although he was still far from the 5,000 points needed for evolution, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. He lifted his gaze, casually scanning the sky. At that moment, he noticed the helicopter that had been hovering above. Despite the distance of several hundred meters, he could still sense several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. The sensation of being observed sent alarm bells ringing in Chen Fan's mind. His past experiences taught him that one should never reveal their trump cards to the gaze of others. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan turned, his massive form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he plunged into the dense, dark primitive forest behind him, vanishing. Without a trace, inside the helicopter cabin, an oppressive silence reigned. Zhang Xiaoyang's earlier smugness had long dissipated, replaced by a pallor so stark it resembled that of a ghost. His mouth hung slightly ajar, his eyes vacant, and his forehead beaded with cold sweat. The black remote control in his hand had fallen to the ground without his notice. The previously blood-soaked scene, akin to a demon's descent, had utterly shattered his understanding and obliterated all his pride. Beside him, Zheng Ruoxi exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual crimson, her breath quickening. She fixed her gaze intently on the direction Chen Fan had vanished, her obsidian-like eyes devoid of fear or shock, only radiating a fervent glow. It was the thrill of a scientist discovering an entirely new realm, a longing to dissect everything before her, probing its deepest mysteries. Unbelievably astonishing. She murmured, her voice trembling with excitement. Its instantaneous explosive power, its neural response speed, all surpass the known realms of biology. This is nothing short of perfect evolution. Only Xiao Chong, after a brief moment of shock, was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread and an indescribable strangeness. He gazed at the carnage below, unable to reconcile the ruthless killing machine with the languid and docile Xiao man he remembered. Was it still the tiger he once knew? What do we do now? The pilot's trembling voice shattered the stillness of the cabin. N01 responded. Everyone remained entranced by the extreme aesthetic of violence and bloody shock, unable to regain their composure. Chapter 4, File 0. The roar of the helicopter felt particularly jarring in the dead silence of the cabin. The rotor blades sliced through the air, stirring the sounds of the forest below, yet failing to dispel the ominous clouds of blood and fear that hung in the hearts of those present. Zhang Xiaoyang remained slumped on the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, his gaze unfocused, as if his very soul had been consumed by that demon-like tiger. Xiao Chong curled up in a corner, cradling his head with trembling hands. The images of slaughter replayed in his mind, each sound of tearing flesh piercing through his nerves like steel needles. Zheng Ruoxi was the only one who maintained her clarity, yet her clarity burned with an all-consuming flame. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her eyes glimmering with a mix of obsession and possessiveness. Perfect. This was the true embodiment of perfect evolution. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed on the helipad of the Animal Protection Base. The acrid scent of disinfectant and the orderly environment starkly contrasted with the primal bloodshed of the forest. Zheng Ruoxi was the first to leap from the aircraft, her steps resolute and hurried, the sound of her high heels striking the cement echoing like a series of crisp, cold notes. Xiao Cheng, follow me, she commanded without room for dissent. Xiao Cheng stiffened, raising his head in confusion, his gaze filled with fear and resistance. Where are we going? To find Minister Wan. Zheng Ruoxi's tone held no warmth. We must inform him of everything we witnessed. In Minister Wan Xiangqing's office. A faint aroma of aged wood and tea wafted through the air. The walls were adorned with photographs of various wild animals, each image telling a story of his connection with this forest. He was adjusting his reading glasses, meticulously reviewing a quarterly report on the ecological balance of the reserve, his brow slightly furrowed. Bang! The office door was abruptly swung open. Wan Xiangqing looked up, ready to reprimand, only to be met with the pale faces of Zheng Ruoxi and the soul-dead Xiao Cheng trailing behind her. Ruoxi, Xiao Cheng, what brings you here? Before he could finish, Zheng Ruoxi had swiftly approached him, slamming a tablet onto his desk. Minister Wan, you need to see this. Wan Xiangqing, puzzled, picked up the tablet that a video began to play on the screen. It was a view captured from the helicopter, the camera swaying slightly due to the airflow. In the center of the frame, a clearing in the forest revealed the gruesome slaughter, laid bare before his eyes. Wan Xiangqing's breath hitched instantly. He witnessed the northeast tiger he affectionately referred to as Xiao Man, exhibiting an unfathomable speed and strength as it tore apart a dozen vicious spotted hyenas. This was not hunting. It was a massacre. The video was brief, lasting only a few minutes, yet to Wan Xiangqing, it felt as though a century had passed. As the final image froze on Chen Fan standing amidst the pool of blood and carcasses, coldly licking the blood from his lips, the tablet slipped from Wan Xiangqing's hands with a resounding thud against the desk. Leaning back in his chair, his complexion was even graver than Xiao Cheng's, his murky eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is this Xiao Man? His voice was hoarse and dry, laced with doubt. Indeed, Minister Wan. Zheng Ruoxi's voice was cold and clear. Its performance transcends all our understanding of the northeast tiger species. Whether in strength, speed, or that terrifying explosive momentum, it has departed from the realm of biology. She paused, each word seemingly extracted from an icy abyss. That I harbor profound skepticism that it has undergone some unknown genetic mutation. Upon hearing the term genetic mutation, Xiao Cheng's body jolted, awakening him from his stupor. No. Impossible. He dashed to the desk, hands pressed firmly against its surface, his emotions surging as he shouted. Xiao Man, it was merely provoked. Yes, it was just too hungry, incited by those hyenas. He stumbled through his frantic arguments, attempting to mask the dreadful truth with reasons even he struggled to believe. Zheng Ruoxi cast him a cold glance. Provoked? Xiao Cheng, you are an employee of the reserve. You should understand that every creature's instincts have their limits. Its behavior has shattered that threshold. Retracting her gaze, she turned once more to Wan Xiangqing, her tone gravely serious. Minister Wan, on behalf of the Genetic Research Department, I formally submit a request. I hope to transfer this Siberian tiger to us for comprehensive research. Only in this manner can we ascertain what has transpired within it, whether this mutation is contagious, and what magnitude of threat it may pose to the entire ecosystem in the future. Absolutely not. Xiao Cheng and Wan Xiangqing shouted in unison. Xiao Cheng's eyes burned red as he glared vehemently at Zheng Ruoxi. What do you intend to do with it? Confine it to a cage? Torment it with various instruments? Treat it as a mere specimen? I will never agree. Wan Xiangqing's reaction was even more intense. He slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly, the authority he had accrued from years of dealing with wild beasts erupting forth. Zheng Ruoxi, do not forget, this is an animal protection base. It is not your laboratory. He pointed towards the vast expanse of forest outside, his voice trembling with rage. My duty is to safeguard every life here, not to treat them as specimens to be placed upon your dissection table. His chest heaved violently, clearly fueled by genuine fury. To him, each animal in the reserve was akin to a child. To hand over Chen Fan would be like pushing his own child into a pit of fire. In the face of their vehement opposition, Zheng Ruoxi's expression remained unchanged. She simply regarded Wan Xiangqing quietly, her gaze as tranquil as an unfathomable deep pool of cold water. Minister Wan, I comprehend your sentiments. Her voice softened yet bore an irresistible authority. However, this matter has transcended the realm of animal protection. It may involve deeper security concerns. She surveyed the office before her gaze finally settled on Xiao Cheng. There are certain matters I wish to discuss privately with Minister Wan. Wan Xiangqing took a deep breath, suppressing his rising fury. He glanced at the agitated Xiao Cheng, then at the expressionless Zheng Ruoxi, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within him that he realized that the situation was likely more complex than he had initially presumed. Xiao Cheng, please step outside. He wearily waved his hand. Minister. Xiao Cheng attempted to protest. Out. Wan Xiangqing's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an unassailable authority. Xiao Cheng gritted his teeth, ultimately leaving the office with great reluctance, the door slamming shut behind him. The room fell into an immediate silence. Only the sound of Wan Xiangqing's heavy breathing remained. Zheng Ruoxi said nothing. She retrieved a sleek, silver-gray, technologically advanced ultra-thin laptop from her briefcase. The laptop lacked a physical keyboard. Its entire body was a seamless screen. She placed it on the desk, her slender fingers swiftly tapping the screen as a series of complex, dizzying dynamic passwords flashed by. Beep. A soft sound signaled the computer's unlocking. A deep blue interface adorned with a spiraling DNA emblem appeared. Zheng Ruoxi turned the laptop towards Wan Xiangqing, revealing an encrypted folder labeled 0 file. Minister Wan, this is our department's highest secret. Zheng Ruoxi's voice lowered, each word weighted with significance. Prior to today, aside from the core members of our department, fewer than 10 individuals throughout Huaxia knew of this file's existence. Wan Xiangqing's heart sank abruptly that he sensed that what he was about to witness would utterly overturn his worldview. Zheng Ruoxi opened the folder. Independent subfiles lined up neatly on the screen like tombstones. File number 001. Mutant, giant gold ant location of discovery, an abandoned gold mine in the West Frontier. Danger level, Class C, cleared. Description, 50 times the size of a normal ant, with a shell comparable to steel, capable of consuming metallic minerals, exhibiting extreme aggressiveness and reproductive ability. File number 007. Mutant, deep sea horror squid. Location of discovery, a deep sea hot spring in the South China Sea. Danger level, Class D, captured. Description, transformed from an unknown deep sea fish species, measuring 3 meters in length, with claw-like forelimbs resembling those of arthropods, capable of brief land excursions in coastal areas. Its saliva contains highly corrosive toxins. File number 023. Mutant, ghost face spider. Location of discovery, deep in the Shutite Mountains. Danger level, Class C, under surveillance. Description, enormous in size, with a web coverage exceeding 1 square kilometer, possessing a toughness far surpassing Kevlar fibers, capable of mimicry and mental disorientation. Chapter 5. The capture begins. Wan Xiangqing stared blankly at the screen, flipping through page after page. His fingers trembled slightly, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The records of mutated creatures numbered at least 50 or 60, from insects to fish, from plants to fungi. They encompassed nearly every species. Each file was accompanied by clear images and video documentation, showcasing the grotesque and terrifying beings that utterly defied the laws of nature, striking his heart like heavy hammers, shattering the cognitive framework he had built over decades. Was this still the world he knew? Is this all real? Wan Xiangqing struggled to swallow, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. Indubitably, Zheng Ruoxi's response was unequivocal. For the past several years, we have been secretly managing these anomalous events. Most of the mutants have been successfully eliminated or controlled, but some, like the ghost face spider, due to their perilous and complex habitats, can only be monitored remotely. Her gaze sharpened once more. These entities are like ticking time bombs scattered across Huaxia. Should they spiral out of control, the destruction wrought upon our current social order would be catastrophic. She switched the screen back to the video of Chen Fan. Based on my preliminary observations and data analysis, the mutation of Xiao Man appears to have occurred quite recently, still in an early stage of rapid evolution. Have you considered what might transpire if it continues to remain in this forest? Zheng Ruoxi's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, guiding Wan Xiangqing's thoughts. Given its formidable combat prowess displayed today, within this sanctuary, no creature stands a chance against it. Wild boars, black bears, South China leopards. It won't be long before they all become mere nourishment for its evolution, fodder for its insatiable appetite. In the end, the forest to which you have devoted your life will be left in utter silence, alongside a creature so powerful it becomes uncontrollable. A monster. Wan Xiangqing closed his eyes. Every word from Zheng Ruoxi pierced him like a dagger, striking at his most vulnerable points. On one side lay the child he had nurtured since its infancy. On the other, the ecological safety of the entire sanctuary, along with the terrifying future unveiled in that dossier. The office fell into a prolonged silence once more. After what felt like an eternity, Wan Xiangqing slowly opened his eyes. Filled with bloodshot pain, he seemed to have aged a decade in an instant, his entire being sagging under the weight of despair. I agreed. He forced out those 3 words through clenched teeth, expending all his strength. However, I have one condition. Speak. Your research must prioritize its safety. It cannot die. Zheng Ruoxi gazed at him, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes, yet she nodded in agreement. I will do my utmost. Stepping out of the office, Zheng Ruoxi immediately dialed a secure line. The phone rang just once before being answered. This is Zheng Ruoxi. I have encountered some issues. The target has been confirmed, with an initial mutation level assessed as Class F, exhibiting immense evolutionary potential and significant research value. I request assistance from the Heaven's Punishment team for live capture. I will send you the coordinates shortly. Hanging up, she lifted her gaze towards the distant, dark green forest, a cold smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. A perfect evolution. You will soon be mine. Meanwhile, deep within the shadowy forest, in a concealed cave draped in vines and moss, Chen Fan lay on the cold rock, feigning slumber. His massive form rose and fell with each breath, appearing relaxed, yet his muscles were coiled like a taut bowstring, brimming with explosive power that he was reflecting. Reflecting on the recent battle, assessing his current strength, tenfold enhancement truly is terrifying that he mused inwardly. Upon activating the enhancement, all his bodily functions had experienced an unimaginable augmentation. The sensation was akin to transforming from an ordinary person into a superhuman in an instant. The world around him had taken on an entirely different hue through his senses. With my current strength, under the enhancement, confronting a Class D beast head-on should pose no problem. This was a precise judgment based on his experiences from a past life. Class D beasts were the lowest tier of mutated creatures to emerge after the arrival of the apocalyptic Lingxi. Yet, even so, they were far from comparable to any existing wildlife on Earth. Before the true arrival of Lingxi, it seems that ordinary creatures on this planet will struggle to pose any threat to me. That a sense of absolute confidence welled up within him. But soon, he recalled the helicopter circling overhead and the unwavering gaze that seemed to track him. The sense of vigilance surfaced once more. This is not true wilderness. It is a vast human observation zone. Every move I make is under their scrutiny. Chen Fan was not surprised by his location. In his previous life, he had known that there were several large-scale wildlife reserves in Huaxia, dedicated to protecting and breeding rare species. I cannot linger here any longer. Chen Fan made a swift decision. He was acutely aware that the power he had just displayed would undoubtedly raise alarms and incite panic among humans. What awaited him next could very well be tranquilizer darts, capture nets, or even more formidable weapons. He did not wish to squander time in a futile tug-of-war with humanity. With only 30 days remaining until the first arrival of Lingxi, he must devour as much as possible and grow stronger within this limited time frame, preparing thoroughly for the impending chaos of the apocalypse. With this thought, Chen Fan rose abruptly. He exited the cave, lifting his massive tiger head slightly, nostrils flaring as he discerned the scents and directions carried by the wind. Then, with all four limbs propelling him forward, his colossal form silently melded into the shadows of the forest. There were no earth-shattering roars, no awe-inspiring presence. He moved like a specter through the gloom, racing towards the depths of the forest, towards the direction he had determined. Nearly 15 minutes later, a sleek, black, sci-fi-inspired armed helicopter appeared overhead, soaring at a speed far surpassing that of civilian aircraft. The powerful downdraft stirred up dust on the helipad. The cabin doors swung open. 12 soldiers clad in black tactical gear, wielding specialized weaponry, descended like falcons from the sky, their movements swift and decisive, devoid of any excess. The leader removed his tactical goggles. He was young, perhaps in his late 20s, handsome, yet with piercing eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the soul. His temples bulged slightly, as if harboring some extraordinary power. Dr. Zheng. He approached Zheng Ruoxi, who had been waiting, and nodded in acknowledgement. Captain Yi, you arrived swiftly, Zheng Ruoxi replied, her expression as cold as ever. The young captain, Yi Xiaodian, curled his lips into a hardened smirk. When dealing with a potential Class F threat, speed is of the essence. His gaze swept across the distant forest, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Where is the target? Follow me. Zheng Ruoxi wasted no time. Turning to board the helicopter that had just landed. Yi Xiaodian and his Heaven's Punishment team quickly followed suit. The helicopter ascended once more, heading towards the area where Chen Fan had last vanished. Soon, they arrived at the blood-soaked clearing within the woods. The helicopter hovered in midair. Through high-magnification tactical optics, Yi Xiaodian clearly observed the scene below, a patch of soil stained crimson. The air still bore the nauseating stench of blood and the overwhelming aura of violence. Information confirmed. Yi Xiaodian's voice came through the tactical headsets. resonating clearly with every team member. The target possesses formidable physical attack capabilities. All units, prepare to execute Capture Plan A. 3. Understood. The team responded in unison, beginning to check their equipment. Specialized electromagnetic tranquilizer guns, high-strength alloy capture nets, infrasonic oscillators, all cutting-edge gear designed specifically for dealing with mutated creatures. However, just as they prepared to descend, Yi Xiaoyan's brow suddenly furrowed. "Wait," he commanded in a low voice. "Captain, what's the matter?" A teammate inquired through the communicator. Yi Xiaoyan did not respond. He closed his eyes. An invisible force, perceptible only to himself, radiated outward from him like ripples across the surface of water, swiftly expanding into the depths of the forest beneath. This was his extraordinary ability of mental perception. Awakened after the injection of the first-generation Xing Tianjin serum, he now possessed a unique power. He could sense the mental fluctuations of all living beings within a kilometer radius. Yet at this moment, within his awareness, the vast expanse of forest below lay in eerie silence. Aside from the faint spiritual remnants lingering on the corpses of hyenas and a few frightened small creatures trembling in their burrows, there were no signs of any formidable life. The majestic tiger, which should have been present, exuding an aura of sovereign terror, had vanished. Yi Xiaoyan abruptly opened his eyes, his keen gaze sweeping over every inch of the land below like that of a hawk. "He is no longer here." His voice was deep and grave. "What?" Zheng Ruoshi's expression changed as she seized a tactical binocular to gaze downward. The clearing was devoid of anything but corpses and bloodstains. "Impossible." Zheng Ruoshi's voice trembled with barely contained distress. "From the moment I contacted you to your arrival, only 20 minutes have passed. In such a brief span, where could it have fled?" Yi Xiaoyan ignored her inquiries, continuing to meticulously search the area with his ability. After a brief moment, he lowered the binoculars, his expression turning exceedingly serious. "He did not run away. He escaped." Yi Xiaoyan spoke slowly. "This northeast tiger possesses extraordinary intelligence. It sensed danger before our arrival and chose to withdraw proactively. It erased all traces of its presence, akin to the most seasoned counter-surveillance expert. We have arrived too late." Chapter 6. The hunt begins. Her countenance instantly darkened, her meticulously drawn brows knitting into a stern line. "Impossible." Her voice carried an unmistakable hint of losing control. "From the moment I contacted you to your arrival, merely 30 minutes have elapsed. In such a short time, given its size, where could it have gone?" This defies the principles of biological kinetics. She instinctively resorted to academic theories to counter, a habit ingrained over time. Yi Xiaoyan disregarded her objections, not even casting a glance in her direction. His gaze remained hawk-like, firmly fixed on the dense, dark green forest below, as if he intended to penetrate every leaf with his sight. His handsome, austere face bore no trace of impatience. Instead, it radiated a peculiar thrill akin to that of a hunter who has discovered a cunning prey. "Dr. Zheng, it seems you have forgotten." Yi Xiaoyan began, his voice steady and authoritative, resonating clearly through the tactical headset for all to hear. "We are not contending with an ordinary beast, but with an entity that has exhibited extraordinary intelligence, a mutated organism. To apply conventional logic to deduce its behavior is, in itself, the gravest error." Zheng Ruoshi's breath hitched, her lips moved, yet no words emerged. She recognized the truth in Yi Xiaoyan's words. Every case within the dossier relentlessly challenged humanity's established scientific paradigm. Yet, reason aside, as she watched the seemingly perfect specimen of evolution slip through her fingers, her frustration and restlessness burgeoned like wild weeds. Just as the atmosphere within the cabin descended into an oppressive silence, the cold curve of Yi Xiaoyan's lips deepened unexpectedly. He smiled nonchalantly, turned his head, and his gaze passed over Zheng Ruoshi, landing on a petite figure at the end of the line. "Xiao Xiao," he called out. From the ranks, a girl who appeared to be merely 18 or 19, with twin ponytails and a face still retaining a hint of baby fat, stepped forward. Dressed in the same somber black combat uniform as her comrades, the outfit did not lend her an air of coldness. Rather, it accentuated her as a delightful girl who had stumbled into the adult world, innocent and unworldly. "Captain," Xiao Xiao replied, her voice as melodious as a mountain spring. "It is your turn to take the stage." Yi Xiaoyan gestured. "All right." Xiao Xiao playfully saluted before moving toward the cabin door. She closed her clear, doe-like eyes, her long eyelashes casting a soft shadow beneath her eyelids. In the next moment, an intangible yet palpable wave, resonating with the very pulse of the forest, emanated from her petite form. The wind seemed to whisper in her ear. The rustling leaves transformed into a unique language. Even the faint remnants of Chen Fan's presence in the air appeared to convey the whereabouts of their master. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. Xiao Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of vitality and confidence unfitting for her age sparkling within them. She extended her delicate finger, unhesitatingly pointing towards the northwestern direction of the forest. "Captain, over there, it is moving at an astonishing speed, aiming for the edge of the protected area. We must pursue. If we delay any longer, it will escape." The team sprang into action, the armed helicopter roaring to life as it veered in the direction Xiao Xiao indicated, accelerating at full speed. On board, Zheng Ruoxi watched as the girl bounced back to her seat, her eyes filled with uncontainable astonishment and curiosity. Wei Xiaodian noted her gaze and smiled, explaining. Xiao Xiao is one of the latest batch of warriors injected with the Xing Tian gene serum, and she is the only lucky one among them to successfully activate her extraordinary ability. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ruoxi felt a jolt of shock, followed by a moment of realization. Images from the dossier labeled 0 instantly flooded her mind. Dossier number 013. Mutated organism, Ling Feng beast. Discovery location, Shenangjia uninhabited area. Danger level, C, cleared. Description, resembling a fox, diminutive in size, lacking direct offensive capability, yet possessing high intelligence and empathic abilities. Capable of communicating on a mental level with the vast majority of beings through an unknown means, and able to sense the flow of energy in nature, equipped with formidable tracking and environmental perception abilities. To capture this astutely elusive Ling Feng beast, the research department of that year had nearly expended all its resources, paying a grievous price. The latest generation of the Xing Tian gene serum was led by her, incorporating gene fragments from the Ling Feng beast, in an attempt to replicate this miraculous ability within. Humans to her astonishment, it had truly succeeded. As she gazed at the innocent and carefree girl before her, Zheng Ruoxi's expression became intricate. She felt exhilarated by her research achievements, yet harbored a deep-seated unease regarding the technology that fused human and monster genes. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's immense form darted swiftly through the forest, becoming an orange-black blur. The ground beneath him, whether strewn with jagged stones or slick moss, posed no hindrance to his velocity. He resembled a high-performance off-road machine, brimming with a sense of power and the wild beauty of nature. He raced forward with all his might for a solid half-hour. The trees around him began to thin, and a blinding reflection appeared ahead. Chen Fan gradually slowed his pace, ultimately coming to a halt before a towering wall. It was a massive iron wall, constructed from thick alloy steel plates, standing over 10 meters tall, its surface impeccably smooth, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Above the iron wall, high-voltage electric nets crackled with dangerous arcs of electricity. Here lay the boundary of this colossal cage. Gazing at the iron wall before him, a flicker of excitement ignited in Chen Fan's amber tiger eyes. Freedom was tantalizingly close. If he could surmount this wall, he would truly be able to soar like a fish in the vast ocean and a bird in the boundless sky. He crouched slightly, his muscles tensing instantaneously, akin to a bow drawn to its limit. A terrifying power, far surpassing anything he had felt before, began to brew and surge within him. He was poised to activate the tenfold enhancement, ready to break through this final constraint with unwavering resolve. However, just as he was about to unleash his might, his gaze suddenly sharpened. His ears flickered slightly, catching the increasingly near and thunderous sound of a helicopter's rotor blades. Simultaneously, a sense of impending danger, as piercing as a needle, surged from behind him. They were closing in. Chapter 7. Chen Fan versus the Divine Retribution Squad. Chen Fan slowly relinquished his leap stance, his movement steady, devoid of any hint of panic. He turned to face the direction of the sound, his formidable and majestic tiger head aligned with it. His piercing tiger eyes calmly surveyed the distant thicket. In their depths, there was no hint of a beast's fury or alarm, only a profound stillness and indifference reminiscent of an abyss. In less than 10 seconds, 12 shadowy figures emerged from the forest like phantoms, swiftly surrounding him in a fan shape. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Ruoxi's form appeared behind. Upon seeing the immense tiger standing quietly beneath the wall, her taut nerves finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, her sense of relief was fleeting. For she soon discerned that the tiger's gaze held something amiss. In its amber pupils, there was no trace of the panic and ferocity typical of a cornered beast. Instead, there was a sense of a nearly human-like scrutiny and astonishment. Indeed, it was astonishment. It was observing them, or more precisely, it was scrutinizing the dark combat uniforms worn by Yi Xiaodian and his team. Chen Fan's gaze was locked onto the chest of that uniform, where a grotesque and ancient totem was embroidered in dark red thread. It depicted a headless giant, shield in one hand and axe in the other, its muscular physique brimming with primal and untamed strength. Xing Tian. This name thundered in Chen Fan's mind like a bolt of lightning. His heart involuntarily contracted with intensity. The Ancient Nation Gene Research Institute, the Divine Retribution Action Team, in his previous life. These two names evoked a myriad of complex emotions for the survivors of Huaxia struggling in the apocalyptic wastelands. There was resentment when the first Lingxi descended, altering the fabric of reality. The terrifying creatures that had been subjected to experimentation within the Ancient Nation Research Institute broke free from all constraints. They erupted forth like a calamity unleashed from Pandora's box, surging through the layers of defense of the Institute, unleashing waves of bloodshed across Huaxia. Countless cities were reduced to ruins, and innumerable lives were extinguished. This was an indelible scar in the hearts of the survivors. Yet simultaneously, it also signified gratitude. For it was this very institute that, in humanity's most desperate hour, revealed the formula for the Xing Tian gene serum to the world. It opened a gateway to the extraordinary for ordinary individuals, devoid of any cultivation talents, during the Lingxi era. It afforded the unarmed mortals the courage and hope to confront ferocious beasts. The Divine Retribution Action Team, as one of the earliest pioneers to receive the Xing Tian serum, played a savior's role amidst the global catastrophe. Each of them, with mere mortal forms, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. They were the guardians of Huaxia, the most radiant beacon of light in a dark age. Chen Fan's gaze involuntarily swept over the 12 figures before him. Yi Xiaodian, Xiao Xiao Xiao. Names that echoed like thunder in his past life now stood alive before him, in all their youthful innocence. Their presence was still faint. They had yet to even step into the lowest F-grade threshold. An indescribable sense of disorientation enveloped Chen Fan's consciousness. He felt as though he stood at the crossroads of history and reality, witnessing the dawn of a legend. Yet, this emotion lasted barely 3 seconds. In the next moment, a chilling vigilance and the survival instincts of a beast surged like a tidal wave, instantly drowning all his thoughts. The past, after all, was merely the past. Guardians? They were also humanity's guardians. Yet he, at this moment, was a tiger, a creature they viewed as an aberration, a target for capture. Prey. Roar. A deep, resonant roar filled with warning emerged from the depths of Chen Fan's throat. This sound was not loud, yet it seemed to harbor a tangible force, manifesting as an invisible shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The air trembled. The dry, yellow leaves on the ground were swept up by this gust, swirling in the air. Some of the Divine Retribution team members, who were positioned too closely, felt a sudden heaviness in their chests, their breaths momentarily stifled. For the first time, a solemn expression surfaced on their faces. What an overwhelming sense of pressure, one team member whispered in the communication channel. This is absolutely not the aura of an ordinary beast. Yet at that moment, Yi Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed even brighter. It was the fervent excitement that a hunter feels upon discovering a worthy prey. He paid no heed to Chen Fan's warning. For him and his team, this was their first genuine combat experience, a perfect opponent to test the fruits of their training. Retreat. That was not the style of Divine Retribution. Dr. Zhang, please retreat to a safe distance. Yi Xiaodian spoke without turning to look at the Zhang Ruoxi behind him. His voice remained steady, yet each word carried an undeniable commanding tone. Zhang Ruoxi opened her mouth, as if to say something, but upon seeing Yi Xiaoyan's resolute profile, she ultimately chose silence. She understood well that the impending battle was beyond the purview of a mere researcher. She quickly withdrew, hiding behind a sturdy giant tree, her eyes peering out, tense yet expectant, observing everything that transpired. All units, pay attention. Yi Xiaoyan's voice resonated in the tactical channel, cold and lethal. Execute Plan A. 3 for capture. Target. Live capture. Understood. 12 team members answered in unison, their voices synchronized and suffused with a steely resolve. At that moment, Yi Xiaodian sprang into action. His body sank slightly, muscles in his legs coiling with explosive power. He surged forward like a cannonball, racing towards Chen Fan's flank with astonishing speed, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. Almost simultaneously, the 11 team members behind him dispersed in a perfectly coordinated tactical formation, weaving a vast encirclement that sealed off all of Chen Fan's escape routes. 4 of them raised specially designed firearms, which were not capable of firing live ammunition. The muzzle, Ethereal blue arcs of electricity danced, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. Electromagnetic tranquilizer guns. Meanwhile, another 14 members swiftly retrieved a disc-shaped metallic device from their backs and activated it. A low hum resonated, and an invisible infrasonic wave spread outward like ripples on water, directed towards Chen Fan. This device was potent enough to incapacitate an adult elephant within 3 seconds. The remaining 3 team members, including the seemingly innocent girl Xiao, wielded tactical daggers forged from high-strength alloys, closely following Yi Xiaotian in search of potential offensive opportunities that in that moment. A grand net woven from humanity's pinnacle technology and extraordinary might descended upon Chen Fan. Chapter 8. The catastrophic defeat of the Tianqian team. Electric arcs tore through the air. Infrasonic waves expanded invisibly to Yi Xiaotian's figure resembled a drawn blade, glinting coldly as it aimed for a vital strike. The cooperation among the team members was seamless, their synergy forged through countless hours of training, cemented with sweat and blood. Not long ago, they had successfully ensnared a mutated porcupine that had reached F-class in the unmanned mountains using this very tactic. That porcupine, with quills as sharp as arrows and brute strength capable of demolishing boulders, could not withstand their assault for even 3 minutes. Thus, they held absolute confidence. This beast, no matter how formidable, was still merely an animal. Yet, what they faced was not a beast. Instead, it was a soul clad in beastly hide, emerging from the desolate wasteland of the apocalypse. In Chen Fan's amber eyes, the 4 ethereal blue electric lights reflected his approaching figure. There was not a hint of panic that in fact, not even a ripple of disturbance was stirred. In his mind, a singular, frigid thought crystallized. Activate tenfold amplification. Boom! A presence far more terrifying than the previous roar erupted from within Chen Fan. At that instant, his 260-kilogram frame seemed infused with an incomprehensible might, every muscle and bone unleashing power beyond physical limits. What? Yi Xiaotian, charging at the forefront, felt his pupils constrict in shock that he sensed an oncoming pressure, as heavy as a mountain, momentarily stalling his proud speed. Chen Fan moved. There were no intricate techniques, no superfluous motions. Simply, he took a single step forward. The ground trembled lightly. His figure vanished from sight. Not an afterimage of blinding speed, but a true disappearance from the visual realm. The 4 electromagnetic tranquilizer rounds lost their target, crashing violently against the wall behind Chen Fan, exploding into bursts of blue electric nets, with debris flying, the invisible infrasonic ripples, upon grazing the aura emitted by Chen Fan, shattered like waves crashing against a reef. Target lost. Where is he? Panic-stricken voices echoed through the communication channel. In the next moment, a shadow appeared beside the 4 team members wielding electromagnetic guns. They barely had time to adjust their aim. All they glimpsed was a fleeting orange-black silhouette and a tail that resembled steel. The tail cracked through the air with a piercing sound. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled impacts resounded. The specially designed firearms in the hands of the 4 team members were instantly twisted and deformed as if struck by a battering ram, components scattering in all directions. Immediately thereafter, an irresistible force surged from the guns, sending their bodies uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing against a distant tree trunk with a muted groan. Unable to rise again, like a tempest, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 4 team members, armed with infrasonic devices, had barely registered the shock on their faces when Chen Fan's figure appeared among them like a specter. He didn't even employ his claws. Simply, with his colossal and heavy physique, he gently collided. Crack. The audible snap of breaking bones was unmistakable. The 4 of them tumbled away like bowling pins struck by a runaway truck, the disc devices clattering to the ground, rendered utterly inoperative. Only then did Yi Xiaotian and the remaining 3 melee fighters arrive at Chen Fan's previous position. All they found was an empty ground and 8 comrades who had instantaneously lost their combat capabilities. A chilling dread surged from their feet, racing up to the crown of their heads. Behind you! Xiao's trembling scream echoed through the channel, but Yi Xiaotian spun around abruptly. A magnified, fearsome, and majestic tiger face loomed almost nose-to-nose with him. In those amber eyes, there was no intent to kill, only an indifferent gaze, as though a deity was observing mere ants. Yi Xiaotian's body froze in place. Not from fear, but because that tangible aura of terror had crystallized the air around him. His once prized strength, the abilities he gained from injecting the Xingtian serum, had in that moment become a mere jest. He lacked even the strength to lift his dagger. Chen Fan's gaze shifted from Yi Xiaodian to the three equally paralyzed team members behind him. Finally, he merely flicked his tail lightly. Snap! A soft sound echoed. That tiger tail struck precisely at the back of their knees. The force was minimal, yet exquisitely accurate. The four dropped to their knees in unison. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Only the heavy, labored breathing of the team members and the distant gasps from Zhang Ruoxu could be heard. 12 elite members of the Tianqian operation team, guardians of the future of Huaxia, in less than 10 seconds, they were completely obliterated. Chen Fan looked down at Yi Xiaodian, who knelt before him, emitting a low, almost mocking growl from his throat. He refrained from executing them, not out of mercy, at the very least. They should not perish at this moment. If Chen Fan were to kill them now, there would be no one left to defend Huaxia when Lingxi descended. An early chaos would not serve Chen Fan's interests. These individuals did not deserve death, but their sins, though not fatal, could not be excused. Today, he intends to plant a seed named Awakening in the hearts of these future legends. He wishes to impart the understanding that the forthcoming new world is far more brutal and expansive than they can fathom. Chen Fan turned around, casting a glance at the towering wall. His hind legs bent slightly, muscles tensing instantaneously. In the next moment, his enormous form soared into the sky like a bolt of orange lightning, effortlessly clearing the 5-meter-high barrier. After a few leaps, he vanished completely into the depths of the dense jungle, leaving no trace behind. Some time passed. The oppressive silence was shattered by the sound of Yi Xiaodian's fist striking the ground. Ugh! He attempted to rise, but the searing pain in his legs caused him to collapse once more. Such utter humiliation. This was a profound disgrace that Yi Xiaodian had never experienced in his life, piercing to the very marrow of his being. He raised his head, observing his teammates sprawled on the ground, groaning, their faces etched with a mixture of pain, confusion, and disbelief. Confidence had been utterly shattered. Pride had been trampled into the dirt. Are you all right? Zhang Ruoxi emerged from behind a tree, her voice trembling slightly. Gazing at the chaotic scene before her, and recalling the overwhelming pressure exerted by that colossal tiger, her heart continued to race. We're not dead. Yi Xiaodian managed to force out those 3 words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. Struggling, he leaned against a tree and stared vacantly in the direction where the tiger had disappeared. Why? Was it so strong? A teammate murmured, voicing the question that lingered in everyone's mind. Its strength, its speed, completely surpassed our data models. That was no mere beast. It was a monster. The morale of the team plummeted to an all-time low. Zhang Ruoxi inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Her mind raced, analyzing every detail of the recent encounter. It is not a monster. Rather, its level far exceeds our estimates. She approached Yi Xiaodian, crouching beside him, her tone unusually grave. Based on the power it displayed earlier, I preliminarily assess it to be at least the level of a D-class mutant beast. D-class. Those 2 words struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of every member of the Tianqian team. They had only recently injected the Xingtian serum, barely reaching the threshold of F-class physical fitness. To challenge a D-class beast. What difference was there from a mantis trying to stop a chariot? You have only just begun. It is entirely reasonable that you cannot defeat it. Zhang Ruoxi's voice softened slightly, laced with a hint of consolation. This failure is not your fault. It is due to my erroneous intelligence. The team remained silent. Though Zhang Ruoxi attempted to provide solace, the bitterness of defeat still spread within their hearts. However, Yi Xiaodian slowly shook his head. He lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Ruoxi's, a flicker of flame igniting in his previously vacant eyes, now more radiant and resolute than ever. No, Dr. Zhang, you are not at fault. It is we who are mistaken. He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. We were too arrogant. We believed that by merely injecting Xingtian, we would ascend instantly, forgetting that the foundation of strength lies in relentless training day after day. That tiger has imparted a lesson to us. A lesson etched into the depths of their souls through pain and humiliation. Rather than returning to the animal protection base, Zhang Ruoxi and the members of the Tianqian team headed directly back to the Guogua Genetic Research Institute. The atmosphere, along the way, unbearably tensed. One spoke. When Yi Xiaodian and the injured team members arrived at the research institute, they brushed past the medical personnel's attempts to intervene and marched straight towards the gravity training room, their steely aura leaving everyone awestruck. Captain, Xiao observed Yi Xiaodian's tense silhouette with concern. Yi Xiaodian halted, not looking back. From today onwards, the training regimen will be doubled, tripled. The moment we can stand before that tiger with dignity is when we shall discuss rest. Understood. The remaining teammates roared in unison. Gone was their previous innocence, replaced by a steely resolve forged in the fires of adversity. Elsewhere, Zheng Ruoxi sat in her office, the immense holographic screen before her replaying the battle footage repeatedly. She slowed down every movement of Chen Fan's, meticulously analyzing each detail. The fluidity of his muscular lines, the perfection of his explosive power, the spirited glint in his eyes. All of it captivated her deeply. Disappointment? Of course. Yet more so was a fervor akin to that of a researcher discovering a new frontier that I will certainly find you again. She murmured to herself, her fingers flying across the keyboard, tapping into all surveillance networks and satellite data within Huaxia, closely monitoring Chen Fan's movements. The moment she detects his whereabouts, she will undoubtedly initiate another attempt to capture him. She would never let go of this precious research subject. Chapter 9. The Adventurer Team. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's figure glided through the shadowy forest, like an orange-black specter. The high walls and electric fences were far behind him now. The free wind, imbued with the scent of earth and humus, filled his lungs. This was a sensation he had longed for in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Every breath was tainted with the scent of blood. Yet here, it brimmed with primordial vitality. He paused, his massive paw pressing into the soft, damp mud without a sound. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, the dense canopies obscured the sky, allowing only dappled light to filter through the gaps. The environment felt unfamiliar. He needed to ascertain his position. More importantly, he required a sufficiently concealed location to serve as his first den in this new world. At that moment, Chen Fan's ears perked slightly. He heard it. From a distance, the sound of human voices reached him. Amidst the deliberately subdued laughter, he also heard the distinct crack of branches underfoot. Chen Fan's amber eyes narrowed. His colossal form crouched low, seamlessly blending into the surrounding underbrush. His breath, in an instant, became utterly restrained. He resembled a silent rock, patiently waiting. A few minutes later, several youthful figures emerged onto the forest path. There were 5 in total, 3 men and 2 women. They donned professional outdoor jackets, carried oversized backpacks, and wielded trekking poles. They were typical urban adventurers. Chen Fan's gaze swept over them one by one. Very weak. That was his sole assessment. These individuals exuded no hint of threat, as fragile as dry grass that could be toppled by a gust of wind. His attention quickly shifted to one particular young man. The young man, sporting an eye-catching head of golden hair and adorned with jingling metal rings on his ears, stood in stark contrast to the serene tranquility of the deep mountains. He was trailing closely behind a tall, fair-featured girl named Lin Wei. Lin Wei, are you tired? Would you like me to carry your bag? His voice dripped with a cloying eagerness that he attempted to muster a charming smile, yet the fear lurking deep within his eyes, a response to the unfamiliar surroundings, was impossible to conceal. The girl, referred to as Lin Wei, merely shook her head politely and "Oh, I can manage by myself." Her tone was flat, even tinged with a barely perceptible aloofness. The other companions, already accustomed to this dynamic, walked ahead, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations, completely disregarding the golden-haired youth trailing behind. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed his face that he glanced around at the increasingly dim forest, listening to the distant, unidentifiable calls of birds and beasts, a chill creeping into his heart. He forcibly suppressed his fear and patted his chest. Rest assured, Lin Wei, with me around, you are absolutely safe. In this mountain, even if there are wild boars or black bears, I can handle them with a single punch, ensuring they won't dare approach you. He spoke with an air of bravado, as if he were an invincible warrior. In reality, his legs had begun to tremble slightly. Lin Wei merely responded with a non-committal opting not to elaborate further. This dismissive attitude only spurred the golden-haired youth to showcase himself even more. Let's take a picture here to commemorate our brave adventure. With that, he fumbled in his pocket for his phone. He believed this was a splendid opportunity to bridge the gap between him and the goddess before him. However, he failed to notice that at the moment he bowed his head to retrieve his phone, Lin Wei and the other 3 companions nearby froze, their expressions suddenly contorted. In sheer terror, their pupils contracted sharply, as if they had witnessed an unfathomable and horrifying spectacle. The air seemed to thicken, gripped by an invisible hand, becoming dense and oppressive. All sounds faded away, leaving only the frantic beating of their hearts echoing in their ears. That a gigantic tiger, far beyond imagination, had silently positioned itself behind the golden-haired youth. It loomed like a mountain deity emerging from the shadows, exuding an air of majesty, indifference, and a detached superiority over all living beings. Its orange and black striped fur glistened with a chilling hue of death under the mottled light filtering through the trees. Got it. The golden-haired youth finally extracted his phone, his excitement palpable as he prepared to invite Lin Wei for a photograph. Yet, what greeted him were four faces twisted in abject horror. What's wrong with you? He asked, bewildered, utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Why does everyone look like they've seen a ghost? Barely had he finished speaking when a warm breath brushed against the nape of his neck. It carried a potent, primal scent of wildness. An indescribable terror enveloped him like icy water, drowning him in an instant. His body froze, confusion transforming into a vacant stare, then sheer dread. He seemed to sense an impending doom. His body, no longer under his command, began to tremble uncontrollably. Summoning every ounce of strength, he turned his neck with a creaking sound, inching backward with great difficulty. Then he beheld a face, an enormous, magnified visage of a tiger. Those amber eyes, resembling two cold suns, fixated on him with an indifferent gaze that A heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence of the forest. The golden-haired youth rolled his eyes back, collapsing backwards. With a thud, he hit the ground. He didn't even have time to lose consciousness before his body convulsed violently, a foul liquid swiftly seeping from his pants, soaking a patch of fallen leaves. Only then did he finally succumb to unconsciousness. Chen Fan observed the damp patch on the ground, a flicker of undisguised disdain flashing in his amber eyes. What a worthless fool! He couldn't be bothered to cast the frightened golden-haired youth a second glance. His gaze fell upon the phone lying on the ground. The screen was still lit. Ignoring the terrified university students, who were too paralyzed to breathe, he slowly raised a forepaw. The tiger's paw was larger than a grown man's face, its sharp claws retracting into a thick pad. Then, under the horrified gazes of all present, the massive paw gently tapped the phone screen with an unexpected delicacy and precision. The wallpaper vanished, revealing a map application. A red dot was blinking on the map.so. I am in Kaishur. Chen Fan noted this location and lifted his head, casting one last glance at the petrified humans. In the next moment, his colossal form surged forward, vanishing into the depths of the nearby thicket in the blink of an eye. After a few fleeting moments, he disappeared entirely. Only startled birds took flight, leaving behind a silence laden with chaos. Time seemed to stretch on infinitely. Perhaps it was 3 minutes, perhaps 5. It was not until a gust of mountain wind swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves, that Lin Wei jolted back to reality, shivering from the profound shock. Ha ha ha. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling violently as if trying to reclaim the air she had stifled moments prior. Did it's gone? A boy's trembling voice broke the silence, his complexion as pale as a sheet. It seems to have left. Another replied, his voice equally hoarse. The four exchanged glances, each reflecting the lingering, bone-deep terror they felt. A tiger. They had encountered a living, breathing wild tiger in the wilderness. Moreover, it was an immense creature radiating a palpable sense of intimidation. But then, an even stronger wave of shock and confusion surged within them that, if I'm not mistaken, didn't it just look at the phone? A girl stammered, unable to believe her eyes. I saw it too. It used its paw to light up the phone screen. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? Do tigers use phones? Following the initial fear came an absurdity that defied comprehension. The tiger had not harmed them. It merely appeared, frightened the golden-haired youth into a faint, then, like a lost human, checked its location on the phone before departing. The entire episode was imbued with an ineffable quality of intelligence and purpose. This utterly upended their understanding of the term wild beast. I must post this online. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing discovery of the century. The first boy to speak trembled as he took out his phone, ready to capture the moment. Don't. Lin Wei immediately raised her voice to halt him. Her breathing had calmed considerably, and her mind began to function once more. Do you believe that if we share this, anyone would take us seriously? Lin Wei gazed at him with an unusually composed expression. That a tiger that can read a map? They will merely regard us as lunatics or deceitful charlatans. In the end, instead of garnering the attention of scientists, we would invite ridicule and online harassment. Upon hearing this, the young man froze momentarily. After contemplating, he found Lin Wei's reasoning to be compelling. The situation was too bizarre, surpassing the realm of ordinary comprehension. Without concrete evidence, mere words would undoubtedly render them the subject of mockery. So, what shall we do now? Let us leave this place, Lin Wei declared with resolute determination. Immediately. At once. Following the harrowing scene they had just witnessed, the group had lost all interest in lingering. The once picturesque mountains and forests had transformed in their eyes into a terrifying domain capable of claiming lives at any moment. What about him? A companion pointed at the unconscious young man on the ground, his face contorted in disdain. The foul odor emanating from him was utterly nauseating. Who cares? Let him fend for himself. He insisted on following us here. Perhaps this will teach him a lesson. Lin Wei knitted her brows. She glanced at the pale face of the young man, and then toward the direction from which the giant tiger had vanished. No, we must take him with us. Why? Carrying this burden will only slow us down. If we abandon him here, what if that tiger returns? Have you considered the consequences? With this statement, Lin Wei silenced the group. Indeed. What if that astute tiger had merely stepped away temporarily and decided to return? At that moment, a living person lying here would become an easy meal. The thought sent chills down everyone's spine. Wake him up. No. If he awakens, he will surely scream. And what if he draws that beast back? Then, let us carry him. Lin Wei made her decision. She cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious young man, her face betraying her disgust. Yet her innate kindness ultimately prevented her from abandoning a companion in peril. You too. Help me lift him. She instructed the other two young men. Though they wore expressions of reluctance, the terrifying prospect of the tiger's return compelled them to suppress their nausea and hoist the limp young man between them. The group dared not linger for even a moment longer, hastily retreating along the path they had come, almost rolling and crawling as they fled from this unforgettable land of conflict. Deep within the shadowy forest, Chen Fan's figure transformed once more into a streak of orange and black light. He paid no heed to the panicked humans fleeing before him. His target was precise. That target was Sioux City, the city where he had lived in his previous life, that a place both familiar and foreign in his mind. The map he had glimpsed on his phone was vividly clear. At present, he found himself in Kai City, not far from Sioux City, with a straight distance of nearly 300 to 400 kilometers. For an ordinary person, this distance would require several hours of travel by car. Yet for him, it was merely a vigorous warm-up. With each mighty paw that struck the ground, a terrifying force erupted. The earth beneath him seemed to tremble slightly. Memories from his past life surged through his mind like a tidal wave. After the first arrival of the Lingxi, Sioux City, this bustling modern metropolis, swiftly descended into a hell on earth. The root cause was a wolf king from the distant Haoshan mountain range. This fearsome wolf king had swiftly ascended to be leveled during the early phase of the Lingxi. Under its command was a disciplined and bloodthirsty pack of wolves. During that calamity, countless souls in Sioux City fell prey to the jaws of these wolves. Chen Fan was one of the few survivors that he recalled vividly, the image of the Wolf King standing atop the ruins of the city, bathed in silver moonlight, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. To reach B-level so early in the Lingxi arrival was certainly abnormal. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Fan's amber eyes. That Wolf King had likely undergone some unknown mutation before the arrival of the Lingxi. Or perhaps it had experienced some extraordinary encounter. Regardless, this indicated that it represented a perfect source of sustenance, a splendid supplement that would greatly enhance his strength. In addition to this primary objective, Sioux City held another allure for Chen Fan. Haoshan. This was a range of mountains located on the outskirts of Sioux City. With towering heights and dense forests, it was rarely trodden by human feet, and was home to a plethora of wildlife. In the month leading up to the Lingxi arrival, it would serve as his ideal hunting ground and perfect sanctuary. There, he could consume in peace, accumulating strength without the interference of human technological weaponry. Chapter 11. Poachers. The wind howled by his ears. After more than 3 hours, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. The silhouette of the mountain range appeared on the horizon. Haoshan was here. Chen Fan slowed his pace. Throughout his rapid sprint, he had refrained from utilizing his tenfold enhancement ability to increase his speed, as the previous 2 activations had taught him that this power was a double-edged sword. While it could bestow tenfold strength and speed, the consumption of energy was equally terrifyingly accelerated. This was a capability for extreme bursts of power, not to be wielded lightly. He must always maintain his optimal state in order to face any potential crises. As the night descended, it enveloped Sioux City like a massive black velvet cloth. On the city's outskirts, within a dimly lit rented room, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, sweat, and cheap alcohol. Several shirtless, tattooed brutes sat around a greasy table, silently cleaning their weapons. Their eyes resembled those of cornered beasts, fierce and savage. These men were the cleaners of the Yi family in Sioux City, a group of poachers teetering on the edge of legality. Yi Hong, the patriarch of the Yi family, was immensely wealthy, yet harbored a peculiar inclination for savoring rare delicacies to satisfy the culinary whims of this wealthy patron. These individuals frequently ventured deep into Haoshan, hunting protected wildlife. In the corner of the table lay two black and white photographs. The images depicted two equally fierce men, who now could only grin from within their frames. Old 3, we cannot simply let Old 5's vendetta go unpunished, a one-eyed brute spoke in a gravelly voice, vigorously polishing a military dagger in his hand, the blade glinting with a chilling sheen under the dim light. Those damned monkeys, I will skin them alive. Another man, his face heavily muscled, grimly pressed a bullet into a magazine. With a crisp and lethal crack, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Several days prior, they had ventured into Haoshan as usual, only to be unexpectedly ambushed by a group of cunning monkeys. These creatures were far more intelligent and vicious than they had ever anticipated. Utilizing the terrain to their advantage, they hurled stones and wielded wooden clubs with remarkable coordination. In the first encounter, 2 of their number fell. Not a trace of them remained. This was a profound humiliation and a deep-seated vendetta. Rest assured, the tools I procured at great expense will certainly teach those beasts a lesson in pain, the one-eyed dragon sneered, patting a hefty black box beside him. As the box opened, several meticulously crafted compound bows lay inside, their metallic frames glinting coldly. Exuding an aura of power, on the opposite side of the box rested 2 stout metal tubes. Short cannons, weapons capable of unleashing devastating force at close range. Gather your gear, commanded the one-eyed dragon, rising to sheath his dagger back into its scabbard. Tonight, I will ensure not a single monkey remains in Haoshan. His voice resonated with an unwavering cruelty. The group prepared their equipment, the weight of their mountain packs causing their shoulders to slightly sag. Yet, their faces radiated an expression of vengeful delight that a low growl erupted from 2 modified off-road vehicles parked below, akin to steel beasts, laden with murderous intent, tearing through the night towards Haoshan. Simultaneously, Chen Fan had already stepped into the periphery of Haoshan. The nocturnal forest was an entirely different realm. The melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers vanished, replaced by an endless darkness fraught with hidden peril. The wind whispered through the treetops, producing a rustling sound. Rather than hindering him, the darkness illuminated Chen Fan's amber-hued eyes, making them shine brighter. At that moment, his senses of sight, hearing, and smell were heightened to their utmost potential in a radius of several kilometers. Any rustle of grass or stir of wind could not escape his awareness. He could hear the faint sound of a wild rabbit gnawing on roots 100 meters away. He could detect the subtle scent of musk wafting through the air. He could even see a curled-up owl dozing atop a distant treetop. Silently, Chen Fan navigated through the woods, his substantial paws treading softly on the fallen leaves without a sound. He resembled a ghostly ruler melded into the shadows, surveying his domain. Suddenly, Chen Fan halted. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the forest. His ears twitched slightly. From afar, the roar of engines reached him. The sound grew closer, increasingly distinct. Soon after, 2 blinding beams of light tore through the thick night, like swords piercing the primal tranquility. The beams swayed as they jolted along the rugged mountain path. Chen Fan's amber pupils narrowed into dangerous slits. He crouched low, merging with the shadow of a massive rock behind him. In an instant, he suppressed his presence to an extreme degree. With a screech, the vehicles came to a halt at a clearing on the forest's edge. The doors swung open, and several figures leaped from the vehicles. Their movements were agile, distinctly not those of ordinary tourists. Each carried heavy burdens. Their hands gripped various weapons. Chen Fan's gaze settled on the cold metal. Compound bows, and those 2 ominous short cannons. His pupils constricted slightly as he surmised the origins of these intruders. Remaining concealed, Chen Fan closely observed their every move. Ensure you all have your gear ready, and stay alert. The voice of the one-eyed dragon resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Those beasts are exceedingly cunning. We cannot afford to be caught off guard. He dragged a larger canvas bag from the vehicle and tossed it to the ground. This is the infrared night vision gear I prepared. Everyone put it on. Tonight, we will turn this forest upside down. The group swiftly donned their equipment, their formerly indistinct faces now glowing with an eerie green hue through the night vision goggles. They inspected their weapons, drawing the bowstrings, producing a resonant hum. The air thickened with a faint scent of gunpowder and heavy malice. Chen Fan observed silently. He could sense the violent, sanguine aura radiating from these individuals. It was a unique quality honed through years of association with bloodshed. Poachers. The term flashed vividly in his mind. Chapter 12. F-Class Monkeys. Chen Fan felt no affinity towards this group. yet he had no immediate intention to strike. He melded seamlessly with the night, his cold amber eyes reflecting the greenish silhouettes illuminated by the night vision devices. These individuals moved with practiced precision, their coordination indicative of seasoned veterans. They refrained from using flashlights, relying solely on their night vision gear and experience as they plunged into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. Their footsteps were nearly inaudible, scarcely snapping a twig underfoot. The sanguine scent that clung to them contrasted sharply with the primal atmosphere of the forest, teeming with the essence of wild beasts. Chen Fan glided silently from behind the rock, his massive frame treading softly on the moist earth. Leaving no trace, he maintained a distance of several hundred meters from the poachers. This distance allowed him to observe their every action while remaining undetected. He trailed behind them, seeking to unravel the purpose of their incursion. The forest grew increasingly profound. Towering trees obscured the sunlight, effectively blocking out the sparse moonlight. The air became saturated with the scent of decaying leaves and damp soil, mingling with a faint hint of animal musk. The poachers maintained a diamond formation, several meters apart, allowing for mutual support while preserving their shooting angles. Their objective seemed clear. Upon entering Haoshan, they headed resolutely southeast. Chen Fan followed at a distance, his keen ears capturing their hushed conversations. "Damn it, just thinking about how Lao San and Lao Wu are gone makes my heart heavy," muttered a lean man, glancing warily around, his compound bow poised for action. "Shut your trap." The one-eyed dragon's voice was low yet laced with undeniable authority. "If you want to live, keep your eyes peeled. Those monkeys are exceptionally devious. Last time, it was our carelessness that cost Lao San and Lao Wu their lives." Another voice chimed in, tinged with apprehension. "Those beasts seem almost intelligent. They throw stones and jab with branches, coordinating like a military unit." "Humph. So what if they're intelligent?" The one-eyed dragon scoffed, his tone brimming with ruthless confidence. "Eye in the face of my short cannon. Even if they were to become immortals, they would still be reduced to a heap of minced meat." From their fragmented conversations, Chen Fan swiftly pieced together the sequence of events that it turned out that this group had come seeking revenge. Their enemies were a band of monkeys deep within the towering mountains. Monkeys? Chen Fan's footsteps hesitated for a moment, a flicker of interest igniting in his amber eyes. He had not eaten for nearly a day. Having sprinted all the way from Kai City, he was utterly exhausted, his stomach long empty. This moment, an intense hunger gnawed at him. Initially, he had planned to hunt some wild boar or roe deer to satisfy his hunger, but unexpectedly, this band of poachers was willing to lead him to their prey. A considerable number of monkeys sounded like a splendid feast. This certainly spared him the trouble of searching for his own quarry. That a slight grin unfurled at the corners of Chen Fan's mouth, revealing his sharp, white fangs. He slowed his breath, concealing his presence to the utmost, continuing to follow the group at a leisurely pace. The night served as the perfect guise. Although these poachers possessed considerable experience and moved with caution, they were ultimately human, their senses dulled in the presence of a top predator like Chen Fan. As they proceeded, believing themselves to be undetected, they stirred not a single beast within the mountains. Little did they know that the creatures, already aware of Chen Fan's existence, held their breaths and hid deep within their lairs, trembling in fear, not daring to exhale. The entire forest fell into an eerie silence. After walking some distance, the previously vocal thin man abruptly halted. He turned sharply, bow in hand, nervously scanning the darkened thicket behind them. "What's wrong, Lao Si?" The one-eyed dragon furrowed his unblemished brow, displeasure evident in his voice. Laodot, the man referred to as Lao Si, spoke with a quiver in his voice. "I can't shake the feeling that something is following us." He swallowed hard, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The sensation was indescribable. It felt as though a pair of cold, unyielding eyes were fixated on his back from the darkness, causing goosebumps to rise and a chill to travel down his spine. Damn it! Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon was startled, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. He quickly formed a defensive posture with the others. They warily scanned their surroundings. The night breeze rustled the leaves, casting shadows that danced like phantoms. Aside from the sound of the wind and the chirping of insects, there was naught else. Paranoia. After observing for a while without noticing anything amiss, the tension within the one-eyed dragon transformed into anger. He abruptly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Lao Si. Smack. The sharp sound echoed harshly in the stillness of the forest. "Have you lost your nerve from those monkeys?" The one-eyed dragon cursed fiercely, a fierce glint evident in his solitary eye. "Get your act together?" He lowered his voice, surveying the others with a chilling tone. "But let's not forget, this isn't just about avenging Lao San and Lao Wu. The Yi family also specifically requested a few live monkeys to return for a taste. As long as we handle this beautifully, the reward from the Yi family will be enough for us brothers to enjoy a comfortable second half of the year. The allure of wealth immediately overshadowed any lingering fear among the group. The men's breathing grew noticeably heavier. The tension etched on their faces gradually gave way to greed and ruthlessness. Everyone, stay alert, the one-eyed dragon commanded sharply before waving his hand. Let's move on. The group resumed their trek, but this time, every individual heightened their vigilance to the utmost. In the shadows, Chen Fan observed the scene, his amber eyes betraying no emotion. He continued to trail behind the group, traversing the darkness for about an hour. Ahead, the trees began to thin, revealing a steep cliff face. The one-eyed dragon and his crew halted behind a concealed thicket. He signaled, and everyone immediately crouched down, their movements synchronized. The one-eyed dragon retrieved a pair of binoculars from his pack, bringing them to his eyes to survey the top of the cliff. Chen Fan silently maneuvered to the other side of a large boulder, following their gaze upward. There, on the sheer cliff, grew several gnarled ancient pines. On the thick branches, indistinct silhouettes hung, a group of monkeys in slumber. They lay in various positions, breathing steadily, clearly deep in dreamland. A flash of cruel delight flickered in the one-eyed dragon's eye. He lowered the binoculars and made tactical gestures to his companions. Several of his comrades understood immediately, swiftly drawing their weapons. They strung their compound bows, knocking specialized arrows that gleamed with a metallic sheen, their movements swift and silent. Then, like nimble raccoons, they dispersed quietly, slowly closing in on the base of the cliff from different directions. Each found an optimal shooting position, precisely aiming their arrows at the unsuspecting figures in the trees. Meanwhile, the one-eyed dragon retrieved a short, thick metal tube from behind. With a fierce expression, he scanned the trees, quickly locking onto a figure significantly larger than the others. That must be the leader of the monkeys. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Once the Monkey King was eliminated, the remaining monkeys would be nothing more than a disorganized mob. A sinister grin spread across his face as he hoisted the short cannon onto his shoulder, moving stealthily like a nocturnal mountain cat toward the optimal shooting position. Directly beneath the Monkey King, such a weapon could only unleash its most terrifying power at a close range. That he intended to obliterate that damned Monkey King in a single strike. In the shadows, Chen Fan's gaze was equally fixated on the Monkey King. However, upon recognizing the Monkey King, a wave of profound astonishment surged through his enormous amber eyes. Something was amiss. Chen Fan's perception of presence surpassed that of humans by multitudes. In his awareness, the aura emanating from the Monkey King starkly contrasted with that of the other monkeys. It was not the essence typical of ordinary beasts. Rather, it exuded a potent force accompanied by a subtle sense of pressure. Though still faint, it was undeniably real. Chen Fan's pupils suddenly constricted into the most dangerous pinpoints. He never expected that in this era, before the arrival of Lingxi, within these obscure mountains, a genuine F-class beast had already come into existence. Chapter 13. The Terrifying Monkey King. A chilling sense of intrigue unfurled deep within Chen Fan's amber tiger eyes. This group of self-proclaimed hunters, the poachers, were likely oblivious to the terrifying entity they had provoked that night. What they were about to confront was no mere iron plate. It was a living volcano, capable of grinding them into a pulp. Chen Fan's figure resembled a statue merged with the darkness, motionless in every aspect. He resolved to witness a splendid show first. The breath of the one-eyed dragon was stifled to the utmost. Each step he took pressed into the thick, rich soil, landing silently like the most seasoned wildcat. In his solitary eye, a glimmer of greed intertwined with cruelty sparkled. Closer, ever closer. He could already scent the unique, pungent odor of the ape in the air. Beneath the cliff, a protruding rock served as his chosen vantage point. The distance was no more than 30 meters. At this range, he was confident he could obliterate the upper half of that accursed Monkey King into a heap of flesh and shattered bones with the short cannon on his shoulder. He envisioned the exquisite scene of brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. However, just as he stealthily approached the rock, slowly peeking out half of his head to prepare to position the cannon on his shoulder, a sudden breeze swept by without warning. The wind carried a chilling sensation, brushing against the nape of his neck, causing every hair on his body to stand on end in an instant. The one-eyed dragon's movements abruptly froze. Instinctively, he raised his head to gaze at the ancient pine. The branches were bare. The massive figure that should have been asleep had vanished. A profound sense of peril pierced through him like countless icy needles, embedding themselves into his cerebral cortex. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly ceasing its rhythmic beat. Rigidly, he turned his neck inch by inch. Then, he beheld it. Not more than 3 meters away, the Monkey King, which should have been asleep in the tree, had silently appeared there. It stood still, slightly hunched, its muscular arms hanging by its sides that eye in the darkness. A pair of blood-red pupils coldly and emotionlessly fixed their gaze upon him. Those were not the eyes of a beast, but rather those of a human, filled with mockery. With a gulp, the one-eyed dragon struggled to swallow, his throat convulsing violently, the chill of fear enveloping him. Only one thought remained in his mind. Fire, kill it. Die, you bastard. The one-eyed dragon let out a frenzied roar, abruptly raising the short cannon in his hand, ready to pull the trigger. However, his speed was woefully inadequate. In the gaze of the Monkey King's blood-red pupils, his movements appeared sluggish, akin to frames of an old film. A shadow darted past. The one-eyed dragon barely registered its motion before he felt an irresistible, terrifying force gripping his right arm, which held the cannon. A massive hand, covered in coarse black fur, with fingers like steel rods, dug deeply into his flesh. With a snap, the sound of shattering bones echoed sharply in the silent night. The one-eyed dragon did not have time to scream. That hand suddenly yanked outward. The horrifying sound of flesh tearing filled the air. The entirety of his right arm, along with the flesh and bone of his shoulder, was violently ripped from his body. Blood gushed forth from the hollow of his shoulder like a fountain. The arm, along with the heavy cannon, was carelessly tossed aside by the Monkey King, crashing against the rock with a dull thud. Agonizing pain surged through the one-eyed dragon like a tidal wave. His face contorted in extreme agony, twisted into a grotesque mask unrecognizable as human. Yet, he was a desperate survivor accustomed to living on the edge, and the will to live overpowered the excruciating pain. With his remaining left hand, he swiftly drew a compound bow from behind, knocking an arrow aimed directly at the nearby Monkey King. This compound bow was a military-grade weapon he had procured at a high price from the black market, at close range. Its power rivaled that of a handgun. However, the Monkey King offered him no such chance. That it bared its teeth, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs, emitting a low growl that in the next instant. Its massive body leaped like a dark cannonball, landing squarely on the one-eyed dragon's shoulders. With a thud, the weight pressed down like a mountain, crushing the staggering one-eyed dragon to the ground. The one-eyed dragon barely had time to react before he felt an overwhelming force strike his chest. The Monkey King raised its powerful foot and delivered a brutal kick to his torso that a booming sound erupted, akin to a hammer striking a watermelon. The one-eyed dragon's chest visibly caved in, forming a horrific arc. He could distinctly hear the sound of his ribcage cracking, as shattered bones pierced through his lungs and heart. That a torrent of scalding blood, mixed with fragments of his innards, erupted from his mouth, splattering the Monkey King entirely. His single eye widened in horror and disbelief. For 2 or 3 decades, he had hunted countless ferocious beasts in these mountains, black bears, wild boars, even leopards. Yet he had never seen, nor could he have imagined, that a monkey could possess such formidable prowess, this strength, this speed. This was far beyond that of a mere beast. This was a monster. As the one-eyed dragon's life force rapidly ebbed away, his consciousness began to fade into darkness. Sensing the rich scent of blood in the air, the Monkey King became exhilarated. It raised its head, its enormous hand pounding against its solid chest. With a roar filled with madness, ferocity, and boundless killing intent, it shattered the stillness of the night. This roar was a signal. On the cliff, atop the ancient pine, the hundreds of slumbering monkeys, as if summoned by their king, awakened in an instant. Their eyes bore no trace of sleep, only a bloodthirsty frenzy. The piercing cries echoed. They quickly discovered the lurking poachers below the cliff, emanating the scent of humanity. In the next moment, the monkey horde erupted. They surged like a black tide, racing down the sturdy trunks and vines, charging recklessly toward the poachers. Chapter 14. Chen Fan appears. Boss, this is bad. We've been discovered. Fire! Fire! The remaining poachers turned pale. They witnessed the fate of the one-eyed dragon in vivid detail. The sudden turn of events sent their souls fleeing in terror. Yet, in that moment, there was no time for contemplation. Facing the onslaught of the monkey horde, they could only raise their weapons in immediate retaliation. The sound of bowstrings vibrating filled the air. A series of glinting alloy arrows, accompanied by a piercing whistle, shot into the throng of monkeys. Blood splattered everywhere. The foremost monkeys fell to the ground, pierced by sharp arrows, emitting heart-wrenching cries. However, the sheer number of these primates was overwhelming. They outnumbered the poachers by several folds. Death did not instill fear within them. Rather, it ignited the ferocity that lay deep within their bones. As one monkey fell, 3 to 5 others bravely charged forward without a hint of hesitation that a poacher had just released an arrow, yet he had no time to draw another. 3 robust monkeys, with fierce roars, pounced upon him. Get away, beasts! The poacher screamed in terror, frantically swinging his compound bow, but all was in vain. Sharp claws tore through his tactical gear, and razor-sharp teeth sank deep into his neck. With a sickening crunch, his vertebrae snapped. The poacher's screams abruptly ceased. Within mere seconds, his body was shredded into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood by the enraged monkeys. The battle escalated to a fevered pitch in an instant. The poachers, seasoned and armed with superior weaponry, managed to claim the life of a monkey with nearly every arrow loosed. Yet the monkey horde, driven by their overwhelming numbers and a fearless madness, relentlessly encroached upon the poacher's space. The air was filled with the sounds of agonizing screams, fierce roars, arrows slicing through the air, and flesh being torn apart on the other side. The Monkey King observed its subjects succumbing to the cold metal weapons, each falling into pools of blood, its crimson eyes ablaze with fury. It lowered its gaze to the nearly lifeless figure of the one-eyed dragon beneath its feet. Lifting its foot, it came crashing down. With a resounding thud, the one-eyed dragon's head shattered like a smashed watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Upon completing this act, the Monkey King unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive body coiling as it prepared to charge, intent on tearing apart the humans who dared intrude into its territory and slaughter its kin. Yet, at that very moment, a low, majestic roar, imbued with supreme authority, erupted unexpectedly from the shadows nearby. This tiger's roar was not particularly loud. However, the primal, raw power it embodied, emanating from the apex of life, descended upon the battlefield like an invisible mountain. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. All combatants, whether the frenzied monkeys or the desperate poachers, froze in place. The soul-deep tremor coursed through them, as if their very blood was on the verge of freezing. The surviving poachers turned pale as paper, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling uncontrollably. The malice and greed that had once adorned their faces vanished, replaced by a terror far greater than when they first laid eyes upon the Monkey King. What was this sound? Was it the roar of a tiger? The sound resonated deep within their souls, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. The ordinary monkeys reacted even more pitifully. They collapsed to the ground, trembling, emitting terrified cries, utterly devoid of the courage to flee. Even the once mighty F-rank beast, the Monkey King, halted its advance. Its ebony fur bristled in alarm, a ball of agitation. The violent intent that had once burned in its crimson eyes was instantly replaced by an unprecedented gravity and profound trepidation. The Monkey King, sensing an imminent threat, slowly turned its fearsome head, fixating on the source of the sound. Soft rustling footsteps echoed on the fallen leaves. The sound was faint, yet it struck like heavy hammers against the hearts of every creature present. From the depths of the dark forest emerged an imposing figure, exuding an overwhelming presence. Moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, illuminating its black and yellow striped body. Adorned with lines of strength and elegance, it was a colossal creature, far surpassing an ordinary tiger. Its form resembled one forged from steel, each muscle brimming with explosive power. It walked with a calm demeanor, yet its presence sent tremors through the very earth beneath it. Most chilling were its eyes, cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. The 3 surviving poachers had completely crumbled. Their compound bows clattered to the ground, and they collapsed, a foul warmth spreading from their trousers. They had been so frightened that they urinated themselves. Faced with the Monkey King, they still possessed the courage to fight, but confronted by this northeastern tiger, they were nearly bereft of the instinct to breathe. The Monkey King, who had just displayed its terrifying prowess, now stood as if facing a formidable adversary, its muscles tensed to the utmost, resembling hardened rock. From deep within its throat emerged a series of threatening growls. Yet within those growls lay an unmistakable tremor. Chen Fan halted his advance. He stood a distance of several meters away from the Monkey King, gazing at it from afar. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he truly faced a beast. An unprecedented sense of trepidation surged from his tailbone, racing up to the crown of his head. This was not fear. It was exhilaration. It was the primal urge to battle, buried deep within his genes, that belonged to the king of beasts. His blood seemed ignited in that moment, boiling with fervor. The amber hues of his tiger-like eyes slowly transformed from indifference to a blazing battle spirit. The Monkey King read the unmasked intent to kill reflected in the massive tiger's gaze. It was the look of a predator assessing its prey. Roar! To be so scorned by a tiger. The Monkey King's inherent ferocity surged forth that it pounded its chest, emitting a warning roar, attempting to intimidate this unwelcome intruder. However, the response was Chen Fan's even colder gaze that a mere monkey dared to roar before him. Seeking death. Chapter 15. The Fall of the Monkey King. Chen Fan moved without any forewarning. In an instant, his massive form transformed into a blur of black and yellow. One moment, he was still several meters away. The next, a gale rushed towards him. The Monkey King's crimson eyes constricted to the size of pinpricks. Too fast, so fast that its nerves were nearly unable to react. Chen Fan was already in front of it. His gaping maw, exuding a pungent scent of blood, seemed capable of devouring everything, aimed directly at its head. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the Monkey King unleashed every ounce of potential as an F-rank beast. It let out a furious roar, twisting its body at an incredible angle. Whoosh! The sharp fangs grazed the scalp, tearing away several tufts of coarse black fur. Barely evading this lethal strike, before Chen Fan could launch a second assault, the Monkey King's counterattack had already descended, its agile frame lowered instinctively, and its robust left arm, akin to an iron hoop, abruptly encircled Chen Fan's neck. Simultaneously, its fist, the size of a cauldron, clenched tightly, the bulging muscles coiling with immense power, and struck down fiercely towards Chen Fan's skull. This punch reverberated through the air with a howling rush. Chen Fan felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his head to lurch downward. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the forest. The Monkey King's iron fist landed squarely on the side of Chen Fan's face, its force potent enough to shatter solid rock. Even with his enhanced tiger physique, Chen Fan was sent reeling, stars flashing before his eyes, his head buzzing with pain. The excruciating agony ignited Chen Fan's ferocity. Roar! He unleashed a thunderous roar, abandoning any attempts to bite with his mouth. His forepaws lunged forward with ferocity. Slash! 5 claws, as sharp as daggers, carved 5 deep gashes into the Monkey King's chest, exposing bone. Blood gushed forth. Despite the pain, the Monkey King did not retreat. Instead, it became even more frenzied. It clutched Chen Fan's head tightly, pinning his massive body down, while its other iron fist rained down like a torrential storm. Each punch contained a terrifying explosive force. Chen Fan's head was battered side to side, his consciousness beginning to blur. He violently shook his head, striving to break free. At the same time, his tail, more formidable than a steel whip, rose high, slicing through the air with a deafening sound, and struck fiercely against the Monkey King's back. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. The Monkey King's back was lacerated. In this primal and savage manner, the two colossal beasts clashed in a frenzied battle. Tiger claws tore through the Monkey King's flesh. Monkey fists pounded upon the tiger's skull. Blood stained their fur and soaked the ground beneath them. The few surviving poachers stood frozen, utterly astonished. The scene before them shattered their perceptions. What a terrifying melee! After a brief stalemate, the battle escalated once more. Seizing an opportunity, Chen Fan suddenly opened his jaws wide, evading the Monkey King's head, and sank his teeth deeply into its muscular thigh. Splurt! His sharp canine teeth pierced through the resilient muscle like steel spikes, embedding themselves deep within. A torrent of hot blood, imbued with a strange energy, erupted, flooding Chen Fan's mouth. This taste, Chen Fan's amber tiger eyes brightened suddenly. This was not merely blood. The energy contained within it was far more concentrated and powerful than that of the hyenas he had previously consumed. Roar! The agony of having its thigh pierced elicited a chilling howl from the Monkey King. Its eyes turned blood red, descending into madness. It abandoned all defense, channeling all its strength into its fists. Bang! 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 A barrage of even more ferocious and rapid punches rained down upon Chen Fan's head. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Chen Fan felt as though his skull might shatter under this relentless force. Dizziness washed over him like a tidal wave. His awareness began to fade. Chen Fan realized that while his physique held an absolute advantage, far surpassing the Monkey King in defense, he had yet to step into the F rank. Meanwhile, this Monkey King was a battle-hardened F-rank beast. If this continued, even if he could exhaust it, he would likely suffer severe injuries, or worse, be killed. There was no time to linger. In an instant, Chen Fan made a resolute decision. He hesitated no longer. System, Activate tenfold enhancement. A thought flashed through his mind. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from the depths of every cell within his body. In that moment, Chen Fan felt as though the entire world had transformed. The Monkey King's lightning-fast fists appeared to him in slow motion. His senses, hearing, sight, smell, every single one was amplified to an extraordinary degree. The power within him surged exponentially. His muscles, which had already reached their limit, expanded once more, brimming with explosive energy. It was a force capable of tearing apart the heavens and mastering everything. Roar. A roar, entirely different from before, erupted from Chen Fan's mouth. That roar was no longer merely fierce and savage. It radiated an overwhelming majesty. The Monkey King, mid-strike, froze in its tracks. From that roar, it felt a chilling aura of death that made its very soul tremble. It beheld Chen Fan's once dull amber eyes, now shining like stars, filled with cold, detached indifference. For the first time, the Monkey King felt the emotion of fear arise within its heart that it wished to retreat, but it was already too late. Chen Fan released his grip on its thigh. His tail, already immensely powerful, transformed into a blur of blackness, imperceptible to the eye, under the influence of tenfold strength. Whoosh! The air exploded with a sharp, sonic boom. The tiger's tail, wielding enough force to reduce a truck to scrap metal, struck fiercely against the Monkey King's waist. Boom! The sound resonated like thunder. The Monkey King's massive, sturdy body was struck as if by a speeding locomotive, crumpling like a rag doll that it could not even let out a cry. Its body folded inward at an unnatural angle. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of bones shattering resonated together. Its spine and lower body were utterly crushed by this blow. The entire monkey was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! The Monkey King's colossal form shattered several small trees before ultimately crashing into a massive boulder with a resounding thud, then slumping to the ground. It struggled to rise, yet its lower half had lost all sensation. Agonizing pain made it convulse, blood mixed with internal fragments pouring from its mouth. In its blood-red pupils, disbelief and endless fear filled its gaze that it could not comprehend how its opponent, who had been its equal just a moment ago, had unleashed such world-shattering power in the next. However, Chen Fan granted it no time for contemplation. In the very instant the Monkey King hit the ground, Chen Fan's figure appeared before it once more, like a specter. From above, he gazed down at the beast, now on the brink of death. In his cold tiger eyes, there was not a shred of compassion. Slowly, he raised one of his forepaws. The mighty tiger's paw, in a state of tenfold enhancement, appeared increasingly colossal, each strand of its black and yellow fur resembling a steel needle. Then, with a heavy thud, it struck the chest of the Monkey King. The ground seemed to tremble in response. The Monkey King felt as though a mountain had descended from the heavens, pinning him down with an unyielding force. With all its might, it struggled, frantically pounding against Chen Fan's tiger paw with its arms. Yet, all was in vain. In the face of such overwhelming strength, its resistance seemed utterly futile, almost laughable. Despair and pleading flickered in the Monkey King's eyes. Chen Fan regarded it with an icy demeanor, then slowly opened his gaping maw. His ivory fangs glimmered with a chilling radiance under the moonlight, exuding an aura of death. In the depths of the Monkey King's eyes, filled with boundless terror, Chen Fan bit down, severing its neck. The sound of splintering bone was crisp and decisive. The Monkey King's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing entirely. Its blood-red pupils rapidly lost their luster, fading into a dull gray. The F-grade beast, the Monkey King, met its demise. Chapter 16. Ascending to F-grade. The terrifying power of tenfold enhancement slowly ebbed from Chen Fan's body like a receding tide. A profound sense of weakness, intertwined with excruciating pain from torn muscles, engulfed him in an instant. Chen Fan's form swayed, nearly toppling to the ground. He gasped for air, hot vapor billowing from his nostrils, forming two distinct misty arrows in the frigid moonlight. A throbbing ache persisted in his head, a lingering effect of the Monkey King's brutal onslaught. His body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his once resplendent fur a dark crimson, matted together in a disheveled state. Yet his golden yellow tiger eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Within them burned an exhilarating fervor for battle and the exquisite ecstasy of tasting victory. He lowered his gaze to the lifeless body of the Monkey King beneath him. The flesh and blood of this F-grade beast were, to him, unparalleled sustenance. However, the time to relish in spoils had not yet come. Chen Fan gradually lifted his head, his cold, murderous gaze shifting toward the opposite side of the battlefield. What met his eyes was a scene of utter carnage. The three surviving poachers had perished. Their bodies lay in tatters, limbs strewn across the ground, crimson blood saturating the earth into a mire. Surrounding their corpses were a dozen smaller monkeys. These monkeys were the remnants of the monkey horde. During the clash between Chen Fan and the Monkey King, they had vented their terror of the colossal tiger upon these already terrified humans. Now, they squatted beside the carcasses, clawing at the flesh, greedily shoving it into their mouths. The rich scent of blood mingled with a repulsive stench, permeating the forest. The monkeys suddenly froze, as if sensing Chen Fan's gaze. They slowly raised their heads, their blood-smeared faces reflecting sheer terror in their small eyes. After a brief silence, a piercing shriek erupted from one of the monkeys. This scream acted as a lit fuse, igniting chaos among the entire monkey horde. All the monkeys, driven to madness, abandoned their meal, emitting a chorus of terrified shrieks as they scurried into the darkness in a frenzied flight. Yet, how could Chen Fan allow them such an opportunity? As he observed the scattered troop of monkeys fleeing in disarray, a glimmer of cold mockery flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Did a mere group of ordinary beasts, lacking even the lowest F grade, truly believe they could slip away from beneath his watchful gaze? With a low, rumbling roar emanating from the depths of his throat, his body, weary from a recent bloody battle, sprang into action once more. Without activating the tenfold enhancement, his physique alone allowed him to move with a speed as swift as a phantom. The dark yellow figure darted through the forest, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Each flicker was accompanied by a piercing scream and the sickening sound of bones being crushed. This was a massacre, an utterly one-sided slaughter devoid of suspense. The monkey's proud climbing abilities appeared laughably inadequate in the face of Chen Fan's terrifying jumping prowess. Their feeble claws could not even leave a scratch upon his tiger hide. Chen Fan resembled an efficient reaper, coldly and precisely harvesting one vibrant life after another. In less than 5 minutes, the cries through the forest had entirely subsided. The last monkey that attempted to ascend a tall tree was caught mid-air by Chen Fan, who violently hurled it against a rock, reducing it to a puddle of mangled flesh. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence once more, save for the heavy sound of Chen Fan's breathing and the rhythmic drip of blood onto the fallen leaves. After confirming that there were no survivors, he wearily made his way back to the corpse of the Monkey King. He paid no heed to the 3 shredded human bodies. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan bent down and sank his teeth into the Monkey King's sturdy neck. With a tearing sound, the resilient flesh yielded easily. Scalding, energy-rich blood surged into his mouth, sending an indescribable sensation of bliss cascading from his taste buds throughout his entire being, akin to parched earth welcoming a refreshing rain. The energy he had lost in battle replenished at an astonishing rate, and even his gruesome wounds began to visibly twitch and heal. Chen Fan's eyes shone with a newfound brilliance. He could no longer restrain himself and began to gulp down mouthfuls of flesh, bones, and entrails. The entire Monkey King, along with the ordinary monkeys, was devoured with the ferocity of a tempest. The cold mechanical prompts echoed chaotically in his mind. The Monkey King's corpse transformed into a torrent of purest energy that enveloped him entirely, while the flesh of the ordinary monkeys flowed like a stream into this powerful surge. Chen Fan could distinctly feel his body undergoing a monumental transformation. His bones, under the onslaught of energy, became harder and denser. His muscles brimmed with explosive power. Even the hue of his black and yellow fur deepened and glistened as if adorned with a layer of flowing metallic sheen. An even more formidable and palpable pressure radiated uncontrollably from him. When the last vestige of energy was fully absorbed, something in Chen Fan's mind shattered with a resounding force. It was an invisible shackle that separated ordinary beasts from F-grade ferocious beasts. In that moment, he had finally crossed the threshold. The system's notification chimed, congratulating him on successfully breaking through to F-grade. Chen Fan slowly rose to his feet, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him, magnitudes greater than before. If he had once been a rushing creek, he was now a roaring river, every gesture infused with the terrifying power to shatter stone. With a triumphant roar that pierced the sky, Chen Fan's cry resonated not merely with primal ferocity, but with a regal authority befitting a ruler. The sound reverberated across the wilderness, causing all creatures in the vicinity of How Mountain to cower and tremble. They understood that a new, more terrifying sovereign had arrived in this forest. Chen Fan surveyed the blood-soaked ground, recognizing it as the former lair of the Monkey King, an ideal location, easily defensible and rich in water sources. Without a hint of modesty, he claimed it as his new domain. 3 days swiftly passed. On a misty morning, Chen Fan moved like a specter through the dense thicket. His massive form traversed the woodland silently, the thick pads of his paws absorbing every sound as if they were the finest shock absorbers. Over these 3 days, he had solidified his F-grade prowess and surveyed the entire perimeter of Hao Mountain. The outskirts were inhabited by ordinary beasts, wild boars, black bears, and solitary wolves. To Chen Fan, these creatures, once perceived as fearsome by ordinary humans, were no different from docile lambs. They could scarcely endure the oppressive aura he exuded, often fleeing in terror long before he drew near. Chen Fan did not seek to hunt them, for his gaze had long since shifted deeper into the heart of Hao Mountain. That was where his true objective lay. As he navigated through a thicket, the landscape abruptly opened up before him. The air was thick with a primal, untamed essence. The trees here towered far above those on the outskirts, their ancient trunks casting a shadow that rendered the sunlight mottled and dim. Chen Fan halted, his amber tiger eyes narrowing as he cautiously scanned the surroundings. The moment he stepped into this realm, his keen senses detected several powerful, yet subtle presences lurking nearby. Each one occupied a distinct position within the depths of Hao Mountain, clearly delineated and mutually respectful, indicating a tacit balance among them. The owners of these auras were each mightier than the former Monkey King. As Chen Fan sensed their presence, those formidable entities simultaneously turned their attention toward him. One exuded a chilling, slippery aura, reminiscent of a serpent lurking in the depths of a swamp. Another radiated a wild, bloodthirsty essence, akin to a ravenous wolf. The last was heavy and stable as a mountain, likely belonging to a colossal bear-like beast. These 3 intangible wills crossed the vast distance, instantaneously converging upon Chen Fan, bringing with them scrutiny, warning, and a profound sense of caution. Evidently, the aura emanating from Chen Fan, which belonged to his kind and was even more domineering and refined, provoked heightened vigilance among them. Instantly, the muscles throughout Chen Fan's body tensed as he entered a combat-ready state. He exerted considerable effort to suppress his own presence, compressing the overwhelming pressure of the Beast King within his being. He sensed that the 3 entities, for the moment, exhibited no intention of launching an immediate attack. They seemed to be assessing the strength of this intruder. This was a silent standoff, a primal probing among formidable beasts. Chen Fan's mind raced with thoughts. With his current strength, combined with the trump card of a tenfold enhancement, he was confident that he could slay any one of them. However, facing 2 or even 3 simultaneously would yield a far more uncertain outcome. Once a beast reaches F rank, it possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. They understand the balance of advantages and disadvantages, and they comprehend the necessity of collaboration against a common foe. If he were to recklessly engage one, it would likely provoke the others to join in the assault, leaving him in a precarious situation. In this unfamiliar forest, being besieged by 3 beasts of equal rank would render even Chen Fan without absolute confidence in escaping unscathed. No, this was too risky. With less than a month remaining until the arrival of Lingxi, he must focus on enhancing his strength rather than engaging in uncertain gambles. With this thought, his fighting spirit gradually subsided. Chen Fan cast a deep glance in the direction from which the 3 presences emanated, firmly etching their locations into his memory. Subsequently, he silently began to withdraw, moving with extreme slowness and caution while remaining vigilant of the 3 entities. The powerful will seemed to sense Chen Fan's intent to retreat, and the pressure locking onto him gradually eased. Ultimately, once Chen Fan had completely exited the depths of Haoshan, those 3 wills receded like a receding tide. A potential clash of kings dissipated without any confrontation. Returning to his territory, Chen Fan felt no sense of despondency. On the contrary, his eyes gleamed with an even more fervent light. The 3 formidable beasts had transformed in his eyes from threats into colossal sources of devouring points. Once my strength increases further, you shall all become my feast. Chen Fan had already formulated his next plan. He would temporarily avoid the sharp edges of Haoshan's depths and begin his development from the periphery by hunting ordinary beasts to accumulate devouring points. He aimed to elevate his strength to the peak of F rank. At that point, confronting those beasts would undoubtedly be far more manageable. In the 3 days that followed, Chen Fan morphed into the most terrifying predator on the outskirts of Haoshan. He no longer exhibited the slightest restraint. The terrifying power of an F-rank beast was displayed in its full glory. His presence permeated every corner of the forest, and the ordinary beasts, under the assault of his claws and fangs, faced but one fate: to be torn apart and subsequently devoured. Within a mere 3 days, the population of beasts on the outskirts of Haoshan diminished by nearly 30%. Simultaneously, Chen Fan's strength surged rapidly amidst this frenzied consumption. accumulating devouring points. He garnered 600 points in total. His overall devouring points reached 2,000. His strength escalated from the initial stage of F rank to the latter stage. He felt the next breakthrough was imminent, yet it was still insufficient. Standing atop a cliff, he gazed down upon the vast expanse of forest, his amber tiger eyes glinting with insatiable desire. At this pace, to ascend to D rank, he would require at least another 1,000 devouring points. It appeared he needed to accelerate his pace. Chapter 18, Zhonglong. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Fan's figure plummeted like a boulder from the cliff, vanishing silently into the dense forest below. A new round of hunting commenced. His silhouette transformed into a streak of black and yellow death lightning. A wild boar, drinking from a stream, barely had time to utter a complete cry of despair before Chen Fan's claw smashed its massive head, splattering blood and entrails across the stream bank. Without a moment's pause, Chen Fan consumed the wild boar's carcass and leaped toward a nearby tree, targeting a trembling deer that was paralyzed by his oppressive presence. This was a slaughter devoid of suspense, a primal and sanguinary feast for evolution. Meanwhile, at Sioux City International Airport, the crowded waiting lounge was filled with an amalgamation of perfume scents and the cacophony of rolling luggage. The appearance of a few figures, however, brought a fleeting silence to the bustling area. At the forefront stood a solemn-faced Huaxia man. He was tall, clad in a black tactical jacket, with his bare arms riddled with ghastly scars resembling grotesque centipedes. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept across the area, emanating an icy chill. This man was Zhonglong, the biological brother of the one-eyed poacher who perished beneath the Monkey King's grasp. Following closely behind him were 4 foreigners, 3 men and 1 woman, each exuding a fierce aura, their temples bulging as they moved with a steady and powerful gait, radiating an air of iron and bloodshed. They resembled wolves that had infiltrated a flock of sheep, their extraordinary presence causing nearby travelers to instinctively hold their breath and step aside. From the moment he disembarked, a frown had remained etched on Zhonglong's brow. 3 days prior, he had been executing a mission in a war-torn nation in Africa when he received a call from his brother, Zhang Hu. In the call, Zhang Hu's voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement and hatred, declaring his intent to seek vengeance against the beasts that had slain their comrades. Zhonglong had initially dismissed it, knowing his brother was impulsive yet astute, with lethal methods. Dealing with a few beasts would be a mere formality. However, 2 days passed, and he could no longer reach his brother's satellite phone. A sense of ominous premonition began to gnaw at his heart like a venomous snake. He immediately aborted his mission, gathering his most trusted companions and boarding the fastest flight back to Huaxia. The group paid no heed to the astonished gazes directed at them as they silently exited the airport and hailed a taxi. To Yi Family Manor, Zhonglong instructed the driver in a somewhat hoarse voice. The driver cautiously glanced at the intimidating passengers through the rearview mirror, refraining from asking any questions as he pressed the accelerator, smoothly merging into traffic. The atmosphere in the car was stifling. Long, relax, a blonde-haired youth finally broke the silence. His name is Jiaku, and he always wears a faintly wicked smile at the corners of his lips. He serves as the demolition expert in Zhonglong's squad. Perhaps it is merely a consequence of poor signal. While Jiaku uttered these words, his azure eyes bore no trace of consolation. Rather, they glimmered with a hint of mockery, relishing the unfolding drama. Zhonglong remained silent, his eyes closed as he leaned against the seat, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. Jiaku, silence yourself, commanded a robust African-American man seated in the front passenger seat. His name is Titan, the heavy artillery specialist of the team. He turned to glare at Jiaku, his voice deep and thunderous. We are all aware of Zhang Hu's capabilities. His meticulous nature and wealth of experience make it impossible for him to vanish without a trace for so long. Titan's tone paused, his expression growing somber. I suggest you prepare for the worst. This statement struck Zhonglong like a heavy hammer, causing a barely perceptible tremor to course through his body. The atmosphere within the vehicle seemed to solidify. Hey, comrades, let us not be so pessimistic, interjected another Caucasian man seated beside Jiaku. His name is Kueishi, the squad's sharpshooter and observer, currently toying with an oddly shaped coin, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Have you not heard? The world has become increasingly intriguing of late. Kueishi's words successfully captured everyone's attention. Kueishi, from which black market site have you gleaned this gossip? Jiaku raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. This is no mere rumor, Kueishi replied, his expression turning serious. Recently, in Ingwa, Xiongwa, and even in this very land beneath our feet, peculiar beasts exhibiting, shall we say, mutations have begun to emerge. Their strength, speed, and even intelligence far exceed our previous understandings. In an effort to prevent societal panic, the higher-ups in various countries have suppressed these reports. Koichi lowered his voice, excitement flickering in his eyes. I have received absolutely credible intelligence. Several powerful nations have clandestinely formed specialized teams to capture these creatures, which they have dubbed ferocious beasts, striving to decipher the secrets of life evolution from their genes and create epic-making super serums. Boom. Koichi's words detonated like a bomb within the confined space of the vehicle. Jiaku and Tai Tan's breathing instantly quickened. As men who danced on the edge of peril, their instincts for danger were far sharper than those of ordinary folk. They understood the immense interest concealed behind this world-altering secret. Currently, in the underground black market of Ingwa, a mere F-class ferocious beast gene sample can fetch 30 million US dollars. Koichi extended 3 fingers, his tone laced with temptation. If it were a complete F-class ferocious beast corpse, the price could easily surpass 100 million. Furthermore, it is a market with no supply. Hiss. Jieko inhaled sharply. His blue eyes ignited with a greedy flame. Over $100 million. This sum of money would allow their band of mercenaries to indulge in a life of luxury anywhere in the world until their twilight years. Therefore, Jieko licked his dry lips, his gaze fixed fervently upon the rapidly retreating streets outside. My dear Long, I find myself hoping that your brother has indeed encountered one of these beasts. If he has perished at the hands of an F-class ferocious beast, our journey to Huaxiao might transform into a treasure hunt. Jieko's voice brimmed with unabashed excitement and avarice. Chapter 19. The Vengeful Zhang Longbang. The heavy copper doors slowly swung inward, pushed open by 2 black-clad bodyguards. Zhang Long stepped inside, followed closely by Jiaku and the others. A melange of exquisite fragrances, mingling the scents of rare perfumes and fresh grass, enveloped them, as the estate's ambience starkly contrasted with the chaos outside. The meticulously manicured lawn, uniquely shaped rare trees, and the brightly lit European-style villa in the distance all testified to the owner's immense wealth and exceptional taste. Yet, this luxury could not dispel the palpable aura of menace surrounding Zhang Long and his companions. They resembled blades freshly drawn from a pool of blood, sharp and chilling. An elderly butler, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat with meticulously groomed hair, awaited them at the villa's entrance. A flicker of barely perceptible fear crossed his eyes upon seeing Zhang Long and his party, but his professional demeanor quickly reasserted itself. Gentlemen, please follow me, he said, bowing slightly and gesturing for them to proceed, his voice steady yet tinged with an unmistakable tremor. Navigating through the opulent hall, they arrived at a spacious study. Seated behind a rosewood desk was a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, his demeanor refined as he leisurely savored a cup of fragrant tea. He was Yi Hong, the current head of the Yi family. As Zhang Long and his companions entered, Yi Hong gently set down his teacup and raised his gaze. His eyes lingered for a moment on Zhang Long's scarred arm before sweeping over the imposing figures of Jiaku and the others. Yi Hong's pupils involuntarily constricted. Having spent much time in power, he had encountered countless individuals and could instantly discern that these men were no ordinary adversaries. You are Zhang Long. Zhang Long offered no reply, simply pulling out a chair and sitting down with an air of command. His icy gaze fixed on Yi Hong, scrutinizing him like prey. The atmosphere in the study plummeted to frigid levels. A barely perceptible furrow appeared on Yi Hong's brow, yet he refrained from reacting. He understood that conventional intimidation would hold no sway over such desperate individuals. I regret to inform you about your brother Zhang Hu. Yi Hong sighed, a well-measured expression of sorrow gracing his features. I admit that it was I who funded his expedition to Haoshan, requesting him to procure some unique game for me. The last I heard from him was 3 days ago. He mentioned that his previous companions had fallen victim to a group of monkeys, and he intended to venture into the mountains to exact vengeance for his brothers. Yi Hong recounted the events candidly. He recognized that with such individuals, any form of concealment or deceit could lead to perilous consequences. Upon hearing the word vengeance, Zhang Long's body trembled violently. His fists, tightly clenched, cracked audibly from the intense pressure. Yi Hong observed Zhang Long's reaction with keen interest, secretly relieved. His greatest fear was that Zhang Long would lash out without seeking the truth. As long as there was still room for reason, hope remained. Mr. Zhang, I have collaborated with Zhang Hu for many years, and our relationship has always been amicable. His misfortune weighs heavily on my heart. Yi Hong spoke sincerely. He retrieved a check from his drawer and slid it across the table to Zhang Long. Here is 500,000 Huaxia yuan. I wish to hire you to enter Haoshan and seek out Zhang Hu to avenge him. Jiaku, standing behind Zhang Long, was the first unable to contain his laughter. His mirth was rife with unabashed scorn and disdain. Titan and Viper both wore expressions of amusement. 500,000 Huaxia coins. To the average person, this amount might seem substantial. However, for these internationally renowned elite mercenaries, it was hardly enough to bridge a gap. Their commissions for a single mission were typically calculated in millions of US dollars. Yihang's countenance darkened instantaneously. He had not anticipated that the price he offered would be regarded as utterly inconsequential by them. Money was no longer a concern for him. Zhang Long finally spoke. His voice raspy as if two rusted iron sheets were scraping against each other. He fixed his cold, piercing gaze upon Yihang. My brother died because of you. I shall take vengeance myself. I require weaponry. The finest weaponry. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see the items. His words left no room for negotiation, resembling an order that could not be defied. Yihang's heart sank heavily. He understood he had no alternative. All right, he nodded with difficulty. By 8 tomorrow morning. The items will be prepared. Zhang Long stood up, casting one last glance at Yihang before he turned and exited the room. After the group departed, Yihang seemed to deflate, slumping back into his chair. He reached for a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. Master, the old steward entered, concern etched on his face. Go. Yihang's voice trembled slightly. Contact the black market in Sioux City. No matter the cost, procure the items they require for me. The following day, at dawn, when Zhang Long and his party arrived once more at the Yi family estate, 5 heavy military equipment cases were neatly arranged on the lawn in front of the villa. Yihang stood to the side, his complexion pale, clearly having spent a sleepless night. Zhang Long stepped forward and opened one of the cases. Inside lay a pitch-black assault rifle, accompanied by several magazines brimming with ammunition. The faint scent of machine oil still lingered. It was brand-new military gear. Jack and the others quickly approached to open the remaining cases. High-precision sniper rifles, large-caliber handguns, tactical daggers, high-explosive grenades, and even a portable rocket launcher were included. The quality of the equipment far exceeded their expectations. It appeared that the Yi family wielded considerable influence. Jack bent down to pick up the sniper rifle, expertly examining its functionality, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The group silently equipped themselves with the weapons. A chilling aura enveloped the estate. Let us move. Zhang Long slung the rifle over his shoulder and coldly uttered 2 words before being the first to board the prepped off-road vehicle. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Haoshan, a roar filled with anguish and defiance echoed through the dense forest, abruptly ceasing. Chen Fan shook off the blood on his tiger claw, his amber pupils gleaming with coldness. Beneath him lay a roe deer, its skull shattered, brain matter mingling with blood, staining a large patch of earth crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan bent down and began to devour it hungrily. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The rich scent of blood tantalized his taste buds, causing the power within him to surge once more. He could distinctly feel every cell in his body rejoicing and exulting. The barrier leading to degrade had become precariously unstable. Just a bit more. Chen Fan raised his head, gazing deep into the forest, a glint of yearning flickering in his eyes. One more day? At most, one more day, and I shall break through. By then, no creature in this vast mountain shall pose a threat to my existence. Chapter 20. Setting the Trap. At the foot of Haoshan, the off-road vehicle halted before a rugged mountain path. Zhang Long and his companions disembarked, looking up at the undulating mountains shrouded in morning mist. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of even a single bird call. Something felt amiss. Viper, the sniper and observer, furrowed his brow. Having traversed jungles and mountains across the globe for years, he possessed an instinct for environmental changes akin to that of a beast. It was too quiet. This forest was unnaturally silent. It seems your brother stirred something far from ordinary. Jack whistled, his face betraying no sign of tension, rather an excitement. Let us go? Zhang Long ignored their comments, drawing his tactical dagger from his waist and plunging into the thicket. The group formed a combat formation, swiftly following in silence, like phantoms seamlessly blending into their surroundings. Time slipped by, and soon it was noon. The mist in the forest began to dissipate, and the scorching sun filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows. A scent of blood. Zhang Long, at the forefront, suddenly halted. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint, putrid scent of blood wafting from a nearby hollow in the mountain. His gaze sharpened instantly. He signaled for the group to slow down, cautiously moving toward the source of the scent. Before long, they arrived at Chen Fan's lair. The acrid smell of blood and decay emanated from behind a massive boulder not far from the lair. Zhang Long's heart tightened. He stepped forward, slowly advancing toward the boulder. each step feeling as though he were treading on his own heart. Upon rounding the boulder and beholding the scene behind it, he froze. Scattered behind the boulder were several corpses that had begun to rot, their remains mangled by wild animals. Yet, from the tattered clothing and the familiar scar on one of the corpses' brow, Zhang Long recognized his brother, Zhang Hu, at once. Alongside him lay the few brothers he had brought up the mountain. A primal roar, stifled yet filled with unending pain and hatred, erupted from the depths of Zhang Long's throat. His knees buckled, collapsing to the ground as he slammed his fist into the earth. The hard ground yielded to his blow, forming a shallow crater. Blood streamed from between his fingers. Jack and the others stood silently behind him. They were accustomed to life and death. Yet even they could sense the nearly palpable anguish and murderous intent radiating from Zhang Long. Jack, check it out. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Long gradually rose. His voice hoarse and barely recognizable. His face bore no expression, only a chilling silence. Understood. Jack nodded, donning gloves and meticulously examining the surrounding environment. He scrutinized the wounds on the corpses and inspected the disturbed soil beneath them. Jack rose to his feet, his expression turning somber. Judging by the level of decomposition of the corpse, it had been deceased for 2 to 3 days. Nearby lay the lair of that beast. Jack gestured towards the direction of Chen Fan's den. At this moment, it was likely out foraging. Zhang Long's voice was devoid of warmth. Set the traps. I want to flay it alive. His gaze was fixed on the direction of Chen Fan's lair, where a frenzied flame burned with the potential to consume everything. Understood. Jack, Titan, and Viper exchanged glances filled with a fervent intensity. They were not motivated by vengeance for Zhang Hu. What truly mattered to them was that beast, worth over $100 million. The group swiftly sprang into action, each fulfilling their designated role. Titan was responsible for placing high-energy explosives at critical locations around the area. Viper ascended a cliff with a clear vantage point and set up his sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Jack concealed himself in the nearby thicket, laying several pressure-triggered traps. Their movements were fluid and coordinated, clearly the result of countless rehearsals. In less than half an hour, an intricate web of traps was established. Dragon, all set. Jack reported via radio to Zhang Long, who was hidden in a secluded thicket. The group held their breath, patiently awaiting the return of their prey. The forest once again fell into an oppressive silence. Hey, Viper. Jack lowered his voice and inquired through the communication channel. Are you certain we can handle that behemoth? His tone carried an unmistakable hint of anxiety. After all, it was a terrifying presence capable of instantaneously annihilating Zhang Hu and his crew. Fear not. Viper's voice resonated through the earpiece, imbued with his characteristic confidence. No matter how formidable the beast, it remains a creature of flesh and blood. It cannot withstand bullets, nor can it endure explosives. Under our firepower, its only fate is death. Upon hearing Viper's assessment, Jack felt a wave of calm wash over him. Ecstasy and greed surged within him once more. Titan, listen. Jack licked his lips, excitement bubbling forth. Depending on the situation, if we can eliminate it with gunfire, refrain from detonating the explosives. We must not ruin that beautiful hide. It's worth a fortune. At this remark, a chorus of disdainful gasps echoed through the communication channel. Even the typically reticent Zhang Long could not suppress a frown. This Jack seems unable to think of anything beyond money. Time trickled by during the oppressive silence of their wait. The light in the forest dimmed as the sun sank in the west. Twilight spread like a tide from the depths of the mountain hollow, gradually consuming the last vestiges of light. The temperature began to drop. A chill swept through the forest, rustling the treetops with a mournful sound. Jack shifted restlessly, the damp earth mingling with the scent of decaying leaves in the thicket, causing him discomfort. He licked his cracked lips, the greed and excitement within him having been eroded by the prolonged wait, replaced by an intensifying sense of unease and agitation. Damn it. That beast hasn't changed its den, has it? He muttered under his breath in the communication channel, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Silence. Zhang Long's icy voice pierced through like a poisoned dagger, immediately striking Jack's eardrum. Jack shivered, instantly silencing himself. He could sense an overwhelming wave of murderous intent emanating from those two simple words. The mountain forest once again succumbed to a suffocating stillness. Chapter 21. The Breath of Death. Meanwhile, on the other side of the outer expanse of Haoshan, a sharp tiger claw tore through thick fur, embedding deeply into flesh. A black-furred wild boar, weighing 300 kilograms, was unable to emit even a cry before its massive head was forcefully pressed into the earth by an overwhelming force. Its limbs thrashed wildly, clawing at the ground, but all was in vain. Chen Fan's amber eyes reflected the dying struggles of his prey, his expression devoid of any emotion. He opened his gaping maw, accurately severing the wild boar's thick neck. Warm blood gushed forth, staining his mouth and nose. Consumption points 15. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Chen Fan did not pause, immediately tearing into the flesh, devouring. Muscles, organs, bones, everything transformed into pure energy under his formidable digestive capabilities, surging through his limbs. At that moment, an unprecedented, volcanic surge of terrifying energy erupted from the depths of his being. Boom. Chen Fan felt as if his body had been instantaneously inflated like a balloon. Every inch of muscle swelled uncontrollably, every bone creaked under the strain. The searing pain threatened to tear apart his consciousness, yet he gritted his teeth, allowing the tumultuous energy to wash over and reshape his form. His body began to expand at a visible rate. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. His already imposing figure surged to an astounding and terrifying size. The dark stripes on his fur seemed to pulse with a mysterious power. Muscles bulged like granite, exuding explosive strength. His amber eyes now shimmered with a chilling golden light, exuding both majesty and indifference. D-class. He had succeeded. The excruciating pain within him receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. Chen Fan could distinctly perceive that his physical attributes had multiplied by dozens. Now, if he were to encounter that F-class Monkey King again, he wouldn't even need to activate the tenfold enhancement. He had absolute confidence that with just one strike, he could reduce its laughable defenses, along with its body, to mere pulp. Should he activate the tenfold enhancement? A flicker of fervor crossed Chen Fan's eyes. Within D-class, he would have no rivals. With a thought, he opened the system's personal page. Ultimate Consumption Evolution System, 091. Host, Chen Fan. Species, Huaxia Northeast Tiger. Level, Early D-class. Age, 2 years. Weight, 450 kilograms. Ability, tenfold enhancement. Consumption points, 3,000, 5,000. Current time, September 1st, 2025, 26 days until the first Lingxi assault. Gazing at the 2,000 points needed to reach 5,000. Chen Fan felt a surge of intense anticipation. He was curious about what rewards the system would bestow upon reaching 5,000 points. Would it be a new ability? Or perhaps an evolution of his bloodline? With this thought, Chen Fan raised his massive head, directing his gaze deep into the heart of Haoshan. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of dense forest and darkness, settling upon a specific area. In that region resided 3 fearsome beasts, each at D rank. They were the true sovereigns of this vast mountain. If he could devour them, his points of consumption would undoubtedly surpass 5,000. A clear thought took shape in Chen Fan's mind. Tomorrow, he would venture deep into the mountain to eliminate those 3 creatures. On his return to the lair, a scene buried deep within his past memories resurfaced in his mind. It was a colossal wolf, overshadowing the city's ruins, howling towards the heavens. Beneath it lay countless human corpses and the fallen Sioux city. The B-rank late-stage Wolf King. Chen Fan could now ascertain that the Wolf King, which had caused immense slaughter in his previous life, was one of the 3D-rank beasts lurking deep within the mountain. However, he knew that during the first arrival of the Lingxi, the concentration of spiritual energy was insufficient for a D-rank beast to leap 2 major ranks to reach late-stage B rank. There had to be unforeseen circumstances at play. Could it be that the Wolf King had gained other opportunities before the arrival of the Lingxi? Chen Fan shook his massive head, temporarily suppressing these chaotic thoughts. If he could not comprehend it, he would not dwell on it. Regardless of the Wolf King's opportunities, as long as he could eliminate it before it matured, all threats would cease to exist. Soon, the familiar lair came into view. However, just as he was about to step within its bounds, Chen Fan's pace suddenly halted. His golden eyes constricted into 2 dangerous pinpoints. A potent aura of hostility emanated from him. Something was amiss. A faint, unfamiliar scent belonging to humans lingered in the air. Though it was nearly masked by the damp earth of the forest, it could not escape his extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Even though Zhang Long and his comrades were experienced elite mercenaries, their handling of the scene was impeccable, leaving no visible traces. Yet, a scent cannot be erased. An ambush. Slowly, Chen Fan turned his enormous head, his cold and indifferent gaze sweeping through the surrounding darkness, akin to a radar. My God! A tremulous exclamation from Jack echoed through the communication channel. When the massive creature emerged from the shadows into view, everyone's breath caught in their throats. It was colossal. The tiger's size exceeded their understanding of the species. Over 5 meters in length, its form exuded a beauty of power, with smooth muscle lines concealing a terrifying explosive force capable of tearing everything apart. This was no mere beast. It was an unequivocal monster. Jack's voice, strained with shock and fear, turned sharp. Wasn't he that old bastard Yihong saying that Zhang Hu and the others were killed by a pack of monkeys? Where on earth did this tiger come from? However, before his curses could finish, the giant tiger, standing silently in the darkness, moved. Without any forewarning. Its massive body transformed into a bolt of black lightning, making not a single sound, like a specter, charging towards a hidden corner. That direction. Zhang Long's pupils constricted. It was exposed. Open fire. He let out a thunderous roar, abandoning all pretense of concealment, springing up from the bushes, his assault rifle unleashing a torrent of furious fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Jack reacted as well, raising his weapon and unleashing a frenzy of gunfire at the black shadow. Bullets tore through the night like a torrential storm, whistling towards their target. Damn it! Perched upon the cliff, Viper locked onto the rapidly moving figure with his high-powered scope. Yet, to his horror, he realized the creature's speed surpassed his wildest imagination. It was not a straightforward dash, but a wild, cunning zigzag pattern. His crosshairs could never fully lock onto it. This left him, a renowned sniper, engulfed in an unprecedented sense of humiliation and fear. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan's speed was astonishing. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Long's shout, he had crossed dozens of meters, arriving at the hidden corner. There, a voluptuous blonde female mercenary sat, dazed, huddled in the shadows. When her eyes met his cold, emotionless golden vertical pupils, her mind blanked. All the combat experience and techniques honed over years on the brink of death crumbled in the face of that primal fear stemming from the instinct for survival. She even forgot to pull the trigger. A foreigner? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Fan's eyes. Yet, that surprise quickly vanished, replaced by an even colder intent to kill. Regardless of who these people were, if they came to take his life, they were enemies. He would show no mercy to foes. With a low growl emanating from deep within his throat, he raised his paw, larger than a sandbag, its claws sharp as hooks glimmering ominously in the dim light. The breath of death approached. The female mercenary finally snapped back to reality from her overwhelming fear. She screamed, instinctively pulling the trigger. Da-da-da. The bullets shot towards Chen Fan's face at close range. However, a scene of despair unfolded before her. Chen Fan's massive body twisted at an angle defying the laws of physics. All the bullets grazed his fur, embedding themselves into the ground behind him. Without pausing, that paw, imbued with immense power, came crashing down. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding thud echoed. Blood, shredded flesh, and bone fragments mixed with brain matter exploded outward. The female mercenary did not even have time for a complete scream. She was reduced to a blurred, unrecognizable mass of meat. The air thickened with the stench of blood, instantly enveloping Zhang Long, Jack, Titan, and the others. All their movements froze. An indescribable chill surged from their spines to the crown of their heads. A heavy, fear-laden haze engulfed their hearts. What kind of monster was this? Chapter 22. Mutual Destruction. The brief moment of dazedness lasted less than half a second. The shadow of death poured down like icy water, awakening the nearly frozen nerves of Zhang Long and his companions. They were not lambs awaiting slaughter. They were desperate men who danced on the edge of the blade. Fear was acceptable, but surrender was not in their vocabulary. Scatter. Suppress with firepower. Zhang Long's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable ferocity. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, his rifle shifting its aim mid-roll. Jack and Titan were equally swift in their responses. Between the three of them lay a bond forged over countless years through blood and sacrifice. A mere glance or gesture was sufficient to convey their intentions. The staccato of gunfire echoed, followed by the explosive reports of bullets. Two fiery dragons interlaced to form a deadly web, descending upon Chen Fan. The bullets tore through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the ground around Chen Fan, sending dirt flying and foliage snapping. Meanwhile, the burly Titan abruptly produced a remote control from his waist. His thumb pressed down hard on the crimson button. A deafening roar erupted as several high-energy explosives buried near the entrance of Chen Fan's lair detonated in an instant. A terrifying shockwave, mingled with searing heat and countless steel pellets, swept outward in all directions. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the dark forest as if it were day. The massive explosion reverberated, causing the entire woodland to hum, scattering countless nocturnal birds. Die, you accursed beast! Jack shouted, frantically pulling the trigger while hurling curses. His face was stripped of its previous greed and arrogance, replaced by a twisted mask of terror. Yihong, you old bastard. When I return, I will flay you alive. I swear. His covetous thoughts of the substantial bounty had morphed into the most vicious of curses. In the face of imminent death, wealth and status became utterly worthless. His sole desire now was to survive, to escape this damned place. The trio continued to shoot and retreat, constantly shifting positions in an effort to utilize crossfire to slow the monster's advance. Viper, respond. Zhang Long roared into the communicator. We need sniper cover. Suppress it. We're preparing to retreat. He gasped for breath, the veins on his forehead bulging. However, the communication channel was met with an ominous silence, only the sound of static. A chilling premonition coiled around Zhang Long's heart like a venomous serpent. Atop the cliff, the night breeze rustled the leaves. Viper lay against the cold rocks, his body trembling uncontrollably. Through the high-powered scope, he witnessed the unfolding chaos below. The female mercenary reduced to pulp and Zhang Long's trio engaged in a desperate fight for survival. His finger rested on the trigger, yet he hesitated. It was not a lack of will, but a paralyzing fear. In the scope, the monstrous tiger emerged from the explosion-esque light, exuding an aura of divine ferocity. It did not withstand the onslaught. Instead, it moved with an uncanny grace, weaving effortlessly through the hail of bullets and chaos of explosions. Each leap and dodge was executed with utmost precision, as if it could predict the trajectory of every bullet, discerning every blind spot of the blasts. This was not mere instinct. It was a transcendent combat intelligence that surpassed their own. Viper felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his back drenched in cold sweat. Run! The thought screamed in his mind, consuming all else. This creature was beyond their capacity to confront. As for his companions, a cold resolve flickered in Viper's eyes. An ancient Chinese saying came to mind, better to let a friend die than oneself. Silently, he stowed away his sniper rifle, offering no warning or even severing communication. Like a gecko, he stealthily adhered to the rock face, retreating swiftly towards the far side of the cliff. The battle raged below, but for Chen Fan, it felt like a tiresome game. The ferocity of the humans' attacks, though seemingly fierce, could scarcely graze his fur. His D-grade physique endowed him with unparalleled speed and reflexes. The bullets, appearing to him as if in slow motion, posed no threat whatsoever. As for the explosions, he had already calculated the safest zones and evaded them well in advance. Flames danced upon his fur, the shockwaves tousled his dark stripes. Chen Fan's figure darted through the smoke and fire. Within mere seconds, he had traversed the gunfire's blockade, silently materializing before Zhang Long and his companions. When that despairingly massive silhouette completely obstructed their escape, the gunfire ceased abruptly. Zhang Long, Jack, and Titan stood frozen, as if time had paused, their movements stilled. They stared, horrified, at the ancient beast before them. Its over 5-meter-long body radiated an overwhelming sense of power. Muscles coiled like steel glistened under the glow of flames. Its golden, slit-like eyes were cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. From the depths of those eyes, Zhang Long discerned a hint of mockery, akin to a cat toying with a soon-to-be slain mouse. This was the predator's most pure and cruel contempt for its prey. A wave of indescribable humiliation, mixed with boundless rage, shattered Zhang Long's last vestige of rationality. Who were they? They were the world's elite mercenaries, the hands of God hired by countless politicians and tycoons. They traversed the shadows of the world, their hands stained with blood, yet reaping endless glory and wealth. Never had they endured such humiliation. Treated as mere playthings by a beast. Aya! Zhang Long let out a primal roar, his eyes burning with fury. Fire! Kill him! He raised his rifle once more, unleashing the remaining bullets in a frenzy. Jack and Titan, engulfed by this madness, echoed his cries, aiming their final, futile shots at the looming Chen Fan. The bullets struck against Chen Fan's impenetrable fur, ringing out like a series of chimes. Aside from a few insignificant sparks, not even a mark was left behind. Despair washed over them like a tidal wave. Let us perish together, you beast. A look of resolute madness appeared on Jack's face. His hand shot towards a detonator at his waist, their last trump card. They had buried numerous directional mines around their previous hiding spot. Once detonated, countless steel pellets and fragments would sweep across dozens of meters in a fan-shaped arc. At such close range, survival was an impossibility for them. Together, they would descend into hell. Jack's visage contorted in a grimace. He exerted every ounce of strength to press the button that signified annihilation. Chapter 23. The Terrifying Behemoth? There was neither delay nor forewarning. Death descended at the very instant the button was pressed. Boom. A fireball, more intense and ferocious than before, erupted violently. Several directional explosive devices detonated simultaneously. Thousands of steel pellets and shrapnel, propelled by the relentless shockwave, coalesced into an impenetrable, fan-shaped storm of death, swiftly engulfing all in its path. The earth trembled violently. Soil, flora, rubble, along with Zhang Long and Titan's bodies, yet to reveal further expressions, were torn apart into their most primitive fragments. The grimace on Jack's face was forever frozen in that final moment. His body was consumed by the hellish flames he had unleashed, leaving not a single intact bone behind, a mere fraction of a second after pressing the button. The deafening roar transformed into a visible wave of sound, spreading across the vast mountains. Within the depths of the forest, countless awakened beasts emitted terrified cries, scattering in panic. Even several kilometers away, on the perimeter highway of Haoshan, drivers of late-night vehicles noticed the unusual commotion. A colossal blaze shot skyward in the direction of the mountain, illuminating half the night sky in a fiery orange hue. What on earth? Is there a fire in the mountains? An explosion? Is it a military exercise? The noise is overwhelming. Many drivers slammed on their brakes, pulling over onto the emergency lane, uncertainly retrieving their phones to capture the spectacle of flames. The core area of the explosion had already transformed into a desolate wasteland. The acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with the odor of charred flesh, inducing nausea. As the flames gradually subsided, dense smoke billowed. In the midst of an eerie silence, two faint golden glimmers began to emerge from the depths of the dust. Soon after, a colossal and oppressive silhouette stepped forth from the smoke. It was Chen Fan. At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled. His sleek black and yellow fur bore numerous scorch marks from the intense heat, with several deformed steel pellets embedded deep within his sinewy muscles, oozing droplets of blood. Intense pain stimulated every nerve in his body. Yet, within his golden vertical pupils, there was not a hint of suffering, only a profound indifference. The instant Jack pressed the detonator, an unprecedented sense of crisis pierced Chen Fan's soul like a needle. Without hesitation, he activated tenfold amplification. His speed, strength, reflexes, and even his defensive capabilities surged to terrifying levels in an instant. With all his might, he lunged toward the weakest point he sensed from the rear. Nevertheless, the overwhelming barrage of death still inflicted wounds upon him. Though merely superficial, it was not fatal to his resilient vitality. Yet, it served as a stark reminder. He had underestimated the potency of human weaponry and overestimated his current strength. The D-class physique was not invincible. In the face of sufficient firepower, it could still sustain injuries or even perish. A twinge of fear, intertwined with a fierce killing intent, surged within him. He slowly surveyed the chaotic wasteland before him. Those three humans had been utterly erased from this world. But Chen Fan's nostrils twitched slightly. In the air, amidst the thick smell of gunpowder and the dissipated life forces of the three, there was a fourth. This presence was steeped in fear and panic. Moreover, it was rapidly fleeing. There was another. Chen Fan lifted his head, his cold gaze directed towards the cliff where he had previously spied. Atop the cliff, the viper slithered and crawled, filled with boundless dread. The earth-shattering explosion behind him did not offer a shred of safety. Instead, it instilled a sense of impending doom. He understood the power of the explosive devices. They were terrifying traps capable of reducing a light armored vehicle to mere fragments. Yet he dared not look back. A primal instinct, honed by his status as a top-tier assassin, frantically warned him. The monster had not perished. He had to flee, with every ounce of strength. He needed to escape this forest haunted by a demon. He stumbled towards the concealed off-road vehicle, flung open the door, and without pausing to catch his breath, ignited the engine, racing towards the outskirts of Haoshan. Shortly after his escape, a massive black silhouette, like a specter, silently emerged from his previous hiding spot. Chen Fan lowered his head, inhaling the residual scent on the ground. Then, he lifted his gaze towards the direction the tire tracks extended, his golden pupils gleaming with lethal intent. With a screech, the sound of tires grinding against the asphalt erupted. A black off-road vehicle, like a wild beast unshackled, barreled out from the mountain path and onto the highway. The commotion startled the drivers who had been watching and filming from the roadside. What on earth? Is he crazy? This person has lost their mind. Exclamations of disbelief erupted around him. Yet, the Viper paid no heed, flooring the accelerator, desperately maneuvering the steering wheel, eager to blend into the traffic and escape this unforgettable nightmare. However, at that very moment, a roar filled with infinite authority and ferocity erupted from the mountains behind him. This sound seemed not to travel through the air, but resonated directly within the depths of every soul. The reverberation drowned out the cacophony of the bustling highway. The Viper's hand trembled on the steering wheel. The twisted face, contorted by fear, instantly drained of color, leaving behind a deathly pallor. He recognized it. It was the voice of that monster. It had not died. It was truly alive. It was pursuing him. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, as the Viper felt as though his heart might explode from the force of that roar. "Hurry! Faster!" he screamed hysterically, pounding the steering wheel, wishing he could equip the vehicle with wings. Meanwhile, other drivers on the highway were collectively stunned by the sudden tiger's roar. What was that sound? A tiger? How could there be tigers in Haoshan? Bewilderment and astonishment were etched on every face. Instinctively, they turned their gazes and phone cameras towards the source of the sound. In the next second, all movements froze. Their pupils dilated to the extreme. There, at the intersection of the forest and the highway, a colossal creature, one they had only seen in cinematic special effects, if even that, slowly emerged from the darkness, over 5 meters in length. Its terrifying body displayed fluid muscle lines brimming with explosive power. The dark, kingly stripes glimmered under the headlights, emanating an aura of majesty and mystery. It bore traces of gunpowder and specks of blood, yet rather than diminishing its might, it augmented the iron-blooded ferocity of one emerging from a sea of corpses. Especially notable were its golden vertical pupils, cold, indifferent, and surveying all life below. It seemed that in its eyes, the metal boxes and insignificant humans before it were no different from the ants by the roadside. Tom appeared to stand still at that moment. The atmosphere seemed to be solidified by an invisible, domineering presence. Some timid drivers, their legs giving way, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, those with greater courage, though equally petrified and drenched in cold sweat, instinctively gripped their phones tightly, directing their lenses toward the monstrous beast. Chen Fan paid no heed to these fragile, ordinary people. His gaze, akin to the most precise radar, swiftly locked onto the black SUV that was frantically fleeing. He had found it. With a sudden surge of power in his limbs, he propelled himself forward. Bang! The hard asphalt surface yielded beneath his formidable strength, leaving 4 distinct paw prints, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. His body transformed into a streak of black lightning, imperceptible to the naked eye, surging towards the SUV. The Viper, through the rearview mirror, glimpsed the swiftly approaching specter of death, and his final psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Letting out a desperate scream, he frantically twisted the steering wheel. Yet, all was in vain. The roar of the car's engine was mere child's play compared to Chen Fan's extraordinary speed. Within the span of 2 breaths, he had caught up to the SUV. Without any flamboyant maneuvers, he simply raised his enormous paw, larger than the car's hood, and struck down upon its front. Boom! The sound echoed. The sturdy car hood crumpled under the force of his paw, twisting and deforming as if it were made of paper. The inner workings of the engine reduced to scrap metal by the violent impact. The speeding SUV was struck by an invisible hammer, its front end plummeting, the rear end soaring high as it rolled across the ground, sparking fiercely before crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. Inside the vehicle, the Viper was thrown into disarray, bloodied and dazed. He struggled to crawl out through the shattered window, still clutching a handgun. Raising his head, he was met with the unfeeling golden vertical pupils mere inches away. No. He raised the gun, attempting a final act of defiance. However, Chen Fan offered him no further opportunity. His massive paw descended once more. With a soft sound, the Viper's body, along with the gun, was driven into the asphalt, becoming an indistinguishable puddle of flesh and blood. Having completed this act, Chen Fan indifferently withdrew his paw. He did not spare a glance at the pile of remains, but turned away, disregarding the ordinary people who had been petrified on the highway. Stepping back into the engulfing darkness of the mountains, his colossal figure soon vanished into the depths of the forest, as if he had never existed. Only when the suffocating sense of oppression dissipated did the deathly silence of the highway break. It was unclear who retched first, but it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The sounds of vomiting, cries, the ignition of car engines, and the shrieks of tires all blended into chaos. Everyone frantically dove into their vehicles, hastily fleeing this terror-stricken locale that would be etched in their memories forever. Chapter 24, Viral Sensation. Half an hour later, in a luxurious apartment within a high-end community, a young man with black-framed glasses sat pale-faced in front of his computer, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He was one of the brave souls who had filmed the entire ordeal on the highway with his phone. He stared at the video just uploaded on the screen, his heart racing. With trembling fingers, he typed the title, Midnight Horror. Haoshan Highway, Prehistoric Beast Emerges. Visual proof. He clicked send. Initially, the video did not create much of a stir. After all, the internet was rife with clickbait videos. This must be fake, right? The special effects are impressive. The uploader must be desperate for attention. The initial comments were filled with skepticism. However, as more viewers clicked on the video, the tide of commentary shifted dramatically. Though the footage was shaky due to the uploader's extreme fear, The crucial scenes were exceptionally clear. The gigantic tiger emerging from the forest, the rapidly approaching shadow, the SUV being sent tumbling by a single blow, and finally, the indifferent departure of the beast. Each frame was imbued with unparalleled visual impact. My goodness, this ISNT special effects. Look at the cracks in the road. And that vehicle. The license plate number is Jiang AXXXXX. Can anyone trace the owner? Is this real? Do such monsters truly exist in our world? That size must be at least 5 or 6 meters long, right? Is that a tiger? Is that a baby Godzilla? Panic, shock, excitement, and doubt all ignited a whirlwind of emotions across the internet. The video's view count skyrocketed exponentially. In 10 minutes, it reached 100,000. In half an hour, 3 million. In 1 hour, it surpassed 10 million. The term Haoshan Divine Tiger rocketed to the top of trending lists across major social media platforms. The entire internet of Huaxiao erupted into a frenzy in the dead of night. Meanwhile, in the western suburbs of Kyoto, at the Ancient Nations Gene Research Institute, deep within the underground A-level experimental area, the outside world's clamor was inaudible. Only the monotonous hum of precision instruments filled the air, mingled with the cold scent of disinfectant and metal. Tick-tock. Zheng Ruoxi adjusted her black-framed glasses, her focus unwavering on the cell samples beneath the microscope. Clad in a fitted white lab coat, with her short hair neatly styled, she exuded an air of cold determination. On the massive glass wall behind her, a cascade of complex data flowed like a waterfall, revealing the deepest secrets of human genetics. Suddenly, a rapid and forceful knocking shattered the laboratory's tranquility. Laced with an undeniable urgency, Zheng Ruoxi's brow furrowed slightly. She disliked being disturbed during her work. Come in. Her voice was as cold and devoid of emotion as the air around her. The door swung open, and a young staff member peeked in, his face betraying an unmistakable panic. Dr. Zheng, the minister requests your immediate presence in conference room 1. Zheng Ruoxi glanced at her wristwatch. It was 11:23 at night. What is it? She knew well that unless a significant event capable of shaking the entire institute, and perhaps even higher levels, had occurred, Ren Shiyuan would never convene a meeting at this hour. I'm not sure. The staff member's gaze flickered, a blend of fear and excitement evident in his expression. You'll find out when you get there. A hint of doubt crept into Zheng Ruoxi's mind. She removed her white lab coat and hung it on a hanger, stepping forward to follow the staff as they exited. The corridor leading to the conference room was a long passage illuminated by stark white lights, devoid of shadows. The alloy floor beneath reflected the hurried silhouettes of the two. What had transpired? Zheng Ruoxi spoke again, her tone infused with an unmistakable insistence. The staff member paused, hesitating as if to gather his thoughts. He cast a surprised glance at Zheng Ruoxi, as if bewildered by her ignorance of the incident that had set the entire internet ablaze. Resolutely, he retrieved his phone and opened a video. Dr. Zheng, please watch this. The screen trembled violently. Nightfall, a highway, glaring headlights. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, its terrifying resonance piercing even through the subpar speakers. Zheng Ruoxi's pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, a colossal black figure, defying reason, burst forth from the forest. Its destructive power, its speed that blurred into mere shadows, the ferocity with which it reduced an SUV to scrap metal. The video concluded with the beast turning indifferently, vanishing into the darkness. The entire sequence lasted but a few fleeting seconds, yet the impact felt akin to being struck by a meteor. The corridor fell into a deathly silence. The staff member dared not breathe, cautiously observing Zheng Ruoxi's expression. Her body stiffened. The color drained from her face at an alarming rate, leaving her pallid. In her normally inscrutable eyes, a tempest of emotions surged forth, shock, disbelief, and a buried fervor. While others perceived a terrifying monster, she discerned an entirely different spectacle. The explosive contours of its muscles, a skeletal structure more resilient than alloy, and the kinetic energy capable of rending steel, all represented a perfect leap in genetic sequencing, a miraculous evolution. Although the gigantic tiger in the video appeared nearly twice its size from just days prior, its aura had deepened, becoming more savage. Yet, Zheng Ruoxi recognized it immediately. That distinctive black and yellow fur, the regal stripes, those golden vertical pupils surveying all below. It was indeed the creature that had effortlessly decimated the entire Tianqian team during its earlier encounter at the Kai City Animal Protection Forest, despite not reaching F-class strength. It was it, Zheng Ruoxi murmured, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Just days? How could it have grown so immensely powerful in such a short span? Chapter 25, The Choice. Conference Room 1. The heavy alloy door slid open slowly, releasing a wave of oppressive atmosphere. The vast circular conference table was already occupied. At the forefront sat the minister of the ancient nation Gene Research Institute, a silver-haired elder whose gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's, Ren Shiyuan. Beside him were several high-ranking military officials adorned with stars on their shoulders. Each bore a solemn countenance, their postures as rigid as mountains, emanating an aura of hardened battle experience. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify in their presence. Zeng Ruoshi's arrival drew everyone's attention. She showed no sign of trepidation, walking directly to the vacant seat beside Ren Shiyuan and taking her place. With everyone present, Ren Shiyuan's voice emerged, low and husky. He nodded to his assistant. The enormous projection screen at the front of the room flickered to life. The previously viral video began to play. Through technical enhancement, the footage stabilized significantly, each frame crystal clear. When Chen Fan's massive form appeared on the screen, even the seasoned military officials displayed a flicker of concern. Upon witnessing the SUV being overturned and its driver reduced to pulp, the temperature in the room seemed to drop further. As the video concluded, the image froze on Chen Fan's retreating silhouette. Those cold, golden vertical pupils seemed to pierce through the screen, indifferently scrutinizing every individual present. You all have seen it. Ren Shiyuan broke the silence. Another mutated beast, and one of unprecedented power. A middle-aged general, rugged and bearing 2 gold stars. Interlaced his fingers atop the table and inquired gravely, Minister Run, has its danger level been assessed? Ren Shiyuan did not respond immediately, instead turning his gaze toward Zeng Ruoshi. Ruoshi, you are the expert in this field. Please provide your analysis. Instantly, all eyes converged on the seemingly youthful woman. Zeng Ruoshi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within. Regaining her usual composure and professionalism, she stood and approached the projection screen. Based on the speed, strength, and the extent of damage inflicted upon the asphalt, I have conducted a preliminary assessment. Her voice was clear and resonant, echoing in the silent conference room. Its instantaneous explosive speed exceeds 100 meters per second. The force capable of shattering a car engine conservatively exceeds 20 tons. This is merely a fraction of its displayed strength. She paused before delivering her final conclusion. In summary, its strength level has reached D-class. D-class. Those 2 words struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all present. The military officials' expressions turned grim. They understood better than anyone what D-class signified. It meant that conventional infantry weapons would struggle to pose a lethal threat. It was a walking, intelligent machine of slaughter. Immediate action is imperative. The middle-aged general slammed his hand on the table, his tone resolute. I propose we immediately block all related videos and information online, suppressing the incident's momentum to prevent public panic. Concurrently, I will mobilize the stationed Wolfang Special Forces in Sioux City to secure the entire Haoshan area and utilize heavy weaponry to eliminate the target. His words exuded an undeniable decisiveness. To seal off information and deploy troops was their standard and most effective response to such crises. However, this time, someone voiced dissent. I disagree. A cool voice broke through. The speaker was Zeng Ruoshi. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Ren Shiyuan furrowed his brow. Ruoshi, please explain your reasoning. Zeng Ruoshi met the gazes of those who were either puzzled or scrutinizing, calmly articulating her thoughts. Sealing off information is futile. There are too many witnesses this time. And the video has spread virally. Even if we manage to delete it domestically, what about abroad? Forcefully suppressing it will only lead to more speculation and panic, resulting in a loss of public trust in the authorities. Her words deepened the frown of the middle-aged general even further. Are you suggesting that we allow the dissemination of videos showcasing such monsters online, inciting nationwide panic? This is not panic. Zeng Ruoshi shook her head, her gaze sweeping across everyone present, her eyes shining with unprecedented clarity. It is a warning, ladies and gentlemen. We are all aware that this world is undergoing changes beyond our comprehension. These transformations cannot be elucidated by any current scientific theories, yet they are indeed occurring, and at an accelerating pace. This is merely the beginning. Zeng Ruoshi's voice carried an unusual charm, drawing all present in the conference room into deep contemplation. In the future, the land of Huaxiao will witness the emergence of increasingly formidable beasts. We cannot seal off every instance, nor can we conceal the truth indefinitely. Rather than keeping the public in the dark, allowing them to confront this harsh reality unprepared on some future day, it is far better to gradually reveal the truth to them now, enabling them to adapt to the impending new world. Her words resonated powerfully in the air. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. The anger on the middle-aged general's face slowly gave way to profound reflection. He had to concede that the young scientist's argument held merit. It is better to facilitate than to obstruct. Concealment is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. After a lengthy silence, he slowly nodded, signifying his agreement with Zhang Ruoshi's suggestion. Retain the video, but it must be guided by official public relations. This was his concession. At this moment, Zhang Ruoshi put forth an even more astonishing proposal. I have one more request. She fixed her gaze on the middle-aged general, articulating each word deliberately. I hope the military can send personnel to assist me in the live capture of this tiger. What? Capture? The room erupted in astonishment. Ren Shiyuan could not help but interject. Ruoshi, have you lost your mind? That is a D-class beast. The difficulty and risk of capturing it alive are more than tenfold that of simply killing it. I am not insane. Zhang Ruoshi's eyes burned with an intense flame. A fervent desire for scientific truth. She turned, pointing at Chen Fan's imposing figure on the screen. I must share a crucial piece of information. The tiger in the video is the one that escaped from the Kaishi Animal Protection Forest just a few days ago. This revelation detonated like a bombshell in the conference room. It is that one. The middle-aged general sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. He was well aware of the situation in Kaishi. The Tianxian squad had suffered a significant setback at the hands of that tiger. And this incident had already been reported to him. Just a few days ago, it was not yet classified as a D-class beast, merely possessing physical attributes far superior to its peers. Zhang Ruoshi's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. But it has only been a few days? Its strength has skyrocketed to D-class. Do you comprehend what this signifies? She scanned the room, each word resonating clearly in the ears of those present. This indicates that its genes possess unimaginable evolutionary potential. Its growth rate is unprecedented and unparalleled. If we can obtain a live genetic sample from it for research, Zhang Ruoshi's breath quickened, a faint flush of excitement coloring her pale cheeks. I assure you, we can undoubtedly overcome the challenges associated with the low success rate of the first-generation Xingtian serum. We can develop a genuine second-generation serum. At that point, we will be able to mass-produce powerful genetic warriors. This would significantly enhance the awakening success rate for ordinary individuals receiving the serum. I believe the implications of this for Huaxia and for the future of humanity need not be elaborated. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was deeply shaken by the vision Zhang Ruoshi had painted. Ren Shiyuan and several high-ranking military officials furrowed their brows, their eyes glinting with complex emotions. They gazed at the monstrous creature on the screen, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Risks and opportunities often coexist. This D-class beast poses a substantial threat. However, it may also be the key to unlocking a new era of human evolution. Is it destruction or rebirth? This decision is fraught with difficulty. Chapter 26. The hunt begins. After a lengthy pause, the middle-aged general, adorned with 2 golden stars, exhaled a heavy breath. His voice carried a metallic rasp. Dr. Zhang, your proposal is quite enticing. His sharp gaze locked onto Zhang Ruoshi like a hawk. However, capturing a D-class beast requires resources far beyond your imagination. He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words carefully. It is not that we are unwilling to assist, but rather that our capacity is limited. The general's fingers lightly tapped the cold surface of the table, producing a dull sound. You must understand that the number of beasts across the expansive land of Huaxia is multiplying exponentially. Most of our elite forces have already been deployed to the peripheries of various beast territories, conducting round-the-clock surveillance and vigilance to prevent them from encroaching upon human cities. His words unveiled a harsh reality. The forces we can allocate to Sioux City are barely sufficient to establish comprehensive containment and monitoring of Haoshan. We do not have enough personnel for capture operations. This statement once again thickened the atmosphere in the conference room. It was like a bucket of cold water dousing Zhang Ruoshi's fervent heart. She fell silent. The light in her eyes, concealed behind black-framed glasses, flickered as if engaged in rapid calculations. After a moment, she lifted her head once more. The fire in her eyes had not diminished. Rather, it burned even more fiercely. I have a plan. Her voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Since the military's resources are constrained, let us break this stalemate. Zhang Ruoshi's gaze shifted to Ren Shiyuan beside her. Minister, I request to mobilize all 3 action teams from the Research Institute. Ren Shiyuan's pupils constricted. Do you mean, precisely? Zhang Ruoshi's tone was resolute. Let our action teams assist the military in eliminating a beast territory. Once we eliminate a beast of the same class, we can free up the station military forces. Subsequently, we can redirect that strength to Sioux City. In this manner, will not the issue of manpower be resolved? The room erupted in astonishment. Even the seasoned military officials displayed expressions of disbelief. Their gazes toward Zhang Ruoshi had completely transformed. This woman is not merely a brilliant scientist. Her thinking, her decisiveness, even carries a hint of military grit and audacity. To capture a tiger, she is willing to first eradicate another beast of equal rank. What determination! What courage! Ren Shiyuan and several generals exchanged glances, witnessing deep astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. They began to discuss in hushed tones, rapidly deliberating. This plan is audacious. Yet, it is not without feasibility. The action team of the Research Institute consists of elite members, each infused with the potent Xingtian serum, endowed with extraordinary abilities that surpass those of ordinary soldiers. If they succeed, the middle-aged general decisively affirmed, "Very well." He nodded emphatically, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhang Ruoxi. "Let us proceed as you suggested. The target is the 0 file, number 0034. His assistant immediately retrieved the relevant data on the tactical tablet, projecting it onto the large screen. The display revealed a mist-shrouded mountainous region. The data indicated Shushan, Wanshi Pit. Danger level assessed as D. Core objective, a mutated water python, estimated to exceed 30 meters in length, suspected to possess hydrokinesis. There are 2 reasons for selecting this target. The general raised 2 fingers. First, we need to evaluate the true combat capabilities of the Xingtian Serum warriors. This joint operation presents an excellent opportunity for practical training. His gaze swept over Ren Shiyuan. Should they perform admirably, the Xingtian Serum might be considered for limited deployment across the military, greatly enhancing our capacity to confront future crises. Ren Shiyuan nodded slowly, indicating his understanding. Second, the general's eyes returned to the stern visage of Chen Fan displayed on the screen. The value of this formidable beast is exceedingly high. Its rate of evolution is astonishing. We must deploy the most reliable and potent forces for a one-time capture, leaving no chance for it to escape or evolve again. Exchanging a D-level water python for the potential to usher in a new era is a bargain. Thus, the plan was finalized. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted from oppressive to ominous. "I will make the necessary arrangements." Ren Shiyuan stood, his expression grave. He issued a series of commands into the communicator. Soon, 3 of the Institute's elite action teams, including the recently recalled Tianxian team, gathered urgently at the underground base. Yi Xiaodian stood at the forefront, his gaze sharpening anew. Upon learning of the new mission objective, he clenched his fists. Honor can only be restored through the blood of the enemy. Several high-ranking military officials acted with urgency, leading the 3 teams to swiftly depart for the command center, coordinating with the station troops in Shushan to prepare for the operation. The colossal war machine began to operate at high speed, set in motion by the proposal of a female scientist. That night, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside Sioux City, in the vicinity of Haoshan, a fleet of olive-green military trucks silently approached, resembling steel behemoths in the night. Armed soldiers swiftly disembarked, skillfully erecting long barricades at every intersection. Military exercises. Unauthorized personnel prohibited entry. Cold warning signs stood at every entry to Haoshan. Flashing police lights painted the area with an air of solemnity. The entire Haoshan was thoroughly ensnared in an invisible net. Concurrently, a military helicopter tore through the night sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar, landing at a temporary military base on the outskirts of Sioux City. As the hatch opened, Zhang Ruoxi emerged clad in a black combat uniform. The night breeze tousled her short hair, and her face bore no trace of fatigue. Her eyes, visible through her glasses, gazed intently at the distant mountain silhouette, which loomed like a colossal beast in the darkness. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. "Wait for me." Deep within Haoshan, Chen Fan remained unaware of the tumult his existence had stirred among the upper echelons of Huaxia. He was also oblivious to the fact that he had been dubbed the Huaxia Tiger God by countless netizens, with video views surpassing an astounding 1 billion. A meticulously crafted web targeting him was quietly unfolding. A night's rest had allowed his injuries to heal completely. The wounds inflicted by bullets had vanished without a trace. His formidable recovery ability granted him an almost immortal physique. As the rising sun transformed into myriad golden blades, piercing through the morning mist, its mottled light cascaded upon him. The golden radiance illuminated his black and yellow fur, as if adorning him with a sacred armor. A low growl rumbled in his throat. Chen Fan stirred from slumber. He stretched lazily, unfurling his massive, powerful frame. His bones cracked with a sound akin to popping corn. Hunger returned, as expected. He shook his massive head, following the scent of life wafting through the air, moving outward. Hunting had become a trivial matter for him. Soon, an unfortunate wild boar and 2 startled cicada deer became his breakfast. The act of tearing and swallowing, The warm blood and flesh transformed into the purest energy, replenishing his body's expenditure. After a sumptuous breakfast, Chen Fan stood atop a hill. He licked the remnants of blood from his lips, his golden vertical pupils peering deeper into Haoshan. There, the forest grew denser, the light dimmer. In the air, he sensed several threatening presences. Today was significant. He aimed to do more than simply satiate his hunger. He intended to transform the 3D-level beasts lurking deeper within Haoshan into nourishment for his evolution. Once devoured, the entirety of Haoshan would become his dominion. No creature would pose a threat to him again. More importantly, Chen Fan's consciousness delved into the system panel within his mind. Devouring points. 31505000. If he consumed those 3 creatures, his devouring points would undoubtedly surpass the milestone of 5,000. At that moment, his strength would undergo a monumental transformation. Contemplating this, Chen Fan's breath grew heavier. No longer hesitating, he let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains. His roar was filled with boundless dominance and murderous intent. His immense form, akin to a small mountain, became a streak of black lightning as he raced toward the depths of Haoshan. Chapter 27. D-Level Giant Python. His massive figure, like a small mountain, transformed into a black flash as he sprinted toward the innermost depths of Haoshan. The mountain wind howled in his ears, swirling decayed leaves, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation. Each powerful stride he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. He charged forward like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle, ruthlessly crushing all obstacles in his path. Bushes were obliterated, and small trees snapped under the strain, emitting groans of distress. As he pressed deeper, the surroundings began to undergo a strange transformation. The sunlight was entirely blocked by the increasingly dense canopy, casting the area into shadowy chill. The humid aroma of the foliage gradually faded, replaced by a nauseating stench of marsh gas and decay. The forest fell into a profound silence. The melodic chirping of birds has faded into silence, and the presence of any small creatures scuttling about has vanished. It feels as though this place is a forbidden zone of life, where all fragile beings instinctively shy away from this ominous land. Chen Fan slowed his pace, his fierce tiger eyes glinting with a golden hue as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Among the 3D-grade auras, the weakest one emanated from ahead. His massive tiger paw crunched upon the thick layer of dead branches and leaves, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of this desolate environment, as if amplified infinitely. As he passed through the final thicket of dense ferns, a vast expanse opened before him. A colossal swamp lay within Chen Fan's sight, its surface glimmering with an eerie dark green hue, murky and foul. Bubbles occasionally surfaced from the depths, bursting with a nauseating stench. More chilling still, an abundance of animal bones floated and piled upon the swamp's edges. There were skulls of wild boars, remnants of cicadere, and even a few unrecognizable large beast skeletons. These remains were adorned with decaying flesh, attracting countless flies that buzzed incessantly. This place was a slaughterhouse, a natural trap of death. The air was cold and damp, seemingly seeping into the very marrow of one's bones. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. In that moment, every muscle in Chen Fan's body tensed, every hair standing on end, attuned to the slightest movement in the air. He resembled a statue poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Suddenly, the still surface of the swamp rippled. A faint wave spread outwards, and then, without a sound, a colossal head emerged from the murky depths. It was the sinister head of a python, its entire body draped in a layer of dark green scales that reflected a metallic sheen in the dim light. A pair of enormous emerald vertical pupils, devoid of emotion, locked onto Chen Fan, filled with scrutiny and murderous intent towards the intruder of its territory. With a thunderous splash, the immense python surged from the swamp, its massive form towering over Chen Fan. The creature, stretching 8 or 9 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, emanated an overwhelming sense of power. Its crimson tongue flicked like a forked lightning bolt, tasting the air as it issued a low, gravelly hiss of warning. In response, Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. In this jungle of survival of the fittest, warnings were but feeble words. With a ferocious roar, Chen Fan unleashed a dominating tiger's howl from deep within his chest, sending shockwaves that shattered the dry leaves near the swamp's edge. The battle was imminent. A heartbeat later, the python lunged. Its massive head shot forward like a cannonball, slicing through the air at breakneck speed, mouth agape to reveal 4 dagger-like fangs aimed directly at Chen Fan's thick neck. Simultaneously, beneath the water's surface, A thicker shadow darted towards Chen Fan's midsection with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It was the python's tail. The tail whipped through the air, creating a sharp, whistling sound as it sliced through. If it connected, it could easily sever a tree as thick as a man could embrace. This was the python's deadly maneuver, striking from both ends to leave its prey with no escape. Yet, facing this lethal predicament, Chen Fan's golden pupils revealed no hint of panic, only a chilling resolve. He surged forward, muscles coiling with power, extending his tiger paw, harder than steel, to meet the oncoming python's head with ferocity. The clash resonated like the tolling of a bell, an explosive sound reverberating through the air. Chen Fan's claws, capable of shattering rock, sparked as they met the python's head, leaving mere shallow white marks against its resilient scales, failing to breach its defenses. The python's scales were remarkably tough. Nonetheless, the immense force behind Chen Fan's strike caused the python's head to snap aside, momentarily disorienting it and disrupting its attack. At that instant, Chen Fan's tail, as agile as a steel whip, lashed upwards with tremendous force. The resulting crack echoed like thunder. The collision of the tiger's tail and the python's tail unleashed a shockwave, and Chen Fan felt a jolt of pain in his tailbone, rendering his tail momentarily numb. The python, too, suffered, its massive tail recoiling, its body twisting violently in the water. The clash resulted in a stalemate, as the thwarted python quickly withdrew, creating a distance of several meters between them. It coiled in the shallows of the swamp, its cold emerald eyes reflecting a flicker of disbelief. It could distinctly sense Chen Fan's aura. Indeed, it was the intruder from a few days prior, a being of seemingly lesser strength. Yet, in just a few days, how had his power, speed, and combat instincts grown to such a terrifying degree? This posed a lethal threat. Chen Fan would not grant it a moment of respite to ponder. After gauging the opponent's strength, his killing intent surged. He roared, muscles bulging, his form becoming a blur of black and gold as he charged aggressively toward the colossal python in the swamp. The python's pupils contracted in alarm, revealing a hint of panic for the first time. It barely had time to react as it opened its mouth wide. A stream of toxic saliva shot forth like arrows, aimed at the airborne Chen Fan. Upon striking the ground, it hissed ominously, eroding the dried leaves and soil into smoldering pits, showcasing the potency of its venom. However, Chen Fan's speed was unparalleled. He twisted midair at an incredible angle, effortlessly evading all the venomous projectiles. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the distance and landed before the python. With claws glinting like blades, he concentrated all his strength, transforming them into two sides of death aimed directly at the python's massive head. The shadow of death loomed over the python. In this life-or-death moment, it unleashed its primal instincts. It relinquished its defensive posture, abruptly twisting its robust body, akin to a living chain, ensnaring the advancing Chen Fan with an unyielding grip, binding him tightly. The act of strangulation. This was the most primal and lethal method of attack employed by serpents. The colossal python's body began to constrict violently, encircling him again and again. Its steel-like muscles unleashed a force reminiscent of a cataclysmic avalanche, compressing Chen Fan's form. He felt his very bones groan under the terrifying pressure, as if they could be reduced to fragments at any moment. A profound sensation of asphyxiation surged into his mind. Yet, Chen Fan's gaze grew increasingly fierce. He allowed himself to be bound, while his razor-sharp claws relentlessly struck the python's body. The sound of claws scraping against scales echoed painfully. Finally, under Chen Fan's reckless onslaught, the seemingly indestructible scales of the python began to shatter. His claws tore through the scales, embedding deeply into its flesh. The python emitted a pained hiss as the excruciating agony coursed through it. Nevertheless, it did not loosen its grip. Rather, it constricted even tighter. It was determined to utilize its utmost strength to strangle this audacious foe to death. Thus, two colossal creatures of D rank engaged in the most brutal and primal of hand-to-hand combat within the swamp. Chen Fan's claws continually inflicted deep, bone-exposing wounds upon the python. The python's constriction made Chen Fan's breathing increasingly labored. The immense roars and anguished hisses reverberated throughout the forest. The terrifying clamor struck fear into the hearts of all ordinary beasts within the vast mountains, causing them to tremble and cower in place, paralyzed with fright. This was a contest of will and might. The first to succumb would be the vanquished, and the fate of the defeated was solely death. Time passed, second by second. The intense struggle rapidly drained the strength of both combatants. The python bore more and more wounds, vast patches of scales torn and shattered, its grotesque injuries oozing blood that stained the murky green waters a deep crimson. Its power began to wane. The constriction of its body appeared to lose its fervor. Now was the moment. A brilliant flash ignited in Chen Fan's golden pupils. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the last vestiges of his strength. His bound form swelled with muscle like a mountain. With a resounding thud, he managed to force apart the coils of the python, creating a slight gap. This slender opening provided him the opportunity to free himself. Like a tiger bursting from its cage, he swiftly escaped the python's grasp. He stood majestically in the swamp, gazing down at the now weary python. He then lifted his massive paw. With a single strike, boom, the blow landed squarely upon the python's head. The tremendous force drove its skull deep into the mire. No matter how frantically it thrashed, stirring up the fetid mud, it was futile. The victor was clear. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. He lowered his head and opened his cavernous maw, precisely sinking his teeth into the python's vital spot. With a sickening squelch, his dagger-like fangs pierced through the scales, embedding themselves deep within its flesh. His teeth burrowed deeper, feeling the rush of blood and the rhythm of its heartbeat. In the next moment, Chen Fan abruptly tossed his head back. The sound of flesh tearing resonated. The terrifying force of his bite, combined with the power of his head movement, brutally rent the D-rank python in two at its vital point. Scalding blood erupted like a fountain, drenching Chen Fan's head and face. He swallowed a large chunk of flesh, still pulsating with life. An unprecedented surge of energy detonated within him. The warm flow revitalized his limbs and restored the injuries sustained in battle, nourishing every cell in his body. It was exhilarating. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. The flesh of a D-rank beast was indeed extraordinary. The purity and magnitude of this energy far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. He gazed at the two severed sections of the python still struggling in the mire, devoid of any compassion. He extended his claws and, like a butcher with a fine cut of meat, severed the remaining python into several segments. After a final, frantic thrashing, this D-rank python, which had dominated the swamp for countless years, finally succumbed, exhaling its last breath with unending reluctance. Chen Fan hesitated no longer. He lowered his massive head and began to voraciously consume the python's flesh. With each mouthful, it transformed into the purest energy, merging with his being. He could distinctly sense his strength and physique growing at an astonishing rate once more. Absorption points, 1,500 points. The system's notification chimed in Chen Fan's mind as expected. A single D-rank beast had provided him with a total of 1,500 absorption points. A wave of elation surged within him. Only 350 points remained. With the consumption of the remaining two creatures, he would achieve yet another evolution. He lifted his head, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze directed deeper into the vast mountains. The two even more formidable presences were now crystal clear in his perception. Chapter 29. A change in the depths of the vast mountains. The overwhelming energy from consuming the python surged wildly within Chen Fan. His bones cracked audibly, reminiscent of popping beans. Muscle fibers tore and then reformed in a manner that was even more resilient and powerful. Beneath his dark fur, bulging muscles erupted, exuding explosive might. Chen Fan's form expanded before the naked eye, reaching a terrifying 6 meters. Ultimately, his length stabilized at a staggering 6 meters plus. His shoulders towered over 2.5 meters, and his weight surged to a shocking degree. He stood quietly in the shallow waters of the swamp. His colossal body, resembling a small mountain forged of steel and muscle, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The foul swamp water barely submerged his ankles. His crimson tongue licked his razor-sharp teeth, and his golden pupils reflected the depths of the vast mountains, filled with murderous intent. That bear, and that wolf, they would serve as the stepping stones for his next evolution. Just as Chen Fan prepared to set forth and hunt down the 2D rank beasts, an unforeseen change arose. An indescribable fragrance suddenly wafted from the deepest part of the vast mountains. The fragrance, though not overpowering, carried an extreme chill and clarity, reminiscent of a faint aroma blossoming from the depths of eternal ice. It disregarded the barriers of the mountains and the currents of the wind. In an instant, this peculiar scent enveloped the entire expanse of Haoshan like an invisible net. Upon inhaling this fragrance, Chen Fan felt a sudden jolt in his mind. Subsequently, every cell in his body seemed to awaken from slumber, leaping and rejoicing with fervor. It was a yearning that stemmed from the deepest instincts of life, an irresistible temptation. Chen Fan's massive form stood frozen, his golden pupils betraying an unprecedented astonishment. What could this be? The next moment, the entire Haoshan erupted into chaos. A cacophony of diverse beastly roars surged from every corner of the forest, converging into a thunderous sound wave as if attempting to overturn the very sky. All creatures, whether herbivorous or carnivorous, whether feeble or formidable, seemed to lose their senses at that moment. Their eyes glowed crimson, drool cascading from their mouths. As they frenziedly surged toward the source of the aroma, Haoshan was in disarray, transformed into a boiling cauldron. Outside Haoshan, the makeshift military line trembled as the ground quaked slightly. The sounds of countless beasts galloping and the frenzied roars echoed through the skies, turning the faces of all soldiers pale with dread. They gripped their steel rifles tightly, palms slick with cold sweat, staring in terror at the mountains that seemed to awaken like a colossal beast. What was happening within the mountains? A young soldier's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. I don't know. The noise is terrifying. It's as if a tide of beasts is upon us. Beside him, a seasoned veteran wore a face of utmost seriousness. Having participated in border battles and witnessed true warfare, he felt an unprecedented fear at the sight before him. Quickly, report to Miss Sun. An officer was the first to react, bellowing at the communication soldier. Yes, the soldier, not daring to delay, immediately connected to Zheng Ruoshi's direct line. In Sioux City, within a brightly lit office, Zheng Ruoshi furrowed her brow as she handled her work. Suddenly, the shrill sound of an alarm pierced through the air. Miss Zheng, urgent communication from the Haoshan front. Zheng Ruoshi's expression sharpened, and she promptly pressed the answer button. Report. An unknown riot has erupted within Haoshan. The situation is exceedingly bizarre. The frantic and terrified voice of a soldier came through the line. Zheng Ruoshi's demeanor instantly turned frigid. What are the specifics? Unclear, but the commotion is immense. The entire mountain is shaking. After a brief moment of contemplation, her voice transmitted through the electrical current to every soldier on the front line, calm and resolute. All personnel, hold the line. No one is to step foot into Haoshan without my command. Repeat, no one is to enter. Understood. As she hung up the communication, Zheng Ruoshi did not hesitate. She seized the car keys from her desk, abandoned all her work, and swiftly made her way outside. Her figure was like a gust of wind, vanishing rapidly at the corridor's end. Haoshan, she must go there personally. In the marshlands of Haoshan, Chen Fan stood firmly, his massive tiger-like frame as steady as a mountain. The strange fragrance continued to stimulate his nerves, igniting his predatory instincts. Yet, his formidable willpower prevented him from succumbing to the madness that overtook other beasts. He watched in astonishment as countless animals rushed past him, wild boars, roe deer, foxes, and even serpents and insects that typically hid in their burrows. Their target was the depths of Haoshan. Chen Fan could distinctly sense that the two D-class ominous beast presences, originally dormant within the mountain's depths, were now racing towards the same direction with astonishing speed. The source of this fragrance was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, one capable of driving all beasts to madness. Suddenly, a long-buried memory flashed through Chen Fan's mind like lightning. The B-class Wolf King. In his previous life, that terrifying entity rose with thunderous momentum after the first arrival of the Lingxi, ultimately wreaking havoc across Sioux City. Chen Fan had always been puzzled. While the first Lingxi was powerful, the energy it contained was dispersed throughout the world. It could not have created a B-class terrifying beast in such a short span. That Wolf King must have seized some extraordinary opportunity before the Lingxi arrived. Now it became clear. Chen Fan lifted his head abruptly, his golden pupils firmly fixated on the direction from which the fragrance emanated. This is it. This mysterious aroma, this impending treasure, is the opportunity of that Wolf King. So that is how it is. Everything makes sense now. With this revelation, all of Chen Fan's doubts dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fervor and greed. A roar, stifled with excitement, erupted from his chest. In this life, he would claim the Wolf King's opportunity for himself. Without any further hesitation, the muscles in Chen Fan's limbs bulged, and his form transformed into a black-golden blur as he sprinted towards the source of the scent at full speed. His velocity exceeded that of before by several folds. Trees along his path toppled under his terrifying momentum. The ground trembled beneath his feet, cracking apart. Suddenly, a heedless wild boar, in its haste, collided with him. Chen Fan did not spare it a glance. With a casual swipe of his massive paw, the boar's head exploded like a watermelon, its insides splattering everywhere. The headless carcass rolled away for several meters due to the sheer inertia. Chen Fan's focus remained solely on the deepest part of the mountains, carving a bloody path. Any beast that obstructed or collided with him was dealt with in a single blow. Soon, a towering peak came into view. The cold and alluring fragrance originated from the summit. Chen Fan showed no signs of stopping. His claws sank deep into the rock, and his massive body defied the laws of physics as he swiftly ascended the mountain. Upon finally reaching the summit, the sight before him caused him to tremble slightly. Atop the peak lay an expansive clearing measuring hundreds of meters across, densely packed with all manner of beasts. Hundreds, even thousands. Yet, curiously, not a single beast emitted a sound. All remained eerily silent, their crimson eyes fixed intently on the center of the clearing, filled with greed, desire, and profound trepidation. The arrival of Chen Fan shattered the eerie tranquility. His massive frame, reminiscent of a mountain, accompanied by the still fresh, pungent scent of blood, stirred a slight commotion among the nearby beasts. Chen Fan paid no heed to these insignificant creatures. His gaze swept across the area, ultimately settling on either side of the clearing. There stood two colossal beings. To the left was an extraordinarily fearsome black bear, rising on its hind legs. It towered at a height of 6 or 7 meters, its black fur bristling like steel needles, with muscles exposed that appeared as rugged as granite. Simply standing there, it exuded an overwhelming and tyrannical aura, indicative of a mid-level D-grade creature, perhaps even stronger than Chen Fan had anticipated. On the right side of the clearing, atop a massive azure rock, stood an imposing white wolf. Its size was comparable to that of the black bear, its sleek muscles embodying both strength and grace, while its pure white fur seemed to emit a faint glow in the dim light. Its ice-blue eyes were proud and indifferent, reminiscent of a monarch surveying its domain, marking it as a late-stage D-grade creature, just a step away from ascending to the C-grade. Upon encountering this white wolf, Chen Fan's golden eyes narrowed in sudden recognition. It was indeed the very creature, although its present form appeared diminutive compared to the terrifying shadow etched in his memories from a past life. The distinctive snowy coat and the aura of primal solitude and ferocity unmistakably identified it as the B-grade wolf king responsible for the devastation of Sioux City. Chen Fan's presence naturally drew the attention of these two apex predators. The black bear, with its enormous paw resembling a fan, anxiously clawed at the ground, emitting low, rumbling growls from its throat, while its coppery eyes gleamed with savagery and brutality. The white wolf king merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Fan, its ice-blue gaze flickering with disdain. However, their focus quickly shifted away from him, redirecting towards the very center of the mountain's peak. In their eyes, Chen Fan, although having just ascended to D-grade, was evidently not yet a worthy adversary. The true threat lay between them and that coveted treasure nearing fruition. Following their gaze, Chen Fan beheld a peculiar plant, approximately half a meter tall, defiantly standing amidst a pile of rubble at the precipice of the mountain. This extraordinary plant radiated a crystalline icy hue, as if sculpted from the purest frost, its branches and leaves emanating a faint, ethereal glow, exquisite in its beauty. At the pinnacle of the plant, several ice-colored leaves encased a fruit the size of a fist, still in the process of formation, shrouded in a veil of mist. The chilling fragrance that drove the entire mountain into a frenzy emanated from this very fruit, which was now intensifying in potency, with the mist dissipating at a visible rate. Clearly, it was not yet ripe, but it was nearing that moment. On the mountaintop, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The air felt as though it had solidified, weighing heavily on the hearts of each beast present. The mid-level D-grade black bear panted heavily, exhaling hot white vapor from its nostrils, its massive paw digging deep into the rock, leaving distinct claw marks. It was suppressing the primal fury and greed that surged from its very bloodline. Meanwhile, the late-stage D-grade white wolf king remained aloof, lying quietly on the azure stone, its ice-blue eyes half-closed, seemingly indifferent to its surroundings. Yet only Chen Fan could sense the terrifying energy accumulating beneath that calm exterior, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Every beast present seemed to have reached an uncanny consensus. None charged forward, nor did they engage in conflict. All creatures awaited the precise moment when the fruit would fully ripen. Chen Fan, too, retreated a few steps discreetly, selecting a corner backed against the cliff, a position that would shield him from ambush. His gaze oscillated between the black bear and the white wolf, imprinting their auras and stances firmly in his mind. A delicate triangular dynamic emerged among the three, each wary of the others, maintaining a precarious balance. The first to act might become the target of the other two. Suppressing the turbulence within, Chen Fan lowered his robust form, his golden eyes fixated intently on the icy plant, immersing himself in profound patience. Time passed in the heavy silence. Outside the Grand Mountain, however, a starkly different scene unfolded. Inside a makeshift military tent, the atmosphere buzzed with urgency, illuminated by bright lights. Dozens of top-tier technicians operated various sophisticated instruments at an astonishing pace, the tension reaching its zenith. Zheng Ruoxi stood at the control panel, her expression icy. Having rushed from Sioux City, remnants of the journey still clung to her. Has the energy source analysis been completed? Her voice was clear and decisive, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Report, Miss Zheng. It's out. A technician abruptly rose, his face pale, trembling as he pointed at the data on the screen. You can see for yourself. Zheng Ruoxi swiftly approached, her gaze fixed on the enormous electronic display. The screen showcased a three-dimensional map of the Grand Mountain, with 3 glaring red dots flashing vigorously in its depths. One dot fluctuated within the parameters of a low-level D-grade creature, corresponding to their monitored target, a D-grade northeast tiger. The other 2 dots, however, emanated an overwhelming energy signature, one at mid-level D-grade, and the final dot, with the most terrifying energy response, radiated an icy chill, indicating a late-stage D-grade creature. A collective gasp echoed within the tent as the realization struck. 3 apex predators were concealed within the mountain. No, 3 D-grade beasts. This revelation surpassed all their predictions. Zheng Ruoxi's pupils constricted in shock. Her fingers flew across the control panel, quickly retrieving another set of data. This was an energy spectrum analysis of the mysterious fragrance. The results indicated that the source of this aroma coincided perfectly with the locations of the 3 D-grade creatures. Everything became clear. Chapter 31. The Great Battle is imminent. A rare treasure was about to emerge, attracting the mountain's beasts, and these 3 top predators were poised in confrontation. Zheng Ruoxi articulated each word with chilling precision, her voice as frigid as ice shards. She could almost envision the terrifying scene atop the mountain, where tension hung thick in the air. It would not be long before a fierce battle erupted among them for possession of that precious artifact. Upon contemplating the scene of a fierce battle among the 3 D-grade ferocious beasts, the hearts of all present sank to the depths of despair. The destructive power of such a confrontation rivaled that of a minor localized war. Should the aftermath of the battle ripple out from Haoshan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, the highest command center was contacted. Zheng Ruoxi decisively issued orders to the communications officer. I am requesting the highest level of military support, by any means necessary. We must divert at least 1 heavy armored regiment here. Her voice was resolute. We must prepare for the worst. If the situation spirals out of control and threatens the safety of Sioux City, we must obliterate them within Haoshan at the earliest opportunity. Upon receiving the news, the senior officials of the Huaxiao military promptly recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly redeployed troops from other locations to Sioux City. Orders were issued without delay. That afternoon, the skies over Sioux City reverberated with deafening roars. Dozens of armed helicopters, adorned in military green camouflage, soared like a flock of eagles, tearing through the clouds towards Haoshan. This spectacle instantly ignited a frenzy across the entire network of Sioux City. What on earth is happening? Why have so many armed helicopters suddenly arrived? They seem to be heading towards Haoshan. Could it be a military exercise? Exercise? Have you ever seen an exercise that involves such a grand display? Something feels amiss. Undoubtedly, a significant crisis is unfolding. Do you think this could be related to that Huaxia tiger god mentioned online? Speculations ran rampant among the citizens, who remained unaware of the colossal threat that loomed silently in the tranquil mountains, one that could jeopardize the entire city. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At the summit of the mountain, the blood-red sun slowly sank beneath the horizon, and the night enveloped the land like a vast black shroud. A resplendent silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold light that flowed like liquid mercury, draping the entire peak in a dreamlike silver veil. At that moment, an anomaly was reborn. Chen Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his golden pupils reflecting a scene that left him astonished. The cool moonlight seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. Countless beams of light converged into visible white rivers, cascading down from the heavens and continuously pouring into the fist-sized fruit. The icy fruit emitted a faint humming sound. The white mist upon its surface dissipated at an astonishing rate under the moonlight. The chilling yet alluring fragrance intensified tenfold at that moment. The deadly allure finally overwhelmed the already fragile rationality of the ordinary beasts. Their last shred of clarity was utterly destroyed. A roar erupted from an unknown beast. In the next second, the eyes of hundreds of beasts atop the mountain turned crimson, like a flood breaking its dam. They salivated and recklessly surged towards the icy plant. They were utterly consumed by greed, seeking destruction. Witnessing this, Chen Fan, the black bear, and the white wolf king exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a cold light. The fruit was on the verge of ripening. They would not allow these mere ants to tarnish this extraordinary opportunity. The black bear was the first to act. Its mountain-like body rose up, unleashing a roar that shook the forest. Its massive paw, imbued with terrifying strength, struck down upon the foremost beast horde. The earth trembled. The first few wild boars and wolves at the front were crushed into a pulpy mass before they could even emit a cry. Bones and entrails splattered everywhere, painting a gruesome tableau. Simultaneously, the white wolf sprang into action. Its form transformed into a flash of white lightning, darting through the beast horde at breakneck speed. Every flicker was accompanied by a surge of crimson. Its sharp fangs were the most efficient instruments of slaughter, precisely tearing through one throat after another. The frenzied beasts couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow before collapsing in pools of blood, filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Fan was not idle. His body surged like a black and golden tempest, charging into the opposite side of the beast horde. With a swift swipe of his claws, he decapitated a leopard, sending its head soaring into the air. A sweeping motion of his tail dispatched several wolves as if they had been struck by a speeding truck, their bones shattered, howling as they flew back, lifeless before they hit the ground. A massacre, an unambiguous one-sided slaughter. In the face of the terrifying power of the 3D-grade beasts, these ordinary creatures were as fragile as paper. Their numerical advantage appeared utterly laughable. Soon, in a matter of minutes, tranquility returned to the mountaintop. However, the clearing had transformed into a hellish bloodbath. Mangled corpses piled high, and warm blood flowed like streams through the crevices of the rocks. The thick stench of blood mingled with the icy aroma of the fruit, creating a nauseatingly eerie atmosphere. All obstacles had been eliminated. Atop the mountain, only the final trio of ferocious beasts remained: Chen Fan, the black bear, and the white wolf. They stood in a triangular formation, silently amidst the sea of corpses, their gazes resolutely fixed on the fruit. At this moment, the white mist enveloping the fruit had completely vanished. It gleamed with a crystalline perfection, akin to the most exquisite iced diamond, with countless slender silver streams coursing within, emanating an ethereal glow. An unprecedented surge of energy was brewing inside, ascending, about to reach its zenith. Maturity was but a heartbeat away. The air seemed to be drawn away at that instant, and time appeared to stand still. The three apex predators were fervently accumulating their strength, their muscles taut to the limit, the energy within them boiling like magma, poised to unleash the most lethal strike. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 32, The Tipping Point. The ice diamond-like fruit erupted with a sudden surge of silver luminescence, which then receded in its entirety. An indescribable fragrance, akin to an invisible tide, surged over the mountaintop. This aroma was overwhelmingly potent. It instantly dispelled the pervasive stench of blood and decay in the air, transforming into a refreshing sweetness that penetrated the nostrils of every living being, reaching deep into their souls. It has ripened. Chen Fan's golden pupils constricted into a vertical line. The black bear's breath caught in its throat. The white wolf's half-closed eyes shot open, icy blue light bursting forth. In the next instant, there were no roars, no warnings. Three distinctly different silhouettes, akin to three cannonballs, tore through the air, creating a sharp sonic boom as they simultaneously lunged towards the ice-blue plant, exuding a deadly allure from three different directions. Their speed was unparalleled, leaving behind mere afterimages that had yet to dissipate. Their true forms had already appeared before the fruit. The black bear, the most brutish among them, disregarded Chen Fan, and the white wolf beside it, fixated solely on the fruit. With its massive paw, imbued with a ferocious wind capable of rending stone, it lunged forward, intending to seize the treasure with its formidable D-class mid-stage strength. Such arrogance, a chilling murderous intent erupted simultaneously in the eyes of Chen Fan and the white wolf. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains, Chen Fan unleashed a powerful tiger's roar. The sound waves transformed into a tangible white shockwave, rapidly expanding in a circular motion from his center. The entire Hao Mountain seemed to tremble violently in response to this roar. The black bear, positioned closest, was the first to bear the brunt of the terrifying sound waves, which struck its head with a force that rendered its massive body momentarily rigid, leaving its mind blank and causing its paw to falter slightly in its pursuit of the fruit. In an instant, a flash of pure white lightning darted across. The white wolf had moved. It struck first, its claws like 5 unsheathed blades, mercilessly swatting away the black bear's outstretched paw. The sharp claws left 5 long gashes on the bear's thick arm, blood spurting forth. The intense pain jolted the black bear back to reality, prompting a roar filled with agony and rage. Surprisingly, it did not retaliate against the white wolf. Instead, A greedy glint overshadowed all else in its crimson eyes. It lowered its head, opening its cavernous mouth wide enough to swallow a lamb, and lunged towards the fruit with ferocity. However, before its fangs could touch the fruit, a thick tiger's tail, adorned with black and gold patterns, coiled silently around its stout neck like a waking steel serpent. Chen Fan's gaze was devoid of any emotion. With a surge of strength from his core, his muscles tensed. The enormous weight of the black bear, several tons, was effortlessly hurled aside by him. As if it were a mere sack of straw, the impact echoed as the bear crashed into a massive boulder in the distance, sending dust and debris flying. With one successful strike, Chen Fan was poised to charge towards the fruit when he caught a glimpse of a cunning white shadow from the corner of his eye. The white wolf, seizing the moment of his tussle with the black bear, darted towards the fruit like a phantom, hoping to reap the rewards of their conflict. A wave of murderous intent surged within Chen Fan's chest. Without the slightest hesitation, he twisted midair, landing on the ground with a powerful push. The earth cracked beneath him as he transformed into a streak of black and gold light, charged with relentless malice, racing towards the white wolf. Sensing the lethal intent approaching from behind, the white wolf's ice-blue eyes flickered with clear disdain and contempt. To it, atop this mountain, the only creature posing any real threat was the thick-skinned black bear. As for this tiger from the outskirts of Hao Mountain, merely an oversized ant of D-class early stage. It didn't even bother to turn around. Instead, it swiped a paw to counter Chen Fan's attack, while steadfastly reaching for the fruit with the other. It aimed to repel this unwise tiger in one strike, while claiming the treasure for itself. In a flash, Tiger Paw met Wolf Claw in a fierce collision. The sound that erupted was a thunderous roar, reverberating across the mountaintop. Contrary to expectations, the northeastern tiger was not sent flying. Instead, an overwhelming, explosive force surged from the tiger's paw, akin to a torrential flood, crashing towards the white wolf. In that instant, the wolf's pupils widened in shock. Both the tiger and the wolf were violently propelled backward by the immense recoil, their bodies soaring several meters through the air, carving deep ruts into the hard rocky ground. Dust enveloped the scene, and the brief yet intense exchange had transpired in the blink of an eye, fast enough to take one's breath away. In the dust, both figures rose almost simultaneously. Chen Fan shook off the tingling sensation in his paw, his golden pupils blazing with battle fervor. Opposite him, the white wolf stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Its expression had transformed, the scorn and disdain vanishing without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and a hint of deep-seated wariness. How could this creature possess such terrifying strength? Meanwhile, the black bear, having been flung aside, clambered back to its feet, shaking its dazed head, its gaze towards Chen Fan and the white wolf equally filled with caution. After this brief confrontation, they all recognized that none of the three were to be trifled with. Silence fell once more upon the mountaintop, an eerie stillness enveloping the three ferocious beasts, each occupying a strategic position around the ice-blue plant at the center. Their gazes shifted from the fruit to each other, scanning back and forth, brimming with vigilance and suspicion. None dared to make the first move, all fearful of becoming the target of a combined assault from the other two. The atmosphere grew even more tense and oppressive, as if the air had solidified into iron, cold and heavy. Outside Hao Mountain, within the military command tent, the tension reached a peak. A technician suddenly stood up, fixated on the wildly fluctuating data on the screen, his voice rising in pitch. Energy reaction. A violent energy response. Just now, in the target area, 3D class energy sources experienced an extremely brief, yet intensely powerful collision. One energy peak even momentarily breached the D-class threshold. Zheng Ruoshi's cold gaze was already locked onto the main screen. 3 red dots representing Chen Fan, the black bear, and the white wolf had just violently collided, emitting a blinding flash of light. The battle had commenced. She spoke slowly, her voice devoid of emotion, yet her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. What should we do, Miss Sung? A combat advisor asked nervously. The current energy levels are too high. Conventional weapons may struggle to pose a lethal threat. If they unleash their full power, the aftermath would be catastrophic. Zheng Ruoshi did not respond immediately. She closed her eyes, rapidly running calculations in her mind. Chapter 33, 1 against 2. A thought, representing a possibility. A choice, determining the fate of hundreds of thousands. Her fingertips were cold, yet her mind raced at an extraordinary speed. Chen Fan's genetic sample was of immeasurable value. That is the key to unlocking the second generation of Xingtian elixirs. A faint flicker of hope ignited by humanity in the impending new era. Once acquired, her research will witness a groundbreaking advancement, endowing humanity with more cards to combat the unknown. However, Should these 3D-class beasts be allowed to continue their battle, it is highly likely that Sioux City will be affected. At that point, Sioux City would descend into a living hell. She cannot afford to gamble. Personal honor and the progress of her research pale in comparison to the safety of countless vibrant lives. Zheng Ruoxi abruptly opened her eyes. In those usually frosted orbs, only determination remained. Activate the weapon system. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the command tent. The air instantly thickened. All actions ceased, and everyone turned to her in disbelief. The voice of Dr. Zheng's combat advisor was dry, tinged with a tremor. Zheng Ruoxi did not glance at him. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the 3 glaring red dots on the main screen. I said, activate the weapon system. She reiterated, this time with an undeniable command in her tone. Lock onto the A1 sector, coordinates. A series of numbers precise to 6 decimal places flowed coldly from her lips. There lay the mountaintop where Chen Fan, the black bear, and the white wolf resided. Prepare Chang'eng 3 tactical missiles, ready for indiscriminate fire coverage at any moment. As her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire tent. Everyone was stunned, their scalps prickling at the command. Chang'eng 3. That was the military's latest development in small tactical missiles, powerful enough to eradicate a small hill from the map. To use it against 3 ferocious beasts? What madness! Yes. After a brief silence, a technician sprang to his feet, his fingers rapidly dancing across the console. He dared not hesitate, for he saw something in Zheng Ruoxi's eyes. If the command could not be executed, she would personally press the launch button. On the screen, a crimson targeting frame slowly emerged, firmly encircling the 3 entwined D-class energy sources at its center. Zheng Ruoxi's nails dug deeply into her palm. A trickle of blood seeped through her fingers, yet she felt nothing. Farewell, the most perfect genetic sample. Deep within Haoshan, at the mountaintop, the pervasive silence was stirred by an increasingly intense fragrance, swirling like a turbulent current. This aroma seemed alive, transforming into countless invisible hands that delved into the nostrils, scraping the soul and gradually extracting the deepest greed and desires from within. The black bear's breathing grew unbearably heavy. Its scorching breath erupted from its massive nostrils, forming 2 white vapor arrows. It restlessly clawed at the ground, and the hard rock crumbled like tofu beneath its sharp claws, scattering debris. The white wolf, too, could no longer maintain its composure. It paced back and forth around the fruit, emitting a series of suppressed low growls. The rational light in its ice-blue eyes was being replaced by unbridled greed. Only Chen Fan remained still, like a statue cast in black gold. Yet, the subtle rise and fall of his chest, along with the bulging muscles, indicated that the power within him had accumulated to a terrifying critical point. Finally, a piercing howl erupted, sharp as a sword, shattering the oppressive silence. The white wolf could no longer restrain itself. Its body suddenly crouched low, muscles in its limbs exploding with force. A snow-white afterimage transformed into a whirlwind that tore through the air. Surprisingly, its target was not the nearby fruit, but Chen Fan. In its ice-blue eyes flickered a cunning and cruel glint. To it, this mysteriously powerful tiger was the greatest variable. Eliminate this most unstable factor first. The black bear's massive frame hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing its crimson eyes. Yet, in an instant, it made the same choice as the white wolf. With a ferocious roar, the black bear rose on its hind legs. Its mountainous body charged forward with the momentum to crush everything in its path. Like an out-of-control heavy tank, launching a death charge at Chen Fan. In that moment, the 2 D-class beasts achieved a fleeting accord. One to the left, one to the right. A flash of white lightning, a looming black mountain, surged forth with overwhelming intent to kill, aiming to ambush Chen Fan. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beasts closed in on Chen Fan. The black bear struck first. Its massive paws, akin to fans, descended with a deafening roar, sealing off all avenues for Chen Fan to evade, slamming down with ferocious might. This blow, imbued with the terrifying power of a mid-tier D-class beast, was capable of effortlessly turning half a meter of specialized steel plate into a heap of scrap metal. Simultaneously, the white wolf's figure transformed into numerous blurred phantoms around Chen Fan. Its speed reached a level beyond the naked eye's capacity to track. The air was rent as its claws tore through, a gleaming cold light aimed directly at Chen Fan's eyes during the moment he was pinned down by the black bear. Faced with this lethal joint assault, Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. Not a ripple of emotion stirred within him. In the depths of his golden tiger eyes lay only an icy indifference and an indescribable dominance. Chen Fan silently intoned within his heart. Activate tenfold enhancement. A force of unfathomable terror erupted suddenly from Chen Fan's body, sweeping across the mountaintop like a volcano erupting. The air seemed to thicken into a viscous mire at that moment. The earth beneath him groaned under the unbearable weight. An absolute suppressive force, emanating from the very essence of life, enveloped the surroundings. The white wolf, the first to bear the brunt, felt its pupils constrict to the size of pinpoints. Every hair on its white coat stood on end. An extreme fear, originating from the depths of its soul, surged like a cold tide, instantly drowning its reason. Danger. Mortal danger. Its primal instincts screamed and howled in madness. The tiger before it seemed to transform into a lethal beast in that instant. Before the white wolf could comprehend what had transpired, Chen Fan moved. His figure left behind a faint afterimage in place. His speed had multiplied several times compared to before. The white wolf's deadly claw, aimed with certainty, struck nothing but air. A bone-chilling gale rushed in from its side. It was the tiger's tail. The tail, adorned with black and gold patterns, now appeared as a steel whip, tearing through the air with the force of thunder, striking fiercely against its flank. A resounding thud echoed, an immense sound that resonated to the core, even as the formidable D-level late-stage Bai Lang, possessing an incredibly resilient physique. It could not muster even the slightest resistance against this strike. It had no time to emit a single cry of agony before its body was struck as if by a speeding train, the sound of its vertebrae shattering distinctly audible. The snow-white figure transformed into a projectile, propelled dozens of meters away, crashing violently into a rocky outcrop, its fate uncertain. Chapter 34, Chonggung 3. The tiger's tail, adorned with intricate black gold patterns, now resembled a whip of steel, cleaving through the air with thunderous might, striking fiercely against its waist. The sound echoed, a dull, overwhelming boom. Despite being a D-level late-stage beast, the Bai Lang was rendered utterly defenseless by this blow. It could not so much as utter a cry. Its body impacted with the force of a high-speed train, the unmistakable sound of breaking bones resounding. The white figure was flung like a cannonball, crashing into the mountainside, its life hanging by a thread. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Chen Fan repelled the Bai Lang, the black bear, capable of shattering stone, had already brought its massive paws crashing down before him. Chen Fan stood his ground, unwavering. He slowly raised his right paw. The tiger's paw, in comparison to the black bear's mountainous form, appeared diminutive. Yet, it was this very paw that met the ferocious gale of the bear's attack head-on. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted between Chen Fan and the black bear. A visible white shockwave radiated from the point of impact, spreading in a frenzied, circular motion. The solid ground beneath their feet cracked, resembling a spider's web. Before Chen Fan's overwhelming might, the black bear's proud brute strength appeared laughable. It felt as if it was striking not a tiger's paw, but a volcano on the verge of eruption. An uncontrollable, destructive force surged through its arm, flooding its body with devastation. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing filled the air. The black bear could withstand this torment for less than a breath span. Its paws and entire arm shattered under the weight of that horrific power, exploding in a gruesome display. Flesh and bone scattered everywhere. A heart-wrenching pain surged through the black bear's sluggish mind, unleashing the most anguished wail it had ever uttered. But this was merely the beginning. Chen Fan's gaze remained icy. After shattering the black bear's arms, he did not pause for a moment, propelling himself forward. The massive tiger form, imbued with an unassailable aura of dominance, collided fiercely with the black bear's chest. Bang! The black bear, weighing several tons, was unceremoniously brought down to the ground. The earth trembled violently. Chen Fan, with limbs as strong as steel, pinned the black bear beneath him. The innate, primal, and domineering essence of the king of beasts was unleashed without reservation, enveloping the dying giant below him. The black bear was utterly dazed. Agonizing pain, fear, and a deep-seated sense of submission emanating from its very bloodline shattered its will. It forgot to struggle. Chen Fan did not immediately end its life. He slowly raised his head, his face smeared with the bear's blood, turning towards the distant cloud of dust. His golden eyes, ablaze with fierce flames, pierced through the haze, locking onto a white figure that had just begun to rise. It was the Bai Lang. At this moment, it gazed at Chen Fan with an expression akin to that reserved for deities and demons, filled with profound terror. The cunning and disdain it once held had vanished, replaced by boundless fear and deep despair. Chen Fan exchanged a glance with the terrified Bai Lang. That gaze seemed to declare, "You are next." He then slowly lowered his head, opening his gaping maw capable of crushing steel. Before the Bai Lang's horrified gaze, a crisp, chilling sound of bones snapping echoed. Chen Fan severed the black bear's thick neck in one bite. Warm blood gushed forth, staining his black-gold fur in a more sinister hue. The black bear's massive body convulsed violently before finally succumbing to death. D-level mid-stage beast, the black bear, vanquished. Upon the mountain peak, silence reigned once more. However, this silence was markedly different from before. The air was no longer thick with the tension of a three-way standoff, but rather a pure expression of the absolute dominion exerted by a predator atop the food chain over its subordinates. The stench of blood was nauseatingly rich, mingled with the pungent odor of the bear's entrails and the alluring fragrance of the icy flora, creating an eerie and maddening aroma. The surviving Bai Lang lay incapacitated among the rubble several dozen meters away, struggling to lift its head as it fixed its gaze on the black-gold figure. Fear, deep, penetrating fear, saturating its very soul. Its once proud speed had become a mere joke before the tiger. The black bear's brute strength, its very means of survival, had been effortlessly obliterated. This was not a battle, it was a massacre, an unilaterally decisive slaughter. The Bai Lang watched as Chen Fan, elegant yet cruel, used his sharp claws to tear open the bear's thick chest. It observed as he extracted the still-beating heart and, under its desperate gaze, swallowed it whole. Chen Fan savored the moment, hot bear blood dripping from his jaws, staining his chin a dark crimson. He felt waves of pure energy coursing down his throat into his stomach, transforming into a warm current that nourished his every limb. The intoxicating sensation of devouring a powerful foe, assimilating their essence into himself, was utterly exhilarating. He raised his head, those golden slit pupils once again locking onto the distant Bai Lang. His gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion, as if surveying a piece of meat destined for the dinner table. The Bai Lang trembled violently under that gaze. As a powerful D-level late-stage beast, it was thoroughly terrified. Beyond the mountains, within the temporary military command tent, a report emerged. A combat officer sprang from his seat, his face pale, his voice sharp and piercing with shock. He pointed at the screen displaying the energy curve that had soared beyond the skies, his finger trembling uncontrollably. The target, that northeastern tiger, had experienced a tenfold increase in energy levels just moments ago. Tenfold. The signal from the black bear had vanished completely, returning to zero. As these words hung in the air, the command tent fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Only the heavy, gasping breaths of the officers could be heard, resonating in the stillness. Tenfold. What did that signify? The D-grade tiger, in an instant, unleashed a force surpassing tenfold its own capacity. This was no longer within the realm of D-grade power. It was C-grade, a terrifying beast endowed with C-grade combat prowess. The energy signal of the black bear diminished to zero, signifying but one outcome. It was dead. CC-grade beast, a staff officer murmured, his gaze hollow, as if his soul had been extinguished. This term loomed over the hearts of everyone in the tent like an invisible mountain, rendering them nearly breathless. Sushur, located less than 50 kilometers from Haoshan, faced an imminent calamity. If a C-grade beast were determined to assault the city, it would herald not merely a disaster, but an apocalypse. All eyes instinctively turned towards Zheng Ruoshi, whose expression was colder than the night beyond the tent. The once fervent desire in her beautiful eyes for genetic samples had vanished, leaving only a chilling, heart-stopping calmness, or perhaps an icy ruthlessness. The voice of the operations officer, Dr. Zheng, was painfully dry. Zheng Ruoshi offered no response. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, pointing towards the primary screen, where a massive crimson dot representing Chen Fan loomed ominously. Her voice betrayed no emotion, as if issuing a command of the utmost normality. Launch. Affirmative. This time, no one hesitated. The technician responsible for the weapon systems slammed his hand onto the red button with all his might. In that moment, it felt as though he had expended every ounce of his strength. Chapter 35. Devouring 5,000. Beyond Haoshan, within a clandestine military base, 3 subterranean launch silos erupted open with a resounding clang. The earth trembled slightly. 3 missiles, entirely black and imbued with a metallic sheen, ascended slowly under hydraulic force. The words Chang'e 3 glowed a menacing crimson against the night. Ignition. The cold command coursed through the electrical systems to the launch terminals. In the next heartbeat, the silence shattered. Boom, boom, boom. 3 plumes of orange flames erupted violently from the missile tails. The terrifying thrust propelled the heavy projectiles skyward in an instant. 3 brilliant fire dragons tore through the oppressive darkness, exuding an aura of annihilation, trailing long tails as they rocketed toward the coordinates deep within Haoshan at several times the speed of sound. Atop the mountain, just as Chen Fan aimed to eliminate the last threat, the white wolf, he suddenly lifted his head. His golden tiger eyes fixated intensely on the southeastern horizon. A chilling sense of foreboding surged from that direction. Not far from him, the near-death white wolf seemed to sense something as well. Struggling, it raised its head to gaze at the distant night sky. Soon, 3 faint lights appeared at the edge of the horizon. Those lights approached at an astonishing speed. Within mere breaths, they became distinctly visible. 3 missiles with long tails of flame. The ice-blue eyes of the white wolf were filled with confusion and uncertainty. It did not comprehend what was occurring. But the instant Chen Fan recognized the 3 streaks of fire, his pupils constricted to perilous pinpricks. Chang'e 3. It was the Chang'e 3 tactical missile. Memories from a past life surged within his mind. He had witnessed a survivor base launch 30 Chang'e 3 missiles in a desperate bid to fend off a peak C-grade monstrosity. The scene was etched into his memory for eternity. The sky had been engulfed in blinding light, while the earth appeared as if a divine hand had erased a vast expanse. The formidable C-grade beast, nearly invincible, had left not even a single bone intact, completely vaporized. And now, 3 Chang'e 3 missiles were hurtling directly toward him. In that moment, Chen Fan's mind raced at its peak. With his current strength, even amplified tenfold, he could not withstand the direct impact of a single Chang'e 3 missile. He would be torn to shreds in an instant. Thoughts raced like lightning. Chen Fan's gaze abruptly shifted to the ice-colored plant and the fruit exuding a deadly allure. It could not be allowed to perish. This was something he had fought for with his life, and he could not let it be destroyed by missiles. A deep growl erupted from Chen Fan's throat. His form left only a faint afterimage as he vanished in a flash of black and gold light. He paid no heed to the blood and flesh of the beast scattered around, nor did he consider the easily attainable white wolf. In the face of death, everything else paled in significance. In an instant, Chen Fan reappeared before the ice-colored plant. He opened his massive jaws and bit down hard on the translucent fruit. Root and all, there was no time to savor it. He swallowed it whole. A chilling wave exploded in his stomach, as if it sought to freeze his very organs. Devouring 5,000. The system's notification echoed in Chen Fan's mind. Yet, he was beyond such concerns. Having consumed the fruit, he hesitated not a moment. His muscles erupted with power. His colossal form shot forth like an arrow, leaping in the opposite direction of the incoming missiles. It led him to a bottomless cliff. He had chosen the most direct and reckless escape route. The wind howled past his ears as he plummeted. The sky above was illuminated by the approaching fire. The shadow of death loomed over him like a relentless parasite. Faster, even faster. Chen Fan twisted in midair, exerting all his strength to distance himself from the mountain's peak. Just as his form was about to be engulfed by the darkness below, the 3 Chang'e 3 missiles arrived. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The white wolf, collapsing at the summit, raised its head in despair. In its ice-blue eyes, 3 suns rapidly expanded. Then, boom! There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a blinding, all-consuming white light that devoured sound, swallowed light, and obliterated everything. A visible, destructive shockwave emanated spherically from the mountaintop, expanding wildly. The hard rock vaporized upon contact with the shockwave. The D-grade white wolf did not even emit a cry before it was reduced to ash amid the relentless light and heat. The massive corpse of the black bear met the same fate. Following this, the entire mountain was engulfed under the terrifying power of Chang'e Sanhao. Capable of erasing all, the mountain peak that had stood for countless millennia was forcefully pressed down by an invisible hand from above. The earth howled in anguish, and the very fabric of space twisted in turmoil. A small mushroom cloud, mingled with hundreds of millions of tons of dust and debris, slowly ascended. The entire Haoshan mountain range trembled violently in the wake of the explosion. Outside the mountain, within the command tent, the main screen displayed 3 red dots representing Chen Fan, Heixiong, and Bai Lang, completely engulfed by a more glaring and massive scarlet light. The screen transformed into a blood-red expanse. All data surged frantically in that moment, only to succumb to a profound silence thereafter. Energy signals vanished entirely. Inside the tent, an oppressive stillness prevailed. Everyone stared blankly at the crimson screen, unable to regain their composure. It was over. The 3D-level ferocious beasts, one of which may have even touched the threshold of sea level, had been utterly erased from this world in mere minutes. A combat strategist coughed violently, his face flushed, as if he were expelling all the air from his lungs. The suffocating tension of the moment had weighed heavily upon him for too long. Did we succeed? Someone asked uncertainly, their voice dry. Zheng Ruoshi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the screen. Her cold countenance betrayed no hint of joy or sorrow. The most perfect genetic samples were gone. A colossal crisis that might have engulfed Sioux City had been averted. Was this transaction a gain or a loss? She did not know. All she understood was that from the moment she ordered the launch, she had shouldered the lives of hundreds of thousands. She had won the gamble. Yet her heart was devoid of any elation, filled instead with a profound chill and emptiness. Immediately dispatch drones to Area A1 for reconnaissance. Assess the explosion's effects and confirm whether the target has been completely eliminated. She inhaled deeply and issued the command once more, her voice steady and devoid of emotion, as if the one who had pressed the button determining humanity's fate was not herself. Beneath the cliff, in the dark depths of the valley, a dull thud resonated. A black and gold figure plummeted heavily into a dense primordial jungle. The tremendous impact caused him to crash through several massive trees before finally rolling onto the ground in a disheveled heap. It was Chen Fan. He had successfully leaped from the cliff just before the explosion. Though the shockwave had grazed him, inflicting significant injuries, with his back scorched and mangled, he had survived. Chen Fan coughed violently, blood mixed with internal fragments spilling from his mouth. The impact from that moment had nearly shattered his internal organs. Had he not activated a tenfold enhancement in time, resisting with his formidable physique, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. He struggled to rise. But an unimaginable agony, mingled with a chilling cold, surged from his abdomen throughout his body. It was that fruit. The icy energy erupted within him. Chapter 36, Bloodline Evolution. It felt as though a millennia-old iceberg had detonated within his stomach, unleashing billions of razor-sharp ice shards that violently pierced through his veins and arteries, assaulting every corner of his being. Excruciating pain. Pain that defied description. Chen Fan's massive form arched violently, muscles tensed, veins bulging, resembling a fish thrown onto a hot iron plate. He could not even emit a roar, for the icy air had frozen his throat, sealing his vocal cords. His consciousness rapidly faded in the midst of agonizing pain and cold. In the haze, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind like thunder from the heavens. Ding. Host has accumulated over 5,000 points from devouring. System rewards being dispensed. Reward, Bloodline Evolution. This voice struck like a thunderclap, piercing through Chen Fan's impending descent into oblivion. Bloodline Evolution? Before he could contemplate further, a radically different energy materialized, flooding into his limbs and body. This energy was as scalding as molten lava. It surged with domineering force, as if intent on reducing him to ashes, conducting a profound reshaping and purification from the marrow of his bones. Ice and fire. Two utterly opposing energies collided within Chen Fan's body, unleashing the most primal and violent clash. A strange cracking sound echoed. A layer of frost, visible to the naked eye, spread rapidly from Chen Fan's abdomen throughout his entire body. The frost thickened, emanating a ghostly blue glow, completely enveloping his black and gold fur. In an instant, he transformed into a vividly lifelike ice sculpture. All traces of life, all warmth, even the slight twitch of his body from the pain, were entirely sealed off in that moment. The outside world could no longer perceive any sign of his existence. Yet beneath that thick layer of ice, a different scene unfolded. The chilling energy sought to encase him entirely in ice, transforming him into an eternal lifeless entity. The searing energy relentlessly battered against the icy confinement, attempting to ignite him from within. The clash of these two forces did not tear his body apart. Instead, they achieved a peculiar balance. The internal organs shattered by the shockwave, the flesh scorched by high temperatures, began to wriggle, heal, and be reborn at an unbelievable speed under the alternating crucible of ice and fire. Dozens of hummingbird drones, painted in night camouflage, silently traversed the ridge like phantoms, entering the area shrouded in death. High-definition cameras transmitted the grim scene atop the mountain back to the command tent in real time. The mountaintop was gone. The once towering peak had been brutally truncated, leaving behind a colossal, terrifying crater, its edges still glassy. Within the crater, everything had turned to char and dust. The thermal imaging scanning system meticulously surveyed every inch of land. The screen displayed nothing but a blinding red, indicative of high temperatures, devoid of any signs of life. Report. Area A1 scan complete. No signs of life detected. Repeat. No signs of life detected. The cold report echoed through the communication channel, reverberating in the silent command tent. A long breath escaped someone, followed by a chorus of exhalations. The taut nerves finally relaxed in that moment. Everyone felt as though they had just emerged from water, their backs drenched in cold sweat. It was over. The black and gold ferocious tiger, resembling a demon, the unmatched brute black bear. The strangely swift white wolf. These 3D-level beasts capable of bringing catastrophic devastation to a city had been utterly erased from this world. Even Zheng Ruoxi, who had always maintained her absolute composure, instinctively reached out her hand to steady herself against the frigid metal surface of the table. Her fingertips turned slightly pale. The sword of dread that had hung over her heart finally descended. She had triumphed. The peril threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands in Sioux City had finally been alleviated. Yet, within her heart, there was not a trace of victorious elation. Instead, an immense, ineffable void and sense of loss enveloped her. The most flawless genetic sample, the potential key to ushering in a new era of human evolution, was gone. She had obliterated it herself, employing 3 Chang'e 3 missiles. Was this transaction a profit or a loss? She remained uncertain. Perhaps history would provide the answer. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumult of emotions roiling within her and restored her icy facade. She picked up the satellite phone resting on the table and dialed a secure number. The call was swiftly answered. "It is I, Zheng Ruoxi," she stated, her voice devoid of any modulation, and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired in Haoshan this night. "The Northeast Tiger has been eliminated." There was a brief silence on the other end. After a while, a steady yet slightly fatigued voice replied, "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Ruoxi. Return to Kyoto. There is much that still requires your attention." "Yes, Minister Ren," Zheng Ruoxi replied succinctly. Her sole purpose for coming to Sioux City was Chen Fan. Now that he had turned to dust, there was no longer any reason for her to remain. Upon ending the call, she did not linger for a moment, but turned and strode towards the tense exit. "Dr. Zheng," the operations commander hastily called out to her. Zheng Ruoxi paused momentarily, but did not look back. "The subsequent cleanup will be entrusted to you." "Understood." Under the night sky, an armed helicopter's rotor blades whipped up a tremendous airflow as it slowly ascended, heading towards Kyoto. At the foot of the mountain, armored vehicles and soldiers began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. The clamor of Haoshan once more succumbed to silence, as if the previous dramatic confrontation and destruction had never occurred. In distant Kyoto, in a brightly lit office, Ren Qiuyuan set down the phone. He approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the radiant city lights outside, yet his eyes reflected no warmth, only a profound gravity. After a long moment, he sighed and returned to his desk. He powered on the computer and, after passing through 3 layers of intricate iris and fingerprint verification, accessed a repository marked with the crimson label of utmost secrecy. File number 0. He deftly maneuvered the mouse to locate a specific number. Number 099. Species, Huaxia Northeast Tiger. Danger level assessment. Extremely dangerous. Research value assessment. Maximum. The file displayed a photograph of Chen Fan from the zoo, lazily resting on the grass, appearing harmless. However, beneath the image, a line of alarming text was emblazoned in bold red. Chapter 37. The Ancient Ice and Fire Demon Tiger. This target possesses intelligence and growth rates far surpassing its peers, exhibiting a formidable threat, while its genetic sequence harbors significant evolutionary potential, rendering it invaluable for research. Ren Qiuyuan's finger hovered over the mouse, unmoving for an extended period. The echo of Zheng Ruoxi's cold proclamation that the target had been neutralized resonated in his mind. Eventually, he slowly moved the mouse and clicked the gray button at the bottom of the file. Status: cleared. The moment he confirmed, the entire file 099 instantly turned gray. Ren Qiuyuan leaned back in his chair, weary as he rubbed his brow. A tremendous regret and a colossal threat extinguished in its infancy weighed heavily on him. He was uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. Time flowed silently by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Haoshan returned to its ancient tranquility. The calls of birds and beasts resonated once more throughout the forest, seemingly having forgotten the cataclysmic explosion that had transpired 3 days prior. Yet, the flattened peak remained, a grotesque scar eternally etched into the mountainside, silently narrating the horrors of that day. Beneath the cliff, amidst the chaotic rubble left by Chen Fan, all was eerily quiet. The thickly frosted tiger ice sculpture lay quietly among the shattered stones and broken wood, blending almost seamlessly with its surroundings, rendered inconspicuous to the utmost degree. Suddenly, a stone resting atop the ice sculpture trembled slightly. It seemed like an illusion. But soon, more and more stones began to uncontrollably bounce. The frequency escalated, the intensity magnified. The entire expanse of rubble began to tremble violently, as if some unparalleled beast was about to break free from the depths of the earth. Crack! A crisp sound, reminiscent of shattering glass, emanated distinctly from within the ice sculpture. In the next moment, crack, 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 a multitude of fissures, resembling a spider's web, rapidly spread across the entire ice sculpture. An eerie blue light burst forth from the cracks, illuminating the surrounding darkness with an uncanny glow. An indescribable, heart-stopping aura of terror seeped slowly from those fissures. That aura was domineering, majestic, imbued with the most primal vitality. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion. The entire expanse of rubble erupted violently. Countless stones and dust were violently propelled into the air by an invisible shockwave. Amidst the flying sand and rocks, a colossal black and golden figure gradually emerged from the billowing dust. It was a tiger, an unimaginably massive and terrifying creature. Its body had not merely grown from over 7 meters to 10. It had surged explosively, resembling a small armored vehicle, exuding explosive power. The black and golden stripes upon its body deepened and became more cryptic, as if containing some profound universal truth. Every inch of muscle appeared as though sculpted from the hardest granite, streamlined and filled with a wild beauty. Most astonishing was its head. The enormous tiger's head bore a kingly symbol at its center, now transformed into a dark golden hue, subtly shimmering with light, emanating an innate, unassailable majesty. It slowly opened its eyes. No longer were they merely golden vertical pupils. Deep within those golden irises burned 2 eternal azure flames. Cold and regal, cruel yet noble, 2 entirely distinct essences harmoniously fused within its being. Chen Fan had survived. Moreover, he had undergone an unprecedented, transformative evolution. He lowered his gaze to behold his claws, now several times thicker, resembling steel cast in the most formidable form. He felt the surging power within him, akin to rivers raging forth, exponentially stronger than before. An overwhelming sense of dominion surged within him. He activated the system panel within his mind. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System 091. Host, Chen Fan. Race, Ancient Ice Fire Demon Tiger, Juvenile Phase. Potential to reach S-Class at peak. Level, Late D-Class. Age, 2 years. Length, 10 meters. Weight, 4 tons. Ability, Tenfold Enhancement Amplification. Devouring Points, 9. 650, 100, 000. Current time, September 8th, 2025, 22 days until the first spirit tide strikes. Upon viewing the data on the system page, Chen Fan realized that his race had transformed. He had evolved from the northeast tiger of Huaxiao to the unheard-of ancient ice fire demon tiger. His level had also surged from the early D-Class to the late D-Class. This is the power of bloodline evolution. The ice blue fruit, imbued with the essence of the most extreme cold, had awakened the primal fire attribute within him through the system's reward of bloodline evolution. The amalgamation of ice and fire did not obliterate him. Rather, guided by the system, it allowed him to undergo this astonishing metamorphosis. Chen Fan raised his head, the golden vertical pupils aflame with ice blue fire, gazing towards the direction of the summit. Although the peak had vanished, he would never forget those 3 missiles trailing flames, bearing the threat of death. Nor could he forget the insignificance and helplessness he felt in the face of absolute technological weaponry. This time, he had narrowly survived. What about next time? He sensed that the power of ice and fire within him was far from fully mastered. His current strength was merely a foundational enhancement from bloodline evolution. He needed greater power. Power sufficient to disregard those so-called modern weapons. Power capable of utterly crushing any existence that dared to threaten his life. A roar, suppressed for 3 days and filled with boundless rage and ferocity, erupted from the depths of Chen Fan's throat. The terrifying sound waves transformed into visible shockwaves, rapidly spreading in all directions. The entire valley trembled beneath this roar. Countless birds and beasts fled in terror, as if doomsday had arrived. Chen Fan's figure shot forth like an arrow, racing swiftly into the distance. His massive form was remarkably agile, weaving through the depths of the vast forest. In this moment, no creature within the mountains could threaten Chen Fan. He had undeniably become the sole overlord of this range. Chen Fan's speed was astonishing, and in less than 100 breaths, he reached the outer regions of the vast mountains. Peering through the thick foliage, he discovered that the troops stationed outside had long since departed. Seeing this, a sense of disappointment welled up within him. In this life, though he was reluctant to oppose humanity, it was hard to feel satisfied after being bombarded by 3 missiles. With thoughts of teaching those who launched the missiles a lesson dashed, Chen Fan silently retreated back into the depths of the vast mountains. Chapter 38, Number 100. Sovereign of the Skies. His massive form glided through the forest like a flowing shadow of black and gold, silent and stealthy. The mountaintop, where he had previously battled the white wolf and black bear, had undergone a complete transformation. The original peak had vanished, replaced by a vast, smooth, glass-like crater. The rocks and soil along the edges melted by unimaginable heat and then rapidly cooled, taking on a peculiar, profound black hue that glimmered eerily under the moonlight. The air was still thick with a pungent mix of gunpowder, ozone, and charred remnants. All traces of life had been utterly erased here. The blood and flesh of the fallen beasts, along with the formidable bodies of the white wolf and black bear, had been vaporized by the terrifying power of Chang'e No. 3, reduced to the most fundamental particles dispersed between heaven and earth. Chen Fan stood at the edge of the crater, his golden vertical pupils reflecting this scene of destruction, a wave of indescribable regret swelling within him. That was a vast amount of devouring points, especially the D-class black bear and white wolf. Had he been able to consume them, his devouring points would have skyrocketed. However, this thought was fleeting. Compared to the transformative rebirth brought by that ice-blue fruit, this loss was insignificant. He did not linger in this place. The land of death held no further value. Chen Fan slightly flared his nostrils, and amidst the myriad scents lingering in the air, he precisely detected a faint yet distinctive scent belonging to the white wolf. This scent did not emanate from the battlefield, but drifted from another direction. It was from its lair. Chen Fan shifted direction, his massive form becoming a fleeting shadow as he raced toward the source of the scent. The white wolf's lair was concealed within a hidden crevice of a sheer cliff. Outside lay dense jungles. The entrance narrow enough to allow only an adult wolf to squeeze through sideways, yet inside, a different world awaited. This was a naturally formed vast cavern, dry and well-ventilated, situated high enough to overlook much of the forest. Scattered in the corners of the cave were remnants of animal bones, remnants of previous meals. Chen Fan surveyed the area and felt quite satisfied with this location. In terms of concealment and comfort, it far surpassed the random shelters he had previously found. He made himself at home, occupying the heart of the cavern with his massive form, officially claiming it as his territory, comfortably lying on the cold, rocky ground. Chen Fan closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system panel within his consciousness. He needed to replan his future. In his past life, the D-class White Wolf King was the root cause of the fall of Sioux City. Now, it had been prematurely erased by human weapons. This meant that for a long time to come, the entire Sioux City and surrounding areas would no longer harbor any creatures capable of posing a substantial threat to him. He had secured the safest environment for his development. With his strength now at the late D-class level and only 22 days remaining until the first spirit tide descends, this period would serve as his final golden development phase. As long as he devoured all the creatures within the vast mountains, he was confident he could break through to C-class before the spirit tide arrived. Once he reached C-class, following the baptism and enhancement of the spirit tide, his power might even surge directly to the late C-class. Images of the terrifying beasts that gained notoriety across Huaxiao after the first spirit tide flashed through Chen Fan's mind. With his strength at that time, within the entire southeastern province, there would likely be no more than a handful capable of contending with him. Time flowed quietly amidst the daily hunts and devouring. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The vast mountains had fallen into an eerie tranquility. This calm was built on the foundations of absolute violence and bloodshed. Aside from necessary rest, Chen Fan spent nearly all his time patrolling and hunting through the expansive forest. He was like the most efficient butcher, systematically cleansing every corner of the mountain range. In these 10 days, his devouring points accumulated by over 1,000. However, his efficiency was visibly declining. After the harrowing battle of that fateful night and Chen Fan's relentless hunting spree over the past 10 days, the populations of formidable and aggressive beasts within the vast mountains had plummeted by more than 70 to 80%. What remained were mostly scattered and feeble creatures. In light of this dire situation, Chen Fan was compelled to lower his targets, incorporating even the previously disregarded smaller beasts into his diet, for after all, even the tiniest fly is still meat. On this particular day, at dawn, Chen Fan did not venture out as he typically would to forage. Instead, he stood like a black gold statue at the entrance of his lair, his massive tiger head slightly raised. His golden vertical pupils, ablaze with icy blue flames, penetrated through layers of morning mist, gazing towards the distant northern horizon. His eyes were profound, as if transcending the constraints of time and space, witnessing a vision from another dimension. For, according to the memories of his past life, today would mark one of the most indelible days for all of Huaxia and humanity before the arrival of the first spiritual tide. On this very day, a fearsome beast with a terrifying C-class strength would descend upon the eastern province of Huaxia, akin to divine retribution. Within mere hours, it would launch successive assaults on 3 unprepared cities, leaving behind a landscape of devastation and hundreds of thousands of cold corpses. This calamity would strike like the sharpest slap across the face of humanity in Huaxia, shattering a century of their complacent existence. It was from that day forth that the term ferocious beast, representing absolute annihilation, would first emerge in a blood-soaked manner into the public consciousness, awakening everyone to the stark reality that the world had irrevocably changed, becoming both alien and lethal. The beast was later named by survivors and the Guagu Gene Research Institute, officially included in the Zero Archive, and assigned a unique identifier, number 100, codename Sky Sovereign. In Kyoto, within the deepest recesses of the Guagu Gene Research Institute's central command room, a colossal circular screen displayed real-time surveillance data streams from across the nation, with only the faint hum of the server's cooling fans breaking the silence. Ren Shiyuan sat at the command seat, his visage haggard. 13 days had passed since the Haoshan incident, and Sheng Ruoshi had long returned to Kyoto to engage in new research projects. Yet, his heart remained burdened. The elimination of Archive 099 was like a thorn deeply embedded in his psyche. Although the threat had been neutralized, the overwhelming sense of loss only intensified with each passing day. He harbored a premonition that what he had destroyed was not merely a research specimen, but potentially a crucial bargaining chip for humanity at some pivotal juncture in the future. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Giant Bird. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a red alert shattered the tranquility of the command room. The piercing alarm seemed sharp enough to puncture eardrums. The walls illuminated with a crimson hue, signaling the highest level of threat, casting a blood-red glow upon the faces of everyone present. What is happening? Ren Shiyuan abruptly rose from his seat, his voice low yet commanding. A young researcher responsible for monitoring, pale as a ghost, trembled as he typed on the keyboard. His voice quaking. Minister Ren, above Longjiang City in the eastern province, we have detected an ultra-high-intensity biological energy response. The signal source cannot be resolved. Speed exceeds Mach 3. Before he could finish, the central main screen was forcefully switched to a live feed from a military satellite. The image was somewhat blurry and shaking violently. It showed the view from 10,000 meters above, overlooking the entire Longjiang City. In the heart of this once thriving metropolis, a colossal, blazing pit had emerged. Thick black smoke spiraled upwards like the tentacles of a demon. Zoom in. Maximize the view. Ren Shiyuan's eyes glowed with intensity as he shouted. The image rapidly closed in. Above the inferno and ruins, a shadowy figure was spiraling at an unfathomable speed, defying the laws of physics. Its size was beyond comprehension. Its wings spread wide enough to obscure several city blocks. Each flap generated a terrifying gust, shredding the remaining structures to pieces as if they were mere paper. Open fire. All units. Bring it down. The anguished roar of the Eastern Province's war zone commander echoed through the communication channel. In the next moment, dozens of brilliant flares erupted from all directions of the city, trailing long tails of fire as they accurately targeted the swirling shadow. These were surface-to-air missiles, a saturation attack potent enough to erase an armored division from the map. However, what transpired next plunged the entire command room into an eerie silence. The shadow, facing the apocalyptic downpour of missiles, did not flinch. It merely flicked its wings lightly. In an instant, an invisible barrier, imperceptible to the naked eye, expanded outward from its center. All the missiles, upon contacting that barrier, detonated violently as if crashing into an unseen wall, resulting in a kaleidoscope of fiery explosions lighting up the sky. The scene was both magnificent and despairing. The shockwaves and shrapnel from the blasts failed to alter the flight path of the shadow, even slightly. It remained unscathed. What in the world is that? Someone murmured, lost in a daze, their voice laden with terror and confusion. Ren Shiyuan's gaze was fixated on the screen, his body trembling from sheer shock. He discerned that it was a bird, a terrifying giant bird, wholly covered in feathers resembling black iron. Its plumage shimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the light of the explosions. Its eyes glowed like 2 burning rubies, filled with cruelty and indifference. It seemed incensed by the futile attacks. The giant bird emitted a silent, piercing shriek, sending a wave of psychic shock that swept through the command room, causing several researchers with weaker mental fortitude to bleed from their noses and faint. It then opened its beak, akin to one forged from steel, unleashing a torrent of incandescent energy that surged forth like a solid beam. The beam swept across the land, carving a bottomless chasm lined with crystalline edges. All structures, vehicles, and lives touched by the beam were instantaneously disintegrated, vaporized without a trace. The force of that strike was cataclysmic. He knew then that Longjiang City was doomed. The existing weaponry of humanity was but a farce in the face of such a creature. After obliterating Longjiang City, the giant bird circled above for a few moments before flapping its wings and transforming into a streak of black light, hastening towards the next city. Its speed was such that even satellites could only capture a series of fleeting afterimages. The atmosphere within the command room had descended to a frigid silence. All eyes were fixated on the swiftly vanishing black dot on the screen, accompanied by the burning, dying city it left in its wake, leaving everyone speechless. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped every heart. Minister, an assistant in a trembling voice inquired, "What is this monster? Why can I find no information about it in all biological records?" Ren Shiyuan ignored the assistant's words, slowly closing his eyes and leaning against the cold chair back. A tragic smile etched on his face. He recalled the file number 099, which he had personally marked as cleared. That northeast tiger, despite its extraordinary intelligence and limitless potential, was still a mere flesh and blood creature, reduced to ashes beneath 3 Chang'e missiles. But what about this entity before him? The missile was ineffective, and energy attacks were utterly beyond their comprehension of the term organism. This was nothing less than a demon emerged from the pages of mythology. After a prolonged silence, he finally reopened his eyes, now filled with a chilling resolve. Notify the archives department. Establish a new file, numbered 100. His voice resonated clearly in the silent command center. Codename, Supreme of the Heavens. Upon uttering those words, Ren Shiyuan suddenly recalled something, turning his gaze towards the assistant, whose eyes were now bloodshot, his voice nearing a roar. This creature did not appear in Longjiang City without reason. Given its destruction of the city without immediate departure, it is likely searching for something. If it does not find what it seeks today, it will not relent. You must contact the Eastern Province branch immediately and have them exhaust all means to trace the origins of this creature. Yes, the assistant responded promptly, relaying Ren Shiyuan's orders to the Gene Research Institute in the Eastern Province. After issuing the command, Ren Shiyuan rose and dashed outside, until the purpose of this beast's rampage was determined. As the director of the Ancient Kingdom Research Institute, he had to reach the Eastern Province as swiftly as possible to confer with the military of Huaxia on subsequent strategies. Upon arriving at the helipad outside, he found Zheng Ruoxi waiting with her tablet in hand. "What are you doing?" "Minister, let me accompany you." Ren Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to leave Zheng Ruoxi behind, but upon seeing her determined gaze, he eventually nodded in agreement. The two boarded a military helicopter, which sped towards the Eastern Province. Chapter 40, Jianshi. The helicopter blades sliced through the thick clouds like colossal blades, their thunderous roar threatening to rupture eardrums, every jolt constricting hearts. Ren Shiyuan's expression was somber, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers outside the window. His inner turmoil surpassed even the tempest outside. The terrifying creature designated as Supreme of the Heavens loomed over him like a heavy mountain, nearly suffocating him. Zheng Ruoxi, seated opposite him, clutched her specially designed tablet tightly. On the screen, the city of Longjiang was still ablaze. The satellite imagery had switched to thermal mode, revealing the core of the city in a blinding crimson. A flame that could not be extinguished, the lingering warmth of countless lives extinguished. This image pierced Ren Shiyuan's heart like a needle. His resolute face was marred by a sense of helplessness. According to their previous understanding of such beasts, once their danger level reached C-class, they ceased to be ordinary organisms and awakened various unknown and powerful abilities. For instance, the fireballs shot from the beak of the giant bird and the piercing shriek that struck at the psyche, faced with such power that transcended current dimensions of understanding. Humanity remained pitifully weak. Beep. The tablet emitted a soft sound, interrupting Ren Shiyuan's thoughts. Zheng Ruoxi quickly glanced down, her face turning pale. "Minister." Her voice rose sharply, laced with tremors. "Its movement trajectory is directing towards the next city, Jianshi." Jianshi lay 350 kilometers from Longjiang City. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the tranquil northern city, creating an atmosphere of peace and comfort. Streets thronged with vehicles, shopping malls buzzed with crowds, and park benches hosted elderly basking in sunlight, while children frolicked on the grass. Unbeknownst to them, a disaster capable of annihilating all of this was rapidly approaching at an unimaginable speed. Suddenly, the shrill sound of the air raid siren shattered the city's tranquility. The sound was piercing and urgent, as if an unseen hand had gripped every heart tightly. Vehicles halted on the streets, drivers peering out in confusion. In the malls, shoppers paused, gazing questioningly at the overhead announcements. In the park, Children's laughter abruptly ceased, and they sought refuge in their parents' embraces. What was happening? An earthquake? A fire? Or a drill? Before anyone could comprehend the bewildering situation, the distant roar of engines grew closer, reverberating from all directions of the city. The ground trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned to see military trucks painted in dark green camouflage, armored vehicles, and even tracked missile launchers racing through the city's main thoroughfare like an iron tide. Soldiers, fully armed and grim-faced, held weapons glinting with cold light. Their vigilant gazes scanned the azure sky, as if some terrifying enemy lurked there. Then, the sky itself was torn apart. Whoosh! Accompanied by deafening sonic booms, menacing fighter jets flew in combat formation above the city, circling around and establishing a steel aerial defense line. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire city plummeted from serenity to a chilling dread. Fear began to spread silently among the populace. Some quick-witted individuals started to scream, seeking shelter in stores or ducking under vehicles. Many others were rendered stupefied by the sudden commotion, frozen in place. A young man wearing a baseball cap crouched behind a newsstand, trembling as he raised his phone and began a live stream. Guys, I'm not joking. I'm in Jianshi, and I don't know what is happening. The whole city is under martial law. It's all military. Look. He pointed his camera at the military vehicles racing past on the street and the fighter jets circling overhead. The video instantly surged through the internet in Huaxia, creating a tidal wave of excitement. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed at a terrifying pace. Comments flooded the screen like a bursting dam. Whoa, is this a movie? The special effects are too realistic. Streamer, stop messing around. This must be a military drill. Disperse. A drill? Do drills use J-20s and Hongqi 17s? Don't show your ignorance. A netizen with the ID of Junwu Zhai immediately stepped forward to refute the claims. The visuals presented depicted none other than the most advanced active military equipment from our Huaxia. Such a level of deployment would only manifest in the face of the gravest war threats. It is unequivocally not a drill. This military enthusiast's exposition fell upon the audience like a bucket of cold water, instantly chilling the atmosphere in the live stream. Just then, a blood-red comment abruptly appeared at the center of the screen, strikingly conspicuous. I am in Longjiang City. We have just been attacked by a monster. The entire city is devastated. That creature is heading towards your Jia city. Run. This comment originated from a survivor who had recently clawed his way out of the depths of hell. His words were imbued with boundless fear and despair. However, to most, his warning seemed utterly absurd. Monster? Buddy, have you watched too many sci-fi films? Calm down. What era are we in? Still clinging to feudal superstition? The young people in the live stream could not help but scoff at the comment. Dude, that is quite the joke you're making. Talking about monsters in today's scientific society. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from a nearby street. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion, accompanied by searing heat and shattered debris, instantaneously engulfed half the block. The young man's phone was jolted from his grasp, the live stream tumbling violently before finally freezing on a scene of devastation. Yet he could not afford to concern himself with the phone any longer. He stood frozen, his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks in sheer terror. Slowly, he mustered all his strength to lift his gaze towards the sky. Above the azure expanse, a colossal black that had materialized, expanding at an alarming rate. It was a bird, a monstrous creature cloaked in jet-black feathers, its wings spanning several dozen meters, resembling a terrifying deity from mythology. Its eyes, two burning rubies, coldly surveyed the diminutive city below. The cataclysmic strike just witnessed had been nothing more than an energy sphere casually expelled from its maw. Chapter 41, Nationwide Live Broadcast. Following a brief silence, the entire city erupted in screams reminiscent of a landslide or tsunami. Chaos descended in an instant. People fled in a frenzy, like headless flies, crying out and jostling one another, trampling over each other. The order of peacetime was rendered utterly fragile in the face of such overwhelming violence. Open fire. The military, having awaited this moment for long, launched an unhesitating and ferocious assault. Ground-based missile launchers belched forth furious flames, each anti-air missile trailing a long plume as they soared skyward. Rat-a-tat-tat. The aircraft above unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets, weaving a lethal net of fire aimed at the gigantic bird. Yet, all of this was in vain. Faced with a saturation attack powerful enough to obliterate an armored division, the colossal bird merely flapped its wings disdainfully. A hum reverberated as an invisible barrier expanded outward. All missiles and bullets detonated upon contact with this barrier, erupting into vibrant yet despairing fireworks against the sky. The shockwave from the explosions failed to so much as ruffle its form. An endless fury ignited within its ruby-like eyes, provoked by the audacity of these insignificant creatures. With a silent shriek, a wave of pure psychic force swept across the sky. The pilots of several fighter jets instantly suffered from nosebleeds and lost consciousness, their aircraft billowing black smoke as they spiraled down like crippled birds. Following this, the giant bird forcefully flapped its wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of crescent-shaped blades of compressed air descended like a dark tempest. These wind blades were deadlier than the sharpest knives. The tempered glass facades of skyscrapers were effortlessly sliced through as if they were mere sheets of paper. The robust concrete structures shattered into fragments. Any fleeing individuals caught in the path of the wind blades were instantly dismembered, transforming the streets into a veritable rain of blood. The city wailed in agony. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, bloody massacre. The giant bird looked down upon the carnage with indifference, its scarlet eyes devoid of compassion, consumed only by an overwhelming rage and profound urgency. It was searching for its offspring, those unhatched eggs, carriers of its lineage and hope. During its brief absence in search of sustenance, those despicable two-legged creatures, akin to vermin, had stolen them from its nest deep within the Yuanlin mountain range. Following the faint scent left by the thieves, it had pursued them to Longjiang City. It had destroyed the city but found no trace of its children. Now, that scent had led it here. It could sense that the aroma lingered somewhere within this city. Today, it vowed to reclaim its offspring. Today, it would make all beings tainted by that scent pay the most excruciating price for their foolishness and greed. With this thought, the colossal bird unleashed an enraged roar, its massive form plummeting like a black meteor. It ceased its indiscriminate attacks and, with its keen hawk-like eyes, began to search the chaotic city for something. Boom! Its enormous talons effortlessly tore through a building's rooftop, extracting a trembling man from within as if he were a mere chick. The man, paralyzed by terror, sold himself in fear. The giant bird brought him before its gaze, scrutinizing him with its icy eyes. Not this scent. It impatiently opened its mouth and swallowed the unconscious human whole. Then it resumed its search and feast within this hellish realm. The phone that had fallen at the street corner remained operational, capturing the unfolding horror. The rolling footage focused on the sky, transmitting unfiltered images of the terrifying giant bird tearing apart buildings and devouring humans through the cold network signal. In the live stream, an eerie silence ensued. The previously mocking and skeptical comments vanished without a trace. Tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of viewers stared blankly at their screens, their faces drained of color, leaving only disbelief and pallor. This was not cinematic special effects. This was not a military exercise. This was a massacre occurring under the bright light of day. A chilling, bone-deep fear spread like a virus through the network, instantly permeating every corner of Huaxia. Major news media outlets and official channels, upon receiving the highest directives, abruptly interrupted their programming to broadcast this bloody and desperate live feed from Jia City. In an instant, the entire nation fell silent. Countless individuals paused their work, set down their chopsticks, and abruptly rose from their warm beds, shocked. They gazed at the screen depicting the city being ravaged, at the monstrous bird that resembled a deity or demon, and at their fellow compatriots fleeing in despair, mercilessly slaughtered. A harsh reality shattered the dreams of peace and comfort for all. Panic was burgeoning, yet so too was the emotion of anger. The senior officials of Huaxia, unusually, opted not to suppress information or stifle public opinion. Instead, they chose the most direct and painful approach, laying bare the truth of this world before all citizens. The old era had drawn to a close. A new era, fraught with uncertainty and bloodshed, had dawned. Simultaneously, a series of high-level commands emanated from the heart of the capital, reaching every corner of the eastern province. The orders were clear. All combat units in the eastern province war zone were to immediately cease all leave and training and enter a state of first-level combat readiness. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th Armored Corps, along with the Rocket Forces and Air Force Aviation Divisions, were to swiftly assemble toward Jiashur at full speed. At all costs, provide support to Jiashur. At all costs, eliminate the target. 100 miles outside Jiashur, a remote research facility originally designated for geological exploration was transformed into a heavily fortified temporary military command center within a mere half-hour. The radar vehicle's antenna rotated silently, while the shouts of communications personnel echoed, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and tension. A massive electronic screen was broadcasting in real time the devastation unfolding in Jiashur, as a group of high-ranking military officials, adorned with stars on their shoulders, fixated on the screen. Their faces darkened with grave concern. Fists clenched audibly. Teeth ground against lips until they bled. These were seasoned soldiers. Yet the scene before them exceeded the boundaries of their comprehension. Conventional weapons proved nearly ineffective. Fighter jet formations appeared as fragile toys in its presence. What monstrosity was this? Report. The director of the Ancient Nation Gene Research Institute, Ren Shiyuan, and researcher Zheng Ruoxu have arrived. A communications officer announced loudly. The heavy alloy door swung open, and Ren Shiyuan and Zheng Ruoxu strode in, having just executed an emergency landing of their military helicopter on the open ground outside the facility. Ren Shiyuan glanced at the screen displaying the rampaging giant bird, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred. What is the situation? His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. A gray-haired general, the highest commander present, shook his head gravely. It is dire. Our attacks cannot breach its defenses. It seems to be searching for something. Ren Shiyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. The giant bird's movements appeared chaotic, fueled by a savage desire for destruction. Yet Ren Shiyuan keenly discerned something unusual. It demolished buildings, yet did not raze them entirely. Rather, it tore open a gap. Peering within with its crimson eyes, it captured humans, but did not consume them all. Some were merely grasped for a fleeting glance before being crushed and discarded. This behavior resembled not predation, but rather selection. A bold conclusion formed in his mind. It is searching, Ren Shiyuan declared with conviction. Something crucial to it lies within this city. His words invigorated all the generals present. If they could locate what it sought, perhaps they could discover a means to confront it. Ruoxu. Ren Shiyuan turned sharply. Zheng Ruoxu had already grasped his intent. The specialized tablet in her arms was connected to the command center's central system. Her slender fingers flew across the screen, complex streams of data cascading like a waterfall. Through satellites, high-altitude drones, and perilous transmissions from frontline soldiers, a three-dimensional model of the sky's sovereign was rapidly being constructed. Minutes later, the data analysis was complete. A soft beep signaled the final report, which presented itself to all. Zheng Ruoxu inhaled deeply, her voice cold and swift as she read aloud. Target. Number 100. Unknown avian mutant, designated as Sky Sovereign. Classification, Level C, Early Stage. Ability Analysis. 1. Aerodynamic Manipulation. Can control airflow to create high-density wind blades, pressure barriers, and achieve supersonic flight. 2. Bioenergy Cannon. Utilizes a specialized organ in the throat to compress internal biological energy, producing and firing high thermal energy beams. 3. Mental Shock. Employs specific frequency infrasound waves to instill terror in targets with lower mental fortitude, potentially causing unconsciousness or death. Weakness Analysis. 1. Energy core located in the left side of the chest, the source of all its abilities, but protected by thick breastbone and muscle. 2. Highly unstable emotions. Currently in a state of extreme rage, exhibiting a singular attack pattern devoid of combat intelligence. 3. Weak mental defenses. High-intensity mental attacks can inflict effective damage. Weakness. The eyes of all present in the command center lit up. Its mental defenses are weak. The gray-haired general slammed his hand on the table, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. Our military's latest Dragon's Roar infrasound weapon system is precisely among the reinforcements en route. We can lure it to the unmanned mountainous region outside the city and employ Dragon's Roar for comprehensive mental disruption. Once its psyche is compromised, its defensive barriers will surely reveal vulnerabilities. At that point, we shall concentrate all our armor-piercing rounds and ground-penetrating missiles to target its energy core in the chest. This proposal was bold yet precise, akin to a sharp scalpel aimed directly at the Sky's Sovereign's vital point. Zheng Ruoxu swiftly engaged in tactical simulations, nodding after a moment. Theoretically, the success rate exceeds 70%. It is feasible. However, the atmosphere of excitement was short-lived. Another, even more critical issue confronted them. A major general furrowed his brow and raised a concern. While the plan is commendable, how do we lure it into the predetermined trap? This beast, though ferocious, clearly possesses considerable intelligence. Ordinary tactics may prove ineffective. His words extinguished the flickering hope like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, how do we lure it? Use fighter jets? That would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Utilize ground troops? Under its wind blades, even the sturdiest armor would be as fragile as paper. The command center fell once more into a suffocating silence. Meanwhile, in Jiashur, in a dark and damp basement, the air was thick with the acrid stench of decaying food, mingled with the nauseating odors of sweat and excrement. The source of this foulness emanated from the center of the basement, where 3 black spheres, each over half a meter tall, rested atop a filthy blanket. These spheres, smooth and resembling obsidian, were the 3 unhatched eggs of the sky sovereign that had been lost. At this moment, their surfaces were coated with a thick, yellow-green viscous chemical agent. It is precisely this layer of potion that has created a barrier, isolating their unique essence and forming a cocoon of information, rendering even the nearby Sangcheong Bazu incapable of accurately perceiving their location. In the corner of the basement, 3 figures crouched like geckos at the ventilation shaft, peering through the narrow crevice to glimpse the outside world. What lay beyond was a hell on earth. The cacophony of screams, explosions, and the thunderous collapse of structures melded into a symphony of apocalypse. The colossal bird, obscuring the sky, took countless lives with each flap of its wings. Observing this terrifying scene, the bodies of the 3 trembled like leaves in the wind. Their faces bore a deeper mark of fear and despair than those fleeing outside, for they knew the truth that others did not. This cataclysmic demon had descended upon them because of their actions. It had tracked them down, following the scent lingering in the air from their lair. "Boss, we have sinned," stammered a small-framed man, his lips quivering, his voice tinged with a sob. His eyes brimmed with endless remorse. Had they not succumbed to greed and ventured deep into the Yuanlin Mountains to steal those 3 eggs, Longjiang City would not have been destroyed, and Jiashir would not have become a living hell. The blood and wails that filled the city were all a consequence of their actions. "Shut up," barked the man designated as the boss, a burly figure with a face full of flesh. He turned to glare menacingly at the smaller man and hissed, "What happens to others is none of our bloody concern. Spare me your phony moralizing." At that moment, another man, who had remained silent until now and wore glasses, raised his head. His face was pale, yet his gaze was resolute. "Boss, a shoe is right. We cannot afford to make another mistake." He glanced at the 3 eggs on the ground, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I want to return the eggs to it. Even if it tears me to shreds on the spot, I will accept it. I just wish for it to cease." "I will go too." The smaller man instantly chimed in, as if he had found a glimmer of hope for redemption. Slap. The boss retaliated with a resounding slap across the bespectacled man's face. "Are you out of your mind?" His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast cornered in despair, as he growled under his breath. "Return them? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? We just need to hide here until the storm passes. That foolish bird won't find us, and it will eventually leave. Do you have any idea what these 3 eggs represent? We could sell them abroad to those involved in biological research. Enough for us to squander for several lifetimes. You would forsake such opulence for those unrelated to us. Are you an idiot?" Seeing the boss's unwavering obstinacy, the bespectacled man and the smaller man exchanged glances, recognizing the same resolve in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the smaller man lunged forward, clinging desperately to the boss's legs. "What are you doing? Let go of me," the boss thundered in fury. Before he could break free, the bespectacled man had seized a shovel from the corner and swung it with all his might, striking the back of the boss's head. With a dull thud, the boss's curses abruptly ceased, his body slumping as he fell unconscious. The bespectacled man discarded the shovel, gasping for breath, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 43. The egg of the colossal bird. Without a hint of hesitation, the two immediately set to work, carefully transporting the 3 heavy eggs out of the foul-smelling basement. The streets outside had transformed into a wasteland. Smoke filled the air, and rivers of blood flowed. Pushing a cart salvaged from the debris, they navigated the chaotic streets like headless flies, evading the blades of wind descending from above and skirting around burning vehicle wreckage, desperately seeking the presence of soldiers. At last, beneath a collapsed bank building, they spotted a soldier organizing the evacuation of civilians. The bespectacled man summoned every ounce of strength and shouted as he charged forward. The soldier raised his weapon warily, but upon seeing the enormous black eggs they were pushing, his pupils dilated in shock. "We know why that monster has come. It is these 3 eggs. They are its offspring." The bespectacled man fell to his knees, recounting the entire story at breakneck speed. The soldier's expression shifted from shock to anger, then to gravity. He immediately recognized the significance of the situation and, without a moment's delay, reported the astonishing news through his communicator. "Report, Commander. Urgent intel from the front lines." A communicator's voice shattered the tense atmosphere within the makeshift military command center. "We have discovered 3 giant biological eggs within the city. According to 2 individuals who have surrendered, these eggs were stolen from the Sangcheong Bazu's nest." This revelation struck the command center like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. In Ren Chiyuan's eyes, a fierce light erupted. "So that's it. Its target is its offspring. Immediately, at all costs, secure the safe return of those 2 individuals and the 3 eggs." The white-haired general commanded decisively. The orders were swiftly executed. Minutes later, an armed helicopter, braving the threat of swirling blades, made a forced landing in the open space outside the command center. Two filthy, disheveled young men, along with the 3 eggs wrapped in thick, blast-proof blankets, were brought into the command center. As they gazed upon the 2 instigators of this calamity, the commanding officers within the center wore expressions as cold as ice, as if they were ready to kill. First, confine them. Military tribunal after the war. The general coldly waved his hand, and 2 fully armed guards promptly stepped forward to drag the already terrified, bespectacled man and the smaller man away. All eyes were fixed on the 3 mysterious black eggs. Zheng Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement and rationality as she hurried forward, producing professional equipment for scanning and analysis. Indeed, the life energy fluctuations within the eggs are of the same origin as the Sangqiong Bazu. They are its children. She lifted her head to look at Ren Shiyuan and the assembled officers, stating with conviction, "We have bait. With these 3 eggs, we can lure it to any location we desire." A glimmer of hope ignited within the command center, igniting a suppressed cheer. However, a gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement raised a different opinion. "Commander, since these are its children, could we not return the eggs to it? Perhaps if we restore them, it will leave on its own accord, thus minimizing our casualties." His proposal rendered the room silent. The idea of returning them, laden with humanitarian goodwill, was understood by all present as a near impossibility. No, Ren Shiyuan was the first to stand, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. He pointed at the screen displaying the still-burning, wailing city. "You now approach the countless restless souls in Longjiang City and Jiaxi, asking whether we should return the children of the murderers to them. You now address the people of the nation, questioning if our military can only choose to compromise and seek peace in the face of a beast." His words struck like heavy hammers, resonating deeply within every heart. The gaze of the white-haired general ignited with a fierce fury. Director Ren was right. The entire nation is watching us. The whole world is observing. In this battle, we must not only fight, but must emerge victorious. We shall use the blood of this beast to console our fallen compatriots. We shall cleanse the shame of our soldiers. Moreover, we shall use its carcass to demonstrate to the nation that these so-called ferocious creatures are not invincible. Humanity possesses both the capability and the resolve to defend its homeland. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. These final 4 words rang out with a resonant clarity, imbued with the essence of iron and blood. No one dared to voice dissent. All goodwill and sympathy appeared utterly powerless in the face of this bloody reality. This is not negotiation. This is war. It is a life-or-death struggle for the survival of our race. Opinions were unified at this moment. A chilling intent to kill permeated every corner of the command center like solid steel. The white-haired general took a deep breath, and within his weathered eyes, a sharp battle spirit reignited. He surveyed the room, his voice steady and authoritative. "Since we have decided to fight, the next question is, where shall we set the trap?" This question instantly cooled the previously heated atmosphere, plunging everyone into contemplation. The bait has been prepared, but where shall this deadly slaughter knife fall? One officer pointed to the massive electronic sand table, proposing, "How about the Gobi region outside the city? The terrain is open and uninhabited, which would minimize collateral damage." Another general immediately shook his head. "No, the sandstorms in the Gobi are too severe and would greatly hinder our longing system's sound wave transmission, reducing its effectiveness by at least 30%. Furthermore, it is entirely exposed, making it easy for the beast to discover our traps in advance." "What about leading it towards the East China Sea?" "Absolutely not. Once it enters the sea, its maneuverability will increase, making it exceedingly difficult for our missiles to lock onto it." Plan after plan was proposed and subsequently rejected. The battlefield cannot be in the city, as that would result in immeasurable civilian casualties. It also cannot be in an excessively complex environment, as that would provide too much evasion space for this aerial tyrant. It must be an open, uninhabited area capable of maximizing the effectiveness of our weapons. More importantly, this battle concerns national prestige and public sentiment. They require a stage that can vividly showcase this thrilling battle to the entire nation. We must let all our trembling compatriots in despair witness that human strength is ample enough to shred any beast that dares to provoke us. Chapter 44. Haoshan. Just as everyone was at a loss, the previously silent Zheng Ruoxi's eyes suddenly sparkled with a bright idea. There may be a place that fits the bill. Her voice was cool, yet instantly captured everyone's attention. She approached the central control panel, her slender fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard, pulling up a detailed satellite map of a specific area. It was a range of undulating, profound mountains. Haoshan. Zheng Ruoxi uttered the two words. The straight-line distance between the two locations is 580 kilometers. Recently, to eradicate a few D-class beasts residing there, the military had deployed the Changgung No. 3 tactical missile to flatten a peak deep within Haoshan. As she spoke, she continuously zoomed in on the map, revealing a vast platform that appeared as though it had been sliced by a colossal blade. Here, a natural battlefield emerged, with surrounding areas being uninhabited, alleviating concerns about collateral damage. The mountain can effectively reflect and focus the Longyan's infrasonic waves, creating a no-dead-angle mental attack field. Most importantly, the threat deep within Haoshan has just been eradicated, leaving it nearly a blank area. Zheng Ruoxi's words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the shackles of thought for everyone. Haoshan, that mountain peak leveled by missiles. It is practically a gallows tailor-made for this battle. The white-haired general's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he slammed his fist onto the table. It is settled at Haoshan. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately picked up the red secure phone on the table and reported the complete battle plan at the highest encryption level to the Supreme Command of Huaxia. Agreed. The voice on the other end conveyed only 2 words, yet they carried an undeniable authority and resolve. The command swiftly spread throughout the entire Huaxia combat zone. The piercing alarm echoed simultaneously across various military bases. The slumbering iron giants began to awaken. Heavy trucks equipped with the Longyan infrasonic weapon system roared out of the base, escorted by dozens of tanks, resembling a torrent of steel. The missile silos hidden within the deep mountains slowly opened their heavy covers, as gleaming metallic ground missiles adjusted their coordinates, locking onto the peak of Haoshan. In the Air Force Base, J-30 heavy fighter jets were towed to the runway, as ground crew swiftly loaded them with specially made tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. A web of traps targeting the Sky Sovereign expanded rapidly and silently, centered around Haoshan. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center in Jiaxi, Ren Xiuyuan gazed at the armed helicopter that had already started up outside the window, his expression grave. Ruoxi, you stay here to oversee data coordination and tactical simulation. He turned his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. No. Zheng Ruoxi shook her head, her eyes clear and resolute. The state of these 3 eggs is highly unstable, and the internal life energy wave frequencies are constantly fluctuating. I must be by their side to monitor their data in real time, ensuring they can serve as bait until the plan succeeds. She paused for a moment and added, furthermore, I need to collect various parameters of the Sky Sovereign under intense emotional fluctuations up close. This is crucial for our future research. Ren Xiuyuan looked at her, seeing in her beautiful eyes the determination of a scholar and the fearlessness of a warrior. He no longer attempted to dissuade her. Very well. We will go together. The heavy blast blanket was carefully lifted, revealing 3 giant eggs resembling obsidian, secured within specially designed cushioning boxes, carried by 8 of the most elite soldiers onto the helicopter. Ren Xiuyuan and Zheng Ruoxi followed closely behind. The rotor blades whipped up a tremendous airflow, stirring up dust and debris on the ground. The armed helicopter ascended slowly, adjusted its direction, and sped towards the dark green mountains in the south. Deep within Haoshan, the air was thick with the scent of blood. A wild boar lay on the ground, its throat torn open, warm blood saturating the surrounding loamy soil. Beside its carcass lay an extraordinarily robust northeast tiger, quietly resting. It was Chen Fan, who had just concluded a not-so-arduous hunt. For him, the prey of such caliber no longer posed any challenge, merely serving as a meager sustenance. He extended his barbed tongue, poised to indulge in this evening's repast. Suddenly, his movements abruptly halted. Those eyes, gleaming with a fierce golden light, instantly lifted, gazing towards the periphery of the mountains. His ears, akin to radar, subtly rotated, capturing the faintest tremors in the air. It was neither the sound of beasts in flight nor the howling of mountain winds through the forest. Instead, it was a deep, continuous, metallic rumble. Hundreds, if not thousands, of engines roared in unison. A subtle quaking emanated from the depths of the earth, sending a shiver through all living things. Chen Fan rose slowly. His massive form emitted not a single sound, moving as lightly as a falling feather. He forsook the food before him, his substantial figure silently melding into the dense shadows of the jungle behind him. Chen Fan moved with remarkable speed, traversing the intricate mountain terrain as if walking on level ground. He deliberately suppressed all traces of his presence, minimizing his existence to the utmost. Soon, he reached the edge of the deep expanse of Hao Mountain. He selected a precarious cliff, his enormous body perfectly concealed within the crevices of the rocks and dense vines, revealing only his cold, golden eyes as he surveyed the scene below. The sight before him made his heart involuntarily tighten. In the valley beneath, a torrent of steel beasts was advancing slowly. The tracks ground against the earth, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down the spine, pulverizing the trees and rocks in their path. The soldiers moved in a dense formation, akin to an army of ants. Their actions synchronized and efficient as they set up peculiar metallic devices at various critical points, devices he had never seen before, particularly on the summit platform, which had been leveled by missiles. Dozens of massive, dish-like instruments resembling pot lids were erected, interconnected by thick cables, forming a bizarre circular array. An inexplicable sense of foreboding emanated from these instruments. Were they laying a trap? A question flashed through Chen Fan's mind. For me? Impossible. He had remained deep within How Mountain during this time, never venturing out or exposing any trace of himself. How could they ascertain that he was still alive? How could they orchestrate such a meticulous net to target him with precision? This defied logic. Yet, if not for him, then for what purpose? In this recently cleared expanse of How Mountain, what could possibly warrant such a grand undertaking? Confusion and gravity filled Chen Fan's golden pupils. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a unique rumbling sound approached, growing louder from the horizon. Chen Fan abruptly looked up. A dark green armed helicopter pierced the clouds, heading directly towards the flattened peak. The helicopter hovered above the platform for a moment before descending slowly. The cabin door opened, and two figures emerged from within, the man and the woman. Is it her? Chen Fan's remarkable memory instantly recognized Zhang Ruoxi. With the arrival of Ren Qiyuan and Zhang Ruoxi, all soldiers on the ground ceased their tasks, standing at attention and solemnity, the atmosphere growing exceedingly grave. This further confirmed that this was an operation of extreme significance, personally commanded by the highest echelons of authority. Shortly thereafter, 8 fully armed soldiers carefully carried out a massive metal box from the cabin. They placed the box steadily at the center of the platform before swiftly retreating to assume a defensive stance. Ren Qiyuan and Zhang Ruoxi approached the box. Under the watchful gaze of all, Zhang Ruoxi personally unlocked the metal box. The walls of the box descended, revealing 3 enormous eggs, entirely black and seemingly sculpted from obsidian, wrapped in thick cushioning material. Upon seeing those 3 colossal eggs, Chen Fan's golden pupils abruptly narrowed to the most perilous pinpoints. He stared intently at the 3 eggs. There was no doubt that they were not the eggs of any ordinary beast. Chapter 45, Setting the Bait. Confusion and vigilance flickered within Chen Fan's golden pupils. He could not comprehend their true intentions. While he observed in the shadows, Zhang Ruoxi had completed her final checks on the mountaintop platform. She confirmed that the energy output of each longing array was at peak performance, ensuring that all buried ground missiles had deactivated their safety mechanisms. Everything was set. She approached the 3 eggs and nodded at Ren Qiyuan. Taking a deep breath, Ren Qiyuan issued the command through the tactical communicator. Begin. 2 soldiers clad in full biohazard suits approached, carrying the metal box. They opened the box and, using a specialized spray gun, began to coat the surface of the enormous eggs with a transparent liquid. A faint hissing sound of corrosion arose. A layer of gel-like chemical substance that had covered the eggshell began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into white vapor that dissipated into the air. Now, the lockdown was lifted. A unique wave, imbued with the savage and domineering essence of the sovereign of the sky's bloodline, surged forth like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly radiating from How Mountain in all directions. Hundreds of miles away, above the ruins of Jia City, the sovereign of the skies had just torn a fleeing armored vehicle in half. It easily pecked open the tank's top with its sharp beak, extracting the terrified soldiers inside one by one, akin to plucking insects and devouring them whole. Slaughter seemed to be its only delight. Its scarlet eyes brimmed with contempt and cruelty towards these frail creatures. Just as it prepared to seek its next target, its movements suddenly froze. The fearsome head lifted sharply, and for the first time, a sentiment beyond slaughter flickered in its enormous eyes. It was a stirring that stemmed from the depths of its bloodline. Its offspring, the unborn descendants of its lineage. That familiar yet faint essence, though weak, resonated with clarity from the distant horizon, indelibly imprinted in the depths of its soul. A piercing cry, laden with urgency and fury, suddenly echoed through the skies. The sound waves manifested as visible white ripples, shattering the surrounding architectural debris. The sovereign of the skies disregarded the now desolate city beneath it. With a powerful thrust of its wings, it stirred a thick cloud of dust from the ground, forming a massive vortex of wind. Its colossal form shot upwards like an unleashed black arrow, tearing through the clouds, transforming into a streak of light. racing towards Hao Mountain at a speed that surpassed sound. In the temporary military command center of Jia City, a report came in. The target has exited the monitoring range of Jia City. Life signals are racing towards Haoshan at an astonishing speed of 22 Mach, anticipated to reach the designated battlefield in 3 minutes. On the colossal electronic screen, a red dot, symbolizing that Sangqiong Bazu, is hurtling forward. Its target fixed on the green expanse representing Haoshan. Everyone holds their breath. The white-haired general clenches his fists tightly, veins protruding on the back of his hands. The bait has been taken. Connect to Ren Shiyuan. Yes. At the peak of Haoshan, the wind howls fiercely. Ren Shiyuan sets down his communicator, his expression grave. It is coming. He utters just 3 words, yet the hearts of all soldiers around him leap into their throats. Attention all units. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. Repeat. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. The command is swiftly disseminated. In the valley, soldiers who were making final adjustments immediately retreat into the pre-constructed underground shelters at the fastest speed. Drones rise from concealed corners, forming a comprehensive surveillance network in the sky. Automated artillery, hidden within the mountains, slowly elevates its barrel, the dark muzzle shimmering with a deadly gleam. In that moment, Haoshan transforms into a massive steel beast, holding its breath and awaiting its prey. In the shadows, Chen Fan observes everything. As he witnesses the human army's state of high alert, a frenzied thought explodes in his mind. They are using these 3 eggs as bait. They intend to hunt the mother of the giant egg here. This conclusion causes Chen Fan's already formidable heart to flutter with excitement. After the shock, an uncontrollable thrill and heat surged through his limbs. He had been troubled by his slow progress to level C, yet now, an opportunity presents itself. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He licks his sharp teeth, and in his icy golden pupils, a cold and greedy glimmer sparkles. Simultaneously, the images broadcasted by Huaxia National Television and all major streaming platforms shift in an instant. The scenes of the tragedy in Jianshi are replaced by a silent, foreboding view of the deep mountains. High-definition drone footage hovers above, showcasing the flattened peak, the uniquely shaped disc-like weapons, the alert soldiers, and the 3 striking obsidian giant eggs at the center of the platform, all clearly visible to hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide. Is this Haoshan? What is the military doing here? Such a grand spectacle. Those weapons are longing. I have seen the documentation. They are our most advanced infrasonic weapons. My heavens. They cannot possibly intend to. After a brief silence, the entire network erupts. Countless comments flood the screen like a dam bursting. Everyone has guessed it. The military intends to conduct a monumental hunt for the Sangqiong Bazu, which has already destroyed 2 cities. Go. Huaxia military, valiant. Eliminate it. Avenge all our fallen compatriots. Kill. 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 Tear that beast to shreds. It must succeed. Please. The national sentiment ignites in that moment. Countless hands clasp together, facing the screen, praying for the frontline warriors. They place all their hopes upon this unparalleled battle. At this pivotal moment, an exceedingly sharp, piercing shriek, as if capable of shattering eardrums, resonates through the live broadcast. The sound approaches, growing clearer. Soon, a tiny black dot appears on the distant skyline. The dot expands at a visible speed. In merely a few breaths, the terrifying behemoth, casting shadows over the sun, emerges into everyone's view. Its wingspan, exceeding 100 meters, casts a shadow like a moving storm cloud, enveloping the entire mountain range. Its crimson eyes evoke a primal dread, even through the screen. When the true form of the Sangqiong Bazu is revealed so clearly, the previously fervent comments come to a sudden halt. Fear begins to spread. Can we truly win this fight? It is too gigantic. It resembles a monster from mythology. Will our weapons truly be effective against it? Doubt and unease spread like a virus. Yet, more predominant is the steadfast trust. Trust in our nation. Trust in our military. Humanity is the rightful master of this planet. Huaxia shall prevail. Beneath the shadow of the cliff at Haoshan, Chen Fan raises his head. Upon seeing the giant beast, his golden pupils constrict sharply. It is indeed it. The terror that single-handedly destroyed 3 cities in Huaxia before the arrival of Lingxi. The creature that rapidly grew and ultimately dominated the skies of eastern Huaxia after Lingxi's descent, the Sangqiong Bazu. He never anticipated that humanity's target this time would be this future master of the skies. Ren Shiyuan, Zheng Ruoxi, and others have already entered the shelter. They stare intently at the monitor, fixated on the giant beast circling above, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Success or failure hinges on this moment. In the sky, the Sangqiong Bazu circles twice, its gaze locking onto the three giant eggs at the center of the platform. Upon seeing its offspring unharmed, a barely perceptible joy and tenderness flicker in its crimson eyes. The next moment, this tenderness is replaced by a violent intent. It spots the humans surrounding the eggs, akin to ants, and the dangerous steel constructs exuding menace. With a furious roar, it unleashes a sound wave that crashes down from above. Folding its wings, its massive body, akin to a black meteor, disregards all weapons aimed at it in the valley and dives directly towards the three giant eggs. It seeks to rescue its offspring. Then, it will shred everything here to pieces. Within the shelter, Ren Qiuan fixates on the height and distance parameters on the screen. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Now is the time. As the colossal form of the Zhangqiong Bazu fully enters the optimal attack range of Longyin, Ren Qiuan presses the red button before him, expending all his strength to roar. Fire. A sound, indescribable by words, suddenly erupts. It is not mere sound but an invisible yet indomitable wave of terror directly impacting the soul and spirit. Atop the peak, dozens of massive disc-shaped instruments illuminate with blinding azure electric light. Waves of infrasonic pulses, invisible to the naked eye, converge like interwoven blades, instantly forming a vast energy field that envelopes the descending Zhangqiong Bazu. In the next moment, the form of the Zhangqiong Bazu suddenly freezes. Its massive form thrashed violently in midair, spasming as though an invisible giant hand had seized its very soul. A chilling cry, piercingly sorrowful, rent the sky. In that sound, the previous arrogance and fury evaporated, leaving only pure, unbearable anguish. Its eyes instantly filled with blood, becoming even more crimson than before, as if they might bleed. At this moment, it felt as if thousands of searing steel needles had plunged deep into its brain, frantically stirring its nerve centers. This intangible assault was far more terrifying than any physical harm, driving it to the brink of despair. In the streaming room, billions of viewers, through the slightly trembling lens of the drone, beheld this scene with clarity. The once indomitable beast of annihilation now resembled a fish flung ashore, struggling helplessly in the air. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments erupted like a volcano. Effective. The attack is effective. Excellent. Finish it off. Long live Huaxia. Our army is mighty. Just like that. Let it know the strength of humanity. The cheers and shouts nearly shattered the screen. The fear and gloom that had been suppressed in everyone's hearts were swept away in that moment, replaced by boundless excitement and pride. Within the underground shelter, Ren Qiuan and Zheng Ruoxi fixated on the wildly fluctuating life signs on the screen, their faces illuminated with ecstatic joy. We succeeded. Zheng Ruoxi's voice trembled slightly, tears glimmering in her eyes. Its mental barrier has been breached. Ren Qiuan's eyes reddened as he grabbed the communicator, roaring with all his might. Pursue the victory. All fire units. Indiscriminate suppression. Crush it here. The command was issued. In an instant, the entire Haoshan seemed to come alive. Countless hidden doors within the mountains thunderously opened, revealing rows of gaping cannon mouths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense barrage of armor-piercing rounds, trailing long tails of flame, shot towards the colossal figure in agony. Like a swarm of bloodthirsty bees. Deep within the valley, dozens of pre-laid subterranean missiles erupted from the earth, carrying the scent of annihilation as they soared towards the heavens. Meanwhile, in the clouds, dozens of the latest fighter jets, already on standby, dove down like circling hawks from all directions. Their targets were precisely locked onto the sparse feathered weak spot beneath the chest of the Sky Tyrant. Boom, boom. The sky above Haoshan was instantly enveloped in an endless blaze and explosions. It seemed as though the heavens had torn open, unleashing a torrential downpour of steel and flames. Amidst the fiery chaos, the colossal body of the Sky Tyrant flickered incessantly, its wails drowned out by the continuous explosions, yet still piercing the eardrums of all present. The first wave of saturation fire lasted a full minute. As the smoke began to clear, the immense beast, which had blotted out the sun, plummeted from the sky. It fell like a piece of flesh stripped of all bones, crashing helplessly onto the mountaintop platform, kicking up clouds of dust. Boom. The earth trembled violently. The hum of the subsonic weapon still enveloped it with full force. Lying on the ground, its life force alarmingly waning, the once glossy obsidian feathers now lay scattered, revealing massive wounds torn and bloodied by cannon fire. Dark red blood flowed from the wounds like a stream, staining the hard rock platform a shocking deep crimson. Witnessing the Sky Tyrant's woeful state, the command center erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet Ren Qiuan and Zheng Ruoxi dared not let their guard down for an instant. Do not stop. Ren Qiuan fixated on the faint but still present life signal on the screen, issuing another command. Prepare for the second round of attacks. Continue the suppression. We must not give it a moment's respite. As leading gene research members, their understanding of these mutated beasts surpassed that of ordinary individuals. They knew all too well the tenacity of these monsters' life force, their intelligence rivaling that of humanity. The more critical the moment, the less room for error there could be. Chapter 47. The Cunning Sky Tyrant. Their caution proved entirely warranted. On the platform, the beast that had appeared on the verge of death, as if it might perish at any moment, subtly opened a slit in its tightly shut crimson eyes. It saw that the accursed metallic creations had not ceased their assault. It saw the iron-skinned flies in the sky once more targeting itself. It sensed a new wave of deathly threat coalescing, a cold cunning, chilling to the bone, ignited along with a tempest of fury deep within its gaze. Roar! A deep, powerful growl erupted from its throat. The Sky Tyrant suddenly struggled to rise from the ground. It disregarded the lingering subsonic pain and the deep wounds visible to the bone. It raised its head, unleashing a deafening roar at the incoming missiles and shells. Then, with all its might, it flapped its tattered wings. In an instant, a fierce wind surged. Dozens of visible azure wind blades manifested beside it. Each blade stretched several meters long, thin as a cicada's wing, yet exuding a sharpness capable of slicing through steel. Under the tyrant's command, these wind blades formed an impenetrable barrier of death, meeting the oncoming artillery. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions echoed in the air. The wind blades collided with the shells, creating billowing clouds of dense black smoke. Seizing the moment when the smoke obscured all surveillance sites, the Sky Tyrant's enormous scarlet eyes swiftly locked onto the mountain's peak, where the source of its torment, the longing subsonic weapon array, lay. In the next moment, its form transformed into a nearly untraceable streak of black lightning. It darted through the thick smoke, its steel-like claws, imbued with the terrifying power to rend asunder. Lunging straight for the nearest longing, the speed was astonishing, so swift that no one could react in time. Within the shelter, Ren Qiuan and Zheng Ruoxi's pupils constricted sharply, their faces draining of color. Not good. They screamed, but it was already too late. By the time everyone reacted, the Sky Tyrant's colossal figure had already appeared before the subsonic weapon. Crack! The ear-piercing sound of metal tearing rang out. Its indomitable claws effortlessly ripped the specialized vehicle carrying the subsonic weapon, along with the massive dish-shaped apparatus, into two pieces of scrap metal. Eerie blue electric sparks flickered erratically before extinguishing entirely. The mental suppression weighing upon it lightened momentarily. The Sky Tyrant felt a slight relief in its head. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned to charge at the next target. Quick! Stop it! Fire freely! Block it! Ren Qiuan's voice had grown hoarse and distorted. Yet, it was all too late. Without the comprehensive suppression of infrasound waves, the speed and agility of Sangxiong Bazu have been remarkably liberated. Its colossal body twists and turns upon the narrow mountaintop platform, showcasing an agility that belies its size. In mere moments, the dozens of longing arrays representing humanity's pinnacle technology are utterly destroyed beneath its furious claws and sharp beak. All the disc-shaped instruments are reduced to heaps of smoking scrap metal. Ren Qiuan and Zheng Ruoxi's faces pale as they sway, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite their desire to intervene, they are ultimately a step too late. Freed from the interference of infrasound weaponry, Sangxiong Bazu has completely shed its restraints. It lets out a resounding howl, its wings unfurling as it ascends to the skies once more. Faced with the fighter jets still circling to attack, its eyes are filled with contempt and cruelty. Dodge, advance, tear apart. In just a minute or two, those dozens of fighter jets, representing the might of Huaxia's air force, plummet from the sky like crushed flies, trailing smoke and flames. The billions of viewers in the live broadcast room watch in silence as the terrifying beast wreaks havoc. The once boisterous barrage of comments has dwindled to a sparse trickle. Cheers and shouts are caught in their throats, transformed into icy dread. Amidst the panic, despair looms like a plague over every heart. Are these ferocious beasts truly that formidable? Can our most advanced weapons not vanquish them? In the depths of Haoshan, after annihilating all airborne threats, Sangxiong Bazu's crimson gaze turns toward the ground, spotting the minuscule humans trembling in their shelters and trenches. These ants have harmed it, and now wish to take its offspring. Unforgivable. A piercing scream, laden with boundless malice and brutality, erupts from the clouds. The battered body of Sangxiong Bazu, akin to a black meteor, dives toward those insignificant ants below, fueled by an inferno of wrath. The wind howls, transforming into a sharp wail in its ears. Its enormous crimson eyes reflect the terrified and despairing faces of the humans below. Their bodies tremble, their weapons lament. Before absolute power, these fragile beings have lost even the courage to flee. Shadows envelop the earth. The breath of death washes over the entire Haoshan position like a cold tide. In the underground shelter, a profound silence prevails. Everyone is frozen, staring at the rapidly enlarging, terrifying figure on the main screen, their bodies rigid as stone. Ren Shiyuan and Zheng Ruoxi's faces have drained of color, leaving only ashen pallor. Despair and resentment intertwine within them, gnawing at their hearts like venomous serpents. Just a little more. If only they had been able to eliminate this terrifying C-class beast here and now. If only a few more longing arrays had been deployed. If only another batch of fighter jets had been available. Ren Shiyuan bitterly closes his eyes, his clenched fists digging deep into his palms, yet he feels no pain. There are no ifs. He knows well that the military has exerted its utmost in response to this sudden calamity. In such a short span, to lay a net across Haoshan, this is the limit of what Huaxia's military can achieve. If there is blame, it can only be directed at the creature for being too powerful and cunning. It has given humanity far too little time. On the screen, Sanqiong Bazu's iron claws are nearly upon them. The next moment promises earth-shattering destruction, rivers of blood. In the broadcast room, the hearts of billions of viewers plunge into an abyss of despair. At this critical juncture, as everyone braces for impending doom, a roar suddenly erupts from the depths of the mountains on the other side of Haoshan. It is a booming, powerful roar, filled with an unrivaled dominance and majesty. Unlike the shrill cry of Sanqiong Bazu, this sound carries a more primal, weighty power, striking deep within every soul like an invisible hammer. The sound reverberates like thunder, causing the entire Haoshan, along with the shelters within, to tremble violently under its immense force. Sanqiong Bazu, in mid-dive, suddenly hesitates. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment and wariness appears in its blood-red eyes. It sharply turns its head toward the source of the sound. Within the underground shelter, Ren Shiyuan and Zheng Ruoxi stumble, nearly falling to the ground from the unexpected roar. They exchange a shocked glance, finding mutual astonishment and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. In the broadcast room, the previously silent comments explode once more. Did I just hear that? Is it the roar of a tiger? What a joke. The sound nearly shattered my speakers. My heavens, could there be a creature more terrifying than that great bird in Haoshan? Fear and doubt swell in every heart. Regardless of what it is, its arrival interrupts Sanqiong Bazu's onslaught. In the eyes of the multitude, amidst the fading echoes of the roar, a massive, agile, explosively powerful orange figure leaps forth from the dense forest. It strides onto the mountaintop, standing atop a colossal rock. Its hill-like form is fully exposed to the lenses of all drones. Chapter 48, Chen Fan vs. Sanqiong Bazu. Time seems to pause at this moment. In the underground shelter, silence reigns. Before the command screen, Ren Shiyuan, Zheng Ruoxi, and the entire staff are frozen as if under a spell, their bodies rigid and immobile. Their pupils reflect the orange figure, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Breath is forgotten. Heartbeats seem to skip a beat. A tiger. They have all seen tigers before, whether in zoo cages or documentaries. Yet this one in front of them utterly shatters their understanding of the species. With a massive frame approaching 10 meters, muscular lines exuding explosive strength, fur resembling flames, and indifferent, cold golden eyes that regard all beings as mere ants. This is the true king of beasts. No, it transcends the concept of kingship. It is a deity walking upon the earth, a primordial beast that has broken free from the shackles of ancient myth, descending into the mortal realm. Though Chen Fan's body is merely half the size of Sanqiong Bazu, simply standing there, he emanates a primal, domineering aura that rivals that of the C-class beast. In the live broadcast room, billions of viewers found themselves ensnared in a state of speechlessness. The dread instilled by the sovereign of the skies had yet to dissipate, when the emergence of this colossal tiger cast a heavier, more enigmatic shadow over their hearts. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments erupted like a volcano. What is this, a tiger? What a ridiculous international joke. How can such a creature still be hidden in Haoshan? What are our reconnaissance devices even for? It's over. If we couldn't handle a mere bird, how can we confront a tiger? Is humanity destined for extinction today? Panic and despair spread once more. However, at the moment when everyone was shaken, Zheng Ruoxi in the command center trembled as she discerned the unique royal pattern on the tiger's forehead. An intense shock, almost paralyzing, crossed her pale face. It is it, she murmured instinctively, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling uncontrollably. She recognized it. This giant tiger was the very one that had engaged in direct combat with the Heavenly Punishment Squad in the nature reserve, the one that had been bombarded by Chang'e No. 3 missiles in Haoshan. A chilling thought surged through her limbs like an electric current. It did not perish. Zheng Ruoxi gasped sharply, her heart racing as though it would leap from her chest. She had always believed that this mutated Siberian tiger had been reduced to ashes along with 2 other D-class beasts under the absolute power of the Chang'e missile. Yet now, it appeared not only unscathed, but its size had nearly doubled, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed capable of penetrating the screen. In this brief moment, its strength had undeniably increased. An absurd yet uncontrollable thought began to take root in her despairing heart. She vividly remembered the scene of this giant tiger battling the Heavenly Punishment Squad. It had refrained from killing Yi Xiaotian and the others even while in a position of absolute dominance. Did this imply that it was different from other beasts that knew only slaughter and destruction? Its hostility towards humanity seemed less intense. Zheng Ruoxi's breath quickened, a flicker of mad hope igniting in her eyes. Perhaps, just perhaps, this time, it could assist humanity, a ferocious beast to combat another ferocious beast. If Chen Fan could hear Zheng Ruoxi's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly let out a scornful laugh. Assist humanity? How utterly laughable. The only reason it spared the Heavenly Punishment Squad last time was that he understood that in the near future, once the global cataclysm descended, this genetically modified special squad would become a crucial force for maintaining order in Huaxia during the early days of the apocalypse. Their existence could prevent the societal structure of Huaxia from collapsing prematurely. A relatively stable environment would grant him more time to hunt, to devour, to complete his evolution. That was all. As for the survival of humanity, what did it matter to him? The reason he chose to reveal himself at this moment was not the arrival of a savior. The explanation was simple. He distinctly remembered the grudge he held for the bombardment by Chang'e No. 3 missiles. He had kept this account in mind. The soldiers present were merely an opportunity for him to vent his previous grievances. He could not allow this mixed-feathered bird to strike first. Atop the mountain platform, the air seemed to congeal. The rapidly diving sovereign of the skies abruptly halted the moment Chen Fan appeared. It hovered in midair, its cruel crimson eyes fixated on the orange figure on the boulder below. A danger alert, rooted deep in its bloodline, caused its feathers to bristle. This creature before it was formidable, extremely formidable. The palpable aura of malevolence emanating from it posed a fatal threat. Meanwhile, Chen Fan slowly lifted his head, his golden tiger eyes revealing no trace of fear, only unabashed greed and desire. To him, this seemingly invincible sovereign of the skies was not a terrifying beast, but rather a walking point of irresistible allure. 2 terrifying beings, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, confronted each other across the void. An invisible killing intent clashed between them, stirring the surrounding air to become thick and oppressive. Finally, the sovereign of the skies broke the silence. It emitted a sharp, brief growl, attempting to intimidate the ground-dwelling creature that dared to provoke it with the authority of the sky. However, what met its challenge was the sneer of disdain curling at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Roar! In the next moment, a mightier, more domineering tiger roar erupted from him. The roar thundered, reverberating and overwhelming the sovereign's cry, echoing throughout the vast Haoshan mountains. The rocks trembled and the trees rustled. Inside the shelter, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eardrums, as if an invisible hand was crushing their hearts, almost ceasing their beats. In the live stream, countless viewers' speakers emitted a cacophony of electrical noise under the weight of the tiger's roar. The power of the tiger's roar was truly overwhelming. Before the sound had fully subsided, Chen Fan sprang into action. He did not hold back or engage in any further confrontation. Faced with this powerful C-class beast, he unleashed his might with thunderous force. Ability activated, tenfold enhancement. With a flick of his mind, an immense power surged through his limbs. Chen Fan's mountain-like frame transformed into a blur of orange lightning, leaping from the boulder, moving so swiftly that he broke the sound barrier, leaving a visible white shockwave in his wake. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of meters, appearing beneath the sovereign of the skies. Immediately, his massive right paw, larger than a millstone, descended with a piercing shriek, striking towards the sovereign's head. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. Before the palm reached its target, the fierce wind generated by it cracked the rocky platform beneath. A glint of icy malice flashed in the sovereign's crimson eyes. Though startled, it remained composed. As the ruler of the skies, it possessed absolute speed and agility. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tremendous gust erupted, and its colossal body ascended at an incredible angle, effortlessly evading Chen Fan's earth-shattering blow. Boom. The tiger's paw struck the hard rock platform with a resounding crash. The entire mountain peak trembled violently, and a terrifying paw print, over a meter in diameter, appeared at the site, shattering the stones around. After missing its target, Chen Fan showed no surprise. Just as the sovereign prepared to retaliate from above, his tail, akin to a steel whip, had already gathered momentum, stealthily striking from an extremely cunning angle. The tiger's tail, slicing through the air with a muted whistle, struck the sovereign's newly unfurled left wing with tremendous force. Crack! The dull thud of impact coincided with the sharp sound of bones shattering. A piercing scream, sharp and harrowing, erupted from the mouth of the sovereign of the skies. The excruciating pain caused it to lose control over its colossal body in an instant. The massive creature, which had barely ascended 20 meters, plummeted to the ground like a downed aircraft, enveloped in a mist of blood, spiraling as it fell, and crashed heavily back to the earth. The earth quaked with a thunderous roar, sending dust soaring into the air. A far more immense crater was formed atop the mountain platform. This spectacle left everyone in the underground bunker and those watching the live broadcast utterly stunned. Did it truly bring the sovereign of the skies down? Chapter 49. It is evolving. Ren Xiuan murmured in a daze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the shocking turn of events, Chen Fan's figure transformed into an orange blur as he leaped into the air. His massive form traced a powerful arc, landing impeccably atop the recently fallen sovereign of the skies. Boom! Another dull thud resounded. The already grievously injured body of the sovereign was further pressed into the ground by Chen Fan's tremendous leap, eliciting a pained cry. Before it could even begin to struggle, Chen Fan's four colossal claws, akin to steel, firmly pinned its body, neck, and wings. No matter how it flailed, it was as helpless as a fish nailed to a chopping board. Then, Chen Fan lowered his enormous, fearsome tiger head, his gaze filled with malice and fury. He opened his gaping maw and, without hesitation, bit down on the unscathed root of the sovereign's right wing. The sound of tearing flesh was sharp and piercing. With a violent shake of his head, an overwhelming force erupted. The sovereign's massive wing, cloaked in obsidian-like feathers, was brutally torn from its root. Dark crimson blood gushed forth from the gaping wound like a surging fountain, instantly staining half of Chen Fan's face and the ground beneath him. The excruciating pain plunged the sovereign of the skies into a frenzy of madness and brutality. Its crimson eyes were consumed by endless agony and rage. It opened its sharp beak wide, a blinding red light rapidly coalescing deep within its throat. In the next moment, a gigantic fireball, exceeding a meter in diameter and ablaze with ferocious flames, shot directly towards the close proximity Chen Fan, radiating a searing heat capable of incinerating all in its path. The distance was too short. It was an almost face-to-face attack. Yet, Chen Fan's reaction was swifter. The moment the fireball coalesced, he released his grip and agilely leaped away from the sovereign. Boom! The fiery orb grazed past him, crashing into the spot where he had just stood, erupting into a blazing inferno that blackened the hardened rock. Chen Fan landed gracefully, extending his long tongue to lick the scorching blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold golden slit pupils observed the sovereign of the skies, which was now thrashing wildly on the ground. Its wings were utterly ruined. This once mighty ruler of the skies could no longer soar. A king that could not ascend was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Its fate was already sealed, to become nourishment for its own evolution. The utterly deranged sovereign of the skies struggled to rise from the ground. Ignoring the two horrific wounds gushing blood, it frantically flapped its remaining wing. In an instant, dozens of azure blades of wind materialized, resembling a lethal net of death, descending upon Chen Fan. Simultaneously, its massive body leaped high, its still sharp claws, forged like steel, aimed to rend Chen Fan's head. This was its final, most desperate counterattack. Faced with this dying assault, Chen Fan's expression remained unflinching. Under normal circumstances, it might have posed a challenge. However, under the enhancement of tenfold strength, even the sovereign of the skies in its prime would not have intimidated him, not to mention the crippled creature before him. In Chen Fan's eyes, all of this was nothing but futile struggle. Roar! Chen Fan raised his head and unleashed a thunderous roar. His tiger paw scraped fiercely against the hard ground, leaving deep claw marks. His body surged forward like an orange cannonball, unyielding and direct, charging toward the swirling blades of wind and the sovereign of the skies. Swish! 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 The sharp wind blades cut at Chen Fan's fiery fur. Sparks flew, sending tufts of orange tiger hair into the air. Shallow cuts appeared on his body, oozing droplets of blood. Yet, these trivial pains did little to hinder him. Instead, they ignited the primal fury and ferocity deep within him. In an instant, Chen Fan broke through the net of wind blades, and a massive tiger paw met the sovereign's lunging claws. The clash of metal rang sharply in his ears. 5 claws, sharper than any alloy dagger, shot forth from Chen Fan's paw. Crack! Under the force of Chen Fan's claws, infused with tenfold strength, the sovereign's claws, capable of shredding specialized vehicles, crumbled like decayed wood, instantly torn into pieces. Before the sovereign could emit a scream of despair, Chen Fan's other paw, propelled by immense force, slammed heavily against its chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The sovereign's colossal body was struck down as if hit by a battering ram, crashing back to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the next moment, Chen Fan pounced. This time, he offered no chance for retaliation. His gaping maw opened wide, precisely and viciously clamping onto the sovereign's slender, fragile neck. Crack! The sound of its vertebrae shattering was unmistakable. Feeling life ebbing away, the sovereign of the skies let out its final lament. It wriggled its broken body, frantically pecking at Chen Fan with its sharp beak. Thud! 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 Each peck left a deep wound on Chen Fan's body. However, it seemed he felt no pain at all. He merely clung tightly to the sovereign's neck, pinning its massive body down, allowing it to inflict wound after wound upon him. In his golden slit pupils, only a cold indifference remained. Time passed, second by second. The sovereign's struggles weakened from fierce to feeble, eventually ceasing altogether. The crimson rage in its eyes was gradually replaced by the pallor of deathly stillness. Only when the last flicker of life departed its body, leaving it a cold corpse, did Chen Fan slowly release his grip and withdraw his paw from its body. He exhaled a breath heavy with the scent of blood, and with a thought, he deactivated the tenfold enhancement. An overwhelming wave of weakness and pain surged through his body. Chen Fan lowered his head, gazing at the wounds on his body, inflicted by the cutting winds and pecking beaks. A hint of helplessness flickered deep within his golden eyes. He was still too weak. Without breaking through to sea level, his offensive capabilities remained painfully singular and primitive. Aside from relying on the strength of his body for close combat, he had no other effective means of infliction. Only by advancing to sea level could he awaken his own bloodline abilities, much like that sovereign of the skies. The lethal winds and blazing fireballs he had just witnessed were manifestations of its bloodline power. Regrettably, it was still at the early stages of sea level, and its mastery over these abilities was lacking. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed so easily. As he pondered this, curiosity and anticipation surged within Chen Fan. What kind of bloodline abilities would he awaken once he broke through to sea level? Inside the underground shelter, silence reigned. Everyone appeared as if their souls had been extracted, staring blankly at the gruesome and shocking scene on the screen. The sea-level beast, which had demanded all their efforts and even the use of subsonic weapons to subdue, was torn apart in the most primitive and savage manner. Ren Shiyuan's lips trembled as he tried to articulate something, only to find his throat parched and incapable of producing any sound. Beside him, Zheng Ruoxi's face turned pale, her delicate frame slightly trembling, her eyes reflecting both relief at surviving and an unfathomable fear of the colossal tiger. Minister Run, a young researcher, stammered, breaking the oppressive silence. "What is that tiger doing?" At his words, everyone's gaze fixated on the screen. They saw the giant tiger, after dispatching the sovereign of the skies, not depart, but lower its head to begin tearing and devouring the immense carcass. This sight plunged everyone's hearts into despair once again. Ren Shiyuan swallowed hard and hoarsely spoke, "It is feeding." Zheng Ruoxi, watching the screen, recalled the scene in the animal protection forest where the giant tiger consumed the bodies of those hyenas. A chilling realization dawned upon her. "No, it is not just feeding," she murmured, despair lacing her voice. "It is evolving." Ren Shiyuan turned sharply, his eyes wide with horror. "What did you say?" Zheng Ruoxi's eyes were filled with bitterness and dread. "That tiger can grow stronger by consuming other beings. We just witnessed a feast of beasts." Chapter 50, Sea-Level Beast. Zheng Ruoxi's voice echoed within the stillness of the shelter, each word striking like a cold hammer upon everyone's hearts. Her assessment was being mercilessly corroborated by the gruesome visuals on the screen. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the giant tiger consumed its meal at an unfathomable speed, scarcely bothering to chew. Each time its massive maw opened and closed, it was accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones cracking and flesh tearing. Large chunks of bloodied meat were effortlessly ripped away and swallowed whole. The vast body of the sovereign of the skies, comparable to a small mountain, was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. In mere minutes, over half of its flesh had been entirely consumed by Chen Fan. Simultaneously, An increasingly profound and terrifying aura began to emanate from Chen Fan. It was a pure, oppressive force, stemming from the pinnacle of life. The air felt thick, and within the shelter, everyone felt as if a colossal stone was pressing upon their chests, making each breath laborious. The images on the screen morphed from simple visuals into the projection of an awakening ancient demonic deity, as if that suffocating terror was penetrating the cold electronic devices, descending into the real world. Unperturbed by this, Chen Fan was immersed in an unprecedented feast of transformation. The flesh of the sovereign of the skies was far purer than any creature he had consumed before. Each morsel that slid down his throat transformed into a torrent of warm energy, washing over his limbs and body. This energy was extraordinarily pure, akin to immersing himself in a scalding hot spring, with every cell rejoicing and exulting. The weariness from the tenfold amplification faded swiftly. The wounds left by the winds and beaks began to visibly heal under the energy's nurturing, leaving behind only faint traces of blood. The sensation was immensely comforting and soothing. At last, with the final piece of flesh, adorned with obsidian-like feathers, swallowed, the colossal sovereign of the skies vanished entirely from this world, leaving behind a scene of devastation with scattered bones and dark crimson pools of blood. Ding! Absorbed 8,000 points. The system's notification rang in Chen Fan's mind like a thunderclap. In the next moment, an unprecedented transformation began. A chilling cold erupted from the depths of his bones, followed by a searing heat that surged from his heart. The contrasting forces of cold and heat radiated outward from Chen Fan's body, creating an astonishing spectacle. Buzz! Atop the mountain, the air vibrated violently. Centered around Chen Fan, one half of the area crystallized with frost, while the other ignited with blazing flames. Ice and fire, two extreme powers, intertwined and clashed upon his form, creating a scene reminiscent of myth. Within the shelter, the alarms of monitoring devices blared sharply, and the energy readings skyrocketed. Surpassing a critical threshold, the energy response had breached the sea level boundary. A researcher shrieked in disbelief. Chen Fan had succeeded. He had crossed that chasm and officially stepped into the realm of sea level beasts. The icy and fiery auras gradually retracted into his body, and Chen Fan could distinctly feel the monumental changes occurring within him. His size remained unchanged, still around 10 meters in length. However, every muscle in his body had become as taut and solid as tempered steel. He sensed that every fiber of his muscles contained terrifying power, exponentially greater than before. It felt as if with a mere claw, he could shatter the mountaintop. In addition, an arcane piece of information flowed into his mind with the awakening of his bloodline. It was the bloodline prowess belonging to the ancient ice and fire demon tiger. From this moment forth, the powers of ice and fire were no longer ephemeral forces, but weapons he could wield at will. Chen Fan did not rush to examine his newfound powers. He slowly raised his head, his cold, golden-slit pupils piercing through the swirling dust, landing upon the 3 enormous eggs in the center of the platform. The translucent shells emitted a soft glow, within which the curled forms of nascent life could be faintly discerned. They were the offspring of the sovereign of the skies, and also a trove of potential absorption points. With this thought, a flicker of fervor ignited in Chen Fan's eyes. He strode forward steadily, disregarding the chaos around him, and made his way directly towards the 3 colossal eggs. Inside the shelter, before the live stream, all who witnessed this scene felt their hearts skip a beat. They undoubtedly comprehend the intentions of this newly evolved, terrifying beast. However, Zheng Ruoshi's eyes reflected a profound sense of compassion and sorrow. The research value of these 3 colossal eggs is immeasurable. They represent humanity's sole hope for studying the life forms and genetic codes of sea-level beasts. She could not bear to witness such precious treasures being squandered as mere food. Minister Ren. Zheng Ruoshi abruptly turned her head, about to voice her thoughts. But Ren Shiyuan seemed to have seen through her intentions. He raised his hand and pressed it firmly on her shoulder, the force causing her a slight sting. What do you intend to do? Ren Shiyuan's voice was hoarse and low, laced with an unyielding resolve. Zheng Ruoshi's lips moved as she fervently spoke. Those 3 eggs. We cannot stand idly by and watch as it, and then. Ren Shiyuan interrupted her, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his expression filled with bitterness and helplessness. More than 70% of the heavy weaponry we deployed here has been destroyed by the sovereign of the sky. Do you think the remaining can pose any threat to a newly ascended sea-level beast? His words fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of unrealistic hope within Zheng Ruoshi. If we rush out now to contest a legitimate sea-level beast for its spoils, do you think this is called research or a death wish? Ren Shiyuan articulated each word with precision. This is akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger. Zheng Ruoxi's face turned ashen, her spirit dimming as she lowered her head. Indeed, extracting a tooth from a tiger. They were not even qualified for that. In the live broadcast, billions of viewers fell into a hushed silence. Everyone held their breath, watching helplessly as the orange-striped giant tiger approached the 3 colossal eggs. It showed no hesitation. The enormous paw slowly lifted and then came crashing down. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering echoed through high-sensitivity microphones, resonating worldwide. The first colossal egg shattered with a resounding thud. Golden yellow egg fluid mixed with unformed flesh and blood spilled across the ground. Chen Fan lowered his head, extending his long tongue to ravenously consume it. This scene caused countless viewers to instinctively swallow hard, their stomachs churning. This was not food. This was life. Yet in the eyes of this giant tiger, there seemed to be no distinction. Soon, all 3 colossal eggs were devoured. Chapter 51, The Mysterious Steel Monster. The system's notification chimed once more, prompting Chen Fan to squint his eyes in satisfaction. Roar! He raised his head and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The roar rolled like thunder, imbued with a dual essence of ice and fire. More domineering and authoritative than before. The entire Haoshan mountain trembled in response to this proclamation of a new king's birth. After the roar, Chen Fan slowly turned around. His vertically slit pupils, ablaze with golden flames, scanned hundreds of meters, precisely locking onto the remnants of the soldiers' fortifications on the mountainside. Ultimately, his gaze seemed to penetrate through thick layers of rock, landing on the position of the underground shelter. In that moment, Zheng Ruoxi, inside the shelter, felt her hair stand on end. From those cold pupils, she perceived an unmasked intent to kill. This was not the greed of a beast towards its prey. Rather, it was a flame of vengeance intertwined with frigid wisdom. He had not forgotten. He had never forgotten those 3 Chang'e No. 3 missiles that nearly obliterated him. A chilling thought surged through Zheng Ruoxi's mind. How absurd. How utterly ridiculous. Just moments ago, she naively believed that this giant tiger bore no malice towards humanity. It was now evident that it was not merely devoid of goodwill. From the very beginning, it had regarded them as sworn enemies to be eradicated. The reason it had not acted immediately was not out of magnanimity or indifference. Instead, it perceived both the sovereign of the sky and these humans as mere trophies. It merely habitually indulged in the most delectable main course first, before turning its attention to these inconsequential desserts. The ferocious tiger before them did not regard them with the slightest respect. Hurry! Zheng Ruoxi's complexion drained of color, and she seized the communicator, shouting with all her strength. All units, retreat immediately. Evacuate Haoshan at the fastest speed. Now! Before Zheng Ruoxi's desperate cries could fully dissipate within the communication channel, Chen Fan sprang into action, transforming into a streak of orange lightning in an instant. The wind howled, and dust swirled. In the previous second, he had stood atop a mountain peak hundreds of meters away. In the next, he had traversed the chasm between life and death. On the ground, those soldiers who had just received the retreat order and had yet to react were taken aback by a sudden flash. A colossal orange shadow appeared before them as if teleporting. The distance was alarmingly close. Close enough for them to see each blood-stained orange hair on the giant tiger's body. Close enough for them to smell the nauseating stench of blood wafting from its gaping maw. Close enough for them to feel the oppressive terror emanating from the sea-level beast. Solidifying like concrete, binding them in place, leaving even the slightest movement of a finger a distant wish. Fear gripped each person's throat like an invisible hand. Yet, extreme fear also ignited humanity's primal instinct for survival. Open fire. Someone screamed in a fit of hysteria. In the next moment, the deadly silence was shattered. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of gunfire erupted like a sudden storm, reverberating throughout the mountain peak. Flames spewed forth, and shell casings clattered. Countless bullets converged into a metallic tempest, raining down mercilessly upon Chen Fan's massive form. However, these attacks, which would have sufficed to tear through steel in the past, appeared utterly ludicrous to Chen Fan. Once a beast reaches sea level, it signifies a profound transformation in the essence of life. It is no longer a mere flesh and blood body. It is a new life form refined by the energies of heaven and earth, with its genetic chains reconfigured. With current human technological capabilities, to pose a threat to such a being would require the use of saturation bombardments with heavy missiles or precision strikes at its already well-protected vital weaknesses. The ordinary soldiers' weapons before them possessed less firepower than the wind blades of the sovereign of the sky. Ding, ding, clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed continuously. Countless bullets struck against Chen Fan's resilient hide, sparking tiny embers, only to bend and deflect helplessly. Not only could they not pierce his flesh, but they couldn't even leave a singe on his glossy fur. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, utterly meaningless tickle. Chen Fan quietly endured the futile assault, his golden, flame-imbued vertical pupils flashing with a fierce impatience. He slowly raised his right forepaw. The massive tiger paw, muscular and sinewy, revealed sharp claws that glimmered ominously in the dim light. He required no powers of ice or fire. Merely the raw strength of his corporeal form was sufficient to crush the fragile metallic cans before him, along with the flesh and blood encased within, into a gruesome pulp. The shadow of death loomed over all present. Yet, at the moment the tiger's paw was about to descend, a thunderous hum resounded from the distance, growing closer as it echoed through the vast expanse above the mountains. The sound was so immense it seemed capable of tearing the very sky asunder. Chen Fan's movement momentarily faltered as he instinctively lifted his gaze towards the source of the noise. He beheld dozens of colossal, jet-black transport aircraft, each possessing an astonishingly futuristic design, piercing through the clouds at breathtaking speed, appearing above the mountains. Beneath these aircraft, specially designed steel cables, thicker than an adult's thigh, collectively dragged an unfathomable behemoth. It was a colossal creature, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. Upon reaching the designated location, the locks connecting the cables to the aircraft released with a series of clicks. The 100-meter-tall steel monstrosity, unshackled, plummeted from the sky with a shriek that tore through the air. The ground shook violently upon impact, and a deafening roar echoed through the mountains as dust and debris erupted into the atmosphere. As the haze gradually cleared, the true form of this gargantuan entity was revealed. It was an ant, an enormous mechanical ant crafted from an unknown dark golden alloy. Exceeding 100 meters in length, its 6 glistening, metallic appendages plunged deep into the rocky ground like sharpened blades. Its head boasted 2 massive, swaying antennae, and its compound eyes were represented by 2 enormous dark red crystals that seemed to pulse with an inner glow. From its exterior, the steel creature exhibited no visible seams, its contours smooth and menacing, embodying both the elegance and power of a living beast. Aside from its frigid metallic texture, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a predatory creature magnified countless times. As Chen Fan gazed upon this unexpected steel behemoth, his cold, golden vertical pupils abruptly narrowed. Chapter 52, The Giant Spirit. Simultaneously, within the live broadcast, as the colossal mechanical ant made its visually striking entrance, millions of viewers around the globe fell into a profound silence. Following this brief stillness, a cacophony of astonishment and fear erupted. Oh my, what is that? Another beast? An ant? A creature of such immense size? It's over. Just finished battling a C-class bird, and now an ant of unknown classification arrives. Is the mountain to become a sanctuary for ferocious beasts? Does humanity still hold any hope? Despair swept through the live streams like a rampant virus. In the underground bunker, Zheng Ruoxi was frozen in shock as she recognized the familiar silhouette, previously documented only in the highest security files. The color drained from her beautiful face, reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief. Her crimson lips parted instinctively, yet no sound emerged. After a long pause, she finally regained her voice, trembling as she exclaimed, "Is that the C-class beast that was eliminated from the abandoned gold mine in the West Frontier?" Her voice, though quiet, sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Zheng Ruoxi's gaze remained fixated on the colossal steel entity on the screen, her mind racing through the classified documents she had encountered. File 0, numbered 001, the giant devouring ant. Her breath quickened, her eyes filled with confusion and horror. It was supposed to have been eradicated. How could it be here? Beside her, Ren Shiyuan also stared intently at the screen, his expression mirroring Zheng Ruoxi's shock. However, being in a position of authority, he had access to a deeper level of information. After the initial astonishment, his gaze transformed into one of gravity and complexity. He gently placed a reassuring hand on the agitated Zheng Ruoxi, speaking in a low, gravelly tone. "That beast has been eliminated." He paused, his eyes piercing through the screen as if attempting to discern the core of the metallic monstrosity. "What you are witnessing is merely a machine created through advanced technology." At his words, Zheng Ruoxi jolted in surprise, her focus narrowing on the steel giant. Prompted by Ren Shiyuan, she swiftly discerned the clues. The dark golden exterior, while mimicking biological form, ultimately lacked the essence of life. Its surface was excessively smooth and uniform, reflecting a cold, lifeless metallic sheen in the dim light. Although the joints were cleverly designed, A closer inspection revealed the presence of hydraulic rods and drive shafts. Most importantly, there was not a trace of life emanating from it. It was a pure, cold-killing machine, constructed of steel and energy. Just as Zheng Ruoshi grappled with this revelation, a commanding voice, synthesized electronically yet resonant and authoritative, emanated from within the massive mechanical ant. The voice echoed through loudspeakers, reaching every corner of the mountain. Attention, all combat units. This is Giant Spirit Unit 1. Dispatched under the highest orders to neutralize C-class threats. Please evacuate the danger zone immediately. Repeat, evacuate the danger zone immediately. Following this announcement, the soldiers, who had been teetering on the brink of despair and preparing to embrace death, stood frozen in disbelief. In the underground bunker, all personnel were similarly rendered speechless. In the live stream, millions of viewers were engulfed in an eerie silence. Giant Spirit, Unit 1, highest orders? The combination of these terms ignited a tempest in the minds of all present. In the next instant, a thunderous uproar erupted simultaneously in every corner of the world. My heavens, what did I just hear? A machine. This and is our weapon. A creation of humanity. What an imposing name for Giant Spirit Unit 1. Is this our trump card in Huaxia? I knew it. The nation must have been preparing. In the face of such a monster, how could they possibly send ordinary soldiers? Incredible. Huaxia's scientific prowess reigns supreme in the world. Brothers, let us proclaim Huaxia's greatness on the screen. In a moment, the despair and darkness that had shrouded everyone's hearts were utterly shattered, replaced by unparalleled shock and an overwhelming sense of fervent pride. It turned out we were not merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Originally, we have acquired fangs capable of directly contending with the formidable C-grade beasts. Within the subterranean shelter, Ren Shiyuan inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult within his heart. He seized the communicator with fervor, issuing his final command in an unequivocal tone. All units, heed my orders. Immediately abandon all non-essential equipment and evacuate Haoshan with utmost speed. This is an order. Upon the issuance of this command, the remaining soldiers, feeling as if granted a reprieve, dared not linger for a moment longer, swiftly turning and racing down the mountainside. Ren Shiyuan, too, turned his gaze towards Zheng Ruoshi and the others. We shall depart as well. His voice remained hoarse, yet bore a hint of relief. This place is no longer a battlefield we can engage in. There were no objections from the group, who promptly followed Ren Shiyuan, hastening towards the shelter's emergency exit. Simultaneously, the nationwide live broadcast signal was silently severed at that very moment. The pitch-black screen completely severed the curiosity and anticipation of billions of viewers from Haoshan. Atop the mountain, the howling winds roared. Chen Fan stood quietly, his golden, flame-like vertical pupils coldly observing the panicked human soldiers fleeing. He did not pursue them. They no longer piqued his interest. All his focus was now concentrated on the steel monstrosity descending from the heavens before him. Within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. The name Juling was one he knew all too well, so familiar that it was impossible to forget, even if turned to ashes. He never anticipated that he would encounter the ultimate weapon upon which the survival of Huaxia relied so soon. In his previous life, after the first Lingxi descended, the global ecology underwent a cataclysmic shift, unleashing countless terrifying beasts from dimensional rifts, putting human civilization on the brink of collapse. Firearms appeared powerless against those overwhelmingly destructive beasts. Just as despair engulfed everyone, leading them to believe humanity's civilization was doomed, the Huaxia military unexpectedly revealed their trump card to the world. It was a mysterious force comprised of dozens of steel behemoths. They were known as the Juling. Each of these steel giants represented the pinnacle of Huaxia's efforts. Assembled by the nation's finest researchers, working tirelessly to reverse engineer and construct war machines based on the classified Zero document detailing the physical data of various terrifying beasts. Upon their emergence, they wielded thunderous might, slaying innumerable powerful beasts wreaking havoc, and preserving a sanctuary for Huaxia amidst a post-apocalyptic wasteland. They, alongside the ability user squads, were the last guardians of Huaxia during that dark epoch. Chapter 53. Chen Fan vs. Juling No. 1. Thoughts surged like a tide, only to be forcibly severed by Chen Fan. His icy gaze refocused on the towering Juling Zero model before him. Although its appearance was indistinguishable from his memories, Chen Fan keenly discerned numerous discrepancies. Its movements seemed somewhat rigid, and the sound of the energy core's operation was disjointed, lacking purity. Most critically, the weapon systems it bore were alarmingly scant. Clearly, the steel beast before him was merely a nascent experimental model, fraught with defects and shortcomings, far from the terrifying maturity of its predecessor. However, despite this, Chen Fan could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from this metallic form, firmly establishing it at the threshold of late C grade. Its overall strength was undeniably formidable. Intriguing. Chen Fan slowly grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. In his golden vertical pupils, there was no trace of fear or retreat. Quite the contrary, a fierce blaze of combat spirit surged within him, just as Chen Fan's fighting spirit soared. The colossal steel ant's head, with its two massive dark red crystalline compound eyes, focused intently on the ferocious image displayed on the main screen within the spacious cockpit, where two pilots donned in specialized suits were brimming with excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. "Did you see that? Lao Zhang, this is a C-grade beast." The pilot on the left gripped the control stick tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. The other pilot, referred to as Lao Zhang, bore a much colder expression. His gaze was hawk-like, fixated on Chen Fan on the screen, and he spoke deliberately. "Today marks its demise." Before his words faded, he thrust the main control stick forward. A roar echoed within the enclosed cockpit. Boom! The 6 engine nozzles beneath the steel ant erupted with dazzling blue flames. The massive, cumbersome body suddenly displayed astonishing agility, wholly incongruent with its size. 6 sharp, blade-like limbs propelled it forcefully against the ground. The earth shattered. The 100-meter-tall steel form transformed into a shadow of dark gold, hurtling towards Chen Fan with a piercing shriek that split the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, the giant ant surged before Chen Fan. It raised its 2 enormous forelimbs, glinting with metallic coldness, akin to colossal battle axes descending from the heavens, crashing down towards Chen Fan's head with tremendous force. This strike, if landed, could flatten a small mountain. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, a chilling glint suddenly flickered in Chen Fan's tiger-like eyes. In his heart, a silent command resonated. Activate tenfold enhancement. In an instant, a power far more violent and immense than before erupted within every cell of his being, as if a volcano had erupted. His form transformed into a blur of orange light, vanishing from his original position in an almost instantaneous manner. Boom! The giant ant's forelimbs crashed heavily onto the spot where Chen Fan had just stood. A deafening roar reverberated across the surroundings. The entire mountaintop trembled as if it had experienced a violent earthquake. From the impact point, spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread in all directions. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring visibility. When the dust began to settle, 2 terrifying, bottomless pits, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, emerged prominently in everyone's view. The sheer destructive power sent shivers down their spines. Several dozen meters away, Chen Fan's figure reappeared. He gazed at the 2 massive pits, and his golden pupils involuntarily narrowed slightly. He understood very well that even with the tenfold enhancement activated, had he been struck directly by that blow, the outcome would have been far from pleasant. The lightest consequence would be broken bones, while the gravest could render him a mere puddle of flesh. The power of this steel machine had reached a truly terrifying level. Inside the cockpit, the primary pilot, Lao Zhang, who had missed the strike, wore a look of astonishment. Such speed! This fellow actually evaded it. The co-pilot's exclamation echoed within the cockpit, his face a mask of disbelief. However, Lao Zhang's reaction was astonishingly swift. After a brief moment of shock, his gaze transformed into a piercing sharpness, akin to 2 swords drawn from their sheaths. The target was counterattacking, a frigid voice, devoid of any emotion. Almost instantly after his words fell, Chen Fan sprang into action. No longer did he remain in a passive state of evasion. The massive body of the tiger crouched slightly, muscles taut like a giant bow drawn to its limit. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shattering the silence. Chen Fan's limbs surged with power, causing the hard rocky ground beneath to crack and form a shallow pit. His form became a flash of orange lightning, tearing through the air, carrying with it a fierce, bloody wind. As he charged towards the core of that steel behemoth, he aimed to close the distance. What a naive thought! Lao Zhang snorted coldly, the glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes. His hands danced over the complex control panel, leaving a flurry of afterimages as countless data streams flashed frantically across the main screen. Skynet strangulation activated. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 colossal limbs of the giant simultaneously moved at that instant. No longer clumsy strikes, they transformed into incredibly agile instruments of death, as if 6 scythes possessed of life. Each limb's landing spot was precisely calculated, accurately predicting every potential path Chen Fan might take. The way forward, the retreat, the left flank, the right flank. Every avenue was instantaneously ensnared by a massive net woven from steel and death. The howling winds pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. A vast shadow enveloped Chen Fan entirely. There was no retreat, no escape. Just as one of the limbs was about to smash down upon him with overwhelming force, a flicker of mad determination ignited within his golden, flame-like vertical pupils. His body twisted in the air at an angle that defied the laws of physics. Clang! The sound of metal clashing pierced the air. From his 4 massive paws, 20 razor-sharp claws erupted, glinting with a chilling light under the sun. He did not evade. Instead, he leaped upwards, directly confronting the descending steel limb. His entire form shot upwards like a cannonball. A tremendous crash. Sparks flew, with tenfold enhanced strength. Chen Fan's claws tore through the tough alloy exterior of the giant mech, embedding themselves deep within the metal framework of the limb. The immense force reverberated through his body, causing his bones to groan under the unbearable strain. Shake it off. Quickly shake it off. The co-pilot's terrified screams echoed within the cockpit. Lao Zhang's expression darkened, frantically maneuvering the limb in the air, attempting to dislodge Chen Fan, that insignificant insect. The gale felt like a knife, slicing against Chen Fan's form. Yet, his claws, embedded in the metal, remained steadfast, immovable. He was like a piece of taffy stuck to the steel giant, impervious to the elements. The moment he stabilized himself, Chen Fan hesitated not for a heartbeat. Using all 4 paws, he climbed along the vast steel limb, as though traversing level ground, racing towards the giant mech's colossal head, where the cockpit resided. The orange silhouette streaked across the dark golden steel body, leaving a trail of rapid ascent. Chapter 54, Divine Retribution. Squeal. The piercing sound of friction seemed to tear through eardrums. Golden sparks, like fireflies in midsummer, erupted wildly from the dark golden limb. With tenfold augmented strength, Chen Fan's claws had transformed into indomitable weapons. He was not merely climbing. He was cutting. He was tearing. Crack. A sound that made one's teeth ache resonated. The steel limb, as thick as Chen Fan's own body, was brutally ripped from its joint connection. Countless severed wires and hydraulic tubes burst forth like severed veins, spewing caustic oil and searing electric sparks. Boom! The several-ton steel limb, trailing thick black smoke, crashed down upon the mountaintop, stirring up a cloud of dust. Inside the cockpit, witnessing the crimson alerts flashing across the main screen and the torn limb's cross-section, the co-pilot's pupils dilated uncontrollably. Yet, the pilot known as Lao Zhang remained unfazed. His gaze was as frigid as the permafrost of Siberia. It was as if what had been torn apart was not his mech, but a mere toy, entirely unconnected to him. Continue the assault. He uttered 4 words, his voice disturbingly calm. His hands remained steady, controlling the mech without a hint of tremor. The remaining 5 limbs, under his command, transformed into 5 shadows of death, converging from all directions towards Chen Fan, who had already ascended to the mech's back, intent on annihilation. In an instant, the mountaintop was filled with deafening roars and the clamor of metal clashing. Chen Fan's figure danced amidst the onslaught of the 5 colossal limbs, evading with hair-raising precision, as though waltzing on the edge of a blade. Each of his counterattacks was lethal and precise. The machine's flaws were magnified at that moment. Its attacks, colossal in force, left gaping, terrifying craters upon the hard rocky surface with each strike. In the brief span of several seconds, the mountaintop platform had transformed into a pockmarked landscape, resembling the lunar surface after a meteor shower. Yet, this was ultimately a machine, a lifeless entity reliant on its operator. Its movements and attack patterns appeared rigid and laughable in the face of Chen Fan's honed battle instincts forged through countless skirmishes. Boom! Another limb was seized by Chen Fan, his claws slicing into its vulnerable joint, effectively crippling its primary drive shaft. Boom! The third. Boom! The fourth. Chen Fan moved with the precision of a master butcher, performing a disassembly operation on the enormous steel construct. In less than half a minute, the once mighty, godlike steel behemoth had fallen into a pitiful state. 4 of its 6 limbs lay disabled, leaving only 2 massive forelimbs flailing futilely. It resembled a crab stripped of all its legs, no longer capable of posing any substantial threat to Chen Fan. Inside the cockpit, beads of cold sweat dotted the co-pilot's forehead. He watched in horror as the orange silhouette approached the cockpit with unyielding momentum along the mech's spine. His breathing quickened. Lao Zhang, we can't hold. Physical attacks are ineffective against it. Its speed and strength surpass our estimates. We must deploy divine retribution. The pilot, known as Lao Zhang, remained silent. His gaze was firmly fixed on the figure drawing ever closer on the screen. A flicker of gravity piercing through the depths of his eyes for the first time. He no longer persisted. Observing this, the co-pilot abandoned any hesitation. He abruptly extended his hand and struck the control panel before him with great force. An independent display instantly illuminated. On the screen, a blood red, continuously rotating reticle rapidly locked onto Chen Fan's figure. The Tianfa system was activated. Energy began to charge. 1030701000. Charging complete. Target locked. A sinister, frenzied smile emerged on the co-pilot's face. He raised his hand and pressed the crimson button, symbolizing annihilation. Die, monster! In that instant, the two enormous, dark crimson compound eyes of the giant spirit ignited with blinding red light. The radiance intensified, as if two blood-red suns were about to rise within. The next moment, two beams of red laser, each over a meter in diameter and imbued with terrifying heat and destructive energy, tore through the air, scorching towards the proximity of Chen Fan with enough intensity to melt steel. The shadow of death descended instantly, faced with this strike capable of vaporizing him in an instant. Chen Fan raised his head and let out a thunderous tiger roar. The sound reverberated like thunder, sweeping across the surroundings. Within his eyes, ablaze with golden flames, two resplendent beams of light erupted forth at that moment. This light was neither gold nor flame, but a pure, dazzling white, as if it could cleanse all impurities from the world. Two white beams, akin to thunderbolts descending from the heavens, shot forth from his pupils. The white lightning collided with the red laser midair. There were no earth-shattering roars, only a fleeting moment of absolute silence. Following that, a sphere of white light exploded at the point of impact. The light sphere rapidly expanded, consuming all sound and color. An indescribable wave of terrifying energy radiated from the impact point, transforming into a visible circular shockwave that surged wildly in all directions. Boom! The 100-meter-tall steel beast, before this horrifying shockwave, resembled a leaf caught in a tempest. Its massive body was violently lifted and then crashed heavily to the ground. The earth wailed, and the mountains trembled. Inside the cockpit, chaos ensued. The two pilots were forcefully pinned to their seats by the immense shockwave, their bones creaking under the unbearable strain. When they finally managed to extricate themselves from the violent dizziness and looked towards the main screen, expressions of disbelief akin to having seen a ghost enveloped their faces. It was blocked. It actually blocked the Tianfa. The co-pilot's voice turned shrill and piercing due to extreme shock. Chapter 55, The Pleased Li Guchang. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was also suffering. His body was hurled several meters away by the violent aftermath, crashing against a rocky outcrop. Yet, he quickly regained his footing. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, his golden pupils locked onto the steel beast that had already toppled to the ground. Without a moment's pause, he exerted force through his limbs, pushing against the still dissipating energy surge, transforming once more into a streak of orange lightning, racing towards the cockpit. Not good. It's coming. Quickly. Fire the Tianfa again and obliterate it. The co-pilot screamed in terror, frantically attempting to restart the weapon system. However, what appeared on the screen was a cold red warning. Energy core overload, power below 10, Tianfa system cannot be activated. Upon reading this line, the hearts of the two pilots plummeted into despair. Desperation quickly spread across their faces. Just then, bang! A deafening crash. The heavy special anti-explosion glass of the cockpit shattered as if struck head-on by a battering ram, instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks. A massive paw, enveloped in orange fur and glinting with a chilling gleam, pressed against the glass. Following that came a second, a third. Crack. The glass shattered. The frigid night air, laced with a potent scent of blood, rushed in. A gigantic, menacing tiger head poked through the broken window, its pupils ablaze with golden flames. Coldly regarded the two minuscule human beings in the cockpit. Chen Fan bared his bloodstained, sharp fangs. He slowly raised another paw. That colossal shadow completely enveloped the two pilots. No. In their desperate screams, the two pilots were smashed into a blur of flesh and blood. Beyond Haoshan, within a specially modified control vehicle resembling a mobile fortress, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. An elderly man clad in a white lab coat, his hair gray and his eyes creased with wrinkles, yet perpetually clutching a low-quality cigarette, sat with his legs crossed opposite Ren Qiuyuan and Zheng Ruoxi. At that moment, a violent tremor emanated from deep within Haoshan. The entire control vehicle swayed slightly. The old man exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his murky eyes turning towards Ren Qiuyuan, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. How is it, Director Ren? His voice was raspy, akin to two pieces of sandpaper grinding against each other. My prized possession packs quite a punch, doesn't he it? The expression on Ren Qiuyuan's face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. He did not gaze at the old man, his eyes remaining fixed on the enormous screen that had now transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, his lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Beside him, Zeng Ruoshi observed the tense standoff with a hint of resignation as she rubbed her forehead. She had anticipated this outcome. She knew it would unfold this way. These two elderly men, representing two vastly different directions in China's scientific community, were like the polar opposites of magnets. Whenever they came together, they would always clash. Refusing to yield, the elderly man with his legs crossed, puffing clouds of smoke, was named Li Guochang. Like Ren Shiyuan, he was a titan whose name would be etched in the annals of Chinese scientific history. However, his research direction was diametrically opposed to Ren Shiyuan's advocacy for genetic evolution. Li Guochang was a thorough technology fanatic, firmly believing that steel and energy were humanity's only path to the future. In his eyes, Ren Shiyuan's reliance on the nebulous notion of genetic mutation, attempting to draw strength from ferocious beasts to combat them, was utterly foolish, cowardly, and a descent into depravity. Conversely, Ren Shiyuan believed that technological creations were ultimately external forces. If humanity did not seek evolution itself, it would inevitably be submerged in the tide of the future. The clash of these two ideologies had never ceased since the high-level meeting where the existence of ferocious beasts was first discovered. This debate remains unresolved to this day. The dueling mech, a formidable weapon meticulously crafted by Li Guochang, was designed to validate his ideological beliefs through the data on ferocious beasts contained within the Zero file. Zeng Ruoshi was acutely aware that Li Guochang was unabashedly flaunting his creation, a blatant display of arrogance. After all, the Qingtian project, led by Ren Shiyuan, had yielded limited results thus far. The members of the three operational teams from the Ancient Nations Gene Research Institute, who received the first-generation gene serum, barely scratched the surface of level F capabilities. In stark contrast, the dueling mech demonstrated terrifying combat prowess on its inaugural mission, rivaling that of a level C beast. More importantly, it had saved the life of its old adversary. This sense of triumph threatened to burst forth from every wrinkle on Li Guochang's face. Ren Shiyuan finally lifted his head, his deep-set eyes betraying no gratitude, only the frigid demeanor of a still lake. Do not rejoice too soon. His voice, though low, pierced Li Guochang's pride with the precision of an ice pick. Whether your iron lump can truly vanquish that monster remains an open question. Li Guochang narrowed his eyes at this remark, leisurely extinguishing his cigarette on the armrest with a smirk of derision. My dueling possesses comprehensive capabilities that are undoubtedly on par with any level C beast documented in the Zero file. He paused, seemingly relishing Ren Shiyuan's increasingly dark expression. Moreover, it has a genuine trump card. Once activated, no level C creature can withstand it. With that, Li Guochang turned his attention away from Ren Shiyuan, his once stern demeanor transforming into a warm breeze as he faced Zeng Ruoshi. Little Zeng, what do you say? Join me. Steel and energy are the future. Pursuing those ethereal genes is a futile endeavor. Zeng Ruoshi resolutely shook her head, meeting Li Guochang's gaze with respect, yet unwavering conviction. Li Lao, I appreciate your kindness, but I have greater faith in Director Ren and a more optimistic view of the future of the Qingtian serum. The smile on Li Guochang's face waned slightly. He shook his head in regret, choosing not to elaborate further, as if sensing he was speaking to deaf ears. Ren Shiyuan's expression darkened to that of a blackened pot bottom. To undermine him in front of his face was not mere provocation. It was humiliation. As Li Guochang prepared to boast further about the strengths of his prized creation, a sudden roar erupted from the control vehicle's engine, jolting the entire vehicle violently forward at an alarming speed. The unexpected acceleration caught Li Guochang off guard, nearly sending him tumbling from his seat. What in the world? He steadied himself, grabbing the communicator in front of him, and shouted in anger. The communicator crackled with static before a trembling voice, strained by sheer terror, pierced through. Director Li, we have just lost all contact with the dueling Unit 1. The heart rate monitors of the two pilots have flatlined. The last two words struck each person in the vehicle like heavy hammers. The pride and arrogance on Li Guochang's face crystallized in an instant. The cigarette dangling from his lips, with a spark, fell silently. Chapter 56. Total Lockdown. Silence enveloped the cabin, the air seemingly siphoned away. Every breath felt burdensome and labored, as if an invisible weight pressed upon their chests. What did you say? Li Guochang's voice was hoarse and dry, each word forced from the depths of his throat. He slowly turned his head, inch by inch, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the communicator as if trying to penetrate the cold machine. Say it again. The young operator on the other end quaked under the oppressive atmosphere, his voice trembling even more distinctly. I report to Director Lee that the Juling Unit 1 has completely lost signal. The life signs of the 2 pilots have gone to 0. We have lost them. Boom. A sensation like an explosion erupted in Li Guochang's mind, leaving a void. Impossible. This cannot be. His Juling was the culmination of his life's work. The pinnacle of Huaxia technology. Before coming to Haoshan, he had scrutinized every piece of data regarding that sovereign beast of the skies. Wingspan, skeletal density, muscle fiber strength. Energy response. Each parameter had undergone hundreds of simulated confrontations. The analysis clearly indicated that the Juling mech was capable of overwhelming that aerial beast. Although that tiger-shaped monster had slain the sovereign of the skies, it did not shake Li Guochang's confidence. To him, it was merely a primal clash between creatures, fraught with randomness. His Juling, however, was a product of science, a precision killing machine embodying absolute rationality and strength. How could it fail? How could it fail so rapidly? From the moment the Juling fired to the sacrifice of its pilots, the entire ordeal spanned less than 5 minutes. This was not merely defeat, it was annihilation. Ren Shiyuan silently observed the seemingly deranged Li Guochang, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating slightly. He refrained from mocking him. At such a moment, any words would seem pitifully inadequate. Silence served as the loudest slap in the face. Weren't you proud? Weren't you boasting about your iron lump? And now, reality has delivered the cruelest of responses. Ren Shiyuan's mood did not lighten. Rather, it grew heavier. Li Guochang's failure starkly highlighted the significant flaws in his ideology, while simultaneously revealing that the tiger-shaped monster's terror far exceeded everyone's expectations. Retreat. Full-speed retreat. Ren Shiyuan's voice shattered the silence within the cabin, cold and resolute. The driver of the control vehicle snapped back to reality, slamming on the accelerator. The modified massive tires screeched against the ground, producing a piercing wail, and the vehicle, resembling a mobile fortress, transformed into a black specter. Racing towards the outskirts of Haoshan. Behind them, under the night sky, Haoshan lay dormant like an ancient beast, quietly lurking. Moments later, a convoy of dark green military trucks, resembling a steel dragon, swiftly arrived at the periphery of Haoshan. Countless armed soldiers efficiently erected a security line extending 10 miles. Searchlights pierced the night sky, illuminating the massive warning signs that forbade entry into the military exclusion zone. The entirety of Haoshan was comprehensively sealed off. Atop Haoshan, the mountain winds howled, carrying the heavy scent of blood, and Chen Fan stood atop the now toppled giant body of the Juling mech, his golden vertical pupils glimmering with contemplation. He gazed down at the immense steel creation beneath him, even reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The materials constituting its body still shimmered with a cold, extraordinary luster under the moonlight. This was unlike any known conventional metal on Earth. Its strength and resilience far exceeded Chen Fan's comprehension. His own claws were more than sufficient to easily tear through tank armor, yet as he scraped at the mecha, he felt an inexplicable pause. This special alloy forged from high-tech materials undoubtedly contained some form of unique energy. A bold thought emerged in his mind. If flesh and blood could be consumed, could this energy-laden metal be devoured as well? With a mindset of experimentation, Chen Fan lowered his body. He opened his gaping maw and aimed at a piece of armor that had broken off from the mecha's leg, biting down with ferocity. A sharp crunch echoed, sending shivers through his teeth. An indescribable flavor exploded in his mouth, a pungent metallic tang mixed with the bitter essence of oil, accompanied by the acrid stench of burned polymers. The taste was akin to stuffing an entire used battery into his mouth, repulsive enough to provoke nausea. Chen Fan's brow furrowed deeply. It was unbearably unpalatable. Yet he refrained from spitting it out. He endured the overwhelming queasiness, swallowing the palm-sized fragment of alloy with sheer determination. Had any human been present to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly question their own eyes. A tiger, forsaking delectable flesh, opting instead to gnaw on cold steel? This was a complete subversion of biological norms. However, in the next moment, as the cold, hard alloy fragment entered Chen Fan's stomach, it dissolved instantly, akin to ice thrown into a furnace. A torrent of pure and immense energy erupted. This energy, unlike the life essence derived from flesh, was colder, more pristine, carrying a sharp metallic quality that surged through Chen Fan's limbs. Simultaneously, a cold, synthetic prompt resonated clearly in his mind. Ding. Absorption points, 20. It worked. Uncontainable ecstasy erupted in Chen Fan's golden vertical pupils. His hypothesis had proven true. This heap of scrap metal could indeed provide him with absorption points. Although the flavor was far from commendable, and the texture was distressingly gritty, it possessed no other drawbacks. He lifted his gaze once more to the remains of the colossal steel beast before him. In that moment, it no longer appeared as a pile of cold scrap metal. It was a mountain of gold, a radiant treasure built upon countless absorption points. With merely a few days remaining until the next Lingxi descended, time was of the essence. He must grow strong enough to confront any unknown peril before the impending global catastrophe. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan lowered his massive tiger head once again, targeting another larger piece of armor. For the sake of strength, for the sake of survival, what did this unpleasant flavor matter? The crisp and eerie sound of chewing resonated once more atop the desolate mountain peak, heralding the commencement of a long journey of iron and steel. Chapter 57, A Twofold Strategy. At 4 in the morning, within the highest command center of Sioux City, the lights blazed brightly. Li Guochang's eyes were bloodshot as he intensely scrutinized the continuously scrolling data streams on the screen before him. He had been seated here for a full 5 hours. A succession of low-quality cigarettes had enveloped the air around him in a haze reminiscent of an ethereal realm, with cigarette butts forming a small mountain at his feet. His complexion had grown paler than 5 hours prior, yet his gaze reflected a near-manic fervor. Something was amiss. The energy output of the heavenly punishment system was flawless, and the core reactor's power remained entirely normal. The operator's maneuvers adhered to regulations, devoid of any error. He muttered, as if addressing another or perhaps attempting to convince himself. Then why did we lose? Ren Shiyuan approached with a cup of hot tea, placing it gently on the table. The steam wafted, obscuring his deep-set eyes. Oldly, stop watching. His voice was calm. Do you still not understand? Li Guochang shot up, his crimson eyes resembling those of an enraged bull. Understand what? My colossus did not falter due to technology. It did not falter due to energy. It simply succumbed to life. Ren Shiyuan interrupted him, articulating each word with precision. Your metal contraption, no matter how intricate or powerful, remains inert. Every action, every reaction, is driven by programmed settings and the operator's judgment. That entity, however, is alive. It possesses the instinct to fight, the capacity for adaptability in combat. Each attack and evasion is the optimal response, etched into its genes through countless battles for survival. Ren Shiyuan's voice, though soft, struck Li Guochang's heart like a hammer. Li Guochang opened his mouth to retort, but found his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. On the screen, the blurry battle footage transmitted by the drone was replaying repetitively. In the visuals, a fiery orange figure danced like a specter, evading the onslaught of 5 massive appendages. Its movements exuded a wild grace and lethal efficiency. In contrast, the Colossus mech's attacks, though powerful, appeared clumsy and rigid, akin to a burly man swinging a giant hammer but forever unable to strike a nimble fly. Your machine lost, and it lost justly. Ren Shiyuan sighed softly. Standing beside them, Sheng Ruoshi observed the two seasoned adversaries, their faces etched with gravity. Her heart was steeped in silence. She stepped forward, gently inquiring, Minister Ren, Director Li, what should we do now? That creature still lingers in Haoshan. We cannot maintain this blockade indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Li Guochang erupted like a powder keg, slamming his palm on the table as he stood abruptly. What should we do? We activate machine number 2. His eyes burned with the flames of vengeance and obsessive fervor. Machine number 1 is merely a conventional model. Machine number 2 is equipped with the latest annihilation system. I refuse to believe that even annihilation cannot defeat it. Have you lost your mind? Ren Shiyuan's expression shifted, his voice sharp. Are we sending people to their deaths? That is not sending them to their deaths. Li Guochang roared, veins bulging from his neck. It is to obtain more precise data. For the future of humanity. For your pathetic steel glory, you mean? Ren Shiyuan retorted, his gaze as cold as steel. Old Li, wake up. Your path is a dead end. Li Guochang's face turned a deep shade of crimson. His chest heaved violently, each breath resembling a wheezing old bellows. He glared at Ren Shiyuan, his eyes seemingly ready to devour him whole. Humiliation. This is blatant humiliation. He abruptly yanked a chair, the shrill screech slicing through the command center's stillness. Our paths diverge. We cannot collaborate. Li Guochang spat out a few words through gritted teeth before turning to leave, his back radiating resolute fury. He could no longer endure being in the same space as that old man. Just as his palm was about to touch the doorknob, the door was gently pushed open from the outside. A young soldier stood at the threshold, holding a document. Upon seeing the tense atmosphere within the room, especially the predatory expression on Li Guochang's face, he was instantly startled, his feet frozen in place. The soldier's voice trembled slightly, his gaze darting nervously between the two prominent figures. The higher-ups of Huaxia have urgently instructed both of you to remain here temporarily, in half an hour. There will be a high-level online meeting that requires your participation. Li Guochang's outstretched hand froze in midair. The fury within him felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving him visibly pale with frustration. Ultimately, he let out a heavy grunt, turned around, and returned to his seat, turning his head away to avoid glancing at Ren Qiyuan again. The command center fell into a stifling silence once more. Zheng Ruoxi watched the two elderly men, who resembled squabbling children, and helplessly rubbed her forehead. She picked up the now lukewarm cup of tea in front of Ren Qiyuan, refilled it with hot water, and then approached Li Guochang. Directly, her voice was clear and gentle, like a fresh spring, dissipating the tense atmosphere in the room. The failure of the dueling mecha is not a failure of design. Li Guochang's eyelids flickered, yet he still did not turn around. Zheng Ruoxi continued. Its flaws are indeed evident, but the destructive power it exhibited, that sheer physical force, poses a tremendous threat to ferocious beasts. This is beyond dispute. Her words precisely scratched where Li Guochang felt itchiness. The tension in his expression subtly eased. Ren Qiyuan, who had remained silent, lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. This was indeed a point he could not deny. The power of the dueling mecha, capable of leveling a mountain with a single shot, was something his Jin warriors could not achieve at present. Noticing Ren Qiyuan's lack of rebuttal and hearing Zheng Ruoxi defend him, the anger within Li Guochang dissipated significantly. He glanced back at this astute junior, a fleeting look of pride appearing on his face. This girl has discernment, much better than some stubborn old fools. At that moment, Zheng Ruoxi pivoted her focus. So, I was just thinking, is it possible for us to combine both of your strengths? Her gaze flitted between Li Guochang and Ren Qiyuan. I have an idea. Both Li Guochang and Ren Qiyuan raised their heads simultaneously and looked at her. Zheng Ruoxi took a deep breath and slowly articulated. The members of the three major teams under our Ancient Nation Gene Research Institute have already been injected with the Xing Tianjin serum. Their reaction speeds, neural conduction efficiency, and various physical metrics far surpass the limits of ordinary humans. Meanwhile, Director Li's dueling mecha possesses unparalleled armor and firepower. Its only shortcoming lies in the pilot's inability to keep up with the mecha's performance limits. She paused, then proposed the astonishing idea. What if we develop a consciousness linkage system, allowing the team members to directly control the dueling mecha with their minds? Let extraordinary souls command this strongest steel body. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning simultaneously struck in the minds of Li Guochang and Ren Qiyuan. The expressions on their faces froze instantly. They stared at each other, disbelief and shock evident in their bloodshot eyes. Indeed, how had they not thought of this? Allowing genetically enhanced super soldiers to pilot a killing machine representing the pinnacle of human technology. This would perfectly resolve all issues. The clumsiness of the mecha stemmed from the pilot's limitations, while the fragility of the Gene Warriors was due to their still being flesh and blood. If the two were combined, it would no longer be a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. A steel giant with the fighting instincts of a beast and lightning-fast reflexes. This was nothing short of a brilliant two-in-one concept. Chapter 58. The demand of palpable silence enveloped the command center. Li Guochang's heavy breathing resembled an old blower, rhythmically punctuating the stillness. His bloodshot, murky eyes fixated intently on Zheng Ruoxi, as if he were trying to see right through her. Seconds later, he abruptly stood up. The chair scraped against the floor, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Like a beast trapped in a cage, he paced anxiously back and forth in the room, muttering incessantly. Consciousness linkage, neuron synchronization, biological electrical current conduction. A series of complex technical terms tumbled from his lips, his speech quickening and becoming increasingly frantic. His footsteps matched the pace, nearly transforming into a blurred shadow. Ren Qiyuan and Zheng Ruoxi did not interrupt him, merely observing quietly. They understood that this frantic scientist was currently immersed in his own world, his mind racing beyond the capabilities of a supercomputer, wildly calculating the feasibility of this proposal. Feasible. Suddenly, Li Guochang halted, slapping his thigh with fervor. He abruptly turned around, his eyes sparkling with terrifying intensity, locking onto Ren Qiyuan. Old Ren, give me your people. His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with an undeniable fervor and command. Ren Qiyuan lifted his teacup, taking a slow sip. Even the scalding tea could not warm his grave expression. He raised his eyelids to meet the almost frenzied gaze of Li Guochang, slowly shaking his head. My people are not here at the moment. The fervor on Li Guochang's face instantly froze, his brows knitting tightly. What do you mean? Ren Qiyuan set down the teacup, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table, producing a dull, thudding sound. My three teams are currently on a mission in Shushan. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. After the meeting, I will contact them and have them return as quickly as possible. Li Guochang scrutinized him for a few seconds, the tension in his facial lines finally easing. He let out a heavy grunt, accepting this explanation. As long as they could return, a slight delay was inconsequential. Beside them, Zheng Ruoxi's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the name Shushan. It had been a long time since she had received news about those three teams. Minister Ren, has their mission in Shushan been proceeding smoothly? A trace of barely perceptible concern laced her voice. Ren Shiyuan nodded, a hint of approval gleaming in his deep gaze. Quite smoothly. They are cooperating well with the military. The D-class, mutated python deep within Shushan is no match for them in a direct confrontation. He shifted his tone, a hint of resignation creeping in. However, that beast is quite cunning. At the slightest hint of danger, it retreats into the complex terrain of Shushan, which has prolonged the encounter. Seemingly recalling something, Ren Shiyuan continued. I just spoke with them yesterday. The military has completed the outer perimeter blockade, and they are conducting a thorough search, effectively compressing the creature's activity range. Finding it is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing that none of the team members had sustained injuries, Zheng Ruoxi finally released the tension that had gripped her heart. She nodded gently, refraining from further inquiries. Time passed, each moment stretching under the weight of oppressive silence. Half an hour later, the enormous LCD screen at the front of the command center flickered to life silently. Snowflakes danced momentarily before a series of faces, some dignified, others scholarly, and yet others exuding an intimidating presence, appeared in succession in the segmented windows of the screen. The highest echelons of Huaxia, a high-level online meeting, crucial for determining the future trajectory, was officially underway. The atmosphere was heavy with gravity from the outset. The events at Haoshan were surely well known to the three participants. At the center of the screen, an elderly man with a resolute visage and graying temples was the first to speak, his voice steady as a mountain. Although we managed to cut off the live broadcast signal in time, the repercussions have become irreversible. Now, the entirety of Huaxia is aware of the existence of the monstrous beasts. Another middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and possessing an elegant demeanor, took over the discussion. Some panic-driven rhetoric has emerged online, with even exaggerated doomsday theories, yet we swiftly quelled them. Overall, the public sentiment indicates that the populace retains substantial confidence in us and in our nation. They believe in our capability to safeguard them. At this juncture, his gaze sharpened, sweeping across everyone present on the screen. The trust of the citizens is profound. We must not let them down. These words bore down on Li Guochang and Ren Shiyuan like an invisible mountain, prompting them to straighten their postures in solemnity. The elder nodded and continued. After our urgent deliberations, we have reached two decisions. First, accelerate the dissemination of the first-generation Xing Tianjin serum throughout the military. Minister Ren, you will be fully responsible for this matter, and you will have unhindered access to any resources you require. Ren Shiyuan's pupils contracted sharply as he inhaled deeply, responding in a grave tone. Understood. The elder then turned his gaze toward Li Guochang. Second, we will select the most exceptional talents from various research institutions to form a specialized team dedicated to assisting Director Li in perfecting the Zhuling mecha. Although the Zhuling was defeated, its terrifying destructive capability is undeniable. We must possess a strategic weapon capable of directly confronting C-class monstrous beasts. Li Guochang's chest heaved violently, a sickly flush creeping onto his pale face. He had awaited this moment for far too long. At that instant, he abruptly stood up and stepped forward. This action drew the attention of all the high-ranking officials on the screen. Esteemed leaders, Li Guochang's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Regarding the shortcomings of the Zhuling mecha, we have just identified a potential solution. He took a deep breath and succinctly recounted Zheng Ruoxi's astonishing idea in its entirety. As he spoke, the faces of those prominent figures, typically unflappable even in the face of calamity, revealed unmistakable shock and contemplation. When Li Guochang uttered his final word, the meeting fell into a brief silence. Moments later, the elder's eyes sparkled with an astonishing light as he forcefully slapped the table. Excellent. This idea is splendid. Let extraordinary souls pilot the mightiest steel bodies. Director Li, Minister Ren, you are encouraged to pursue this direction. Whatever support you require, we shall provide. The meeting concluded. The colossal screen returned to darkness. The oppressive atmosphere within the command center dissipated. Li Guochang and Ren Shiyuan exchanged a glance, each perceiving the weight of pressure in the other's eyes. Ren Shiyuan stood, adjusted his collar, and glanced at the dawn sky outside, which was beginning to lighten. Let us return to Kyoto. His voice, though weary, was resolute. A challenging battle is only just beginning. Chapter 59, 2 major bloodline abilities. As dawn broke, the faint light of morning pierced through the heavy clouds, casting a cold golden hue over the city of Su. Rin Chiyuan, Li Guchang, and Tseng Ruashi boarded the aircraft returning to Kyoto, burdened with fatigue and gravity. The propellers stirred a gust of wind, swirling the dry leaves on the ground. The plane ascended swiftly, soon disappearing beyond the horizon. With their departure, the tense atmosphere that had enveloped Su seemed to dissipate significantly. The large military contingent began its orderly withdrawal, armored vehicles and military trucks retreating like a silent tide of steel. The city regained its usual tranquility. Yet, this tranquility resembled a stagnant pool. There are monstrous beasts in this world. This news spread like a plague with wings, permeating every corner of Huaxia. The authorities neither refuted nor explained it. This silence itself was an implicit acknowledgement. Fear took root and sprouted within the hearts of every citizen. Once a favored weekend retreat for the public, Haoshan had transformed into a forbidden zone that inspired dread in all who spoke of it. There was no need for the military to establish a cordon. No one dared to approach that mountain range even a fraction closer. Days passed in this manner. Contrary to the expectations of the higher-ups, widespread panic did not erupt within Huaxia. The public's trust in the machinery of the state remained deeply entrenched. However, trust could not entirely extinguish fear. A silent undercurrent began to surge wildly at the lower echelons of society. In a bid to protect themselves and their families, a nationwide surge of self-defense fervor quietly emerged. From kitchen knives to wrenches from hardware stores, and various modified nail guns and slingshots. Anything that could be wielded as a weapon became a coveted item. This undercurrent did not escape the notice of those in power. Reports detailing the sharp rise in civil security risks flooded into Kyoto like snowflakes. Another all-night emergency meeting ensued. Debates and compromises culminated in a groundbreaking decision. Rather than allowing the populace to seek uncontrollable violence amidst their panic, it would be wiser to seize that power firmly in our hands. To block is less effective than to guide. The following day, an announcement was disseminated through all official channels, reaching the nation simultaneously. In response to potential threats and to safeguard the lives and property of citizens, by resolution of the highest meeting, from this day forth, legal channels for the purchase of certain civilian firearms and ammunition will be opened. Any Huaxia citizen aged 18 or older with no criminal record may apply for purchase at designated locations upon presenting identification. The announcement was brief, yet every word resonated like a deep water bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. All of Huaxia was set ablaze. Countless individuals surged into the streets, rushing toward the newly established civilian armament sales points. A throng of people formed long lines that stretched endlessly. Excitement, tension, and a hint of concealed fear mingled on their faces. A brand new era, filled with unknowns and dangers, appeared to be on the horizon. Deep within Haoshan, on the vast platform forcefully created by the Chang'e No. 3 missile, Chen Fan lay languidly on the ground, basking in the warm afternoon sun. A gentle breeze caressed his lustrous black-golden fur. His physique had expanded significantly compared to 10 days prior. Each muscle was imbued with explosive power, and every movement exuded an aura of formidable dominance. 10 days, an entire 10 days. The towering 100-meter, several hundred-ton giant mech had been utterly consumed by him. The cold metal had been dismantled, digested, and transformed into the purest energy, seamlessly integrating into every cell of his being. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the tumultuous power within him, akin to a raging river. Sea level late stage. Only a thin veil separated him from breaking through to B-level. Chen Fan was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. In his past life's memories, even 6 months after the first arrival of Lingxi, B-level ferocious beasts born on land were exceedingly rare. Now, only a few days remained until the arrival of Lingxi. Once the global energy tide surged forth, he would instantaneously shatter his constraints and ascend to B-level. At that point, no entity in the vast expanse of Huaxia would pose a threat to him. However, this indulgent feast over the past 10 days had left him with a minor aftereffect. He felt an incessant, pungent metallic scent lingering in his nostrils, mingled with a strange aroma of machine oil and coolant. This vexed him. He shook his enormous tiger head, attempting to disperse the peculiar odor. In a moment of leisure, Chen Fan recalled another important matter. He had yet to examine his awakened bloodline abilities. Closing his eyes, he focused his thoughts. A pale blue virtual screen unfolded instantly in his consciousness. The cold, lifeless, and emotionless characters were engraved in his mind like a brand. Supreme Devouring Evolution System, 091. Host, Chen Fan. Race, Taiga Ice Fire Demon Tiger. Level, Sea Level Late Stage. Age, 2 years. Weight, 5 tons. Ability, tenfold enhancement. Bloodline ability, absolute 0 light. Tiger roar intimidation, devouring points. 8000100000. Current time, September 26, 2025, 4 days until the first Lingxi assault. Chen Fan's consciousness navigated through each line of data like the most precise probe. His weight had increased by a full ton, and his devouring points were nearing the pinnacle of sea level. All of this was as anticipated. His gaze finally settled on the newly appeared line, bloodline ability. There lay 2 brand new terms. He concentrated on the first ability, absolute 0 light, a fusion of ancient bloodline and mysterious energy, capable of emitting high-energy beams of absolute coldness from the dual pupils, freezing and annihilating all matter in its path. In an instant, memories of the thrilling battle 10 days prior flashed back to his mind. The 100-meter steel behemoth resembled a deity unleashing the eye of destruction. That searing white beam of light was a divine retribution capable of leveling mountains. And before that cataclysmic radiance, he too had unleashed 2 eerie white beams. Those were not mere energy. They represented an extreme cold, a force capable of freezing light and heat, dragging all existence into eternal silence. He vividly recalled the mysterious fruit he had consumed, which had brought this bone-chilling cold upon him. It seemed that this fruit had triggered a wondrous reaction with his ancient bloodline, ultimately giving birth to this terrifying trump card. Chen Fan's awareness shifted to the second ability. Tiger Roar Intimidation, passive ability. Each roar of the host carries an inherent kingly pressure from the depths of the soul, inflicting profound psychological intimidation on foes, significantly diminishing their will to fight. For targets of a much lower level than the host, there exists a certain probability of directly shattering their souls. A passive ability? A constantly active state? An uncontrollable impulse surged from his chest. He slowly rose to his feet. His massive 5-ton frame cast a colossal shadow, reminiscent of a mountain rising from the ground. With a slight elevation of his mighty tiger head, he inhaled deeply. The air on the platform seemed to rush into his chest with that inhalation, forming a small whirlwind. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. This was no ordinary sound. Visible waves of white sound radiated outwards in a frenzy from him. The sturdy rocky platform beneath him cracked under the force of the roar, spiderweb-like fissures spreading forth. The trees at the platform's edge were swept away by the sound waves. Countless branches and leaves instantly reduced to dust, cascading down. Within a radius of several kilometers, all hidden insects and beasts succumbed in that instant, their spirits shattered, blood streaming from their orifices, perishing in silence. An absolute, undeniable kingly pressure emanated from the roar, enveloping the entire Haoshan mountain range. This was a proclamation of a sovereign. As Chen Fan gradually ceased his roaring, he savored the exhilarating release within him and the overwhelming sense of control over his territory. He was thoroughly satisfied. This ability was truly tailor-made for a king. Chapter 60, Waiting. In the ensuing 4 days, Chen Fan did not depart from Haoshan. He resembled an ancient black golden statue, quietly lying in wait. He awaited the grand arrival of Lingxi, which would sweep across the globe and alter everything. He anticipated the dawn of a new epoch. Outside, in the entirety of Huaxia, time flowed slowly amidst a strange calmness and undercurrents. The higher echelons of Huaxia ceased their attempts to conceal any news regarding ferocious beasts. They understood better than anyone the principle that it is better to be open than to block. When the truth cannot be concealed, revealing it proactively allows one to retain control of the narrative. In the desolate regions of the western frontier, herdsmen captured distant images of a colossal scorpion shadow flickering amidst a sandstorm. In the depths of Shenanjia, a research team's drone recorded the fleeting silhouette of a massive beast moving like a mountain. Atop Mount Shu, tourists documented the sight of a giant bird soaring and screeching above a sea of clouds. Clips, fuzzy yet undeniably real, began circulating online. This time, there was no official refutation. Silence equated to acquiescence. The populace, having been forced to accept a harsh reality, emerged from their initial shock. This world had indeed transformed. Ferocious beasts did not exist solely within Haoshan. They lurked in ancient mountains and desolate wastelands seldom trodden by humans, coexisting with humanity for an unfathomable duration. Panic spread like an invisible plague across the vast expanse of 9.6 million square kilometers. Just as this anxiety was on the verge of fermenting into social unrest, the Huaxia authorities took action once more. A highly classified document, designated as the Zero File, has been made public through all official channels. The contents of the file are straightforward: a vast map of Huaxia, marked with alarming crimson dots indicating the known habitats of ferocious beasts. Each marked location is accompanied by a brief dossier detailing its number, code name, danger level, and a succinct description. To ensure the safety of citizens' lives and property, a chilling warning is prominently placed at the top. Please, do not approach the red-marked areas. That night, Huaxia was restless. Countless individuals accessed the document, and as their eyes scanned the chilling text, it felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around their hearts. Number 001, Devourer Ant King. Number 007, Abyssal Claw Fish. Number 023, Phantom Face Spider. Each code name, shrouded in mystery and menace, sent shivers down their spines. They were astounded to discover that the threat level of each beast recorded in the file was hardly inferior to that of the giant eagle known as the Sovereign of the Skies. On this land they believed to be so familiar, there lurked such terrifying entities. Wait, look at this. A voice of uncertainty shattered the silence online. Countless gazes followed the direction indicated, converging upon an exceptionally prominent red mark near Sioux City. Number 099, Haoshan Overlord. Species, Huaxia Northeast Tiger. Mutation. Danger level, sea level, extremely dangerous. Status, alive. Haoshan Overlord? Wasn't that the tiger from the livestream a few days ago? Wasn't it killed by that mech called the Giant Spirit? Following a brief moment of confusion, an eerie silence ensued. Hundreds of millions of netizens fixated on the glaring crimson letters on the document. Status, alive, the official document could not be erroneous. Therefore, there was only one truth. That mech, akin to a celestial deity descending, a terrifying weapon capable of annihilating a small town, had failed to eradicate that tiger. This thought struck like a bolt of black lightning, cleaving through everyone's minds. A collective gasp resonated across every corner of Huaxia. The images from that livestream surged back into memory like a tidal wave. The colossal figure, akin to a mountain, the claws that could rend steel, the gaze that looked down upon the world, fear magnified manifold in an instant. If even the nation's most advanced strategic weapon could not obliterate it, what could possibly contend with it in this world? An uproar ensued. A complete uproar. All prior fears paled in comparison to this moment, especially for those residing in Sioux City, when they realized that such an unparalleled beast, beyond the reach of even the state, lay less than 100 miles from their daily lives. A bone-chilling dread enveloped them entirely. Fear triumphed over their affection for their homeland. That day, endless lines of cars formed on all highways leading out of Sioux City. Countless citizens, taking their families and the simplest of belongings, departed silently and resolutely from the city they had called home for half a lifetime. This was not a mere escape. It was a rational self-exile for survival. For days passed in the blink of an eye. Atop Haoshan, dawn broke. The horizon was tinged with a faint blush of dawn, and the cold wind sliced through the jagged rocks, producing a mournful sound. Chen Fan stood like a block of black gold stone, seamlessly fused with the mountain. At the edge of the highest peak, his tiger-like eyes, deep as the night sky, reflected the feeble light of the heavens. Deep within his gaze, a fervor simmered, ready to erupt. Soon, he could sense an invisible constraint in the air weakening. In just 2 hours, the first Lingxi would arrive as promised. At that time, he would harness the immense energy from the depths of the universe to break through the barrier of sea level and ascend to a new echelon of life, B level. The mere thought ignited a fervid excitement within him, causing his blood to surge and simmer. Time slipped away in a suffocating silence, second by second. Simultaneously, in a bustling urban zoo in Huaxia, the sky was clear and the sun warm. A little girl with pigtails pressed her face against the thick tempered glass, her small features nearly touching the surface. Her bright eyes sparkled with pure curiosity and excitement. On the other side of the glass, several lions lounged lazily on the grass, basking in the sun and occasionally flicking their tails to brush away bothersome flies. Chapter 61. The Arrival of the First Lingxi. Mommy, look, the lions, the girl exclaimed, her voice ringing with joy. The young mother stood behind her, a look of affection on her face as she gently patted her daughter's head. All was serene. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Not in the manner of clouds obscuring the sun, but in a peculiar way. As if the very light source had been abruptly withdrawn. The sun seemed to have been swallowed whole by an invisible beast. Huh. The young mother looked up in confusion at the sky. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned a solar eclipse today. She murmured softly, instinctively reaching for her phone to check. But before she could unlock the screen, the eerie darkness receded like a tide. In a mere 3 seconds, sunlight poured down once more. Yet this time, it was accompanied by an invisible, extraordinary energy, immense and unperceived by the naked eye. It surged like countless invisible threads, penetrating the atmosphere and disregarding all physical barriers, flooding into the bodies of all living beings on this blue planet. The young mother shivered slightly. A warm current unexpectedly surged through her limbs. She distinctly felt an inexhaustible strength welling up within her. Her muscles rejoiced, her cells danced with delight. This sudden transformation left her somewhat dazed. "Mommy, look! The lions are coming over here." The girl's excited shout pulled her back to reality. Instinctively, she glanced towards the tempered glass. In an instant, the color drained from her face. The previously languid pride of lions was now standing upright. Their pupils, unbeknownst to her, had transformed into a haunting crimson. Their menacing faces dripped with drool from their sharp fangs, and they emitted deep, growling roars. No longer were they the leisurely kings. They had become demons unleashed from hell. They were charging, racing towards the direction of the mother and daughter. A primal fear gripped the young mother's heart. Not good. She swiftly scooped up her daughter and turned to flee from the scene. However, everything was already too late. A deafening crash resounded. The specialized tempered glass, capable of withstanding the impact of a truck, shattered like fragile candy paper beneath the mighty paw of a lion. Glass shards flew in every direction amidst the terrified screams of onlookers. A scarlet beast leapt forth, and the flash of blood appeared. The chilling cries abruptly ceased. A young mother and her child, unable to utter a final lament, were engulfed by the gaping maw of madness. This was not an isolated incident. At this moment, zoos across the globe were staging the same gruesome spectacle. In the cities, the once docile pet cats and dogs exhibited the same crimson glint in their eyes. They broke free from their collars, revealing their primal fangs, and without hesitation, severed the necks of their astonished and disbelieving owners. In the countryside, gentle cattle and sheep transformed into ferocious beasts, crashing through fences and charging into panicked crowds. The sky, the earth, the oceans, the entire world descended into boundless chaos and bloodshed. The old order was collapsing. A new epoch announced its arrival in the most brutal manner. Atop the towering mountain, when that invisible energy descended, Chen Fan let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest. The roar, like thunder, stirred up a tempest, scattering the clouds and mist from the mountaintop. He could feel it. That purest form of energy was surging wildly into his body. Every cell greedily devoured this nourishing essence. His bones emitted a sound of unbearable strain, yet under the energy's rejuvenation, they healed instantly, becoming even more resilient. His muscle fibers continually strengthened through tearing and reformation. An indescribable sense of exhilaration spread throughout his being. This was a leap in the level of life. It was the evolution of genes. In an instant, an energy 100 times greater than the earlier influx erupted from the depths of his being. His already massive form began to expand at a visible rate. The black golden fur deepened, as if it could consume light itself. The royal insignia on his forehead faintly glimmered with an eerie crimson radiance. The piercing chill and searing heat radiated from him in alternating waves. The rocks at the summit alternated between freezing into ice and being scorched red. The forces of ice and fire achieved a perfect equilibrium within him. Time passed, and when all anomalies settled, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. What kind of gaze was it? His left eye burned with a golden flame capable of annihilating all, while his right eye froze with the eternal ice of ages. With a single breath, the air before him twisted into a chaotic interplay of ice and fire. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving to late-stage B rank. Chen Fan savored the earth-shattering power coursing through him and grinned, revealing a chilling yet satisfied smile. A new world awaited. He lowered his gaze to examine his newly formed claws. The edges of his claws were enveloped in an icy white mist on one side, while dark golden flames flickered on the other. With a mere flick, the air ahead was silently torn apart, leaving behind a dark rift of ice and fire that could not mend. This was the power of B rank, a force transcending the mundane, worthy of being called divine. His gaze pierced through the clouds, surveying the world below. There, a grand bloody ritual unfolded. This day marked the end for all humanity on Blue Star. The old order was shattered beneath the fangs and claws of countless ferocious beasts. Cities ceased to be sanctuaries of civilization. Skyscrapers transformed into a jungle of steel, becoming prime hunting grounds for the beasts. Streets turned into slaughterhouses of flesh and blood. Terrified screams and desperate wails composed the mournful anthem of civilization's demise. Countless bloodthirsty beasts surged into the cities, evolving through slaughter and growing stronger through consumption. In Huaxia, the capital city, the once prosperous order lay in ruins, replaced by towering flames and dense smoke. A mutated Tibetan Mastiff, exceeding 3 meters in length, shattered the bank's heavy blast-resistant glass and charged into a hall filled with survivors. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with greed and brutality. Despair enveloped everyone. However, just as the Mastiff was about to unleash its massacre, a piercing round whistled through the air, accurately striking its eye and exiting through the back of its skull. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. On the streets, green armored vehicles rolled over the ruins, forming an ironclad defense line. Countless soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor unleashed torrents of ammunition upon the beast horde. The machinery of the state, after the initial chaos, began to operate at an unprecedented speed. The military's might pierced deep into the heart of the turmoil like a sharpened blade. Yet, conventional firearms were rapidly losing their efficacy against the swiftly evolving beasts. A young soldier, having just emptied a magazine, found himself confronted by a lightning-fast mutated raccoon. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. He barely had time to feel fear. At that critical moment, a surge of heat erupted from his palm. Instinctively, he thrust forward. A blazing stream of fire erupted from his hand, instantly incinerating the raccoon into char. The young soldier stared in disbelief at his hands. Such scenes repeatedly unfolded across various battle zones. Under the baptism of the energy, a small fraction of humanity's genetic shackles was broken. They awakened. These awakened individuals rapidly grew stronger in their bloody struggle against the beasts, gradually becoming the backbone force on the battlefield. Chapter 62. The Dawn of a New Order. This calamity, which descended without warning, caught all nations on Blue Star unprepared. A month passed quietly amidst the blood and fire. The old world order had been utterly reduced to dust, while new rules were brutally established upon the ruins with fangs and claws. Though each nation responded with unprecedented speed, the flames of chaos continued to engulf the globe. Throughout this month, the first to completely succumb was Feizhou, that ancient and vast continent, already steeped in primal wildness, transformed into a paradise for beasts and a hell for humanity when the energy descended. According to fragmented intelligence received from Huaxia, by the 10th day of the calamity, over 50 C-rank beasts had emerged across Feizhou. These terrifying entities are an apocalyptic calamity that the nations of Feizhou, lacking heavy military power, cannot withstand. Cities are effortlessly flattened, and resistance is instantaneously crushed. Humanity has become mere prey for their rampant predation. Now, a month has passed, and there has been no signal from any human regime on the Feizhou continent. That land has been thoroughly divided by numerous formidable beasts, among which several have evolved into terrifying B-level overlords. They have become the new sovereigns of that continent. Compared to the complete downfall of Feizhou, the situation in the remaining 6 continents is slightly better, but only marginally so. Countless weaker nations have perished under the initial wave of the beast tide. Those intermediate nations are merely struggling to survive in a bloody tug-of-war. Huaxia is one of the few countries that has managed to stabilize its position amidst this catastrophe, thanks to some intelligence gathered prior to the arrival of the Lingxi. The military swiftly sealed off known habitats of powerful beasts and urgently relocated the surrounding populace at the outbreak of disaster. This action averted immeasurable casualties. As for the beast riots that erupted in cities, they have gradually been quelled through the joint efforts of the military, armed police, and awakened individuals. Order is being re-established in the surviving cities in a new and more stringent manner. On this day, in the capital of Huaxia, 3,000 meters underground, in the highest command center, the sturdy alloy doors slowly closed, completely isolating the din and chaos of the outside world. The room was brightly lit, and at the massive circular conference table sat all the senior officials of Huaxia's core cabinet. Li Guchang and Ren Shiyuan, 2 titans overseeing the nation's highest technology and genetic research, were among them. The air was thick with a potent mix of caffeine and fatigue. Each person's face bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion, with deep-set eyes and bloodshot sclera. Over the past month, none of those present had enjoyed a single complete sleep exceeding 3 hours. Their nerves were taut, like a steel wire pulled to its limit. When the final participant took their seat, the imposing Huaxia supreme leader, with graying temples, cast a calm gaze over the assembly. He offered no unnecessary words, merely nodding slightly. The meeting commenced. A middle-aged man dressed in a sharply tailored suit, albeit with a slightly askew tie, stood up. He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He first bowed slightly to the assembly, and then a blood-stained world map appeared on the enormous holographic screen behind him. Vast areas were marked in alarming dark red. Esteemed colleagues, the minister's voice was hoarse and deep, each word seeming to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. According to the intelligence we have gathered, The continent of Fazhou has been confirmed to be completely lost. There are no remaining human nations on the Fazhou continent. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the command center. Although this outcome was anticipated by all, its blunt proclamation still instilled a heavy sense of oppression, leaving everyone with a tightness in their chests. The minister paused momentarily, seemingly allowing time for the gravity of the information to sink in. He then raised a hand, pointing to the sporadic blue areas still visible on the map. The situation in the remaining 6 continents is equally dire. As of the last communications we received before this meeting, of the original 250 countries and regions worldwide, 178 have become completely uncontactable. To be uncontactable signifies obliteration. This figure struck like an invisible hammer on the hearts of all present. The atmosphere in the command center instantly froze to a chilling point. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Li Guochang's murky eyes. He caressed the teacup in his hands, the once steaming tea now cold. He understood that this result was inevitable. The evolution brought by the Lingxi was impartial to all living beings. Yet, this fairness represented the greatest injustice to the frail human regimes. What could those countries, whose military strength could scarcely muster a tank battalion, do against beasts capable of collapsing buildings? Their flesh and blood? That would merely be a futile sacrifice. Just as the assembly was absorbing the shock of this harrowing news, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was about to sit down, suddenly recalled something. His complexion growing increasingly grim. His body stiffened as he spoke again. There is also an urgent intelligence just received from Yinghua country. All eyes in the room instantly focused on him. This morning, 2 extraordinarily massive beasts appeared simultaneously in the eastern and southern seas of Yinghua country. As he continued, the holographic screen behind him shifted. The left image displayed a tumultuous black ocean, where a fearsome giant creature was slowly rising from the depths. Its height reached a staggering 100 meters, resembling a lizard, yet along its back grew a row of jagged bony plates akin to mountain ridges. Its powerful tail, with each swing, could stir up towering waves. Even through the screen, the overwhelming sense of pressure was suffocating for all present. The right image was even more bizarre. In the same boundless ocean, enormous and menacing serpent heads emerged from the water, numbering no less than 9. Each serpent head was larger than a train locomotive, their golden vertical pupils filled with coldness and a thirst for destruction. The 9 serpent heads stirred the winds and clouds, the sky darkening, thunder rumbling. According to the joint emergency assessment by the military think tank and the research department, the minister's voice trembled imperceptibly. The danger level of these 2 beasts has been initially classified as A level. A level. These 2 words detonated like thunderclaps in the silent command center. All present, including the usually stoic supreme leader, felt their pupils constrict at this moment. They understood precisely what A level signified. Among the known beasts recorded within Huaxia, none had reached an A-level danger classification. B-level beasts possessed the capability to effortlessly destroy a modern city, and the terror of an A-level beast was beyond their comprehension. Based on our technical department's urgent analysis of the footage and the incomplete data from Yinghua country, the Minister of Foreign Affairs swallowed hard, continuing. These 2 creatures likely existed in the deep sea long before the arrival of the Lingxi. The Lingxi merely awakened them from slumber and rendered them even more terrifying. This conjecture was more chilling than the mere existence of A-level beasts. It implied that in the uncharted corners of this planet, where human civilization had yet to tread, there may be even more such ancient entities, possibly even more fearsome. They were the true masters of this world. Just before our meeting commenced, the final footage arrived. The minister's gaze fell upon the image of the 100-meter giant beast. In the scene, the colossal beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a searing blue breath that seemed capable of melting everything in its path. A beam of light swept across the landscape. The coastal defense line of Yinghua, meticulously maintained for decades, along with the cities behind it, was instantaneously transformed into a sea of fiery glass. The imagery abruptly ceased. A flurry of snowflakes filled the air. The Minister of Foreign Affairs slowly closed his eyes, mustering all his strength to utter his final words. Yinghua has fallen. As the words echoed, the entire command room was enveloped in a prolonged, deathly silence. The sound of a pin drop audible. Everyone was rendered dazed by the shocking news. A developed nation, an island country with formidable military strength, could not withstand even a single day against 2 Class A beasts. What a despairing chasm of power. After a lengthy pause, the Supreme Commander, seated at the head of the room, gradually lifted his head. His profound eyes revealed no trace of panic, only an icy calmness akin to eternal frost. The Supreme Commander scanned the room, his gaze as tangible as substance, slowly gliding over the faces of the senior officials. His voice resonated, not loud, yet clearly reverberating in every ear, imbued with an undeniable calm authority. The global situation is well understood by all. This seemingly mundane opening remark was like a boulder cast into stagnant waters, causing the frozen atmosphere to flow again, albeit with an even colder, heavier current. Earlier this morning, as we learned of Inghuagua's fall, other nations also began to grasp the situation regarding our Huaxia. The Supreme Commander's words paused, granting everyone a moment to contemplate. He understood that, in this age of fragmented information, Huaxia's stability stood as a lighthouse in the night, inevitably attracting countless gazes, some filled with awe, some with envy, and undoubtedly, some with greed. Just moments ago, the president of Ingwa sent me an encrypted communication. His fingertips tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a dull, rhythmic sound as if warming up for the impending discourse. He wishes for us, Huaxia, to share the formulas for the Juling Mecha and the Xingtianjin serum without compensation. The Supreme Commander calmly articulated this, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. In his words, it is to assist other nations in weathering this calamity together. What are your opinions on this? As his voice fell, the command room momentarily descended into a profound silence. Then, a stifled snicker emerged from a corner, igniting the atmosphere. The high-ranking officials present displayed expressions of mockery or disdain. How could Huaxia have minimized losses and remained standing amidst such a cataclysm? It was due to the steel tide of the Juling Mecha and the super soldiers birthed from the Xingtianjin serum. These were national treasures forged through countless resources and the relentless efforts of top talents over countless days and nights. Did this president of Ingwa truly consider himself to be the bygone world police, expecting us to share our advancements freely? Such notions were nothing short of delusional. A military minister, adorned with a general's star and bearing a resolute countenance, slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding crash. He stood abruptly, fury igniting in his eyes. We, Huaxia, have invested no less than hundreds of billions in research funding for these two technologies, along with the dedication of countless researchers. Does the president of Ingwa think he can simply demand our advancements for free? Not a chance. His voice rang with conviction, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Filled with undeniable determination, his declaration instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. Indeed, it was utterly preposterous. In this time of calamity, with the global order in disarray, nations preoccupied with their own survival, why would he presume that we would play the role of the fool? Huaxia is not composed of saints. To safeguard our territory and protect our citizens is already a stroke of fortune. Voices of agreement arose in a chorus. Amidst this apocalyptic ruin, the so-called international ethics had become mere empty words. Survival was the only principle. Observing the impassioned crowd, the Supreme Commander slowly raised his hand, signaling for silence. The once noisy command room swiftly quieted once more. It seemed that consensus was achieved. The Supreme Commander nodded, a flicker of approval glimmering in his profound gaze. There was no need for further deliberation. I will personally call the president of Ingwa, and this matter is concluded. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, effectively putting an end to the discussion. Subsequently, his gaze traversed the assembly, landing precisely on the two scientific giants, Li Guochang and Ren Shiyuan. Compared to the military and political elite, the expressions of these two scientists were considerably calmer, though the worry etched on their brows remained evident. Li Lao Ren Lao. The Supreme Commander's voice softened perceptibly. I wish to hear your thoughts on how Huaxia should progress in this new era. Upon being addressed by the Supreme Commander, both Li Guochang and Ren Shiyuan instinctively straightened their postures. A hint of tension appeared on their faces. They understood that every word they spoke henceforth could significantly influence the future trajectory of their nation. They exchanged a brief glance, silently communicating. Ultimately, it was Ren Shiyuan, responsible for gene research, who broke the silence. Chapter 64, The Choice. He cleared his somewhat parched throat, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. While the occurrence of this calamity is undoubtedly catastrophic, it is not entirely devoid of merit. His words prompted many in attendance to furrow their brows. Ren Shiyuan paid no mind to the surrounding skepticism and continued. The evolution brought forth by Lingxi benefits not only those beasts, humanity, too, stands to gain. He extended a finger. Based on the continuous tracking and data analysis from our Gene Research Institute, the number of individuals awakening various superpowers within Huaxia has conservatively exceeded 50 million. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment resonated throughout the command room. 50 million. What an immense figure. Though this number still comprises less than 1/10 of our total population, Ren Shiyuan's expression turned serious. However, These awakened compatriots will become an indispensable backbone in our future battles against the beasts. His eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. Therefore, I propose that we prioritize the distribution of our existing Xingtianjin serum to these awakened individuals, enabling their already formidable powers to achieve a qualitative enhancement in the short term. A glimmer of appreciation crossed the Supreme Commander's deep-set eyes. Ren Shiyuan's suggestion aligned with his own thoughts. Just then, Li Guochang, the mastermind behind the dueling mecha, also spoke up. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with a steely calm. Our department has been tirelessly working around the clock to expedite the production of the dueling mecha. He adjusted his glasses, a reflection of the confidence and pride inherent in a scientist. Currently, we have 52 operational dueling mechas at our disposal. Moreover, the operators of these mechas are all elite members selected from the 3 distinguished squads of the Genetic Research Institute, each of them being formidable awakened beings. Li Guochang's words instilled a sense of reassurance in the hearts of everyone present. Over 50 dueling mechas represent the most potent trump card available to Huaxia at this moment. I can assure you of this, Li Guochang stated with unwavering conviction. Should any degrade or higher monstrous beasts appear within the city, they will rush to the battlefield without delay. Therefore, in the short term, the safety of the citizens in the major survivor-based cities will not be compromised by any unforeseen events. After hearing Li Guochang's assurance, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. He nodded and then turned to the silent figure at the end of the conference table, the Minister of Finance, who had remained reticent throughout. His voice regained its undeniable authority. From this moment forth, I issue the highest directive. The Minister of Finance stood up immediately, his posture straight. The 2 departments of Li Lao and Ren Lao must receive whatever funds, personnel, or resources they require. I do not care how you achieve this. It is imperative that neither of these 2 departments faces any financial strain. The instant they request funds, do not delay for even a second. Grant them immediately. At these words, the minister's expression turned grave, and he nodded firmly. Yes. His voice rang out like metal striking the ground, resonant and devoid of hesitation. In this oppressive command center, his assurance was one of the few pieces of news that could momentarily ease the hearts of those present. The commander-in-chief's gaze, sharp and incisive, engraved the expressions of everyone in the room into their minds. Each department must fulfill its duties. Stabilize the existing survivor bases. Eliminate the remaining monstrous beasts in the urban ruins and soothe the citizens' emotions. His voice resumed its previous calmness, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if a precise national machine were issuing the fundamental and most essential orders. The meeting is adjourned. As these words fell, the assembled individuals felt as if a great weight had been lifted, yet they stood, burdened with weighty thoughts. They bowed in respect and then exited with heavy steps. The heavy alloy doors of the command center opened slowly, then closed again, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. The vast space instantly became desolate, leaving behind only 3 individuals who had remained behind: Li Guochang, Ren Shiyuan, and the resolute military chief, Long Tao, who bore the weight of the star emblem. At the moment the door closed, the light within the room seemed to dim slightly. The earlier unyielding composure he had displayed before everyone dissipated like a receding tide from his countenance. In its place was an unmistakable, profound weariness and concern. He leaned back in his chair and gently rubbed his brow, where the creases appeared to deepen. Please, have a seat. His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Li Guochang and the others complied, and the atmosphere became 100-fold more solemn than during the earlier meeting with dozens of attendees. The air felt thick and leaden. Each breath weighed down with an oppressive heaviness. He remained silent for a long time, as if gathering his thoughts or calming the tumult of emotions within. Finally, he lifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes locking onto the 3. Those 2 A-grade monstrous beasts. He pronounced each word deliberately, as though extracting them from between clenched teeth. What are your thoughts? This question struck like a searing iron brand upon the hearts of the 3. Li Guochang's aged fingers instinctively clenched, the knuckles whitening from the strain. Ren Shiyuan furrowed his brow, his gaze imbued with the cool detachment of a scientist, yet beneath that calm lay a deeper, unspoken fear. Meanwhile, Long Tao's facial muscles tensed, resembling a hardened slab of stone. During the meeting, everyone had deliberately avoided this topic, for it represented a despair that transcended current understanding. That sea, once a natural barrier, now seemed to them merely a larger-than-usual bath for the A-grade monstrous beasts capable of unleashing colossal waves. Long Tao's lips moved, his voice parched and laden with gravity. Frankly speaking, if they were to cross the sea right now, he left the thought unfinished, but the implication was clear to all present. Huaxia had no remaining strength to confront such a threat. All the dueling mechas, all the super soldiers, all the military forces had already been deployed across the vast territory, like nails firmly driven into the defenses of various survivor-based cities. They were engaged in the most brutal struggles against the monstrous beasts emerging from all directions. Every ounce of power had already been squeezed to its limits. To withdraw any part of this force to establish a new coastal defense would mean leaving one or even several base cities completely exposed to an endless tide of beasts. The consequences of such an outcome were unimaginable. Chapter 65. The relocation plan. The command center fell once more into a profound silence. Despair crept in like invisible vines, tightening around each person's heart. After a long while, Ren Qiuan took a deep breath, breaking the suffocating silence. Analyzing from a biological perspective, I believe the likelihood of their invasion in the short term is minimal. His words drew the attention of the other three, who focused intently on him. Ren Qiuan continued, saying that such beings likely possess a strong territorial instinct. The entirety of Yinghua Nation should have become their nest or hunting ground by now. Before they have thoroughly consumed that region, the probability of them voluntarily crossing thousands of kilometers of ocean to invade a foreign land is quite low. His analysis acted like a sedative, slightly easing the tense atmosphere. However, his subsequent words caused the relief just experienced by the others to return to their throats. Nevertheless, this is only temporary. We must prepare for the future. He rose and approached the holographic map, pointing at the lengthy eastern coastline of Huaxia. My suggestion is to initiate a strategic relocation immediately. We must gradually move all survivors from the eastern coastal cities to inland-based cities, clear the coastline, and establish a strategic buffer zone several hundred kilometers deep. Ren Qiuan's voice grew impassioned. Then, we must deploy all available long-range firepower, missile bases, and heavy weaponry behind this buffer zone. With iron and flame, we shall forge a new, insurmountable Great Wall. Even if they truly come, we must ensure they taste the wrath of human civilization before stepping onto our land. Listening to Ren Qiuan's plan, Long Tao's expression darkened further. His lips pressed into a rigid line, and his fists clenched tightly beneath the table. Only after Ren Qiuan finished speaking did he slowly begin to voice his thoughts, filled with bitterness and resignation. Minister Ren, your plan is commendable, but who will deploy those weapons and missiles? Who will operate them? Long Tao raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Ren Qiuan. At this moment, I cannot even spare an extra artillery company. Every soldier under my command is on the front lines, sacrificing their lives to fill the gaps in the defense. What do you expect me to use to forge a new Great Wall? Their corpses? This statement fell upon Ren Qiuan like a bucket of ice water, instantly draining the fervor from his face. He opened his mouth, yet not a single word escaped his lips. Indeed, he had focused solely on strategy, neglecting the most fundamental reality, manpower. Huaxia was devoid of soldiers. The Grand Commander listened quietly to their exchange, refraining from interjecting as he gazed silently at the vast blue expanse of the sea on the map. To him, that sea no longer represented a cradle of life, but rather a chasm teeming with endless terror and annihilation. Eventually, he slowly raised his hand. I understand General Long's predicament. His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Military deployments are to be postponed. However, the relocation of the populace cannot be delayed. The Grand Commander rose and approached the command platform, pressing several buttons. In the name of Huaxia, we shall immediately issue 2 announcements nationwide. His voice, transmitted through encrypted channels, reached every relevant department. First, the Xingtianjin serum will be supplied free of charge and in unlimited quantities to all awakened individuals. I demand that their abilities be elevated to a new zenith in the shortest possible time. Second, we shall initiate the relocation plan. All survivor bases along the eastern coastal regions must complete their transfer inland within 72 hours from the issuance of this announcement. The orders were given. The immense machinery of Huaxia, resilient amidst the apocalypse, began to operate with a terrifying efficiency. That day, across all survivor bases and cities, broadcasts and communication devices lit up simultaneously with an identical announcement. The content of the announcement was concise and clear, yet possessed a thunderous power. As it spread, the entirety of Huaxiao erupted into a frenzy. Countless newly awakened individuals, previously engulfed in uncertainty regarding their futures, erupted with disbelief, joy, and excitement upon witnessing the first announcement. In an instant, recruitment centers and military outposts nationwide became inundated with people. Awakened youths wielding flames, middle-aged men controlling metals, and young girls accelerating plant growth. Thousands of awakened individuals surged from every corner of the cities, filled with eagerness and apprehension, converging towards the places symbolizing hope and strength. When the residents of the eastern coastal cities beheld this second announcement, after a brief moment of shock, there was no anticipated panic or chaos. Instead, there was only silence. They quietly turned off their communication devices, returned home, and began to pack their most essential belongings. No one questioned, no one complained, for they had faith. Faith in the nation that steadfastly protected them amidst the cataclysm. That day, along every transportation route connecting the coast to the inland, a serpentine procession of steel and flesh emerged. Countless military trucks, laden with silent individuals, began their journey inland, escorted by fighter jets and armed helicopters, marking Huaxia's most tragic yet resolute migration in history. As the sun set, a youth burdened with a hefty backpack glanced back at the city where he had lived for over a decade. Towering skyscrapers loomed, yet the atmosphere was suffocating. The distant horizon of the sea, under the glow of the setting sun, appeared a strange, blood-red hue. He averted his gaze, clenched his fists, and joined the migration ahead. As night fell, atop the highest peak in the depths of the Haoshan Mountains, the wind howled fiercely, sweeping across the barren rocks with a mournful sound. Chen Fan lay prone on a massive boulder, the cold sensation against his abdomen failing to stir his massive form. In the darkness, his amber tiger eyes glimmered like two eerie flames, strikingly conspicuous. He surveyed the distant Sioux city. Once a city aglow with lights, it now lay enveloped in endless darkness. Resembling the carcass of a colossal beast sprawled across the earth. On the periphery of this corpse, a line of feeble lights coalesced into a serpentine procession, steadily extending towards the inland until vanishing into the deeper shadows of night. Those were the fleeing humans. Chen Fan observed this scene with indifference, his heart stirred by not the slightest ripple. Chapter 66. A New Order. In his eyes, these ordinary humans, whether before or after the arrival of the Lingxi, were as fragile as ants. They were not his targets. In the future, should he truly require to devour points, he would only extend his claws towards those awakened individuals harboring immense energy within them. The departure of these ordinary people, in fact, alleviated much of his burden. Once they were gone, the entire Sioux city, along with the vast mountain ranges, would become his domain alone. With a thought, a faint blue light screen, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. Ultimate Devouring Evolution System 091. Host, Chen Fan. Race, Ancient Ice-Fired Demon Tiger. Level, Late B Class. Ability, Tenfold Enhancement. Bloodline Ability, Absolute Zero Light. Tiger Roar Dread. Devouring Points, 90, 000, 100, 000, over the course of a month. The accumulation of devouring points progressed at a sluggish pace. Presently, he was still a full 10,000 points shy of the crucial 100,000 mark. He vividly recalled that the last time his devouring points reached 5,000, the system rewarded him with a bloodline evolution. That evolution had transformed him entirely. Chen Fan was curious as to what surprise the system would bestow upon him once he surpassed the 100,000 threshold. He retracted the system interface, casting a cold gaze towards the east. There lay the direction of Dong Province. He began to recall fragmented memories from his previous life, silently calculating the time. Soon, the first beast tide in Huaxia, exceeding 1 billion in scale, would soon erupt there. This tide was orchestrated by 3 B-class beasts in concert. Among them was the Celestial Overlord, which had recently fallen beneath his claws. Their purpose was simple: to eradicate all human survivors within Dong Province, transforming that fertile land into a paradise for ferocious beasts. Sioux City, located in the southeast and bordering Dong Province, was perilously close. In his previous life, after the beast tide erupted, one of the B-class beasts had detached from the main force and invaded Sioux City. At that time, the B-class Wolf King, which had claimed this territory, engaged in a titanic battle with it. Ultimately, the Wolf King emerged victorious at a great cost. It consumed the flesh and core of the B-class beast, breaking its shackles and successfully ascending to the ranks of A-class beasts, becoming a dominant force. A glint of icy coldness flickered in Chen Fan's tiger eyes. He was uncertain whether, due to his rebirth and the premature demise of the Celestial Overlord, this beast tide would still unfold as expected in this life. However, if it truly arrives, if that B-grade ferocious beast were to invade Sioux City once more as it did in the previous life, then it would not be the foolish Wolf King that would engage in battle, but he. Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes, his massive form blending almost seamlessly with the dark rock surrounding him. Here, he would quietly await the approaching prey. Time flowed silently like a stream in the mountain ravine, slipping by unnoticed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Fan scarcely left Haoshan. He resembled a shadowy hunter in the darkness, impervious to the elements that assailed him. Only his amber tiger eyes occasionally opened and closed, revealing a haunting glimmer in the night. He could sense the subtle changes taking place in this land. The human presence had completely vanished from Sioux City, replaced by the heady scent of rampant vegetation and the foul stench of small beasts emerging from the shadows. Nature was reclaiming this steel jungle in a wild and efficient manner. Meanwhile, outside of Chen Fan's patient vigil, the world beyond the mountains had been turned upside down. With the successful completion of the Yiqian plan, vast stretches of land along the eastern coast of Huaxia had transformed into a desolate no-man's land. Simultaneously, the widespread distribution of the Xing Tianjin serum had led to a dramatic surge in human strength. Countless superhumans, spurred on by the serum, experienced exponential growth in their abilities. They began to venture out from heavily fortified base cities, actively hunting down scattered ferocious beasts and reclaiming lost territories. The global wave of ferocious beasts was indeed being contained under the forceful counterattack of this emerging human power. Aside from the terrifying C and B-grade beast overlords lurking deep in the forbidden zones, ordinary ferocious beasts posed little lethal threat to well-organized teams of superhumans. The old order crumbled amidst the ruins, while a new order quietly germinated in the crucible of blood and fire. Some ancient families, relying on their profound heritage and early awakened kin, established their own base cities, forming their own factions. Moreover, many powerful superhumans, unwilling to be constrained by the military, banded together in mercenary-style organizations to hunt ferocious beasts in the wilderness and the ruins of cities for survival resources. Chaos coexisted with hope. A brand new era, where strength reigned supreme, had already begun. Against this backdrop, a special platform, the Huaxia Black Market Dark Web, emerged, tethered to the military yet existing outside the system. Here, it served as a hub for information, a marketplace for resources, and a haven for those on the run. As long as one could pay the price, anything desired could be acquired, from the latest models of power armor to the corpses of high-level ferocious beasts, even certain forbidden gene modification technologies. On this day, a newly released bounty task detonated like a deep-water bomb in the calm surface of a lake, stirring up tremendous waves throughout the Huaxia Black Market Dark Web. The task's issuer remained anonymous, yet their authority level was the highest, classified as S. Bounty Task, Blood Hunt. Target: 0 File, Number 099. Haoshan Overlord. Target Description: Suspected B-grade mutated Northeast Tiger, possessing extreme elemental abilities of ice and fire, highly intelligent and extremely dangerous. Target Strength: Estimated mid to late B-grade. Danger Level: Max. Task Requirement: Collect 100 drops of its blood. Task Commission: 1 billion Huaxia coins, plus 3 doses of the second-generation Xing Tianjin serum. 1 billion. This figure was enough to drive any individual struggling to survive in the apocalypse into a frenzy. Not to mention the priority injection rights for the 3 doses of second-generation Xing Tian serum. The effects of the first-generation serum were already terrifying. What could be expected from the second generation? No one dared to imagine the overwhelming temptation it represented. In an instant, the comments section of this bounty page on the dark web flooded with messages. Insanity. The task issuer must be out of their mind. A mid to late B-grade overlord? That is a death wish. Before Lingxi's arrival, that creature could already kill B-grade ferocious beasts. Now, after Lingxi's cleansing, even if it hasn't reached A-grade, it is surely close. 1 billion, damn it. If I could get that money, I'd never have to work again for the rest of my life. Those above, stop dreaming. How many of you have the guts to provoke such a monster? As a D-grade team, we barely passed by Sioux City and were nearly paralyzed with fear from that aura, even from a distance of several dozen miles from Haoshan. This task is only feasible for the military's elite teams or the top powers from those ancient families. Countless individuals debated fervently in front of their screens, greed and fear intertwining within their hearts. Glancing at the crimson warning of maximum danger, the majority wisely chose to withdraw. Yet, beneath this immense temptation, some formidable superhuman teams gradually began to entertain greedy thoughts. Chapter 67. The Massive Bounty, the Extreme Path. Simultaneously, deep within the ancient nation Gene Research Institute, the cold alloy walls gleamed with an inorganic pale light, the air saturated with the scent of disinfectant and the faint ozone emitted by precision instruments at work. Silent corridors, akin to the blood vessels of a colossal beast, connected countless laboratories that operated day and night. In one core laboratory, the busy Zheng Ruoxi was summoned to the conference room by Ren Shiyuan. She removed her white coat, stained with a hint of blue reagent, rubbed her slightly aching brow. and hurried to follow Ren Qiyuan's lead. As the heavy alloy door slid open without sound, the sight within the conference room caused her steps to momentarily falter. Seated around the oval conference table were several silent figures. The Tianqian team. They were all present. A flicker of surprise crossed Zheng Ruoxi's eyes. Since Lingxi's arrival, this team, representing Huaxia's pinnacle of combat strength, had become like a drawn sword, traversing the most perilous battle zones daily to suppress the outbreaks of beast tides. They served as the military's anchor and were seen as guardians in the eyes of the populace. Consequently, they were so occupied that they scarcely found a moment's rest. It had been a long time since Zheng Ruoxi had seen them. Yet now, they were all gathered here. An ominous premonition seized her heart. Something significant must be occurring. Her gaze swiftly scanned each individual present. A month of blood and fire had transformed this group, once tinged with youthful innocence, into something entirely different. Their eyes, like blades steeped in blood, were sharp, cold, and bore a disquieting aura. The original 12-member team now counted only 9. The 6 empty chairs resembled silent scars, bearing witness to the horrors of war. Even the once naive young girl, Xiao, now sat quietly among them. The youthful innocence had vanished from her face, replaced by a serenity and resolve that belied her years. Upon seeing Zheng Ruoxi enter, the team leader, Yi Xiaodian, was the first to lift his head. A fleeting ripple crossed his deep-set eyes, and he, along with all the team members, nodded slightly in her direction. It was a silent greeting, a pure expression of respect shared among comrades. Zheng Ruoxi returned the nod and took a seat beside Ren Qiyuan. The atmosphere within the confines of the room was as oppressive as the sea before a tempest. Ren Qiyuan offered no superfluous words, directly pushing a military-grade tablet computer towards her. "Examine this," he intoned, his voice low and gravelly. Zheng Ruoxi accepted the tablet, the cold metallic surface sending a chill through her fingertips. The screen illuminated a dark interface rife with elements of bloodshed and violence, Huaxia's black market dark web. At the center of the page, a bounty task emblazoned in crimson letters immediately pierced her vision. Bounty task, Blood Hunt, Target, File 0, ID 099. Haoshan Overlord. Upon recognizing the familiar target codename, Zheng Ruoxi was first taken aback. Yet, as her gaze shifted downward to the commission section, an uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of her being, racing toward the crown of her head. Her expression transformed into one of icy resolve. With a sharp clap, she slammed the tablet onto the table, producing a crisp sound that drew the attention of everyone in the conference room. Zheng Ruoxi lifted her gaze. Her usually serene eyes now ignited with 2 frigid flames, fixed intently on Ren Qiyuan. "Who issued this?" Her voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable demand for answers. "Have you uncovered the perpetrator?" Ren Qiyuan comprehended the source of her ire. Her anger was not merely directed at the targeting of the Haoshan Overlord, but rather at the commission itself. The second-generation Xingtianjin serum. This project had consumed countless nights and brain cells for her and the entire research institute, culminating just days ago in a theoretical breakthrough of utmost secrecy. Not even a single live experiment had been conducted. All data and materials regarding it were classified as top secret within the Ancient Nations Research Institute, accessible to only a select few. Yet now, this hopeful future, still resting within the laboratory's safe, brazenly appeared on the black market's bounty list, used as a bargaining chip. What did this imply? The implication was all too clear. The Ancient Nations Research Institute, deemed the safest haven in Huaxia, had been infiltrated by a traitor. Ren Qiyuan met her furious gaze, his expression grave as iron, slowly shaking his head. "The individual has already been identified on your way to the conference room." His voice carried a deep weariness and disappointment. "It has been dealt with." However, he paused, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It was a death soldier. Nothing could be extracted from him about the mastermind. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify. The notion of a force capable of infiltrating the core of the ancient nation and cultivating death soldiers was chilling to contemplate. At that moment, the previously silent Yi Xiaodian spoke up. "Minister Run, Dr. Zheng, regarding the target of this bounty task, I suspect it may be connected to an organization, Jidao." As these 2 syllables escaped Yi Xiaodian's lips, Ren Qiyuan's countenance darkened, a flicker of deep apprehension glimmering in his eyes. Zheng Ruoxi furrowed her brow. Having spent a prolonged period within the research institute, she was nearly isolated from the outside world and knew little of these emerging forces. "What is Jidao?" she inquired. Sitting opposite her, Xiao volunteered an explanation. "Dr. Zheng, Jidao is a recently emerged organization of supernatural beings within Huaxia." Xiao's voice was soft yet clear. Every member of this organization is a fanatic. They believe the arrival of Lingxi is divine will, a grand evolutionary selection. They consider themselves the chosen messengers, tasked with ushering humanity into a new era. To achieve this goal and gain power, they resort to any means necessary. At this point, Xiao's eyes betrayed an unmasked disdain. Their most common method involves consuming the essence of formidable beasts, specifically the blood from their hearts. Zeng Ruoxi's brow furrowed even deeper upon hearing this. As a leading expert in the field of genetics, she instantly recognized the immense risks concealed within such actions. In an almost instinctual professional tone, she asserted, "This is madness. The essence of these beasts contains vast energy, indeed capable of significantly enhancing the physical attributes and energy levels of supernatural beings in a short time." However, her tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness. This essence also retains the primal, savage will and feral aura of the beast. Prolonged consumption will poison the minds of the supernatural beings, ultimately transforming a living person into a monster driven solely by slaughter and consumption. This is not evolution, it is aberration. It is self-destruction. The chilling echo of Zeng Ruoxi's voice reverberated through the cold conference room, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, an anger born from a researcher witnessing the desecration of truth. Yet, as her words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the room. No one dared to contradict her, for what she spoke was indeed the truth, a principle inscribed in the annals of genetic science. However, no one echoed her sentiments, for in an age where human lives are valued less than weeds, truth often becomes a luxury. Yi Xiaoyan's keen, hawkish eyes lowered slightly, concealing the tumultuous emotions roiling beneath the surface. Over the past month since the arrival of Lingxi, he had witnessed too many individuals driven to madness by the pursuit of power, in the face of death, as one helplessly watched comrades torn to shreds by beasts. The notions of reason and future appeared painfully insipid. Surviving until tomorrow became the only truth. The palpable tension among the team members seated beside him seemed to thicken. They understood better than anyone what power signified. It represented survival, dignity, and the ability to grasp the lives of oneself and those behind them firmly within one's grasp. Zeng Ruoxi gazed at the silent assembly, her once burning fury doused as though doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving only a piercing chill and a profound sense of helplessness. She comprehended the reality. Everyone understood the reasoning, yet in the face of temptations capable of altering destinies, reason became utterly worthless. Weakened, she sank back into her chair, the cold metal backrest seeping through her thin clothing and chilling her skin. She directed her gaze toward the man at the head of the table, who had maintained an impassive demeanor throughout. "Minister Ren, what shall we do now?" Ren Qiuan did not respond immediately. His right index finger rhythmically tapped on the smooth, alloy table. Each soft sound echoed in the hearts of those present, making the stifling atmosphere even more oppressive. Within the conference room, only this monotonous yet heavy sound persisted, alongside the nearly imperceptible breaths of the attendees. After a prolonged silence, the tapping ceased abruptly. Ren Qiuan raised his gaze, and within those profound eyes, there was no trace of turmoil left, only a steely resolve. In present-day Huaxia, the chaos wrought by ferocious beasts had only just subsided. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. "We have paid an enormous price to attain this fleeting tranquility, and we must not allow it to be easily shattered." He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping slowly over each person in attendance. Whether it was to ascertain the true origins of the second-generation Xingtian drug in the possession of Ji Dao, or to avoid inciting the wrath of a formidable beast lord entrenched in our midst, we must intervene in this matter. Inside the conference room, members of the Tianqian team, along with Zeng Ruoxi, instinctively straightened their spines. They all concurred with Ren Qiuan's judgment. For reasons both public and private, emotional and rational, we cannot stand idly by. Yet, a most vexing question loomed before everyone. How to stop it? How to thwart those desperate individuals, blinded by a bounty of 1 billion and the allure of the second-generation drug, lurking in the dark corners of the black market? Before convening this meeting, I had already reached out to the highest echelons of Huaxia. Ren Qiuan's voice once again broke the brief silence, unveiling a harsh reality. I implored them to mobilize all possible resources to uncover the intricacies of the dark web and subsequently dismantle it entirely. A flicker of hope crossed Zeng Ruoxi's eyes. However, Ren Qiuan's subsequent words extinguished that light in an instant. The response I received from the higher-ups was rather thought-provoking. He chuckled bitterly, his smile fraught with resignation. They stated that the forces behind the dark web were too numerous and too complex, intricately intertwined like a vast net buried deep underground, already bound to the interests of many base cities. Even if we disregarded all consequences and employed overwhelming force to tear this net asunder, by the time the sun rises the next day, a second, third, or even more similar networks would emerge from the ruins. Wild grass cannot be entirely burned away. The spring wind brings forth new growth. A new era has birthed new rules, as well as dark corners untouched by the old order. After hearing these words, silence enveloped the room. Even the machinery of the state found the situation daunting, revealing the profound depths of the matter at hand. Since we cannot sever it at the source, we must intercept it at the terminal. A glint of cold light flashed in Ren Shiyuan's eyes, dispelling any remnants of hesitation. His gaze, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, pierced directly towards Yi Xiaotian and his team. Tianxin team, stand up. Yi Xiaotian rose abruptly, followed in perfect unison by his 8 teammates, their synchronized movements causing the air to momentarily still. 9 figures stood like javelins poised to strike. I command you to depart immediately and reach Su City with utmost speed. At the same time, I will personally contact Li Guochang to allocate 5 of the latest models of the dueling mecha from his arsenal to accompany you. Your mission? Ren Shiyuan's tone grew chillingly stern, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, is to establish an impenetrable steel blockade centered around Haoshan on the outskirts of Su City. Prevent any ability-wielding teams from approaching Haoshan for any reason. His gaze swept across the 9 youthful yet resolute faces, ultimately delivering the most direct command. Should anyone attempt to breach the blockade, he deliberately paused, and the temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet several degrees. Eliminate. This single word thundered like a bolt of lightning in the ears of all present. There would be no trial, no warning, only the cold embrace of death. Yes, Yi Xiaotian's eyes betrayed no flicker of surprise, as if he had anticipated this command all along. He sharply brought his heels together and executed a standard military salute. The 8 teammates behind him mirrored his actions. 9 surges of murderous intent converged at that moment, nearly threatening to lift the ceiling of the conference room. Subsequently, the 9 turned and departed without uttering a single unnecessary word, their steps measured and resolute. The heavy alloy door slowly closed, sealing off their departing figures and the palpable aura of dread that lingered. Within the conference room, only Ren Shiyuan and Zeng Ruoxi remained. Zeng Ruoxi gazed at the now closed door, yet felt a lingering sense of suffocation. She understood that this was the only viable and most effective method at present. However, it merely addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. As long as the organization known as Ji Dao existed, and as long as the secrets of the second-generation drug were leaked, similar crises could erupt anew at any moment. She turned to look at the weary face of Ren Shiyuan beside her, ultimately unable to suppress her feelings of frustration. Minister Ren, is there truly no way to deal with Ji Dao? Chapter 69. Thunder Team Ren Shiyuan did not respond immediately. He slowly rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay the orderly structures of the Research Institute, and further in the distance, the towering walls of the base city, alongside a sky tinted gray by the ravages of war and bloodshed. He sighed deeply, that exhalation seeming to drain the last vestiges of strength from his body. Turning to face the still tenaciously gazing Zeng Ruoxi, his expression became exceedingly complex. Within his eyes was a blend of admiration, regret, and a hint of reluctance. Child, the times have long since changed. His voice bore the gravelly timbre of one who has weathered many storms. In this world today, the other surviving nations have descended into chaos. Only we, Huaxia, have yet to experience insurrection. This statement struck Zeng Ruoxi like a heavy lead weight, plunging her simmering anger and dissatisfaction into the cold depths of her heart. She observed the weathered lines on Ren Shiyuan's face, noting the weariness concealed in the corners of his eyes, and suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in such tumultuous times, possessing a stable laboratory, a sanctuary against the storm, is a monumental blessing. Her fury stemmed from the betrayal of order, while Ren Shiyuan bore the burden of that very order teetering on the brink of collapse. In comparison, her emotions felt trivial, even somewhat laughable. A deep breath escaped her chest, carrying away the last remnants of her strength. Zeng Ruoxi wearily shook her head, choosing not to say more, and turned to exit the suffocating conference room. Ruoxi, wait a moment. Just as her hand was about to grasp the cold alloy doorknob, Ren Shiyuan's voice resonated from behind her. The tone had shed its previous weariness and despair, replaced by a chilling decisiveness akin to tempered steel. Zeng Ruoxi paused, slowly turning back. She saw that Ren Shiyuan had returned to his seat, fingers interlaced before him, his deep-set eyes reflecting a disquieting glint in the light. The Thunder team has returned. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ruoshi's pupils constricted sharply. Thunder. That was another operational team from the Guoguo Research Institute. Its members are true warriors forged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they were among the earliest squads to receive the injection of the Xingtian serum. They are the most clandestine and formidable trump card in Ren Shiyuan's possession. Upon returning, preparations must commence immediately. I require you to initiate the live experiments for the second generation of the Xingtian serum without delay. Zheng Ruoshi's heart raced suddenly. She opened her mouth, wishing to voice her concerns regarding the risks of the experiment or to suggest that further theoretical data was needed for analysis. However, when she met Ren Shiyuan's gaze, devoid of any impurities, all words became lodged in her throat. She understood. This man had resolved to respond to the provocations lurking in the shadows with the most direct and brutal methods. Upon achieving success, the entire Thunder team would receive immediate injections. Ren Shiyuan's voice resonated, akin to the chilling echoes from the depths of an icy abyss. Each word imbued with a bone-chilling intent to kill. Once that group of youngsters adapted to their newfound power, he paused momentarily, a cruel smile curving his lips. I will personally lead the charge to uproot that so-called extreme path from this land, reducing it to ashes. I care not who stands behind them, nor the extent of their interests. Those who dare to set their sights upon us must be prepared for total annihilation. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from his not particularly imposing form, causing the temperature within the conference room to plummet drastically. Zheng Ruoshi gazed at the man before her, who resembled a ferocious beast, and felt no hesitation remaining in her heart. She nodded heavily, her eyes now resolute and cold. Yes, I understand. With that, she did not linger, turning to pull open the heavy door and swiftly departing. The solid alloy door gradually closed, sealing the overwhelming intent to kill back within its confined space. Sioux City, the once vibrant and bustling metropolis, had long been consumed entirely by the silence of death. Over a month as time had sufficed for the wildly growing mutated flora to transform this steel jungle into their hunting ground. Thick vines entwined like enormous dark green pythons, wrapping around the cold skyscrapers, penetrating through shattered glass facades, obliterating all remnants of human civilization within. On the streets, beneath layers of moss and fallen leaves, lay the rusted carcasses of vehicles long forgotten. A few mutated rats, the size of calves, cautiously navigated the ruins, their noses twitching as they greedily sought any trace of food that might linger in the air. Suddenly, the sky darkened without warning. It was not due to clouds obscuring the sun, but rather an enormous shadow, unfathomably vast, descending upon the neighborhood like a mountain from the heavens. The mutant rodents stared up in bewilderment, their murky eyes reflecting a silhouette that sent shivers through their very souls. Fear barely had time to form in their simplistic minds. With a sound that seemed capable of tearing through the air, a massive claw, adorned with sinister black and white patterns, fell from the sky. That claw, sharper than the finest alloy blade, effortlessly tore through the hardened concrete ground, as if shattering fragile biscuits. The sickening sound of flesh bursting echoed harshly in the stillness of the city. Several rodents, along with a significant portion of the ground beneath them, were instantaneously ground into a gruesome mixture of flesh and debris. The colossal shadow finally landed, revealing Chen Fan. His massive form, comparable to a heavy truck, caused the ground to groan underfoot with each step he took. Lowering his grand and imposing head, he flicked his crimson tongue, consuming the puddle of indistinct blood and flesh at his feet. A meager sustenance. A cold thought flickered through his mind. This amount of energy was insufficient even for his dental needs. After finishing this unnutritious snack, Chen Fan lifted his eyes, his golden slit pupils scanning the city enveloped by vines and the aura of death. His gaze ultimately fixated upon the tallest building at the city center. Once, it had been the financial heart of this city, a symbol of power and wealth. Now, it merely stood as a taller tombstone. Chapter 70, Confusion and Impatience. Boom. With a sudden surge of force from his hind limbs, the ground beneath him erupted into a spiderweb-like chasm. His massive form transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging toward the wall of the skyscraper with a terrifying speed that belied his size. There was no finesse involved. It was the purest, most savage form of collision and ascent. Each swipe of his sharp claws left terrifying gashes, half a meter deep, on the sturdy steel-reinforced concrete facade. Debris fell like raindrops. In a mere span of a few breaths, he had scaled the more than 300-meter-high skyscraper, arriving at the expansive helipad atop. The fierce wind howled at high altitude, ruffling the steel like bristles of his fur. Chen Fan slowly lay down, his enormous body nearly occupying the entirety of the helipad. He rested his chin upon his overlapping forepaws, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly as he surveyed the dead city sprawling beneath him in submission to his shadow. The vista was filled with crumbling walls and rampant greenery. The world seemed reduced to the sound of the wind and the steady rhythm of his heart, akin to a war drum. A sense of confusion and impatience, like delicate vines, began to quietly take root within him, tightening with each passing moment. It had been half a month. A full half-month spent lurking at the intersection of Haoshan and Sioux City, awaiting the terrifying beast tide that had once swept through the entirety of eastern Huaxia in his memories. In his past life, countless ferocious beasts surged forth from the depths of the earth and sea, coalescing into an unstoppable torrent capable of obliterating entire base cities along their path. Yet now, everything was eerily quiet. Not only had the beast tide failed to materialize, but he had not even glimpsed any moderately powerful beasts. Could it be that a thought, uncontrollably, erupted in Chen Fan's mind? Was it because he had prematurely slain the sovereign of the skies that had resided in the eastern province? Had he triggered an unforeseen chain reaction that irrevocably altered the course of the future? This notion intensified the agitation swirling in Chen Fan's eyes. He detested this feeling of being out of control. In this new era of upheaval, the arrival of Lingxi heralded a monumental transformation of the planet's ecological environment. Across the globe, not only were formidable beasts emerging, but even those terrifying entities that had dwelled deep within the earth would begin to extend their tendrils to the surface. This was a brand new epoch. Stagnation equated to elimination, equated to death. He could not afford to squander his time in a nebulous wait. Power. He desperately needed greater strength. Strength sufficient to secure his position in this brutal evolutionary selection process. With this thought, the last vestige of hesitation in Chen Fan's eyes was entirely supplanted by a chilling resolve. He slowly rose, shaking off the dust that clung to him, producing a sound reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. He decided to wait just one more day, issuing himself a final ultimatum. If, by the time the sun rises tomorrow, the so-called beast tide has not materialized, he will immediately depart for the renowned mountains and rivers of Huaxia's inland regions. There, he intends to hunt down the powerful overlords that have undergone transformation under the nurturing of Lingxi, paving his path to divinity with their flesh and blood. However, as Chen Fan arrived in Sioux City, his will sweeping across the land like a celestial blade, he remained oblivious to a pair of eyes silently observing him from a dark corner of this desolate city. It was an area of a collapsed parking lot, where twisted rebar jutted toward the sky, and piles of concrete debris loomed like mountains. A robust, mutated wolf dog lay in ambush within the shadows, its fur matted and filthy, riddled with scars of various depths, and its exposed fangs emanated a foul stench. This was a quintessential predator struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic ruins, brimming with wildness and madness. Yet, at this moment, its eyes, which should have been murky and feral, displayed an unsettlingly serene shade of deep oceanic blue. There was no savagery, no greed, only a pure, rational gaze tinged with a hint of trepidation. Its focus was precisely locked onto the colossal figure towering hundreds of meters above, overlooking the world like a demon god. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. After several seconds, the eerie blue hue ebbed away like a receding tide. The wolf dog's eyes were once again filled with chaos and bloodlust. It shook its head in confusion, as if awakening from a deep slumber, then lowered its head, sniffing the air, continuing its search through the ruins for any morsel to satiate its hunger. Meanwhile, outside Sioux City, on a stretch of open ground 100 miles wide, a makeshift camp had been hastily erected. Several military green tents were arranged in a circular formation, with a bonfire blazing at the center, dispelling the chill of the wilderness. Inside the innermost tent, a young girl clad in black combat gear sat cross-legged. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, and a faint, ghostly blue light quietly dissipated from the depths of her gaze, as if it had never existed. Exhaling a long breath laden with exhaustion, fine beads of sweat emerged on her forehead, and her complexion appeared somewhat pale. She was Xiao Xiao, a member of the Tianqian team. After more than a month of baptism by blood and fire, the last remnants of her youthful innocence had faded away, replaced by the resilience and composure of a qualified warrior. Her ability index had firmly entered the C grade, and her once simple skill of communicating with living beings had been elevated to a new level. She could momentarily control any living creature within a 100-kilometer radius, transforming them into her weapon. However, this control came at a cost. The further the distance and the stronger the target's mental fortitude, the shorter the duration she could maintain it, resulting in greater strain on herself. just moments ago. Attempting to connect with the mutated wolf dog in the heart of Sioux City from several dozen miles away had nearly drained her of most of her mental energy. Xiao Xiao. The tent flap was abruptly flung open, revealing the tall figure of Yi Xiaotian at the entrance, followed closely by several visibly anxious team members. They surged in, instantly crowding the small space. What is the situation? Yi Xiaotian approached Xiao Xiao swiftly, his voice low yet tinged with urgency. Did you see that colossal overlord? His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing her face for any flicker of emotion. Xiao Xiao lifted her head to meet the captain's eyes, nodding slightly. The pallor of her already pale face betrayed an uncontrollable fear. I found it. Her voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of fragility, as if she had narrowly escaped the calamity. It is right in the center of Sioux City, atop the tallest building. In Chapter 71, she reflected involuntarily on the vision she had witnessed through the wolf dog's perspective. The towering figure, its cold, golden vertical pupils, and the sheer terror exuding from its existence, dimming the very fabric of the world around it. She inhaled deeply, attempting to calm her racing heart, yet her voice quivered. Captain, it has become far more terrifying than we anticipated. Just through the eyes of a mutated dog, from such a distance, I could clearly feel the overwhelming pressure that could almost crush one's very soul. This is no longer merely the aura of a savage beast. It is a higher form of life exerting absolute dominance over us, inferior beings. She hesitated, searching for the right words to encapsulate that feeling. Ultimately speaking in a near dreamlike tone, delivering a conclusion that left everyone breathless. This colossal overlord has reached a level of power that, even if it has yet to truly step into A-grade, is undoubtedly not far off. The mere mention of A-grade struck the members of the Tianqian team like invisible hammers, each blow landing heavily upon their hearts. A collective gasp echoed through the cramped tent, disbelief etched across their faces. They all recalled the humiliating defeat suffered over a month ago in the animal protection forest, when that terrifying mutated tiger had barely crossed into the threshold of F-grade. How much time had passed? Just over a month. In less than 40 days, it had traversed 4 major ranks, F, D, C, and B, approaching the terrifying threshold of A-grade. Such a rapid evolution was nothing short of monstrous. A chill crept inexorably from the depths of their hearts. The fear they had once suppressed now resurfacing like vines breaking through the earth, ensnaring their hearts once more. The atmosphere within the team turned heavy and oppressive. Even the normally composed Yi Xiaotian's expression grew grim. This intelligence had far exceeded his expectations. He lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes scanning his team. He saw their shock, horror, and the fleeting glimmer of retreat. No, morale must not falter. An alarm rang in Yi Xiaotian's mind, and he straightened his chest, his voice resonating with authority. Everyone, gather your spirits. His voice reverberated like a bell, awakening each member from the mire of fear. Indeed, this colossal overlord is extraordinarily powerful, far beyond our imagination. Yi Xiaotian boldly acknowledged this fact, his gaze piercing as it swept over the faces of his team. But he shifted his tone, raising his voice with newfound strength. Are we to consider ourselves weak? Over the past month, have we not fought on the brink of life and death every single day? Have we forgotten the blood we shed and the hardships we endured? Each one of us has achieved an ability index at the C level. We are also growing stronger at an unprecedented pace. If given just a little more time, we might very well catch up, or even surpass it one day. Every word spoken by Yi Xiaotian felt like a potent, invigorating tonic, forcefully injected into the hearts of the team members. They instinctively straightened their backs, and the confusion and fear in their eyes gradually transformed into an indomitable spirit of battle. Indeed, they too are the chosen ones, the most elite warriors of Huaxia. Witnessing the rekindling of morale among the crowd, Yi Xiaotian felt a sense of calmness wash over him, and his tone softened. Moreover, let us not forget the task we are here to accomplish. Minister Ren's command was to secure the periphery of Haoshan, preventing other ability user teams from approaching. Rather than engaging in a futile struggle with this beast, as long as we fulfill our mission, keeping our affairs separate, no matter how powerful it may be, it would not concern us. This statement completely dispelled the last shred of doubt lingering in everyone's hearts. The immense weight pressing down on them seemed to vanish in an instant. The captain was right. One team member slammed his palm in affirmation, a renewed confidence dawning on his face. We are here to execute a containment mission. Precisely. As long as it does not provoke us, we need not disturb its slumber. Everyone, rally your spirits. Prepare for defense. Yi Xiaotian's voice reverberated within the stifling tent, akin to a boulder hurled into stagnant waters, instantly stirring the indomitable ripples within every team member's heart. Fear was forcibly suppressed, replaced by the resolve and composure characteristic of elite warriors. Orders were executed swiftly and efficiently. In merely a matter of minutes, an invisible net was quietly cast, centered around this temporary camp, spreading toward the edges of the ruins of Sioux City. Sophisticated life detectors were strategically positioned at various critical points among the ruins, lying in wait like serpents in the shadows, silently anticipating the approach of prey. Miniature reconnaissance drones ascended like phantoms, seamlessly blending into the ashen sky, projecting real-time imagery of the entire area onto the tactical screen within the command tent. Time passed slowly in the suffocating stillness. The afternoon sun, tinged with a sickly yellow hue, pierced through the heavy clouds, feebly illuminating this land shrouded in death. Ruined walls and debris cast mottled and distorted shadows, resembling monstrous specters with outstretched claws. Suddenly, an alarm blared without warning, shattering the oppressive silence within the command tent. On the tactical screen, dozens of red dots, representing high-energy reactions, surged from 4 different directions, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, rapidly converging toward the center of Sioux City. Yi Xiaoyan's icy gaze locked onto the screen. Report the number and energy levels of targets in all directions. His voice remained unwavering, as calm as an ancient glacier. To the east, there are 10 targets, exhibiting mid-level D energy reactions. To the west, 10 targets, also mid-level D energy reactions. To the south, 10 targets, displaying early-stage D energy reactions. To the north, likewise, 10 targets, with early-stage D energy reactions. Additionally, Captain, another small team of 8 has been detected 30 kilometers to the northwest. 7 of them are early-stage C energy reactions, and 1 is mid-level C. The team member responsible for intelligence analysis spoke, his voice slightly altered by shock. Chapter 72, Deploying Tactics. Yi Xiaoyan's pupils contracted sharply. His fingers swiftly navigated the tactical tablet, instantly magnifying the images of the red dots. The screen revealed a group of men clad in various modified combat suits, their expressions fierce and determined. Their eyes were filled with the unique greed and madness of desperate individuals. Most striking was their mechanical exoskeletons, glinting with a metallic sheen. The rugged lines, exposed hydraulic lines, and heavy weaponry mounted upon them all showcased their terrifying lethality. This was the most widely circulated Madman series exoskeleton in the black market, sacrificing defense and agility for extreme firepower and load capacity. A smirk of disdain crept across Yi Xiaoyan's lips. A bunch of fools blinded by bounty. To think they could hunt a terrifying overlord on the verge of reaching a level with nothing but this scrap metal? It was akin to entering a powder keg with a lantern. Pure folly. Though he felt contempt, Yi Xiaoyan remained vigilant. He did not care about the fate of these individuals, but he would not permit these flies to disturb the slumbering lion. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yi Xiaoyan suddenly rose, a fierce aura erupting from him. The air within the tent seemed to freeze at that moment. Lian, Wang Hu, you two head east and deal with those 10 nuisances. Understood. Zhao Qian, Sun Yu, the west is in your hands. Yes. Zhou Feng, Wu Yu southward. Received. Chen Shui, Lu Chuang, northward. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. The 8 team members responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with battle fervor. They swiftly donned their gear, and in a flash, transformed into 4 fleeting shadows, silently vanishing beyond the camp. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a single superfluous movement. Within the tent, only Yi Xiaoyan and a few team members responsible for logistics and mecha control remained. Giant Spirits 1 to 5, activate Ghost Mode, expand the monitoring range to the maximum. I need you to keep a watchful eye on every corner of Sioux City. Not a single rat must slip through. Yes, Captain. The steady response echoed through the communicator. Having relayed all instructions, Yi Xiaoyan donned his tactical helmet slowly. The cold metallic visor concealed all expressions, leaving only a pair of eyes sharp as a hawk's. His gaze lingered on the tactical screen for one last moment. The small team of 8, consisting of 7 early-stage C and 1 mid-level C, had now come to a halt, seemingly preparing for a pre-battle arrangement. Their movements were professional and swift, displaying a remarkable synergy that clearly indicated their experience as a seasoned hunting squad. This is the real trouble. Yi Xiaoyan scoffed inwardly. His towering figure swayed slightly, and in the next instant, he vanished like a specter from the spot. The winds of the wilderness howled, stirring up dust and decaying leaves. Yi Xiaoyan's silhouette moved like a flash of lightning through the jungle, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving only a series of faint afterimages in the air. The gravel and soil beneath his feet remained silent. He was like a true ghost, blending perfectly into the environment of this deathly wasteland. He chose not to advance in a straight line, but instead utilized the surrounding trees as cover, skillfully avoiding all potential open spaces that might expose him. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiaotian silently lurked atop a towering ancient tree. He repressed all his presence, becoming as still as a cold rock, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Through the high magnification view of the sniper scope, the figures of that squad were brought into sharp focus. They were resting in a clearing. 8 individuals with clearly defined roles. 2 stood guard, 2 checked their equipment, 2 studied the map, while the remaining 2 surrounded the leader, whispering reports. This man, tall and imposing, bore a fierce expression. His mere presence exuded a weighty pressure akin to a mountain. Mid-level C rank. Indeed, it was no illusion. Yi Xiaotian's eyes narrowed slightly as his fingers gently caressed the trigger. To elevate their capabilities to this extent within just over a month since the arrival of Lingxi. Without the aid of national resources, the leader of this team of supernatural beings was undoubtedly formidable. It was likely that he had blood on his hands from more than one C-rank beast. Captain, the perimeter has been thoroughly scouted. No anomalies detected. A team member reported as he approached the leader. Understood, the captain replied tersely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant Sioux City, the stronghold of Chen Fan. In his eyes, there was none of the fervor and greed characteristic of D-rank supernatural beings. Instead, a profound calmness and gravity prevailed. Brothers, stay alert. Our target is unlike any beast we have encountered before. The captain's voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of 2 rough pieces of sandpaper scraping against each other. Intelligence from the dark web cannot be fully trusted. The power of that creature is undoubtedly far more terrifying than described. Understood. The team member nodded vigorously before turning to relay the orders. Observing this squad's meticulous defensive posture, Yi Xiaotian's murderous intent intensified. He was acutely aware that against such seasoned veterans, any probing would be futile. It was either to remain still or strike with a thunderous blow. He exhaled slowly, regulating his breath and heartbeat. His mental energy began to coalesce like an invisible tide at his brow. A transparent short blade, forged from pure thought, quietly took shape within his mental realm. Found you. Yi Xiaotian's cold gaze precisely locked onto the sentinel stationed at the periphery. You will be the first, he silently vowed. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, the captain, who had been facing away, suddenly sensed something and whipped around. His eyes, fierce as a beast, perfectly aligned with Yi Xiaotian's concealed position. Who? The captain's roar echoed like thunder. Exposed. Yi Xiaotian's pupils constricted sharply, yet his heart remained unperturbed. In that instant, his killing intent surged to its zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, the invisible blade of mental energy converging at his brow transformed into an imperceptible flash, slicing through the air directly toward another sentinel stationed beside the captain. Chapter 73. Carnage. Thud. The sentinel, who had been aiming his weapon, jolted violently as if struck by an invisible hammer. His eyes instantly filled with blood, pupils bulging, and he emitted an unintelligible gasp. Then, like a severed tree stump, he toppled backward, crashing to the ground without a sound. The entire sequence was executed with astonishing speed and eerie precision. Old 3. A team member screamed in anguish. The sudden turn of events ignited a terrifying response from the squad. Almost instantaneously, one stocky team member slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth-binding vines, he shouted, as earthy yellow energy surged through his arms into the earth. In the next moment, the ground surrounding the ancient tree where Yi Xiaotian hid erupted violently. Dozens of arm-thick, dark green vines, like awakening serpents, reeking of freshly disturbed earth, surged toward Yi Xiaotian's concealed position, intent on ensnaring him. Simultaneously, the remaining 6 members, including the captain, executed a tactical maneuver. Their heavy firearms unleashed a torrent of destructive fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, a frenzied metallic storm, carrying the power to rend everything asunder, reduced the towering ancient tree to splinters and shattered branches. Bullets rained down, and vines sought to ensnare. It was a comprehensive, multidimensional assault. Yet, as the gunfire ceased and the smoke cleared, the ravaged foliage revealed nothing but emptiness. Only a few torn scraps of fabric drifted lazily in the wind. Where is he? The vine-controlling supernatural being's expression turned ashen, his mental energy frantically scanning the surroundings. Just then, a cold, indifferent figure materialized before them, as if emerging from the shadows. Silently standing 20 meters away, it was Yi Xiaotian. His custom battle suit bore several tears, yet he remained unscathed. He stood there quietly, his gaze apathetic, as if the recent violent onslaught had merely been a tedious farce. The remaining 7 felt their hearts plummet. A chilling sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. They braced themselves, muscles taut, their eyes fixed on this ghostly figure. "Who are you?" the captain inquired, his voice hoarse and his gaze as sharp as a knife. Yi Xiaodian cast a cold glance over them. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to an inconspicuous black emblem on his chest. The emblem bore the image of a sword, emanating a chilling light in the dim surroundings. "Heaven's Wrath Squad, Captain." Yi Xiaodian. His voice was devoid of any emotion. "Heaven's Wrath Squad." The mere utterance of those 4 words seemed to hold a certain power, instantly draining the color from the faces of the 7 present. This name had reverberated throughout the realm of supernatural beings in Huaxia over the past month. It was the nation's blade, the most feared entity among all the supernatural teams operating in the gray zone. They could never have imagined they would encounter this legendary squad, let alone its captain, in this location. The burly captain's eyes flickered intensely. He lowered his gaze to hide his shock, his voice deepening further. "We have no quarrel with Heaven's Wrath Squad. Why do you seek to kill us?" A smirk curled at the corners of Yi Xiaodian's mouth, as if he had no interest in offering an explanation. "This area is sealed. Leave immediately. Take another step forward, and you shall share his fate." He gestured toward the still warm corpse. "Die." The single word brimmed with lethal intent. Arrogant. Tyrannical. The remaining 6 members of the squad felt their expressions darken to an almost palpable degree. A surge of indignation ignited within them, eclipsing their fear of Heaven's Wrath Squad. They were all hardened rogues, having danced with death. When had they ever endured such contempt? Exchanging glances, they reached a silent consensus. In the next instant, all 7 surged into action. The captain led the charge, his metal exoskeleton-clad fist generating a sonic boom as it hurtled toward Yi Xiaodian's face. The team controlling the vine struck the ground once more, and this time, dozens of sharp spikes erupted from the earth beneath Yi Xiaodian's feet. The remaining 5 members encircled him from various directions, their supernatural abilities and the flames from their firearms intertwining to form a lethal net. They intended to use the most thunderous means to shred this arrogant individual into pieces. However, in the face of this imminent onslaught, Yi Xiaodian's expression remained as icy as ever, unperturbed, not even shifting his stance. At the moment the attack was about to descend upon him, his eyes suddenly deepened, transforming into 2 vast, cosmic voids, no longer belonging to humanity, but resembling an infinite expanse of the night sky. A terrifying mental pressure centered around him erupted with a resounding force. The invisible waves swept across the battlefield, causing the 7 assailants to freeze in place. Their minds felt as if pierced by 1,000 burning needles, a pain beyond measure. In that instant, their thoughts stagnated, and their movements became sluggish and stiff, as though caught in slow motion. Now was the time. Yi Xiaodian moved. His figure flickered and transformed into a blurred shadow, effortlessly evading the now aimless attacks. With a crisp sound of a sword's chime, a titanium alloy longsword, glinting with a chilling light, appeared in his hand as if summoned. Like an elegant reaper, he stepped with enigmatic grace into the dazed crowd. The blade's brilliance ignited, surpassing the limits of visual perception. A piercing sound rang out as a blood arrow shot forth from one assailant's throat. His expression was frozen in a grotesque and frenzied mask. Yet the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Xiaodian executed a graceful arc with his sword, accurately deflecting another's incoming battle knife. The blade then swept upward. A scream erupted as that individual's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying forth in an instant. Simultaneously, in the east, west, south, and north of the ruins of Sioux City, similar carnage unfolded. To the east, Li Yan and Wang Hu charged like 2 ferocious tigers into a herd of sheep. Li Yan's body was enveloped in a rock-like armor, heedless of the bullets aimed at him, laughing maniacally as he wielded a massive warhammer. Each swing carried the force of 1,000 tons. An esper clad in a madman's exoskeleton attempted to block with his arm. The sound of shattering metal echoed as the exoskeleton crumbled, reducing the arm within to a pulpy mess. Useless, Li Yan cackled, sweeping the warhammer to cleave another foe in half. Wang Hu moved like lightning, weaving through the crowd, his dual daggers claiming a life with every flash. The D-grade espers could not even graze his clothing. To the west, Zhao Qian flicked her fingers, unleashing invisible blades of wind, swifter and deadlier than bullets. Sun Yu transformed into lightning, leaving charred marks on each enemy he struck. The situations to the south and north were no different. Although these esper squads, intoxicated by the allure of bounty, had numerical superiority, they crumbled like paper before the genuine national-level elite team, the Tianqian squad. The disparities in individual strength, equipment quality, and combat synergy were vast. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Soon, the squads in all four directions suffered heavy losses and were in disarray. Monsters. They are monsters. One survivor discarded his weapon, screaming in despair as he turned to flee. Yet, he barely took a few steps before a shadow descended from above, landing heavily on his back. It was Li Yan, a cruel smile etched on his rock-like face. Run? The captain said not a single one is to be spared. With a resounding crash, the warhammer fell, shaking the ground beneath. Chapter 74. Ji Dao Su Lungyue. Flesh and earth melded together, indistinguishable from one another. On this blood-soaked land, the symphony of slaughter played out in its most primal and savage form. The Tianqian squad operated like a finely tuned meat grinder, ruthlessly reaping every life that dared to tread here. However, just as this feast of carnage reached its zenith, in a corner shrouded by the shadows of collapsed buildings outside Sioux City, silence reigned. The air was permeated by a chilling aura, starkly contrasting with the distant scent of blood. Several figures stood like statues, seamlessly merging with the darkness. Their supernatural auras, although deliberately restrained, still emitted signals of danger akin to lurking venomous serpents. Leading them was a woman with hair like burning flames, appearing like blood ignited in the dim light. Her figure was both formidable and alluring, her black combat attire accentuating her breathtaking curves. An enigmatic smile, both sinister and captivating, graced her stunning visage. This group was the Ji Dao, a name that sent shivers down the spine of those in the underground world of Huaxia. The red-haired woman was Su Lungyue, one of the four guardians of Ji Dao, a genuine C-grade late-stage esper. Beside her, a diminutive figure blurred slightly, almost peeling away from the air. An inconspicuous man with a weak presence slowly opened his eyes, which resembled two bottomless pools of cold water. It has begun, he rasped, his voice akin to rusty machinery grinding. The Tianqian squad and those fools have engaged in battle. Hearing this, Su Lingyue's smile widened even further, her eyes glinting with a near-manic fervor and excitement. It seemed these fools still held some value. She licked her lips, a gesture imbued with deadly allure. At the very least, they could serve to delay the infamous Tianqian squad for a time. Su Lingyue raised her gaze, penetrating through the layers of debris toward the depths of Sioux City. There, it felt as if an unparalleled beast lay in slumber, emanating an allure that quickened her blood. We shall not waste the last value of these fools. Let us depart. With a command, Su Lungyue's figure transformed into a red specter, silently gliding towards Sioux City, followed closely by her Ji Dao companions, who melded into the shadows like phantoms. Their target, like the Esper squads designated as cannon fodder, was the entity that loomed over Sioux City, heralded as the Haoshan overlord by the dark web. However, unbeknownst to all, the orchestrator of this bloody tempest was not Ji Dao, but rather someone else entirely. The stealth skills of Su Lingyue and her team were exceptional. They evaded all surveillance blind spots, utilizing the flora of the forest for cover as they swiftly approached Sioux City. Yet, they underestimated the technological support of the Tianqian squad. Within the camp's tent, the sound of beeping echoed. The piercing sound of alarms suddenly erupted. The 5 team members responsible for controlling the dueling mechas simultaneously changed their expressions. Before them, on the colossal tactical screen, 5 rapidly moving red dots abruptly appeared at the edge of the surveillance range. Report. High-energy reaction targets detected. Quantity 5. No, it is 6. Moving at an incredible speed. They are advancing into Sushur. Their energy levels are remarkably strong. Captain, the foremost one has exceeded mid-level C. The voice of the team member was filled with shock through the communicator. Dueling 1 to 5. Activate immediately. Without waiting for Yishaoyan's command, the logistics leader decisively made the call. Initiate interception mode. They must be kept outside Sushur. Understood. Outside the encampment, 5 towering steel giants, each standing 100 meters tall, erupted with dazzling blue light from their reactor cores. Boom, 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 boom. The earth trembled as the 5 dueling mechas took heavy strides, resembling 5 moving steel peaks, racing towards the direction where Su Lungyue and others had appeared. The electronic eyes of the mechas locked onto the swiftly moving red dots. The missile launch bay's cover slid open, and the gaping cannon mouths began to accumulate destructive energy. Yet, just as the dueling mechas were about to enter optimal firing range, the 6 red dots representing Su Lungyue and her companions seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? Target lost. Thermal imaging scan ineffective. Sound wave detection ineffective. Psionic wave tracking has also disappeared. They are using some form of counter-detection equipment. They have shielded all our detection methods. Inside the mecha cockpit, The 5 pilots' expressions changed dramatically. They had lost their target. In this vast expanse of ruins, losing the target's trace was akin to allowing a group of the most elite assassins to infiltrate an unguarded city. Captain, the pilot's voice, tinged with urgency, reached Ye Xiaoyan's ears through a secure channel. Another group has infiltrated. We have lost track of them. Suddenly, a chilling flash of sword light flickered. The last enemy before Ye Xiaoyan had a thin line of blood appear at his forehead. The terror and despair etched on his face were forever frozen. His body collapsed to the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted. Beneath the cold tactical helmet, Ye Xiaoyan's brows furrowed tightly upon hearing the communication. A surge of anger, feeling mocked, erupted within him. A clever diversion. What a clever ruse. Those hyenas howling on the outskirts are not the real threat. They are merely bait, cannon fodder meant to attract the attention of himself and the Tianqian squad. The true lethal strike lies with the snakes that have already infiltrated. Damn it! Ye Xiaoyan silently roared within. In his eagle-like eyes, a dazzling cold light emerged, and the intent to kill almost materialized. He held nothing back. Everyone. End the battle within 3 seconds. The cold command resonated through the tactical channel, reaching every team member's ears. In that instant, the aura surrounding Ye Xiaoyan transformed dramatically. If he had previously been a sharp and precise scalpel, he was now a colossal axe capable of splitting mountains and rocks. The overwhelming mental pressure no longer held back, surging forth like a flood, enveloping the already crumbling remnants of the squad. The Earth Elemental ability user, who had previously manipulated vines, had just regained a shred of clarity from the mental shock. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was etched with fear. He wanted to flee. However, his body trembled uncontrollably. The next moment, an even more terrifying mental storm surged into his mind. He let out a chilling scream, not human-like. As fresh blood poured from his 7 orifices, his brain was pulverized into a mush by this unreasonable mental impact. Along with the one-armed swordsman and the other 2 remaining members, their bodies stiffened simultaneously, their eyes lost all light, and they fell lifelessly. There was no need for a sword to be swung. Merely the explosive release of mental power obliterated these initial stage sea-level abilities in an instant. The slaughter was nearly complete. Ye Xiaoyan did not cast a glance at the corpses below. His towering figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, racing back towards the direction he had come from. The wind howled past his ears, and the surrounding scenery blurred into a stream of light. In his heart, there was but one thought. Hurry. Faster. Moments later, in the heart of a relatively open ruin, 8 figures converged from 4 different directions almost simultaneously. Li Yin and Wang, who were covered in blood, exuding a fierce aura. Zhao Qian and Suen Yu appeared, one elegantly flowing and the other crackling with electricity, their breaths slightly steadied. Zhou Feng, Wu Yue, Chen Xue, and Liu Zhuang. Each bore the intense stench of having just completed a massacre. Soon, the 9th figure, appearing like a specter, emerged before them. It was Ye Xiaoyan. A woman with ear-length hair, a fair complexion, and a somewhat cold demeanor stepped forward. Her combat suit was the cleanest among them. She was Xiao Xiao Xiao, a member of the Tianqian squad responsible for special missions. Captain, Xiao Xiao Xiao's voice was soft, yet carried a weight of seriousness. What shall we do next? Beneath Ye Xiaoyan's cold metallic mask, his expression was one of utmost displeasure. He scanned his team members, his voice deep and hoarse. We have fallen into a trap. At these words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The opponents were evidently prepared. Ye Xiaoyan slowly continued, suppressing his fury. From the very beginning, they were using this ragtag group to draw all our attention. Then, while we were occupied with these pawns, their real forces had already infiltrated Sushur. Upon hearing this, Li Yin slammed his massive warhammer into the ground, creating a dull thud. Damn it, we've been played. Who are those scoundrels? I do not know. Ye Xiaoyan shook his head, but it is certain that their strength is formidable, and they are well prepared. It is now evidently impossible to stop them from outside. His gaze sharpened like a blade, sweeping across the desolate steel jungle deep within Sushur. We have only one choice. We must enter Sushur. We must eliminate them before they find Haoshan Bazu. Yes, all team members replied in unison, without a hint of hesitation. Their eyes held no frustration from being outmaneuvered, only a more fervent battle spirit. Dueling squad. Ye Xiaoyan established communication with the logistics camp. Seal off all peripheral exits of Sushur. From this moment on, not a single fly is to be allowed to escape. Furthermore, transfer all surveillance authority to my tactical helmet. Yes, Captain. After briefing everything, Yi Xiaodian cast one last glance at the desolate wilderness behind him. Let us depart. At the command, 9 figures surged forward like arrows released from a bowstring. unhesitatingly plunging into the city ruins shrouded in the aura of death. Meanwhile, high above Sioux City, atop the once prominent landmark, the global financial tower, stood the pinnacle of the entire city. The fierce winds howled relentlessly hundreds of meters above, reminiscent of wailing spirits. A colossal tiger, larger than one could fathom, lounged lazily at the edge of the rooftop. It was Chen Fan. His black and white fur shimmered with a metallic sheen under the dim light of the sky. Each breath he took resonated like a bellows, steady and powerful. His golden vertical pupils gazed indifferently down upon the city that belonged to him, his hunting ground. The feeble creatures that intruded upon his territory appeared to him as mere noisy insects. However, just moments ago, at the instant when Su Lingyue and her team collided with the Tianqian squad entering Sioux City, Chen Fan's enormous tiger ears twitched slightly. He slowly lifted his head. The once languid golden pupils abruptly narrowed, transforming into two dangerous pinpoints of light. He sensed it, neither through sight nor sound, but through an instinctive intuition rooted in the essence of life itself. In that fleeting moment, a dozen subtle yet powerful auras, like slippery serpents, stealthily infiltrated his domain. These auras were exceedingly faint. Without careful perception, one might hardly detect their existence. Yet, compared to the boisterous beasts outside, the danger embodied by these auras was incomparable. Chen Fan remained motionless, yet a deep, resonant growl emanated from the depths of his throat. This growl, akin to distant thunder, though not loud, caused a slight tremor within his territory. It was a sound of excitement that only a hunter makes upon discovering intriguing prey. Slowly, Chen Fan rose from his perch, his massive form casting a colossal shadow, akin to a mountain. With his movement, a wild, domineering, and terrifying aura erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. This presence stirred the winds and clouds high above, instantaneously darkening the previously clear sky. A bloodthirsty glint flashed through Chen Fan's golden pupils, as if he had already deemed these unwelcome guests as his quarry. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a chilling grin, as he mocked inwardly. I do not provoke you human abilities, yet you dare to trespass into my territory and cast your ambitions upon me? Before his words could fully escape, a gust of wind swept by, and Chen Fan's massive form vanished from the rooftop like a specter. His speed was akin to lightning, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 76, Su Lingyue. Deep within the ruins of Sioux City, 6 shadowy figures darted swiftly among the crumbling walls. They moved like a flock of owls absorbed in darkness, their movements swift and silent, each leap landing precisely on the most stable foothold, producing not a whisper of sound. At the forefront, Su Lingyue, lithe and agile as a cheetah, trailed a fiery red mane behind her. An enigmatic and confident smile lingered on her face, as though this dead city were her private garden. Among the group, a small-statured man suddenly halted. He stood on a broken steel rebar, leaning slightly forward, alert like a watchful field mouse. He closed his eyes. In that moment, the cacophony of the world seemed to fade away. The sounds of wind, the distant rumble of falling debris, and the metallic groans from temperature changes, all vanished. In their stead emerged a realm of countless subtle vibrations. The flow of air, the settling dust, even the condensation of a droplet of water deep within the underground pipes resonated clearly within his perception. This was his ability, listening. A terrifying power that allowed him to convert all sound waves and vibrations within several miles into a three-dimensional image presented vividly in his mind. He was searching for the unique heartbeat and breath of a life force powerful enough to be termed a sovereign. However, before he could detect the steady life signature akin to a mountain, an incongruous noise abruptly intruded into his world. 9. Exactly 9 sources of rapid vibrations. Their heartbeats were strong and synchronized, rapidly converging in a perfect fan-shaped encirclement towards their position. The small man abruptly opened his eyes. A flicker of subtle gravity passed through his deep-set gaze. We have been exposed. His voice was dry and hoarse, as if forcibly extracted from his throat. 9 individuals were approaching, moving with remarkable speed. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyue paused, her smile slightly dimming. She turned her head to look at the diminutive man, her red lips parting. The Tianqian squad? Almost certainly. The man's reply was succinct and affirmative. Useless, Su Lingyue muttered under her breath, a glimmer of chilling disdain flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated that the 5 members of the relatively well-known ability squad in the dark web could not hold them off for even this brief period. They were far more incompetent than she had imagined. Her gaze inadvertently swept over a pile of collapsed concrete blocks not far away, in the shadows of the ruins. A mutated wildcat, merely half a meter in size and entirely black, crouched silently, Its eyes glowed an unnaturally vivid blue, fixated intently upon their group. That gaze resembled not that of a beast, but rather that of a cold surveillance camera. Humph, Su Lingyue scoffed disdainfully. She made no excessive movement, merely raising her right hand, her slender, pale fingers directed at the wildcat's position, and gently closed her fist. With a soft pop, the mutated wildcat had no time to scream before its body exploded like a flesh balloon suddenly filled with high-pressure gas, transforming into a misty spray of blood. Having completed this act, Su Lingyue seemed to have merely crushed an ant. She turned to face her 5 companions, her tone reverting to a languid and intrigued demeanor. It seems our little tale has caught up with us. Since we cannot evade, let us prepare for battle. No sooner had she spoken than, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several cutting sounds pierced the air, almost simultaneously resonating from all directions. 9 figures emerged silently around them, like phantoms birthed from the shadows, appearing on the surrounding high ground. Among the fractured walls, toppled billboards, and the wreckage of abandoned vehicles stood a figure radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. They formed a seamless encirclement, completely sealing off all escape routes for Su Lingyue and her 5 companions. Yi Xiaodian stood in the forefront like a silent iron tower. Behind him, Xiao, her delicate features now shrouded in a layer of frost, gazed at the fresh pool of blood on the ground, her eyes flashing with sorrow and anger. The 2 factions faced each other in the desolate silence of the ruins. The air seemed to solidify at that moment, as a suppressed aura of murderous intent silently clashed and collided. However, it was Su Lingyue who shattered this stillness. Her cold indifference and murderous intent melted away upon seeing Yi Xiaodian, replaced by a captivating allure that could quicken any man's heartbeat. She let out a series of tinkling, bell-like laughter, her gaze unabashedly dancing over Yi Xiaotian's tall figure, clad in combat attire. "Captain Yi, what a coincidence it is to meet you again so soon," she said, her tone imbued with familiarity and flirtation, as if they were not mortal enemies, but rather long-lost lovers. Beneath Yi Xiaotian's cold tactical helmet, his brows furrowed tightly. Upon recognizing Su Lingyue, his heart sank, a mix of surprise and deep-seated wariness flickering in his eyes. Su Lingyue, his voice, transmitted through the helmet's voice modulator, was icy and rigid. "I never expected that the Ji Dao would send you personally." In the month since the arrival of Lingxi, he had crossed paths with the deranged organization known as Ji Dao on multiple occasions. This woman left a profound impression on him as one of the 4 guardians of Ji Dao, Hongyue, a woman whose strength was matched only by her madness. As a C-level late-stage fighter, Yi Xiaodian felt he lacked absolute confidence in securing a decisive victory against her. "What can I say?" Su Lingyue shrugged her shoulders, feigning a helpless and pitiful expression. Her gaze swept over the members of the Tianqian team, lingering on each one before returning to Yi Xiaotian's face. "This time, the prey is quite valuable. So, Captain Yi, would you be so kind as to let us pass?" She blinked, her voice growing increasingly alluring. "As long as you pretend not to see anything. The 10 billion Huaxia coins offered as a bounty on the dark web will all belong to your Tianqian team. I only require 3 vials of 2nd-generation Xingtian genetic serum. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaodian felt as though he had heard the greatest joke imaginable. "Huh." A short, disdainful laugh escaped from beneath his mask. He stared at Su Lingyue, his eyes reflecting the disbelief of one gazing upon a fool. "Give up that thought. Leave now with your people. Or perhaps I might spare your lives." His merciless refusal caused Su Lingyue's smile to gradually chill. The charm in her peach blossom eyes vanished, replaced by a piercing coldness and a formidable murderous intent. The temperature of the air seemed to drop several degrees as a result. Giving up is not an option. Her voice became flat and frigid, devoid of any allure. "Since you, Captain Yi, are so unyielding, I shall have to personally experience the prowess of the renowned Tianqian team." Chapter 77. The frenzied organization of Ji Dao. As her words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from her. "Attack!" A sharp command was issued. Su Lingyue and the 5 Ji Dao members behind her transformed into 6 indistinct shadows, akin to arrows released from a bow, charging toward the members of the Tianqian team with violent intent. They made no tactical maneuvers. Their assault was explosive from the outset. Boom! A robust Ji Dao member, his fists encased in heavy rock armor, smashed his fist into a half-collapsed wall, obliterating it into a shower of debris. Another member waved his hands, unleashing dozens of pitch-black wind blades that sliced through everything around them with a piercing shriek. The Ji Dao's method of operation was inherently reckless and devoid of consequence. The instant these 6 launched their attack, they created a tremendous uproar in the area. From the very beginning, Su Lingyue's objective was crystal clear. She transformed into a red flash, charging directly toward Yi Xiaotian. Madwoman. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaotian's eyelids twitched violently, unable to refrain from cursing. He instantly comprehended her intent. Everyone, end this swiftly. Eliminate them at once. Yi Xiaotian commanded over the communication channel while meeting the oncoming red figure. Clang. The metallic sword clashed violently against a slender hand enveloped in crimson energy. The ensuing shockwave sent debris and dust flying into the air. Yi Xiaotian and Su Lingyue, both peak sea-level fighters, were entrenched in a battle where their extensive experience rendered them evenly matched. For a time, the light of the sword and the crimson energy intertwined chaotically, the sounds of metal clashing resounding incessantly. Yi Xiaotian felt an increasing urgency. He sensed that Su Lingyue was in no rush to determine the outcome. Rather, she seemed intent on stalling for time and creating even greater chaos. Su Lingyue. Yi Xiaotian pushed her back with a sword, his voice rising sharply. Tell your people to cease their attacks. What you are doing will surely attract that Househan overlord. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyue not only showed no sign of panic but halted her assault. Standing a short distance away, she extended her tongue to gently lick the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a twisted and fervent smile. Captain Yi, are you just now realizing this? Her laughter was laced with a morbid excitement. This is precisely what I desire. In an instant, Yi Xiaotian felt as if struck by lightning, his heart plummeting. Creating chaos to lure out the Househan overlord was the true objective of this madwoman. Her aim was to use the Tianqian team to force out that terrifying entity. At that point, faced with such a formidable presence, the Tianqian team would have no choice but to ally with her Jidao for self-preservation. What a malicious scheme. Just as Yi Xiaotian prepared to disregard everything and take down this madwoman, a roar erupted. A sound reminiscent of ancient times, filled with boundless authority and majesty, resonated explosively in everyone's ears. This roar carried an indescribable, terrifying pressure. It felt as though an invisible mountain had crashed down upon the souls of each person present. Whether it was the Tianqian team engaged in fierce combat, or the 6 Jidao members wreaking havoc, upon hearing that roar, their bodies froze in place. All movements ceased at that moment. Their expressions were frozen in shock and disbelief. In the next second, as if gripped by an unseen hand around their throats, everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward the same direction. There, on the rooftop of a 30-story building not far away, stood an unimaginably massive black and white figure, towering silently. Its length was nearly 10 meters, its form as formidable as a mountain, and its black and white fur shimmered with a haunting metallic sheen in the dim light of day. It simply stood there, emanating a terrifying aura that looked down upon the world with disdain, as if all living things were but mere fodder, sweeping across the battlefield like a tsunami. When the crowd beheld those indifferent, cold, and majestic golden tiger eyes gazing down upon them, a primal fear, originating from the depths of their very souls, instantly clenched every heart. The sinister smile on Su Lingyue's face slowly froze, replaced by a complex expression that mingled fervor with dread. She licked her parched lips, her voice trembling subtly as she spoke. Look, our feast has arrived. Chen Fan gazed downwards. 15 minuscule creatures, as insignificant as ants, trembled beneath his oppressive presence. A glimmer of playful coldness involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. He had not anticipated encountering the Tianqian squad again so soon. The man at the forefront, Yi Xiaotian, exuded a significantly stronger aura than their last encounter. The team members behind him had shed their naivety and begun to radiate a hint of iron-blooded ferocity. It seemed they had not squandered their time. Alas, their rate of growth remained laughably slow in comparison to him. Chen Fan's gaze then shifted from the Tianqian squad to Su Lingyue and her 6 companions. The unmasked air of brutality, madness, and bloodlust surrounding them struck him with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Jidao, that terrifying organization comprised entirely of lunatics, which had stirred endless turmoil in a past life. Chen Fan's memories of the organization were scant. He only knew that their modus operandi could be encapsulated in one phrase: utterly unrestrained. Indeed, quite remarkable. Chen Fan's heart harbored a chilling mockery, though he could not fathom why the beast tide that once engulfed the entire Sioux city had not come to pass. The influx of so many supernatural beings was certainly a welcome development. Each one represented a walking point of devouring. With this thought, a hint of unmasked murderous intent flickered within his cold, golden eyes. His formidable physique, akin to a mountain, slightly lowered. The muscles adorned with black and white patterns rose gradually like granite, brimming with explosive power. Each robust bone seemed to emit a deep, rumbling sound, heralding an impending eruption. An indescribable sense of terror descended upon the surroundings with this simple movement. Below, Yi Xiaotian and Su Lingyue's pupils abruptly contracted into the most perilous pinprick shapes. This was a harbinger of attack. The overwhelming murderous intent, capable of crushing their very souls, had firmly locked onto each of them. There was no escape. In that moment, Yi Xiaotian's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Without a moment's hesitation, he could not afford to bicker with the madwoman Su Lingyue any longer. He abruptly raised his high-frequency battle sword, pointing its tip directly at the towering figure on the rooftop. With all his strength, he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar through the communication channel. All units, pay attention. Target shifting. On the other side, Su Lingyue's fervor and dread peaked at this moment. She sensed the threat of death, yet the sensation of walking on the edge of a blade ignited a fervent fire within her veins. Attack! Almost simultaneously with Yi Xiaotian's command, Su Lingyue let out a sharp, piercing cry. Her figure flickered as she advanced instead of retreating, becoming the first to charge toward the building where Chen Fan stood. Boom! Open fire! The two teams, originally destined for mutual destruction, displayed an astonishing synergy at that moment. Gunfire, the roar of supernatural abilities, and the sound of metal slicing through the air suddenly resonated throughout the desolate ruins. Dozens of assaults, like meteors streaking across the night sky, converged from all directions upon Chen Fan atop the building. Yi Xiaotian's eyes burned crimson as he fixated on the figure poised to leap from the rooftop, issuing his final command. Everyone, fire at will. Disable its limbs first. Chapter 78, Slaughter. Yi Xiaotian's roar, akin to ice dropped into boiling oil, instantly ignited the battlefield. The Tianxian squad and the members of Jidao, two factions that were supposed to be locked in a deadly struggle, erupted into a near-perfect cooperation at this moment. Their target was no longer each other, but the terrifying entity standing upon the rooftop, as if a demon had descended. A wave of invisible energy spread forth. Xiao Xiao's once delicate visage drained of color, leaving only a stark pallor. Her eyes transformed into a profound azure, resembling two frozen stars. A torrent of pure, formidable psychic power manifested as an invisible spear, tearing through the air, traversing 100 meters, and violently piercing into the depths of Chen Fan's mind. It was a brazen invasion, an attempt to usurp the control of this terrifying body. At nearly the same instant within the Jidao faction, a gaunt man with deeply sunken eyes let out a sickly, sinister laugh. He abruptly pressed his emaciated right hand against the ground. The earth shuddered. The building beneath Chen Fan, standing over 30 stories tall, seemed to be imbued with a malevolent life force. It twisted, struggled, and roared, breaking free from the concrete, transforming into thick, grotesque steel tentacles that writhed toward Chen Fan's body like a predatory serpent. The walls shattered, and debris flew in all directions. The frigid steel, accompanied by a jarring screech, tightly bound Chen Fan's limbs, waist, and neck. The high-rise building, having lost its structural support, groaned under the weight and collapsed downward. Chen Fan's colossal form was forcibly suspended in midair by the numerous steel chains. It worked. He was restrained. Witnessing this scene, both the Tianxian squad and the Jidao members ignited with a flicker of euphoric relief. They glimpsed hope, even if it was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Kill! Su Lingyue screeched, becoming the first to transform into a crimson shadow, wielding a blood-red, gossamer sword that had appeared in her hand, lunging toward Chen Fan's eyes. The others swiftly followed suit. Blades glimmered, swords danced, energy blasts, and wind blades. All available means of attack were unleashed without reservation, targeting the immense figure suspended in midair. However, they failed to notice that within the shackles of steel, Chen Fan's indifferent golden tiger eyes held no trace of panic or rage. Instead, there was only a near-cruel mockery. Chen Fan gazed down at those minuscule creatures charging toward him, faces alight with fervor and hope. He could scarcely muster the energy to break free from these so-called restraints. He merely opened his gaping maw, capable of devouring all. Then, he unleashed a thunderous roar. Roar! This was no ordinary sound. Within the tiger's roar lay Chen Fan's bloodline ability, Tiger Roar Suppression. In an instant, an indescribable wave of terror, mingled with an overwhelming pressure that could shatter souls, spread outward like the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. The very fabric of space seemed to ripple visibly under the force of that roar. All the extraordinary beings charging forward, whether it was sea-level latecomer Yi Xiaotian or other teammates, felt their bodies abruptly stiffen at that moment. The expressions of ecstasy and hope on their faces froze, only to be replaced by an extreme agony and fear. Their souls appeared to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, then cast into a meat grinder. Their minds blanked. Thoughts came to a complete halt. Some of the weaker sea-level early-stage extraordinary beings even rolled their eyes back, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. Their consciousness plunging into a brief, perhaps even permanent, darkness. In the distance, Xiao Xiao Xiao, as the direct invader of the mental realm, suffered the most terrifying backlash. That roar resonated in her mind like an exploding mental bomb. Her body, akin to a rag doll struck by a heavy hammer, trembled violently. A spray of crimson blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, erupted forcefully from her mouth. Her once vibrant azure eyes dimmed in an instant, losing all glimmer. She could not even muster a scream before her body crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Chen Fan activated his tenfold enhancement ability. Tenfold enhancement activated. Instantly, Chen Fan's sea of consciousness surged with towering waves. The previously resilient mental spike belonging to Xiao 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 appeared diminutive as a speck of dust before this exponentially swelling ocean. It could not even struggle before being violently torn apart, crushed, and obliterated by the rampant mental force. After accomplishing this, Chen Fan's will swept over his own body like a sovereign surveying his realm. With another low growl, his muscles, bound by iron chains, bulged with newfound strength. The sound of metal snapping echoed through the air. The chains, forged from high-strength alloy, crumbled before the purity of his physical power, fragile as dry twigs. One by one, they shattered. With a thunderous impact, Chen Fan's massive form fell heavily upon the ruins, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. He emerged from the haze like a demon returned from the depths of hell. At that moment, Yi Xiaotian and Su Lungyue, along with the others, had just barely extricated themselves from the torment of their souls being rent apart. Their dizzy heads swayed, and before their vision could fully clear, they beheld the immense black and white figure looming before them. It was too fast, so fast that their nerves could hardly react. Fear washed over their hearts like a chilling tide. Chen Fan looked coldly at the trembling creatures before him. He did not even deign to employ his sharp claws or the bloodline ability capable of freezing everything. He merely flicked his tail, which resembled a steel whip, with a casual motion. The air exploded. A visible white shockwave surged forth with the force of his tail. No. A member of the Ji-Dao organization, having just regained a semblance of clarity, witnessed that dark whip shadow rapidly enlarging in his vision. He could only emit a cry of despair. A series of muffled, sticky explosions erupted almost simultaneously, except for Su Lingyue, who transformed into a mist of blood at the last moment and narrowly evaded the lethal blow. The remaining 5 members of the Ji-Dao organization, whether they were hulking figures clad in rock armor or ethereal wind manipulators, were obliterated upon contact with that tiger tail, bursting like overripe watermelons. Bones, flesh, and organs were reduced to the most primal particles under that overwhelming force. 5 clouds of warm blood mist erupted in the desolate ruins. The nauseating stench of blood swiftly permeating the air, staining it with a viscous crimson hue. Chapter 79, The Beast Tide. Silence. A deathly silence. Yi Xiaotian and the surviving members of his team stared dumbfounded at the hellish scene before them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The color drained from their faces. It was not a battle, it was a massacre. Su Lingyue reconstituted her form not far away, her complexion as pale as a sheet. The madness and excitement in her alluring peach blossom eyes had vanished, replaced by a chilling terror emanating from the depths of her soul. She fixed her gaze on Chen Fan, her chest heaving violently, breaths coming in rapid succession like a worn-out bellows. She thought of the Zero File. She had assumed that this so-called overlord of Haoshan, even if included, would merely be a bottom-tier existence. That was why she had dared to set such a bold trap, hoping to gain advantage. Now, however, it was evident that she was gravely mistaken. The damnable intelligence department. How had they assessed this beast's power? It was far from bottom tier. It was clearly a monster that could rank among the top 3 in the Zero File. In that moment, all thoughts of gene serums and dark web bounties were cast aside. One thought remained in her mind. Escape. At all costs, escape from this monster. But would Chen Fan grant her that opportunity? His cold golden tiger eyes slowly turned to rest upon Su Lingyue and the other survivors. That gaze was akin to observing mere morsels of food. He gradually raised his 2 massive paws, heavy as mountains. The claws, hidden beneath the flesh pads, extended slowly. Each one gleamed like the sharpest alloy dagger, reflecting a chilling light in the dim twilight. Run. Scatter. Yi Xiaotian's eyes widened in desperation as he let out a final, hopeless scream. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lingyue transformed once more into a mist of blood, fleeing frantically in the opposite direction of Yi Xiaotian. Yet, in the face of absolute speed and power, All struggle seemed utterly futile. Chen Fan's figure moved. With a thunderous crash, he lunged forward. The earth buckled beneath him, creating two enormous craters. His massive body exhibited an uncanny speed that belied its size. So fast, so extraordinarily fast that Yi Xiaotian and the others could only perceive a blurred black and white shadow. A deafening thud resonated through the ruins as Chen Fan's tiger paw collided with the hastily assembled defensive barrier of Yi Xiaotian and his companions. The sword aura of the Gao Zhou Bozhan Jian, the various attributes of energy shields, and even the eerie blood-red energy of Su Lingyue, all of these elements. Before the colossal palm adorned with black and white patterns, shattered like bubbles under sunlight. A violent shockwave stirred up clouds of dust, enveloping everything in its vicinity. As the dust gradually settled, only a few uneven trenches and pools of indistinct flesh and blood remained amidst the ruins. Yet, there were still lives lingering. Chen Fan slowly raised his paw. Beneath his grasp, Yi Xiaotian and Su Lingyue lay like two crushed flies, their bones shattered, blood continuously gushing from their mouths. Pitifully sprawled on the ground, clinging to the last remnants of life. They were peak C-class, among the elite of human abilities, thus they endured a mere 0.1 seconds longer than their comrades. Chen Fan indifferently stepped forward, his heavy pads crunching on the rubble, producing a dull sound. Step by step, he approached the two dying prey. Hiss! Su Lingyue emitted a sound akin to a winded bellows, her once enchanting face now contorted with savagery and madness. She did not wish to perish. She still had the prime of her life ahead, and had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. She could not die here. She screamed in a frenzy, attempting to summon the last vestiges of energy within her, only to cough up blood more violently. In contrast to her madness, Yi Xiaotian appeared remarkably calm. With great difficulty, he turned his head to gaze at the immense figure approaching him like a mountain, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. There was resentment, regret, but more than that, a sense of acceptance. Defeated again, more thoroughly and decisively than the last time. Their entire Tianqian squad was truly akin to powerless children in the presence of this ferocious beast. They had no means of resistance. Perhaps this was fate. From the day they became members of the Tianqian squad, each of them had long since disregarded life and death. To die here was, in a sense, a death worthy of their cause. Chen Fan stood before them, first glancing with some annoyance at the woman still screaming madly. Then, he raised his paw and gently struck. With a soft sound, Su Lingyue's cries abruptly ceased. Her head burst like a trampled tomato, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The world fell silent. Chen Fan then turned his head, his cold golden tiger eyes meeting Yi Xiaotian's calm gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Fan lifted his paw once more. He intended to end the life of this last ant. However, just as his paw was about to descend, the earth began to tremble violently without warning. It was not a mere quiver, but a terrifying resonance originating from deep within the crust, as if the entire planet were groaning. The ruins beneath his feet shook, and in the distance, remnants of walls and buildings collapsed in waves during the fierce shaking. The skyline appeared to warp under this dreadful tremor. What was happening? The dying Yi Xiaotian revealed a look of confusion. An earthquake? But it felt different. Yet, Chen Fan's movement suddenly halted. A flicker of surprise appeared in his cold golden eyes. This astonishment quickly transformed into an indescribable heat. He abruptly raised his head, his enormous tiger head peering over the ruins of the city towards the distant horizon. At that moment, a voice filled with immense noise, laced with boundless fear and despair, crackled through Yi Xiaotian's malfunctioning tactical headset. Captain Yi, the beast tide is upon us. Run. You must escape. The pilot of the colossal mech, in that instant, sounded like the most mournful wail in the world. Beast tide. These two words struck Yi Xiaotian's remaining consciousness like two thunderbolts cleaving through the heavens. Simultaneously, they ignited a fire in Chen Fan's golden eyes. His pupils erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, a mix of excitement, anticipation, and boundless killing intent. Has it finally arrived? The apocalyptic beast tide that once swept through the entire Sioux city in his past life. Chen Fan no longer hesitated. His paw descended. With a soft thud, Yi Xiaotian's body was reduced to a puddle of flesh. After completing this act, Chen Fan glanced at the corpses and blood scattered across the ground. These were all walking points of consumption. To waste them was disgraceful. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing something. But soon, that hesitation was supplanted by the primal instinct of a predator. He opened his jaws. An invisible force emerged, devouring the remains of Yi Xiaotian and the flesh of Su Lingyue and other members of the extreme path entirely. System notifications echoed wildly in his mind. Ding. Consumed C-Class Peak Ability User, gained consumption points. Ding. Consumed C-Class Mid-Tier Ability User, gained consumption points. He paid no heed to these. After doing all this, his massive form transformed into a streak of black and white lightning, vanishing from the spot in an instant. All that remained was a scene of devastation and the increasingly faint, ultimately engulfed despairing wails emanating from the tactical headset. The Beast Tide has come. Chapter 80. The Arrival of the Beast Tide. The towering global trade center of Sioux City now stood as a mere charred skeleton of steel. Countless shattered glass facades glinting like vicious fangs under the dim light. Chen Fan's figure, like a spectral apparition of black and white, effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of this skyscraper amidst the ruins. His colossal body tread upon the twisted rebar without producing a sound. A fierce wind howled from 100 meters above, ruffling his thick black and white fur, creating a haunting sound. He paused, raising his head. His cold, golden tiger eyes piercing through the dust clouding the city, gazing towards the far-off east. The horizon had vanished, replaced by an undulating expanse of blackness, expanding and devouring the heavens and earth. It was a death wave formed by an endless tide of ferocious beasts. Their numbers were so vast, akin to a locust swarm blotting out the sun, rendering one who beheld it to feel the most primal despair from the depths of their soul. The ground trembled, and the air buzzed ominously. This was the horrifying sound of billions of claws trampling the earth, reverberating like thunder. This black ocean surged towards Sioux City with an unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, whether remnants of buildings or resilient mutated plants, everything was ground to dust. Not a blade of grass remained. Only devastation lay in its wake. Chen Fan's gaze scanned the roiling beast tide like the most precise radar. He could distinctly discern the levels of the majority of the ferocious beasts within it. F-Class and D-Class accounted for over 90%. They are mere cannon fodder, the most fundamental droplets that constitute this sea of death. Yet, among them exist several formidable presences, unmistakably superior. Sea level. There are colossal beetles resembling small mountains, wolves with claws capable of tearing through alloys, and swarms of flying serpents exuding corrosive venom. However, these are not the focal point of Chen Fan's attention. His perception seems to penetrate through the tens of thousands, even millions, of beasts in the tide, reaching into the depths of that black ocean. There, he keenly detects two powerful, abyss-like auras that are dark and overwhelming. These two presences are mighty, frigid, and imbued with a will of brutality and destruction, rivaling his own strength. Mid-B level, perhaps even late B level. These are the true core of the apocalyptic beast tide, the genuine puppeteers behind the scenes. On the outskirts of Sioux City, a temporary defensive line stands. 5 towering mechas, each reaching a height of 100 meters, resemble iron sentinels standing silently amidst the ruins. Inside one of the mecha cockpits, the atmosphere is stifling, almost frozen. The piercing alarm blares, flashing red lights that cast a blood-red hue across the young, pale face of the pilot. He glares intensely at the holographic projection screen before him. The red dots representing life signals are no longer clustered, but have merged into a singular, alarming mass, staining the entire radar scanning range crimson. Has Captain Ye's team not responded? A pilot's voice crackles through the communication channel, trembling uncontrollably. No, a hoarse voice responds from within the cockpit. The communication heavily interfered with by an unknown energy field, rendering all transmissions futile. What do we do? Fear coils around each person's heart like an invisible vine. They are merely responsible for perimeter surveillance and fire support, while the core fighting force lies with Captain Yi Xiaoyan's team. Yet now, the core team is uncontactable, and they face an apocalyptic disaster capable of devouring all. After several fruitless attempts to reach Yi Xiaotian, the captain gritted his teeth and made a final decision: to report the situation to the regional command headquarters and request directives from the highest authority. Yes, however, he remains unaware that the upper echelons of Huaxia are far too preoccupied to attend to this city, which has already become an isolated island. Just 1 hour prior, in Huaxia's eastern province, 2 B-level beasts, documented in the highest secrecy under zero file, awakened simultaneously from their slumber without warning. They initiated an unprecedented wave of terror. This was not a test, nor an incursion. It was a war aimed at total annihilation. The entire defense system of Huaxia was caught off guard by this sudden and lethal strike. In a mere hour, it took only 1 hour for the eastern province, home to tens of millions and housing one of Huaxia's elite military legions, to fall completely. Communications were severed, and the entire region was rendered unreachable. Satellite imagery revealed the entire geography of the eastern province shrouded in a thick, blood-red cloud, indicative of high-concentration energy reactions. The eastern province has transformed into a vast hell on Earth. This sudden and cataclysmic upheaval immediately captured the attention of all high-ranking officials in Huaxia, as well as the major factions of superhumans. Minister Rin Qiyuan of the ancient nation, the creator of the mechas, academician Li Guochang, and all prominent figures in their respective domains were urgently summoned back to Kyoto for an emergency high-level meeting. The entire war machine of Huaxia is feverishly mobilizing in response to the disaster in the eastern province. No one has the energy to focus on a small city, already deemed a high-risk area, such as Sushi. Here, it has been forgotten. The communication channel is filled with a deafening silence. After a prolonged wait, the 5 mecha pilots finally comprehend their predicament. They have become pawns, the last and only line of defense for this city. Brothers, the captain takes a deep breath, the tremor in his voice vanishing, replaced by a resolute determination to fight against all odds. It seems there will be no reinforcements. He abruptly pushes the control stick, and the 100-meter-tall steel giant emits a deep rumble, its enormous electronic eye igniting with blinding red light. To survive, we must carve a bloody path ourselves. With 5 fierce roars echoing their defiance, the 5 mechas charge into the boundless black ocean. They attempt to forge a path through sheer will and strength. The collision occurs in an instant. Chapter 81. Catastrophe descends. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, flames soar into the sky. The missile launchers on the mecha's shoulders, the particle beam cannons in their chests, and the high-frequency chainsaw swords on their arms unleash a torrent of destructive firepower without reservation. Tens of thousands of low-level beasts are instantly shredded, vaporized, or incinerated under the relentless barrage. Yet, this small breach is quickly filled by the countless beasts surging from behind. These frenzied creatures, with bloodlust in their eyes, fearlessly launch suicidal attacks against the 5 steel giants. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, innumerable beasts cling to the mecha's armor, tearing with claws, corroding with venom, and crashing with their bodies. Even though the mechas boast formidable defenses, they soon begin to buckle under the overwhelming assault of this relentless swarm. Alarms blare within every cockpit. One mecha's leg joint is destroyed by several sea-level beasts working in unison, causing it to crash to its knees, subsequently engulfed by the throng of beasts. In another cockpit, a flying beast pierces through with its tail, and the pilot's scream becomes his last sound in this world. The 5 steel giants, trapped in this black ocean, struggle and roar, only to be gradually consumed by the merciless darkness. At the pinnacle of the global trade center, Chen Fan observes it all with indifference. The final flickers of flames extinguishing amidst the beast tide do not stir even a ripple in his golden pupils. The struggles of humanity hold no significance for him. On the contrary, an indescribable fervor surges through his veins, a wild rush coursing through his limbs. His eyes blaze with unprecedented intensity, and his emotions swell with exhilaration. Fear? No. It is excitement. It is desire. What others view as an apocalyptic beast tide, Chen Fan perceives as an unparalleled feast, a veritable banquet of tangible opportunities for consumption. As he watches the black tide surge over the remnants of the mechas and begin to flood into the urban streets of Sushi, Chen Fan moves. He slowly raises his massive tiger head, his chest heaving rapidly as an overwhelming aura erupts forth. Roar. A deafening roar of a tiger reverberated through the skyline of Sioux City, akin to the detonation of a nuclear-grade sonic bomb. The sound waves were visible to the naked eye, rippling outwards in concentric circles from the center of the global trade center, expanding wildly in all directions. Everywhere the sound traveled, the remaining glass in buildings was reduced to powder, while the fragile steel structures groaned under the unbearable weight, twisting and collapsing. This roar embodied supreme authority, a dominant assertion of the apex of the food chain over the lower tiers. The vanguard of the beast tide that had just surged into the urban area of Sioux City fell into a profound silence under this tiger's roar. All movements of the ferocious beasts froze at that moment. The bloodthirsty crimson in their eyes, filled with reckless insanity, was suddenly doused by a cascade of icy water, extinguishing their fervor and replacing it with the primal fear etched in their very souls. This was the tremor of lesser life forms in the face of superior predators, a visceral instinct ingrained in their genes. They involuntarily lifted their heads, stiffly twisting their necks to gaze toward the source of the sound. High above, at the summit of a skeletal skyscraper, a colossal black and white figure looked down upon them with indifference. Those golden slit pupils were cold, devoid of emotion, akin to a deity surveying a swarm of insignificant ants. In the next moment, Chen Fan made no superfluous movements. He merely stepped forward, and his immense frame plummeted from a height of 100 meters, like a black and white meteor descending rapidly. The wind howled past his ears, and the ground rushed towards him. With a tremendous crash, the earth fractured. Chen Fan's form slammed heavily into the densely packed horde of beasts, and the violent shockwave instantly turned the low-level ferocious creatures within several dozen meters into mere pulp. This feast had officially commenced. Chen Fan did not activate his tenfold amplification. The creatures before him were merely the vanguard of the beast tide, hardly worthy of being called appetizers. It was unnecessary to employ any special abilities against them. His physique, having undergone countless enhancements, had long since surpassed the limits of ordinary species, rendering him the most terrifying killing machine in this world. As he charged into the beast tide, it was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. No, it was more akin to a heavy tank speeding through a delicate porcelain shop. His claws slashed through the air, creating gusts strong enough to shred dozens of F-grade beasts into pieces. His massive tail swept through, with hardened bone spines easily piercing the carapaces of D-grade beasts, snapping them in half. He opened his gaping maw. Each snap of his sharp fangs could crush a sizable beast, bones and flesh alike, and swallow them whole. Every part of his body transformed into the most lethal weapon. Slaughter, devour. More devouring. He was like an unyielding meat grinder, carving out a blood-soaked domain amidst the black tide. In his mind, the cold system notifications sounded like the most exquisite symphony, never ceasing. Ding. 120 points of consumption. Ding. 100 points of consumption. Ding. 350 points of consumption. The consumption points surged rapidly, and the exhilarating sense of power made every cell in Chen Fan's body rejoice, exulting in triumph. He lost himself entirely, immersed in this frenzy of evolution. However, unbeknownst to Chen Fan as he savored his feast in Sioux City, the calamity originating from the eastern province was deteriorating at an unimaginable speed. The two awakened B-grade beasts seemed to have toppled the first domino. The massive main force of the beast tide, after completely engulfing the entire eastern province, did not pause. They transformed into two unstoppable torrents, surging out of the eastern province and rapidly spreading north and south. Every human city along the way, every military defense line, appeared utterly fragile in the face of this unprecedented natural disaster. Communications were severed one after another. On the satellite map, blood-red clouds, signifying high concentrations of energy reactions, expanded at a visible pace, staining the map of Huaxia. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming factor was that this vast beast tide, like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirred up terrifying entities that lay dormant deep within the land of Huaxia, also recorded in the Zero archives. In the heart of the Central Plains, a B-grade apex beast slumbering beneath the molten lava was awakened. In the 10,000 great mountains of the southwest, a B-grade beast that had lain in wait for a century opened its cold serpentine eyes. In less than half a day, merely half a day's time, the beast tide originating from the eastern province ignited a fuse, detonating the powder kegs that had long been buried throughout Huaxia. A chain reaction erupted in full force. Half of Huaxia plunged into unprecedented chaos and warfare. In Kyoto, the headquarters of the Huaxia war zone, the nerve center of the nation was now shrouded in a suffocating silence. On the vast holographic map, over a third of the area was already engulfed in blinding crimson, continuously spreading. Minister Ren Chiyuan, usually as calm as a mountain, now wore a grim visage, his eyes bloodshot. Beside him, academician Li Guochang, the creator of the giant spirit, fixated on the screen displaying the vanishing city signals, his cracked lips trembling incessantly. Report. A communications officer suddenly stood up, his voice sharp with fear. Urgent message from the Central Plains war zone. The target coded Zhulong from the Zero archives has awakened. It is moving toward the central province. All defensive lines along the way have collapsed. This news struck the command center like a heavy hammer, landing hard on every individual's heart. Another one. Yet another B-grade apex horror. The news reverberated throughout the command center, striking each person with a sense of dread. However, before anyone could catch their breath from this suffocating terror, report. Another communications officer's voice rang out, tinged with a cry, nearly breaking down. Urgent message from the Shishu war zone. The target coded by Shi from the Zero archives has awakened. The signal from the Shenangjia monitoring station has vanished. The last message relayed that the target coded by Yuan has breached the containment area. Reports continued to flood in, each one a harbinger of doom, bombarding the nerves of everyone in the command center. On the vast holographic map, one after another, crimson dots representing B-grade beasts ignited in the heart of Huaxia. Their objectives were alarmingly unified. Every dot transformed into thick, blood-red arrows, all pointing directly toward the central plains. That night, the land of Huaxiao erupted in flames of war. The entire nation resembled a massive powder keg, utterly detonated. Ren Shiyuan and Li Guochang stood before the map, their bodies rigid as sculptures. A bone-chilling cold surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. They gazed at the nearly blood-drenched map, gasping in horror, as if the very air was laced with ice shards, piercing their lungs. The severity of the situation had far exceeded their worst predictions. After a brief moment of dazed shock, Ren Shiyuan forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves of anxiety within him. His crimson eyes fixated intently on the moving points of light. His mind racing. Something was amiss. His voice was hoarse and dry, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Why were these ferocious beasts simultaneously in a frenzy? Moreover, their target was solely the central plains. Li Guochang, shaken from his stupor, adjusted his glasses. His eyes behind the lenses gleaming with rationality as he sought the singular logic within this chaos. They would not revolt without reason. Li Guochang spoke in a low, gravelly tone, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. There must be something drawing them in. Ren Shiyuan abruptly turned to him, a glimmer of faint hope flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting that their target is those two B-class beasts in the eastern province that initiated the beast tide? He fervently wished this conjecture to be true, for that would at least provide a clear source for the calamity. However, Li Guochang slowly, yet resolutely, shook his head. No. He dismissed this hypothesis. Two B-class beasts should not have the power to incite an upheaval among their kind across all of Huaxia. This felt more akin to a pilgrimage. As Li Guochang uttered this word, he found it absurd. Yet, he could not find a more fitting term to describe the scene before him. There must be something emerging in the central plains. This entity possessed a fatal, irresistible allure for them. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a lightning bolt struck the brains of both men simultaneously. Both Ren Shiyuan and Li Guochang's bodies jolted violently. They locked eyes, each seeing the same horror and disbelief reflected in the other's pupils. A possibility they had deliberately chosen to forget, or even dared not to ponder, emerged like a demon from the abyss in their minds. Could it be that? They exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with unmistakable terror. In the next moment, Li Guochang leapt as if a cat had stepped on its tail. The composure of a scholar vanished. His face was etched with urgency and panic as he fumbled to retrieve his phone from his pocket. His fingers, trembling from anxiety, struggled to unlock the device, requiring several attempts before he succeeded. He quickly navigated to a number and dialed without hesitation. Beep, beep. As the busy signal echoed in his ear, Li Guochang's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. Answer. Please answer. Finally, after a prolonged wait, the call connected. A slightly weary yet clear young voice came through the receiver. Teacher? What brings you to call me at this late hour? On the other end was Li Guochang's most esteemed and promising disciple, Wan Lin. A brilliant star in the realm of science and technology in Huaxia, he had already garnered numerous international accolades at a young age, hailed as the man closest to divinity. After the arrival of Lingxi, countless nations and factions had extended olive branches to him, promising wealth and status that ordinary people could never refuse. Yet, Wan Lin had shown no hesitation. He resolutely abandoned everything abroad and returned to his war-torn homeland to fight alongside his mentor. Few knew that Wan Lin was also an ability user. However, his awakened powers were nearly useless in combat, akin to a mere trinket. Yet, in the realm of research, his abilities manifested miraculous effects. The rapid development of the dueling mecha was largely due to Wan Lin's contributions. Just recently, this young man had once again created a miracle capable of revolutionizing an entire era. He had invented a device that could compress, control, and stably output nuclear energy. Remarkably, this device was no larger than an adult's fist. What did this invention signify? It signified an unprecedented leap in human warfare technology. Once it was integrated into the military sector, the combat capabilities of humanity would surge exponentially. Take the dueling mecha, for instance. If equipped with this miniature nuclear power reactor, endurance would no longer be an issue. The previously costly and energy-draining divine punishment beam could be unleashed as a conventional attack at will. What a terrifying scene that would be. At this moment, Li Guochang was calling Wan Lin precisely because Wan Lin and his research facility, capable of driving all ferocious beasts into a frenzy, were situated in the central plains. Wan Lin. Li Guochang's voice sharpened with urgency. Listen, drop everything you are doing immediately. Evacuate at once. What? Wan Lin on the other end was evidently taken aback. Teacher, what happened? My experiment is at a critical juncture. Forget about the experiment. Li Guochang nearly roared, his voice rising in fury as he shouted into the phone. Do you realize that all the B-class ferocious beasts across Huaxiao are charging towards your location? Chapter 83, Heart of Pangu. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. All that could be heard was the faint sound of electrical currents and the coldness of breath. Li Guochang's hand gripped the phone tightly, veins bulging, knuckles whitening from excessive pressure. He could envision his student standing in that frigid laboratory, confronting a breakthrough capable of altering the world, while also facing a crisis that could obliterate it. Wanlin, did you hear me? Answer me, he urged again, his voice hoarse with anxiety, nearly breaking. Teacher. Finally, Wanlin's voice came through, eerily calm, devoid of any tremor. Li Guochang's taut nerves momentarily relaxed at the sound of this address, yet Wanlin's subsequent words plunged him into a deeper abyss of despair. I cannot leave. What? Li Guochang could hardly believe his ears, suspecting a signal issue. Repeat that. Teacher, I cannot leave. Wanlin's voice remained steady. Yet the conviction within it was as unyielding as the strongest alloy in his laboratory, impervious to change. The final testing of the device had reached a critical phase. You guessed correctly. These beasts were most likely attracted by the high concentration of energy released during the testing phase of the nuclear core. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. We have long discovered that once ferocious beasts evolve to C-class, mere flesh and blood can no longer satisfy them. Radiation, high heat, and electrical energy, sources of energy that are lethal to humans, are supreme delicacies for them. Li Guochang opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. He felt as though an invisible hand was clutching his heart, each breath a painful tear. Teacher, if this final step of testing succeeds, the micronuclear power reactor will officially enter mass production. At that point, every soldier and every city in Huaxiao will possess a continuous supply of energy. We will have the true capital to contend with these monsters. There was a fervor in Wanlin's voice, a mix of genius's obsession and pride. Therefore, I will not leave, not even a step. Once I succeed, I will immediately synchronize all experimental data to your terminal. Upon finishing his words, a faint sigh echoed from the other end of the phone, resembling a final farewell. Wanlin, you scoundrel! The furious roar of Li Guochang was unceremoniously interrupted by the cold, busy tone. In the heart of the Central Plains, a research base lies 1,000 meters underground. Wanlin slowly lowered his phone, the screen's glow illuminating his youthful yet pallid face. On the phone's homepage was a photograph of him with Li Guochang at their graduation ceremony. In the picture, the teacher smiled like a child, and he too beamed radiantly. A tender smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth, only to be swiftly supplanted by a steel-like resolve. He grasped the internal communicator on the table and pressed the red call button. Attention to all units. His voice resonated through the lines, permeating the vast underground fortress. The Panga Heart project is now entering the final phase of testing. The countdown begins now. At the moment the command was issued, a blinding light suddenly illuminated a spherical chamber, constructed entirely of titanium alloy, hundreds of kilometers away in the core area of the base. At the center of the chamber floated a sun-like orb the size of a fist, seemingly containing an entire galaxy. Several massive mechanical arms extended from the walls, akin to divine fingers, projecting beams of detection light across various wavelengths towards the small sun, testing its stability. The chamber's ceiling was flawless, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. However, the intangible, higher-dimensional energy fluctuations effortlessly penetrated the thick alloy walls and the 1,000-meter rock layers. It spread outwards with astonishing speed, like ink dropped into a tranquil lake. This breath, sweet as that of a creator deity to higher beasts, grew increasingly rich and enticing. In the capital, at the command center of the Huaxiao war zone, crack! With a sharp sound, the phone shattered upon the floor. Li Guochang seemed to have all his strength drained, collapsing heavily into his chair. This scientific giant, who had devoted his life to the country, now resembled a helpless child, with murky tears coursing down the creases of his face. He had long regarded that brilliant student as his own flesh and blood. Scientific achievements, the future of humanity, none of these held more significance to him than the life of that child. A broad hand rested on his shoulder. Ren Shiyuan stood beside him, his gaze complex, filled with both sorrow and admiration. He patted his old friend's shoulder, his voice deep and resolute. Guochang, now is not the time for sorrow. Ren Shiyuan's voice struck like a heavy hammer, forcibly pulling Li Guochang back from the abyss of grief. We must immediately report this situation to the highest authorities. If Wanlin's research results fall into the hands of the beasts, the consequences. Ren Shiyuan did not finish his sentence. But the unimaginable image had already sent a chilling shiver through everyone present. Li Guochang took a deep breath of the cold air, forcefully suppressing the surging emotions. He tremblingly stood up, his reddened eyes fixed intently on the holographic map at the coordinate point in the central plains, marked by countless blood-red arrows. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Indeed, you are right. We absolutely cannot allow that thing to fall into the mouths of the beasts. He understood better than anyone what a controllable micronuclear fusion reactor meant for the beasts. It would no longer be mere evolution, but creation. The two A-grade beasts from Yinghua country had grown to their current world-destroying level merely by consuming nuclear waste. If a peak B-grade beast were to devour a panga heart, with energy purity and density far exceeding that of nuclear waste by hundreds of times, what terrifying monster would emerge? The two dared not delay any further and immediately reported this astonishing discovery, along with their conjectures, through the highest level of encrypted lines. As expected, the news sent shockwaves through the highest command levels of Huaxia. After a brief silence, thunderous orders were dispatched at unprecedented speed from the heart of the nation, disseminating in all directions. Order: the Eastern War Zone, Southern War Zone, Northern War Zone, all Giant Spirit 2 mecha troops, abandon the current defenses and at all costs. Rush to the Central Plains at full speed. Order: the Xianbird aerospace carrier of the Sky Army is to take off immediately, carrying all Tianfa-class orbital weapons, and stand by over the Central Plains War Zone. In the name of the highest authority, issue an S-class red mobilization order nationwide. Inform all citizens, all superhuman beings, and all hidden powerhouses. Anyone who successfully kills a B-grade beast, regardless of their request, the nation will spare no effort to fulfill. Chapter 84. Journey to the Central Plains. This directive issued in the highest name of the nation was like a deep water bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves across the land of Huaxia. The night could no longer conceal the suddenly boiling desire and madness that enveloped this land. Amidst the ruins of countless cities, the previously dim lights flickered to life, akin to the awakened eyes of innumerable beasts in the night. The underground networks, where channels had only dared to communicate using code names, became engulfed in a torrent of explosive information. S-class red mobilization order. My heavens! Is this the first time in Huaxia's history? Kill a B-grade beast. Fulfill any request. Any. Damn it. I've fought tooth and nail in Xixing to hunt beasts, and I barely earn a few 100,000 Huaxia coins a year. Now, the opportunity has arrived. The second-generation Xingtian serum. I've heard rumors that it can directly break existing shackles, even offering a chance to awaken a second ability. If I could kill a B-grade beast, the flames of greed ignited fiercely in the hearts of all who beheld this announcement. They were survivors struggling to exist in the brutal world following the arrival of Lingxi, desperate outlaws aware of the terrifying resources held by the machinery of the state. The first-generation Xingtian gene serum had already created the numerous superhuman beings scattered across the land. What wonders could the legendary second generation hold? This temptation was enough to lead anyone to wager their life. Overnight, the winds surged and the tides rose. In the survivor bases, guarded by steel and high walls, doors swung open with a resounding crash. Heavily modified, monstrous off-road vehicles roared into the dark wilderness. Those hidden in the depths of mountains and forests, who were usually elusive, emerged like shooting stars, racing towards the skies. Various superhuman organizations also poured forth en masse. They no longer cared about past grievances or coveted others' resources. Everyone's goal was unprecedentedly unified. The Central Plains. There, no longer a forbidden zone of death, but a staircase to paradise, a sacred ground for fulfilling all desires. A bloody feast surrounding the Pango heart was about to commence. In Sioux City, a viscous, iron-scented warm liquid dripped from Chen Fan's chin, splattering tiny blossoms of blood upon the cracked ground. He stood at the center of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, like a demon emerging from the depths of an ancient hell. The surrounding area was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any ferocious beast's roar. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, weeping as it traversed the ruins of the city, stirring up clouds of dust and the scent of blood. After an entire day of slaughter, the curtain finally descended. This wave of minor beast tide that surged into Sioux City was entirely vanquished by him alone. The remaining tens of thousands of low-level ferocious beasts were already terrified into submission by his godlike presence, huddled at the city's periphery, trembling in fear. Too frightened to step into this arena of death, even for a moment. Chen Fan slowly raised his massive tiger paw, bringing a fragment of beast carcass hanging from his claws to his mouth. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply in the stillness, a jarring contrast to the silence. He licked his lips, feeling a lingering desire. The continuous influx of flesh and blood energy was akin to the purest fuel, replenishing every ounce of energy consumed by his body. At this moment, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, he could distinctly sense the explosive power coursing through every muscle fiber beneath his skin, as if with the slightest movement, he could tear the earth asunder. System. He silently recited in his mind. This time, the points gained from his consumption had undoubtedly surpassed the 100,000 mark. He was eager to witness the formidable power he would attain upon ascending to the pinnacle of B grade. However, just as the system interface was about to unfold, Chen Fan's movements abruptly halted. He suddenly lifted his head, his tiger eyes ablaze with dark golden flames, piercing through the layers of night to gaze towards the distant central plains. Something awaited there. An indescribable energy fluctuation, vast as a sea of stars, surged wildly at the heart of that region, spreading like wildfire. It was unlike any form of energy he had ever encountered. It possessed an aggressiveness more violent than high-voltage electricity, yet bore a primal allure reminiscent of the very origins of life. Buzz. The instant he sensed that energy, every cell within Chen Fan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A yearning, rooted in the depths of his bloodline and the essence of his soul, surged forth like a flood, obliterating all rationality. Hunger. An unprecedented hunger seized his consciousness. It was not merely a craving for flesh and blood, but a profound greed for evolution itself. It felt as if devouring that entity would catapult him to new heights, enabling him to grasp the core laws of this world. A blazing light erupted from his eyes. So that was it. In an instant, Chen Fan grasped everything. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person struggling for survival in an apocalyptic world, isolated from information and confined in perspective. He had always believed that the cataclysmic beast tide that swept across the entire eastern province, culminating in the death of millions, was merely a war initiated by 3 B-grade beasts vying for territory. Now, it was clear how utterly mistaken he had been. What territorial disputes? Those B-grade beasts, like him, were simply pawns irresistibly drawn to that deadly temptation. The true source lay in the heart of Huaxia, in the central plains. With this realization, a fierce and fervent grin spread across Chen Fan's face. In his previous life, he could only watch helplessly as human civilization sank into the abyss of the beast tide. In this life, he himself was a part of that tide. He had no reason to miss this monumental opportunity that could overturn the world. Roar. A thunderous tiger roar erupted, shattering the silence. The sound waves transformed into visible white shock waves, expanding wildly in all directions, reducing the surrounding remnants of buildings to dust. The tenfold enhancement was activated. Boom. Dark, golden energy flames erupted from Chen Fan's body like a volcanic explosion, shooting skyward. His physique swelled instantaneously. Every muscle bulged and rippled, embodying both a streamlined beauty and earth-shattering power. Mysterious ice blue and crimson patterns surged across his fur, intertwining into an ancient and majestic totem. In the next moment, his massive body slightly sank, and the muscles in his hind legs tensed to their utmost limit. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The ground beneath him, along with a radius of 100 meters, collapsed with a resounding crash. His figure transformed into a dark golden lightning bolt, tearing through the night, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, vanishing at the horizon. His target was the Central Plains. Chapter 85. Chen Fan vs. 2 Late B-grade Beasts. Under the night sky, the land of Huaxiao was no longer tranquil. From a high vantage point, countless streams of energy, large and small, could be seen converging frantically towards a single focal point. There were steel convoys racing close to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. There were extraordinary beings soaring through the sky, trailing various hues of light behind them. Yet more numerous were the terrifying ferocious beasts emerging from mountains, rivers, the earth, and the ruins of cities. They converged into waves of black, trampling the ground and obliterating everything in their path. Their destination was also the Central Plains. Chen Fan's speed reached its zenith. With the tenfold enhancement activated, each leap allowed him to cover nearly 1,000 meters. Mountains, rivers, and abandoned cities swiftly retreated beneath his feet, transforming into blurred shadows. The wind howled like a blade, slicing through his body, yet it could not even leave a trace on his resilient fur. Soon, he caught up with the beast horde that had set out from the eastern coast. Those typically vicious C-grade and even D-grade beasts, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Fan, recoiled in fear, instinctively parting to create a pathway for him. They lowered their heads, emitting whimpers of trepidation, too frightened to overstep. This was the absolute dominance of a higher echelon over a lower one. Chen Fan paid them no mind. His gaze was fixated solely on the increasingly rich and alluring source of energy in the distance. He was even too lazy to consume the small fry along the way. Compared to that true feast, the flesh and blood of these low-level beasts were akin to chewing wax. However, just as he was about to traverse a completely devastated urban ruin, his form suddenly halted on a fractured overpass. His nostrils flared slightly. In the air, amidst the pervasive dust and the odor of decay, there lingered a fresh scent of blood. Moreover, the remnants of heat and violence from a violent energy clash filled the atmosphere. Chen Fan's gaze pierced through the darkness and debris hundreds of meters ahead. Like two tangible searchlights, in that collapsed commercial plaza, a brutal battle raged on. A dozen human extraordinary beings formed a precarious battle formation, their bodies shimmering with various energy hues, frost, flames, and lightning, intertwining into a brilliant yet fragile web of light, pouring their might toward their enemies. Those enemies were two true behemoths. One was the size of a heavy truck, covered in thick, dark green scales, resembling an enlarged prehistoric crocodile. With each breath it took, a fetid, corrosive mist erupted from its mouth and nostrils, sizzling as it eroded the ground beneath. On the other side, a more peculiar sight awaited. Its body resembled that of an upright mantis, yet it bore 6 scythe-like limbs, glittering with a chilling metallic sheen. Its carapace emanated a lifeless grayish-white hue, as if fashioned from countless bones, and its compound eyes radiated an indifferent coldness. Chen Fan's tiger-like pupils suddenly constricted. He was all too familiar with these two ominous presences. They were indeed among the 3 B-rank beasts that had unleashed the catastrophic beast tide in Dong province, leading to the demise of millions in his past life, the bone mantis and the abyssal crocodile. So they had arrived as well. At the instant Chen Fan recognized them. The 2 B-rank beasts, which had been toying with humanity, abruptly froze. In unison, they ceased their assault, their massive heads turning sharply, their eyes filled with malice and bloodlust locking onto the shadowy golden figure atop the overpass. In that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. The survivors among the group of human abilities had barely caught their breath when they sensed a pressure 100-fold more terrifying than before erupting from the 2 beasts. It was a disdain that emanated from a higher echelon of life. Compared to this monstrous entity before them, they were not even worthy of a fleeting glance. Roaring, the abyssal crocodile raised its head, unleashing a deep, savage growl. It opened its gaping maw, capable of swallowing a car, and a dark green viscous liquid shot forth like a cannonball. The liquid sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, landing squarely in the midst of the group of abilities. There was no violent explosion, only the sickening sound of dissolution. Whether flesh or energy shields, everything melted away under the corrosive liquid as if snow under the sun, leaving behind only a vast pit that emitted foul smoke. Meanwhile, the bone mantis sprang into action. Its form became a grayish-white streak, its 6 limbs tracing a deadly web of silver arcs in the air, moving faster than the human eye could follow. Those attempting to flee found their bodies rigid and immobilized. In the next heartbeat, their forms disintegrated quietly into countless neatly severed chunks, blood and entrails spilling across the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were obliterated. Having completed this carnage, the 2 B-rank beasts appeared as if they had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. They did not cast another glance at the remnants of flesh, but turned slowly, flanking one another, their heavy steps advancing toward the overpass where Chen Fan stood. The earth trembled beneath their weight. It was evident that these 2 nemeses had reached a brief accord on their way to Central Plains, to eliminate any competitor vying for the same opportunities. And Chen Fan, with his B-rank late-stage presence that hinted at an even greater terror, was undoubtedly the greatest threat in their eyes. Yet, gazing at these towering monstrosities radiating overwhelming menace, Chen Fan felt not a hint of fear, but rather an intensified, almost tangible battle fervor igniting within him. Come forth. This grand feast leading to the pinnacle of the world shall begin with your flesh and blood. He roared towards the heavens, releasing the tempestuous power surging within him. His muscles bulged explosively, and the overpass beneath him cracked like spider webs. With a thunderous boom, the entire bridge collapsed. Tons of concrete and steel cascading down like a waterfall. Chen Fan's figure transformed into a dark golden meteor, hurtling toward the 2 B-rank beasts with a sonic boom that ripped through the air. The battle erupted instantaneously. The bone mantis, fastest among them, became a blur. Its 6 scythe-like limbs weaving a deadly net of blades aimed to cleave Chen Fan asunder. Unflinching, he met the onslaught head-on with his massive tiger claws. The clash of metal rang out like a symphony of destruction in the night sky. Sparks flew, waves of energy surged. The bone mantis's lethal blades, capable of slicing through specialized armor, merely left shallow white marks on Chen Fan's claws, failing to pierce his skin. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the mantis's compound eyes. Before it could react, Chen Fan's other claw struck with immense force against its chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed clearly. The once indomitable carapace of the bone mantis buckled under the blow, sending its body hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through several dilapidated structures before coming to a halt, badly wounded. Simultaneously, the abyssal crocodile's attack arrived. Its massive tail, akin to a battering ram, swept through the air with the might to level a small mountain. While airborne, Chen Fan twisted his body at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. In the same motion, he opened his maw and clamped down on the crocodile's tail. The sharpness of his tiger teeth tore through the creature's thick scales, embedding deeply into its flesh. The abyssal crocodile let out a pained roar, thrashing desperately to shake Chen Fan off, but his grip was unyielding, tightening with relentless force. With a sickening crack, the crocodile's sturdy tailbone was severed by Chen Fan's powerful jaws. Brutality, an absolute domination of raw physical strength, devoid of reason. With a tenfold enhancement activated, Chen Fan had become an invincible force at the B-rank level. The two beasts' eyes finally reflected fear. They realized they had provoked a truly terrifying monster. The bone mantis emitted a shrill cry, cautious of engaging in close combat due to its injuries. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing an invisible sound wave blade aimed at Chen Fan's head. Bloodline ability, subsonic cutting. Meanwhile, the enraged abyssal crocodile, despite its severe pain, opened its massive jaws, expelling a potent acid breath 10 times more concentrated than before, akin to a high-pressure water cannon directed at Chen Fan. Bloodline ability, acid hell. Yet, in the face of the desperate onslaught from the two B-rank beasts, Chen Fan's expression remained one of icy derision. He could hardly be bothered to utilize his absolute zero light. With a swift motion, he swung his head, using the severed crocodile tail as a weapon to strike against the invisible sound wave blade. The air emitted a strange distortion. At the moment the infrasound wave sliced through and collided with the crocodilian tail, that severed appendage was instantaneously transformed into a shower of flesh. Meanwhile, Chen Fan adeptly utilized the force of the recoil, performing a graceful somersault in midair, thereby evading the deadly spray of corrosive acid. The dark green acid splattered onto the ground where he had just stood, eroding the earth and creating a bottomless chasm, from which thick black smoke billowed. An opportunity. The compound eyes of the skeletal mantis gleamed with intensity. Chen Fan, having exhausted his previous strength and yet to replenish it, was at his most vulnerable moment. Its figure morphed into a flash of lightning once more, 6 blade-like limbs converging into a singular, gray spear that pierced the heavens, embodying all its power and vitality. Thrusting fiercely towards Chen Fan's back, this was its most formidable strike. However, what it beheld was Chen Fan turning his head, a flicker of profound mockery passing through his tiger-like eyes, ablaze with dark golden flames. In the next instant, Chen Fan's figure vanished into thin air. The skeletal mantis's determined thrust met with empty space, its immense inertia propelling it forward several meters in a staggering rush. It abruptly turned back, a wave of visceral dread washing over it from above. It looked up in horror, only to find that Chen Fan had inexplicably appeared directly above it. His massive tiger paw gathering dark golden energy, coalescing like a grasp on a sun of annihilation, crashing down upon its head. No. The skeletal mantis let out a desperate roar. Boom. The tiger paw descended without a hint of hesitation. The mantis's head, along with the upper half of its formidable body, was obliterated, splattering bones and viscera across the sky, instantaneously vanquished. Witnessing the tragic demise of its companion, the remaining abyssal crocodile was utterly consumed by terror. It lost all will to fight and turned to flee. Yet, it was too late. A dark golden afterimage appeared before it, blocking its escape. Chen Fan slowly raised his paw, now smeared with white brain matter and green blood, and languidly licked it with his tongue. His cold, avaricious gaze sent shivers through the abyssal crocodile. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. The square was left strewn with the wreckage of flesh and shattered bones. Chen Fan stood amidst the mangled remains of the two beasts he had devoured, contentedly burping. The overwhelming energy of flesh surged within him, transforming into the purest essence of absorption points. A chilling mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding. 30,000 absorption points. Ding. 30,000 absorption points. Chen Fan's thoughts stirred as he summoned the system page he had not examined in detail for some time. A Yulan Surgong Mu illuminated his consciousness. Ultimate Devour Evolution System 091. Host, Chen Fan. Race, Primordial Icefire Demon Tiger. Level, Late B Class. Age, 2 years. Weight, 5 tons. Ability, Tenfold Enhancement. Bloodline Ability, Absolute Zero Light. Tiger Roar Intimidation. Absorption Points, 513, 500, 100, 000. The number in the absorption point section had soared to a staggering 510, 000, far surpassing the 100,000 threshold for advancement, even exceeding by over 400,000. This figure left him momentarily astounded. How many beasts had he slaughtered that day? He could no longer recall. Just as Chen Fan's thoughts flitted by, a sudden transformation occurred. An indescribable heat erupted from the deepest recesses of his being, from the core of every cell, exploding forth without warning. It was not the burn of flame. It was a forceful tearing and remolding of the old shackles during a leap in the essence of life. Chapter 87. Evolution to A-Class Beast. Roar. Chen Fan's throat erupted in a furious roar, a sound that seemed to surge from the depths of his soul, filled with both agony and exhilaration. His body trembled violently, instinctively tilting his head back, as if to unleash this power to its utmost. In that moment, it felt as though an immense force was tearing him apart. Bones cracked with a crisp sound, as if his entire body were on the verge of disassembling. Yet, amidst this heart-stopping cacophony of fractures, a more powerful energy surged into his body like a torrent. This energy burned with the intensity of raging flames, wreaking havoc within him. It ruthlessly destroyed the old skeletal structure, yet simultaneously, at a bewildering speed, it began to reassemble and extend those shattered bones. The new skeleton was denser and tougher than before, akin to steel forged through 1,000 trials. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's muscle fibers were pulverized by this energy's onslaught. However, this was not the end, but rather the dawn of a new beginning. The torrid flow swiftly combined these fragments, like a master craftsman meticulously forging them into a form tenfold stronger than before. Beneath his dark golden fur, bluish-black veins writhed like serpents. They meandered beneath his skin, each pulsation resonating like a drum, as if infusing this remaking body with boundless vitality. 10 meters, 11 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. His form expanded at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. What once was a size comparable to a heavy truck, now seemed laughably small before this new physique. He had become a moving mountain of muscle and bone, a presence far surpassing B-class, imbued with a hint of the divine and primal terror, radiated from him like a tsunami. A-class. On this land, the first true A-class beast had been born. In that instant of breakthrough, Chen Fan sensed the world shift around him. If the previous world was a flat painting, now it had transformed into a three-dimensional masterpiece. No, it was four-dimensional. He could perceive the energy flowing through the air. He could hear the muffled pulsations deep within the earth. He could smell the fear pheromones emanating from a terrified mutated rat several dozen kilometers away. His perception surged exponentially. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled, hardly inclined to inspect the mysterious reward bestowed by the system after surpassing 100,000 absorption points. He was eager to unleash his newly expanded, vast perception without reservation. Buzz. The intangible awareness spread like a transparent ripple, traversing ruins, mountains, and rivers. The vast expanse of the central plains of Huaxiao was enveloped in his mind, forming an exceptionally clear real-time map. Then he beheld it. He witnessed a sight that made his tiger eyes narrow in alarm. On his perception map, over 30 exceptionally bright points of light converged rapidly towards a specific coordinate deep within the central plains. Each point of light represented a B-class beast. More than 30. The sheer number sent a ripple of gravity through him. Behind these B-class beasts lies an even greater multitude, more densely packed, akin to an endless expanse of stars, consisting of lower-tier entities classified as C, D, and F. They coalesce into torrents of black death, trampling the earth and emitting earth-shattering roars. Their intentions clear, and their will unified. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation for Chen Fan. His perception seemed boundless, continuously extending downwards. It effortlessly penetrated the surface, akin to piercing through a thin sheet of paper, and then delved deeper, traversing layers of rock, reaching depths of several hundred meters below. There lay an eternal abyss of darkness and silence, where not a single ray of light could breach the thick shroud of blackness. Nevertheless, Chen Fan's perception could distinctly discern several more terrifying and profound auras. These presences resembled dormant stars, quietly lurking deep within the earth, emanating a disquieting pressure. They were ancient and savage, seemingly carrying the weight of time's passage along with the decay and brutality it had accumulated. To Chen Fan's astonishment, each of these auras was no less potent than his own, which had just recently ascended to A-class. In fact, two of these auras were even more obscure and fearsome, rendering their true power inscrutable. Were these ancient beasts slumbering beneath the earth? For the first time, a tumult stirred within Chen Fan's heart. In the recesses of his past life's memories, these entities had remained in a deep slumber, as if forgotten by time. Yet, with the advent of the first late Lingxi, they suddenly awoke, like a colossal beast that had slept for millennia, opening its gaping maw to drag humanity into a chasm of despair. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, due to the imminent grand banquet in Zhongyan, these entities had been awakened prematurely. They swarmed like disturbed bees, restless and exuding a heart-stopping aura. Faced with this sudden upheaval, there was no trace of fear in his tiger-like gaze. Instead, a fervent flame ignited within his eyes, as if he intended to set the entire world ablaze. For him, the stronger the prey, the more exhilarating the hunt. In addition to the beast's auras, he also keenly sensed another force. This power concealed itself in various hidden corners of the Zhongyuan region, faint yet impossible to overlook. These unique energy fluctuations differed starkly from the frenzied and primal nature of the beasts. They bore a refinement and skill that were evidently human. Indeed, these individuals were formidable supernatural beings. Their presence was far stronger than that of the group he had effortlessly crushed before, with many of them having already brushed against the threshold of A-class. They resembled fireflies in the night. Though faint, they were exceptionally conspicuous. Cautiously, they concealed themselves, lurking along the path of the advancing beast tide, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, a series of secrets from his past life surged forth in Chen Fan's mind. Huaxia, this ancient land, has never lacked in legacy. Those ancient sects and venerable families, which had faded from public view before the arrival of Lingxi and were regarded as mere myths, had not perished. They had merely been biding their time. And now, the time had come. The high echelons of Huaxia, those who wielded the utmost power in this nation, must have promised them an irresistible price in order to confront this apocalyptic crisis. Thus, the powers concealed within the dust of history finally began to reveal their fearsome fangs to the world. The beasts, the ancient creatures, and the hidden forces of humanity have rendered the situation in Zhongyuan increasingly intriguing. Chapter 88. The Southern Battle of Zhongyuan. The three factions, akin to an invisible net, enveloped the entirety of Zhongyuan. The impending banquet was the very epicenter of this net, the whirlpool that stirred all storms. In Chen Fan's tiger-like gaze, the dark golden flames danced with ever-increasing intensity. This chaotic chessboard represented the most splendid hunting ground for him. He reigned in the terrifying aura that threatened to pierce the heavens, his massive form transforming once more into a shadow, merging with the boundless night. The mysterious energy that attracted all beasts continued to ascend, like a brewing volcano, evidently yet to reach its eruptive peak. The time had not yet arrived. Chen Fan remained unhurried. He required additional points of consumption, more energy to adequately prepare for the impending feast. His perception, akin to the most precise radar, locked onto his next target, the southern region of Zhongyuan. There, 5 B-class beast auras collided fiercely with another equally potent, yet chaotic human presence. The night was as thick as ink, impenetrable. The stench of blood and the sound of roars were the sole melodies of this land. Far away in the capital, a brightly lit command center was steeped in a tense atmosphere. A massive electronic screen displayed real-time satellite imagery of Zhongyuan, segmented into dozens of smaller sections, each representing a brutal battlefield. Report. In the Eastern Theater, the Sanxiong Squad and military heavy artillery have successfully contained 4 B-class beasts. However, casualties are significant. Report. In the Northern Front, the second-generation giant spirit mech corps led by academician Li Guochang has temporarily established a steel defense. 6 B-class beasts cannot advance. Yet, the mech energy consumption is immense, requesting backup energy support. The Western Front has descended into utter chaos. A young officer responsible for monitoring the Western region spoke with a hint of tremor in his voice. On the screen, the light points in that area resembled boiling magma, reaching a peak of disorder. 15 B-class beasts, along with those powerful figures from hidden sects and countless solitary supernatural beings. They were acting as if possessed. They were not intercepting, they were seizing. Each beast's carcass would incite even bloodier internal strife. That place had become a meat grinder. Within the command center, venerable elders with the weight of stars upon their shoulders wore solemn expressions. They had anticipated the chaos, but had not foreseen how humanity's greed would lay itself bare in such a catastrophic manner. And what of the south? An elder general, his hair grizzled and demeanor as steady as a mountain, inquired in a deep voice. The situation in the south was somewhat unexpected. The liaison officer responsible for the south brought up a screen, his tone carrying a hint of strangeness. The 5B-class beasts were being intercepted by the Jidao organization. Jidao? The mere mention of this name caused all the high-ranking officials present to furrow their brows tightly. This was an underground organization that operated in the gray area. Notorious for its madness and unscrupulous methods, they adhered to the most primal laws of the jungle, gaining strength by consuming the blood of beasts. With each member being a lunatic who danced on the edge of a blade. Can they withstand the onslaught? The elder general expressed doubt. Not only have they withstood it, but they are also fighting ferociously. The liaison officer swallowed hard, gesturing towards the screen. According to intelligence from the front lines, Jidao had mobilized their entire force. Their leader and the 3 strongest guardians had personally taken the field. In the southern region of Zhongyuan, an abandoned industrial park had been reduced to rubble. The air was thick with the acrid stench of chemicals and the rich scent of blood. On the vast battlefield, thousands of members clad in black combat attire, with fervent gazes, were engaged in the most primal and sanguinary struggle against an endless tide of lowly beasts. At the heart of the battlefield, the eye of the storm, 5 colossal B-rank ferocious beasts were ensnared by 4 human figures. These 4 individuals stood atop the pinnacle of the Jidao organization's power, resembling immovable mountains. Among them, 3 were formidable guardians, each a powerhouse in their own right, while the mysterious controller exuded an unfathomable pressure. Their presence was far more potent than that of Su Lingyue, who had perished beneath Chen Fan's claws. They seemed to epitomize the supreme authority of the Jidao organization. However, as Chen Fan lurked in the shadows of the night, utilizing his keen insight to observe these 4, he discerned something amiss. Although their strength appeared overwhelmingly formidable, it was rife with impurities. It was as if their power did not stem from their own cultivation, but rather was acquired through some nefarious means. Furthermore, a repressed brutality and madness burned deep within their eyes. This aura suggested that they had transcended mere humanity, resembling half-beast monstrosities. Chen Fan speculated that these 4 had likely enhanced their strength by devouring the essence of ferocious beasts. While this method could yield immense power in a short span, it would inflict great harm upon themselves and could lead to madness. Undoubtedly, it was a treacherous path of self-destruction. At that moment, the side effects of the ferocious beast essence they had consumed were already deeply imprinted upon their souls, akin to a malignant curse. The battle raged on with escalating ferocity. A beast resembling a giant ape, encased in black bone armor, hurled one guardian away with a single punch. The guardian spewed blood, his chest caving in significantly. Meanwhile, the controller, despite wielding the strength of a late-stage B-rank, struggled to subdue a mid-stage B-rank 3-headed hellhound, making swift victory impossible. As the stalemate continued, an intense impatience and madness flickered in the controller's crimson eyes. He suddenly exchanged a glance with the 3 guardians, their eyes brimming with resolve and lunacy. In the next moment, all 4 erupted into maniacal laughter, each producing a fist-sized glass orb from their bosoms. Within the orb, viscous blood, thick as mercury and radiating an eerie crimson glow, flowed languidly. This was the heart's essence of a peak B-rank ferocious beast, a trump card of the Jidao organization. With no hesitation, they resolutely shattered the glass orbs. Instantly, a torrent of formidable and terrifying energies surged forth, accompanied by a heart-stopping blood-red radiance. They were irresistibly drawn to this power, instinctively tilting their heads back and opening their mouths, ravenously consuming the essence that emanated terrifying energy. Each drop of this essence contained boundless power, akin to flames from the depths of hell, scorching their throats and stomachs. Yet, rather than being overwhelmed by this ferocious power, they seemed to revel in a grand feast. As the essence flowed into them, their bodies trembled violently, muscles tensed, and bones cracked ominously, as if they might burst from the strain of this energy. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption, as 4 surges of crimson energy, tenfold more violent than before, shot skyward like towering infernos. A dense red mist enveloped them, concealing their forms entirely. Within the mist, terrifying sounds echoed, the cracking of bones and the rending of flesh, accompanied by a cacophony of agonized yet euphoric howls. This sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. As the red mist gradually dissipated, the 4 figures that had stood in place had vanished, replaced by 4 half-human, half-beast monstrosities. Their bodies had swelled, their skin adorned with thick, beast-like scales, and their fur had grown dense and coarse. Their nails had transformed into sharp blades, glinting coldly, capable of easily rending steel. Most strikingly, their pupils, once normal, had morphed into the slitted eyes of beasts, radiating an aura of ferocity and savagery. The presence of these four monsters surged like a rocket, with the three guardians, initially of early B-rank strength, forcibly ascending to mid-stage B-rank in an instant. The controller, too, was perilously close to the threshold of A-rank. Kill. The controller emitted a roar that transcended human sound, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind the three-headed hellhound. His claw-like right hand, accompanied by a sonic boom, plunged viciously into the beast's back. Blood gushed forth. The hellhound's resilient fur was effortlessly torn asunder, as if it were mere paper. The hellhound let out a wretched howl, its three heads frantically twisting to bite back. Yet, the controller merely grinned malevolently, his other hand tightening around its neck, muscles bulging as he crushed its spine inch by inch. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The four, now emboldened by their newfound strength, became avatars of slaughter. The four B-rank ferocious beasts, already embroiled in combat for some time, could no longer withstand the onslaught of these drug-fueled madmen. They were torn apart, pierced, and obliterated within mere minutes. One beast was literally ripped to shreds by the controller, while the others sustained grievous injuries, their auras waning. Fear ultimately triumphed over their bloodthirsty instincts. The remaining four B-rank ferocious beasts emitted reluctant cries before turning to flee. They sought to escape this place, to evade these for even more frenzied monstrosities. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan, hidden in the shadows, felt a glimmer of cold murderous intent flash within his dark golden tiger eyes. The moment had arrived. Just as the four ferocious beasts were about to flee the battlefield, an indescribable, primordial pressure akin to a divine mountain descended with thunderous force. The once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Both the battling Ji-Dao members and the roaring lowly beast tide seemed to be ensnared in a spell, frozen in place. Their souls trembled. The controller of the Ji-Dao organization, along with the three guardians, found their sinister smiles abruptly frozen. They abruptly looked up towards the source of the pressure, only to behold the most terrifying and despairing sight of their lives. Beneath the dark night, a colossal figure ambled forth. Its size was akin to a moving mountain, each step causing the earth to tremble. Its dark golden fur shimmered under the moonlight with a metallic sheen. Those eyes, ablaze with golden flames, were filled with indifference and a sense of dominion. Divine, untamed, brutal, and destructive, these contradictory and terrifying essences coalesce perfectly within its being. Hey, the colossal tiger that suddenly emerged is indeed a genuine A-grade beast. The eyes of the master narrowed to the most perilous pinprick. The blood coursing through him turned icy in an instant. The frenzied power derived from the consumption of essence blood felt minuscule as dust before the overwhelming suppression of life. The four fleeing B-grade beasts crumpled to the ground, their massive bodies trembling like chaff, utterly devoid of any will to resist. They were his prey. His figure transformed into a dark golden streak of light, eluding the naked eye. With a swift motion, the head of the first beast was crushed into its chest by a gigantic claw descending from the heavens. The second beast met its end as he bit through its neck, sending its massive head soaring into the sky. The remaining two beasts did not even have the chance to emit a cry before they were annihilated by Chen Fan in the most straightforward and pure expression of violence, leaving onlookers astounded. This was no mere slaughter of four B-grade beasts capable of decimating a city. It was as effortless as squashing four bothersome ants. After completing this feat, Chen Fan leisurely turned around. His immense head hung low, the tiger's eyes ablaze with dark golden flames, fixated intently on the four members of the Ji-Dao, who were already petrified with fear. Slowly, he raised his claw, smeared with brain matter and blood, and extended his crimson tongue to lick it with satisfaction. His cold, cruel gaze, tinged with a hint of greed, seemed to pierce through the very souls of those who met it, instilling a deep chill. Under such scrutiny, the Ji-Dao quartet felt enveloped by an unresistible chill, their bodies frozen as if they had plunged into an abyss of ice. Gulp. One of the guardians struggled to swallow, his body trembling uncontrollably. He sensed that the ferocious power within him, which had just surged wildly, now cowered like a frightened rabbit in a corner, shivering. The master, this is an A-grade beast. His voice trembled with unmistakable fear and despair. Chapter 89, Descending into Madness. Before the guardian could finish his sentence, the master of Ji-Dao cast a fierce glare. His eyes, reminiscent of a wounded lone wolf, brimmed with rage and defiance. Silence. The Master's countenance twisted into a grimace, his crimson eyes ablaze with boiling madness. He fixated intently on Chen Fan's towering figure, his throat emitting a low growl. What of an A-grade beast? His voice was hoarse and distorted, like two rusty metals grinding against each other. No matter how strong, it is merely a beast. It is merely a resource for our advancement. The Master's words fell like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, igniting the flames of greed within the hearts of the other three guardians. Their previously pale faces, marked by fear, gradually flushed with a sickly hue. Indeed, it is a resource. The Master observed their shifting expressions, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, laden with persuasive allure. Consider it. This is a living A-grade beast. Its blood, its flesh, its bones, its core. With each word he uttered, the Guardians' breaths grew heavier, their eyes gleaming with increasing greed. If we kill it, devour it, we shall become the mightiest beings in Huaxia. We will be the new gods of this land. At that moment, the entirety of Huaxia shall bow before Ji Dao. As the Master's frenzied words echoed, the Guardians' gazes towards Chen Fan had completely transformed. Fear was wholly consumed by greed. Their eyes no longer perceived an invincible terror, but rather a sumptuous feast that could elevate them to greatness. Chen Fan observed all this with keen awareness. In his dark golden eyes, a hint of human amusement flickered, akin to watching frogs obliviously leap into boiling water. He did not strike immediately. His massive form stood still, like a statue of a primordial demon, patiently awaiting something. At this juncture, the Master of Ji Dao abruptly raised his head, arms aloft, and let out a fervent cry to the heavens. What are we waiting for? For Ji Dao. As his voice faded, he exchanged glances with the three guardians, and a resolute, frenzied smile spread across their faces. They once again retrieved a larger, more bizarre glass vial from their garments. Inside was no longer thick blood, but pulsating, heart-like crimson tumors. These were energy aggregates forcibly birthed from the fusion of countless beast essences and some forbidden substance. A final card capable of propelling the user towards utter annihilation. Without a moment's hesitation, they shattered the vial and ravenously consumed the writhing crimson tumors, chewing and swallowing with abandon. The next moment, heart-wrenching wails reverberated throughout the battlefield. If the previous transformation was enhancement, this was a complete aberration. Their bodies swelled like inflated balloons, visibly distorting and reshaping. Bones pierced through skin, forming grotesque spikes on their surfaces. Muscle fibers tore and reformed frantically, morphing into monstrous flesh masses. Their throats could no longer produce human speech, leaving only the most primal, savage roars. The remnants of their humanity evaporated at that instant. They transformed into four frenzied, bloodthirsty creatures, driven solely by the instinct to devour. Boom, boom, boom. Three surges of blood-red energy, far surpassing their previous state, erupted from the three guardians. Their energy indices, amidst piercing alarms, surged past the threshold of mid-B grade and forcefully ascended to the pinnacle of late B grade. The Master let out a roar that shook the heavens. His aura, akin to a dragon breaking free from its chains, shattered the invisible barrier. A-grade. He too had stepped into the realm of A-grade. Though merely the most ephemeral and unstable initial stage of A-grade, it undeniably exuded the pressure of an A-grade powerhouse. Roar. The four monsters unleashed a cacophony of roars, their entirely beastified forms, with only crimson and brutal eyes remaining, simultaneously locked onto Chen Fan. In their desire-enshrouded minds, this colossal tiger radiating immense life energy was the most delectable morsel in existence. No trace of fear remained, only the insatiable urge to devour. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of satisfaction finally crossed Chen Fan's dark golden eyes. The moment had arrived. He has waited for so long for this very moment, allowing these nutrients to self-catalyze to their utmost perfection. With a thunderous roar, a majestic tiger's roar erupted from Chen Fan's throat, no longer a mere auditory assault, but an overwhelming soul pressure emanating from the ancient bloodline of the magic tiger. The sound waves cascaded like a transparent shockwave, sweeping across the battlefield. The four monsters, having just ascended and currently in a frenzied state, suddenly froze. Their movements faltered for a brief moment. Now is the time. A thought flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Tenfold amplification, activate. In an instant, the energy within him surged like a torrential flood, wildly rushing forth. His figure left behind a faint afterimage as he appeared before the 3B rank late-stage monsters, as if teleporting. Swift. So swift that even thought could not keep up. A tiger claw, larger than their entire bodies, descended with terrifying force, crashing down. The dark, golden energy swirling atop the claw seemed to embody the weight of a mountain. With a splatter, there was no suspense. It was as if a hammer had shattered 3 delicate watermelons. The 3 guardians, who had just stepped into the B-rank late stage and had not yet had a moment to experience their newfound strength, could not even let out a scream before being obliterated into a puddle of indistinguishable flesh. Bones, organs, and blood were evenly mixed before the absolute power. The one who had just broken through to A rank, however, reacted slightly faster. In the final moment before death, instinct overwhelmed all, causing him to frantically retreat. Even so, the terrifying wind from the claw still swept across his chest. Chapter 90. A rank beast. A chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed. 5 deep gashes, nearly penetrating his entire body, marred the chest of the A-rank controller. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The intense pain coursing through his body was akin to a bucket of icy water, yanking him back from the abyss of fury. His rationality returned slightly. He glanced down at his nearly eviscerated chest, then looked up at the 3 puddles of flesh that were unrecognizable. Finally, with a hint of clarity returning to his gaze, he stared in horror at the unscathed dark golden giant tiger. Why? A void filled the controller's mind, leaving only this thought. Why is this happening? From the aura emanating from the opponent, he appeared to be merely at the early A rank. Yet, he too was at the early A rank. Not to mention the 3 late-stage B-rank guardians. Why could they not withstand even a single exchange? This defied all logic. It transcended his entire understanding of the power hierarchy. Chen Fan, however, did not grant him the luxury of time to ponder further. He opened his massive maw, capable of swallowing a truck, and with a flick of his crimson tongue, he accurately rolled up the 3 puddles of flesh from the ground and, after a few chews, swallowed them whole. Ding! Devoured 3 late-stage B-rank mutated humans. Gained devour points. The system's notification was the most exquisite melody to Chen Fan's ears. He slowly raised his head. In the darkness, those cold vertical pupils, burning with dark golden flames, once again locked onto the remaining controller. An indescribable chill pierced through the depths of the controller's soul like countless icy needles. In that moment, the blood within him seemed to freeze. Combat spirit? Courage? At this instant, they became mere jokes. Only a singular thought lingered in his mind. Escape. The farther, the better. The controller of the Extreme Path organization found himself devoid of any will to fight. He turned and erupted into the fastest speed of his life, transforming into a streak of crimson light, desperately fleeing into the darkness ahead. Yet, how could he possibly escape? To Chen Fan's eyes, his movements were no faster than a snail. Chen Fan even lacked the interest to pursue. He merely flexed his hind leg muscles slightly, then with a powerful kick, boom, the ground erupted into a massive crater. His colossal figure, like a golden meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly traversed a distance of over 1,000 meters, arriving ahead of the controller to block his escape route. Despair, utter, overwhelming despair engulfed the controller's heart. He gazed at the massive creature before him, obscuring all light, and the gaping maw exuding a strong stench of blood. No, he had only time to emit a short, mournful cry. In the next moment, Chen Fan lunged forward, his enormous head thrusting out. Crack! With a bone-chilling sound of shattering bones, the once mighty controller of the Extreme Path was swallowed whole by Chen Fan. Ding! Devoured 1 early A-rank mutated human. Gained devour points. 100,000. Chen Fan opened the system interface, his gaze fixed upon it. Ultimate Devour Evolution System, 091. Host, Chen Fan. Race, Ancient Ice and Fire Magic Tiger. Level, Early A rank. Age, 2 years. Weight, 10 tons. Ability, tenfold amplification. Bloodline ability, Absolute Zero Light. Tiger Roar Dread. Devour points, 740, 0001, 000, 000, 740,000. As he beheld this figure, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Chen Fan's tiger eyes. He glanced indifferently down at the chaotic battlefield below. Whether they were low-level beasts or ordinary members of the Extreme Path, they appeared as mere dust in his eyes. Too weak. So weak that he lacked even the interest to bend down and feast upon them. Perhaps he should let them be. Allow them to continue their slaughter and growth upon this land. Consider it a pasture he tended. Chen Fan's figure transformed into a shadow, silently vanishing from the spot. His next target, Zhongyuan, the Western War Zone. There, the most chaotic and bountiful main course of this feast awaited. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Kyoto, within the brightly lit command center, silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Moments ago, the liaison responsible for monitoring the southern Zhongyuan region had stumbled and rolled to the old general's feet. Terror etched across his face as if he had seen a ghost. Report. Report, General. All high-energy life signals in the southern war zone have vanished. The old general, upon hearing this, initially froze. Then a glimmer of joy blossomed upon his wrinkled face. All vanished. Does that mean they perished together? He asked incredulously. Whether it was the 5 B-rank beasts or the madmen of the extreme path, they were a grave threat to Huaxia. Now, have they actually illuminated it themselves? This is truly a momentous occasion. However, the joy on the old general's face had scarcely persisted for 3 seconds when the words of the young liaison officer fell upon him like a deluge of icy water from the Arctic seas, drenching him from head to toe. No, no, General. The liaison's voice trembled violently with overwhelming fear. At the very instant their life signals vanished, the energy detector in the southern region exploded. Before the instrument was consumed by overload, it transmitted its final data. He swallowed hard and spoke in a tone bordering on delirium. There has emerged an unfathomable source of terrifying energy that we have never encountered before. Preliminary models from the Academy of Sciences suggest that the entity is likely an A-level beast. The term A-level beast struck the hearts of everyone in the command center like an invisible hammer. The entire command center was instantly cloaked in a shroud of absolute silence. Every expression was frozen on their faces. An A-level beast. Such a creature possesses the power to effortlessly annihilate a small nation. Since the arrival of Lingxi, there has never been an officially confirmed A-level beast within the borders of Huaxia, and now it has manifested. After a long pause, the silver-haired old general slowly rose from his seat. He approached the gigantic electronic screen, gazing at the eerily calm yet profoundly unsettling southern region. His murky eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. Immediately report this to the highest echelons of Huaxia. The old general's voice was hoarse and heavy, echoing in the stillness of the command center. Inform them that we are likely to face grave troubles ahead. Chapter 91. Central Plains South. The night wind howled, stirring up the sense of scorched earth and blood. Chen Fan's figure moved like a dark golden lightning bolt, swiftly traversing the ravaged mountains and forests. At the moment he consumed the energy of the extreme Tao controller, a more formidable, primal, and alluring wave of energy from the heart of the Central Plains emerged, like a lighthouse in the dark night, capturing the attention of all beasts in Huaxia. It was a longing that originated from the very essence of life, an irresistible temptation for a higher evolution inscribed deep within their genes. As the fluctuations of power grew increasingly intense, the emotions of all beasts in Huaxia became more frenzied, plunging the entire Central Plains into the flames of war. Under the cover of night, Chen Fan transformed into a blurred shadow, racing towards the southern region where the battle raged fiercest. The closer he approached, the more pungent the scent of blood became. The aroma was thick, almost suffocating, mingling the stench of beasts with human blood, forming a nauseating fragrance of death. The earth trembled slightly. In the distance, the horizon was illuminated by the dazzling lights of various abilities, flickering like a colossal stage depicting a doomsday scene. The deafening roars and cries of battle were audible even from several dozen miles away. Finally, Chen Fan halted atop a mountain peak, half eroded. He concealed all his presence. His massive body crouched low like a stone melded with darkness. His dark golden tiger eyes coldly surveyed the battlefield below. It was a vast basin, now transformed into a horrific meat grinder. 15 beasts of varying sizes, each exuding the oppressive aura of B-level terror, were ensnared in a deadly encirclement. One towering over 30 meters, with muscles bulging like a demon, struck the ground with such force that it triggered localized tremors. A nearly 100-meter-long, ink-colored dragon snake exhaled black flames capable of melting steel in an instant. Another was a hellish 3-headed dog, each head capable of unleashing different attributes of energy, each sufficient to cause great disasters in the outside world. Surrounding them was a throng of over 500 human ability users. These individuals were starkly different from the official forces Chen Fan had previously encountered. Some donned ancient robes, invoking thunder and fire with gestures. Others wielded long swords gleaming with cold light, their sword energy carving white scars across the beast's tough scales. Some fought bare-chested, bizarre totems manifesting on their skin, their power and speed surging to the point where they could confront the massive beasts head-on. Ancient sections, reclusive families. Following the arrival of Lingxi, these forces that had endured for millennia awoke from their slumber like sleeping dragons. In this moment, their eyes held no fear, only a frenzied greed. Hold firm. Its core is about to be exposed. Kill this beast. Its flesh and blood are enough for our family to cultivate 3 more sea-level powerhouses, and we can extract benefits from the highest echelons of Huaxia. Don't let it escape. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Under the immense temptation of profit, life and death were disregarded. The radiant powers of abilities exploded like brilliant fireworks above the battlefield. Human limbs and beastly flesh flew in chaotic disarray, the blood staining the earth a dark crimson. The battle had escalated into its most brutal phase. The 15 B-level beasts were thoroughly enraged. They could not comprehend why these normally feeble ants had suddenly become so fearless. All they knew was that deep within the central plains, something was beckoning them, a divine object that could facilitate their ultimate transformation. And these accursed insects were obstructing their path. Roar! The demon ape let out an enraged bellow, abandoning its defense and allowing multiple attacks to strike its form, sending up sprays of blood. Simultaneously, its fist, larger than a millstone, coalesced with a yellowish glow and smashed into the most densely packed area of ability users. Boom! The earth caved in, a massive pit over 50 meters in diameter forming instantaneously. The dozens of ability users within the pit barely had time to scream before being reduced to a pulp. Slaughter ensued in a frenzy. Chen Fan observed it all quietly, his dark golden tiger eyes betraying no emotion. It was as if he were appreciating a primal and bloody drama. Whether the beasts or the humans, in his eyes, they were merely ripe fruits awaiting harvest. He was waiting for them to exhaust each other, for them to grow weary. At the perfect moment, he would descend and reap all. Time flowed steadily through this sanguinary clash. Human ability users fell one after another. The 15 B-level beasts were also all wounded, their breaths becoming erratic. Among them, a slightly smaller B-level early-stage pangolin beast. Under the concentrated fire of dozens of ability users, let out a mournful cry before its massive form collapsed to the ground. Victory seemed tantalizingly close. The breaths of all the ability users grew heavy, the flames of greed in their eyes burning fiercely. Chen Fan also slightly narrowed his tiger eyes, prepared to indulge in the impending feast. However, at that moment, an exceedingly subtle yet overwhelmingly potent aura flickered at the edge of this battlefield, sending a tremor through his very soul. The atmosphere was chilling, ancient, steeped in an aura of death and decay, yet its intensity was undoubtedly on par with his own. An A-class ferocious beast. Chen Fan's muscles tensed instantaneously. His massive form rose slowly from its concealed position, and for the first time, a grave expression emerged in his dark golden pupils. The ominous presence dissipated rapidly, as though it had never existed. However, Chen Fan was certain it was not an illusion. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across every corner of the battlefield, ultimately fixing on a silent, shadowy valley in the distance. There, something awaited, a hunter like himself, poised to reap the spoils of war. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Fan's mind. The creatures below, those terrifying beings that had remained dormant since ancient times, awakened only by the arrival of Lingxi. Only they could have grown to A-class stature in such a short span of time. So it was. It seemed I was not the only one with designs on this battlefield. A trace of cold, amused mirth gradually spread across Chen Fan's fierce eyes. The situation had become intriguing. He had initially thought this was merely a simple hunt. Now, it appeared more akin to a duel between hunters. Who would be the mantis? Who the cicada? That would depend on whose claws were sharper. With this realization, the brilliance in Chen Fan's eyes intensified. Whether it was the 15 severely injured B-class beasts, the exhausted human abilities, or that hidden cicada, he, Chen Fan, intended to claim them all. Just as murderous intent surged within him, a sudden shift occurred on the battlefield below. Perhaps sensing the concealed threat, the 15 B-class ferocious beasts abruptly ceased their individual battles. In unison, they roared and began to converge towards the center, forming a vague defensive formation. Meanwhile, the bloodied human abilities finally sensed something amiss. The air seemed to thicken with a palpable sense of dread. What was happening? An elderly Taoist priest, his hair white as snow and holding a whisk, furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Something lurked nearby. A burly man beside him, wielding a massive axe, also halted his assault, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 92. The Underground Beasts. Just as doubt settled in everyone's hearts and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, an unexpected transformation erupted from the dark valley locked in Chen Fan's gaze. A chilling, disconcerting laughter echoed from the depths of the valley, reminiscent of a sinister cackle that seemed to originate from the underworld, sending shivers through the souls of all present. Following this, a dense, impenetrable black mist surged forth from the valley like a tidal wave. Wherever the black mist traveled, Vegetation withered, and rocks corroded. All low-level ferocious beasts and human corpses that came into contact with the mist instantly dissolved into a puddle of pus, leaving no bones behind. An unprecedented terror enveloped the entire battlefield. What on earth was that? A young ability user gazed at the swiftly approaching black mist, his voice contorted with fear. At the center of the black mist, a colossal shadow slowly ascended. It was a creature beyond description. Its lower half resembled that of a spider, with 8 long, barbed appendages supporting an enormous, bloated abdomen. Its upper half was a grotesque mass sewn together from countless human and beast faces. Some faces were wailing in agony, others weeping silently, and some howling in madness. Thousands of faces pressed together formed a horrific tableau that could shatter anyone's sanity. Atop the mass, a large, single eye radiating a crimson glow coldly and greedily surveyed every living being on the battlefield. An A-class ferocious beast, an ancient creature from the depths. The moment it appeared, the entire battlefield froze in place. The once mighty B-class beasts and the self-important abilities trembled like ants caught in a tempest before its terrifying presence. The creature emitted a nauseating, hoarse voice, a cacophony of myriad sounds. Its single eye unleashed 2 beams of crimson light that swept across the field. Those caught in the beams became instantly rigid, and soon, pus-filled blisters began to form on their skin, transforming them into pools of foul liquid amidst their wretched screams. Run! Run for your lives! A voice of despair pierced through the chaos. Instantly, all human abilities crumbled. They could no longer care for the cores of B-class beasts or any precious materials. The only thought left was to escape. They turned and fled frantically in every direction. However, the creature merely let out a disdainful, human-like chuckle. Its bloated abdomen swelled and erupted. Countless strands of black silk shot forth like a torrential downpour from its body, covering a radius of thousands of meters. These strands were thick and resilient, imbued with a potent corrosive quality. The fleeing abilities found themselves ensnared like insects caught in a web. Ah, my hand. My hand is melting. Help! Help me! The air was filled with piercing cries. In a mere span of seconds, over 300 human abilities were wrapped into writhing black cocoons, slowly dragged toward the creature. The 14 B-class beasts also let out terrified howls. They attempted to resist, but the creature merely glared with its single eye. An invisible mental shockwave crashed into their minds. All 14 B-class beasts emitted a muffled groan, their massive forms collapsing to the ground, rendered immobile. In just one encounter, the dynamics of the battlefield had been completely reversed. This A-class beast from the depths asserted its dominion over the area with an overwhelming, crushing force. It opened its face composed of countless mouths, ready to savor its spoils. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Chen Fan beheld this scene, and the playful glint in his dark, golden eyes deepened. A splendid appetizer. His low voice resonated within. Let me see just how formidable you, the wretched creature that crawled from the gutter, truly are. Chen Fan moved, his figure vanishing from the mountain peak in an instant. No sound of wind, no piercing air, not even a trace of dust stirred. He simply disappeared, as if he had never existed. Below, the A-class beast, stitched together from countless faces, was preparing to retract its viscous webs to indulge in the ensnared abilities. Its single eye gleamed with a mix of greed and cruelty. Yet, in the next moment, a bone-chilling cold surged from the depths of its soul. Danger! It scarcely had time to ponder the source of this overwhelming sense of crisis. The instinct of its body had already propelled it into a swift reaction. The 8 long, barbed limbs exerted tremendous force, and its corpulent form rolled clumsily to the side with an agility that belied its size. Boom! At the very moment it vacated its position, a colossal, dark golden tiger paw descended silently like a divine judgment from the heavens, imprinting itself where it had just stood. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled yet profound sound. The ground collapsed as if pressed down by an invisible giant hand, creating a vast pit over 20 meters in diameter. With no visible depth, the edges of the pit were smooth as a mirror, as if some terrifying force had instantaneously obliterated all matter. A violent wave of air and dust then surged outward in a frenzied rush. As the dust gradually settled, the A-grade beast rose from the ground. Its crimson single eye fixated intently on the rim of the chasm. There, a colossal tiger exceeding 15 meters in length stood quietly. Its dark golden fur stirred slightly in the night breeze, glinting with a metallic, frigid sheen. Every inch of its body appeared to be forged from molten gold, brimming with explosive power. A pair of dark golden vertical pupils, colder than eternal ice, gazed calmly at it. An A-grade beast, another terrifying creature of the same grade. The arachnid-like monstrosity, its flesh tumor composed of countless faces, froze in a moment of sheer horror and disbelief. It could not comprehend how an A-grade beast could possibly exist in this area. Chen Fan gazed at the subterranean beast, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his dark golden eyes. Oh, it managed to evade? This creature's vigilance exceeded expectations. Alas, it is all in vain. It changes nothing. Chen Fan slowly raised his right forepaw, delicately licking off the dust that clung to it, his movements graceful and composed, akin to a king about to indulge in a grand feast. He focused on the A-grade beast before him, his gaze gradually growing cold and sinister. Chapter 93. Chen Fan versus the Subterranean Beast. At this moment, the air seemed to solidify into substance. On the ground, two A-grade beasts, sovereigns in their domain, faced each other 100 meters apart. One was the ancient, formidable magic tiger, sculpted from molten gold. The other, a grotesque aberration, stitched from myriad faces. An invisible force field appeared to collide and compress between them, causing the very space to groan under the pressure. The atmosphere was taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, suddenly expanding. Those who had narrowly escaped the spider's web, or were roused from their slumber by the aftermath of battle, stared blankly at the newly emerged dark golden giant tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura. Fear washed over them like a cold tide, drowning their last remnants of reason. One A-grade aberration had already filled them with despair. Now, another equally terrifying presence had arrived. What a hellish tableau. Run. It was unclear who uttered that word, rasping from a parched throat. This utterance ignited the powder keg of panic. All the surviving humans bore expressions twisted by sheer terror. No longer mindful of national announcements or clan honor, they turned, like a startled herd of beasts, fleeing in all directions with reckless abandon. Chen Fan cast a dispassionate glance at the scurrying ants below. The arachnid aberration, its crimson single eye sweeping over the fleeing figures, reflected nothing but disdain and coldness. In their eyes, these ability users were no different from the writhing insects on the ground. Their lives and deaths were inconsequential. The only thing that mattered was the adversary before them. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive silence. In the basin, even the wind had ceased, leaving only the heavy breaths of the two colossal beasts, akin to the pounding of war drums. At last, the A-grade beast from the depths could no longer contain itself. All the mouths on its flesh tumor opened simultaneously, releasing a chaotic and piercing shriek. The sound was as if a billion souls were cursing at once, filled with filth and madness. Roar! With a low growl, it surged forward. Its 8 barbed limbs plunged into the earth like sharp war spears, then exerted tremendous force. Its corpulent form transformed into a shadow, enveloped in a dense aura of decay, charging directly at Chen Fan. The ground was plowed open by its charge. Deep fissures forming as stones and soil flew to the sides. Witnessing this, a cold, bloodthirsty intent flickered in Chen Fan's dark, golden tiger eyes. This was the battle he had been anticipating. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, no longer merely a sonic deterrent, but the supreme majesty emanating from the depths of the ancient magic tiger's bloodline. Wherever the sound wave passed, the air distorted and the earth cracked. Chen Fan did not flinch or evade. His massive form slightly crouched, muscles tensed like a war machine wound tight. In the next moment, he charged headlong into the black shadow. Boom! The two A-grade beasts collided like meteors plummeting from the heavens, crashing into each other with primal ferocity. The earth-shattering sound erupted instantaneously. A terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, transforming into visible white rings of energy that spread wildly in all directions. Within a radius of a kilometer, boulders and hills were instantly ground to dust under the force of this shockwave. The spider aberration, cunning as ever, expelled a torrent of dark green acid from its bloated abdomen at the moment of collision, akin to a high-pressure water jet aimed directly at Chen Fan's face. Simultaneously, two of its limbs struck at an extremely cunning angle, aiming for Chen Fan's relatively softer underbelly. This was a treacherous and vicious combination attack. Yet, it faced Chen Fan, an entity that had activated a tenfold enhancement, propelling its perception, speed, and strength to unfathomable heights. In Chen Fan's eyes, the spider aberration's every movement appeared to be slowed down tenfold, every detail and intention crystal clear in his mind. At the very instant before the collision, Chen Fan executed a barely perceptible deviation. Hiss! The acid, capable of melting steel, whizzed past his nose, corroding a massive hole that billowed black smoke into a small hill behind him. Meanwhile, the two spear-like limbs missed their target, embedding themselves deep into the earth. All schemes and tricks paled in comparison to absolute speed and strength. The spider aberration's crimson single eye displayed astonishment for the first time. It could not comprehend how the other could move with such astounding speed. Before it could react, Chen Fan's counterattack was upon it. There were no extraneous movements. Chen Fan's paw, larger than a millstone and imbued with the terrifying power to annihilate all, came crashing down onto the spider aberration's flesh tumor, which was stitched from countless faces. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated, akin to the tolling of a funeral bell by a deity. The colossal form of the monstrous spider was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a battering ram, its body soaring through the air. On its grotesque surface, dozens of anguished faces wailed in torment, mercilessly reduced to a bloody pulp beneath a single, mighty blow, with dark green, foul-smelling blood splattering in all directions. A piercing shriek erupted from its remaining mouth, a sound that echoed with despair. It twisted violently in midair, its 8 jointed limbs flailing wildly in a desperate attempt to regain balance. Yet, Chen Fan offered no respite. With a surge of power in all 4 limbs, he vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared above the tumbling spider, his dark golden eyes radiating a chilling coldness. He loomed above, akin to a divine judge surveying the world. Bloodline divine ability, activate. Absolute zero light. 2 beams transformed into dark divine radiance, as if capable of devouring all light and heat, shot forth suddenly from Chen Fan's vertical pupils. This was not a mere freezing. It was the obliteration of the very concept of heat at a fundamental level, stripping it entirely from the target's essence. The dark divine light flickered across the inky night sky, precisely striking the spider's 8 limbs, the very appendages it relied upon for movement. There was no frost's gradual formation, no cracking sounds. In the instant the divine light swept past, those limbs, hardened beyond steel and adorned with menacing barbs, seemed to be frozen in time, coming to an abrupt halt. Their color faded from deep black to a lifeless ash gray, the essence of life entirely siphoned away, leaving only the purest material structure. The spider's grotesque body crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Its crimson single eye was filled with confusion and terror. It could no longer feel its legs. Not severed, not numbed, but utterly absent from its perception, as if those 8 limbs had never belonged to it. Chen Fan descended gracefully, each step echoing like the beat of death itself. He approached the immobile spider, casting a colossal shadow over it. He raised his right front paw and, with a gentle sweep, struck the now gray limbs. Chapter 94, 911,000 points. Boom. There was no sound of shattering as one might expect. Those 8 limbs, along with the earth beneath, were instantly reduced to a fine powder, smaller than dust, dissipating into the night air with a mere gust. Nothing remained. A delayed, soul-wrenching agony erupted from deep within, finally breaking free. The spider's face, composed of countless mouths, emitted a heart-rending wail, powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. It had gone mad, utterly deranged. Deprived of all its limbs, it transformed into a massive, writhing mass of flesh. An overwhelming fear and pain obliterated its capacity for thought. Its bloated abdomen convulsed violently, spewing forth black webs, corrosive venom, and waves of soul-shattering sound waves aimlessly in all directions. It was making its final, desperate struggle. Yet, all was in vain. Chen Fan stood there calmly, allowing the futile attacks to rain down upon him. The corrosive venom splashed onto his dark golden fur, evaporating silently without even a wisp of smoke. The resilient webs struck his body like fragile threads, snapping effortlessly. As for the soul waves, they were akin to a gentle breeze, lacking even the power to stir his ears. The ancient magic tiger's body, enhanced tenfold, had achieved an unfathomable level of defense. The attacks from this subterranean monstrosity felt no more than a mere tickle to him, not even qualifying as an itch. Chen Fan observed its frenzy with a gaze devoid of pity or mockery, only an exquisite indifference, akin to watching a poorly executed play with an inevitable conclusion. At last, the spider's assaults began to wane. Its energy was depleted, its single crimson eye fixated on Chen Fan, devoid of madness and cruelty, now solely reflecting pure terror and despair at the thought of death. It could not comprehend why, despite being of the same grade, the disparity was so vast. What kind of terrifying existence was this colossal tiger before it? Chen Fan slowly lowered his head, bringing his immense tiger visage close to that crimson eye. In that eye, he beheld his own reflection, majestic and cold, like an ancient deity wielding the power of life and death. Then he opened his mouth. His sharp fangs glimmered with a chilling light beneath the moon. In the spider's eyes, Filled with ultimate despair, Chen Fan bit down. His massive jaws precisely severed the enormous crimson eye along with the core beneath it, tearing it asunder. Chewing, swallowing. The battle was concluded. Deprived of its core and singular sensory organ, the spider's vast body convulsed violently a few times before succumbing entirely to lifelessness, transforming into a pool of rotting flesh, exuding dark smoke. Chen Fan stood still, eyes closed. An overwhelming, pure energy erupted within him like a flood unleashed from a dam. This was the essence of life belonging to an A-grade beast. Chen Fan did not pause. He turned and walked toward the gruesome remains. He opened his massive jaws, resembling a moving black hole, devouring the corpses of the 15 deceased B-grade beasts and the scattered remains of human ability users across the battlefield, consuming them one by one. To him, this was the most refined nourishment. Ding. Devoured A-grade early stage Qianyan Fuju, gained devour points, 500, 000. Ding. Devoured B-grade late stage Handing Earth Demon Ape, gained devour points, 10, 000. Ding. Devoured B-grade mid-stage Shuangyi Mokuo, gained devour points, 9, 000. As the consumption progressed, the energy within him surged more violently. His bones, after creaking under the immense strain, became increasingly robust, even emanating a faint jade-like luster under the pressure of greater power. His muscles tore and reformed inch by inch, brimming with explosive strength. The dark golden fur deepened in hue, as if capable of absorbing all light. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing anything previously felt, began to rise from him, stirring the winds and clouds in the heavens. Boom. Chen Fan felt as though his soul were cast into molten lava, only to be flung into ancient ice the next moment. The extreme tempering of ice and fire caused a fleeting moment of disorientation in his consciousness. When he regained clarity, an unprecedented strength filled every corner of his being. He slowly opened the system panel. The most powerful Devouring Evolution System, 091. Host, Chen Fan. Race, Taigu Binghua Mo Hu. Level, Mid-A class. Age, 2 years. Weight, 16 tons. Ability, Tenfold Enhancement Amplification. Bloodline ability, Absolute Zero Light. Tiger Roar Intimidation, Spatial Tear, Beginner. Devouring points, 9, 100, 001, 000, Mid-A class. Furthermore, a new ability, Spatial Tear, has remarkably appeared in the Bloodline ability section. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement and instinctively raised his right claw, gently slicing through the empty air ahead. With a soft sound, a pitch-black fissure silently emerged in the atmosphere. Beyond the fissure lay a chaotic and violent spatial turbulence. A mere glance was enough to freeze one's soul. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Chen Fan's dark, golden tiger eyes. This was true power. With a single claw, one could tear apart space. He retracted his claw, and the spatial fissure gradually healed, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, his devouring points accumulated to an unprecedented and terrifying number, 9, 1 million. He was merely a step away from the million points required for his next upgrade. Chen Fan lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the endless darkness, looking towards the depths of Zhongyuan. There, something was subtly calling out to him. That was also the direction that these fierce beasts had relentlessly pursued at all costs. What could entice B-class beasts to madness, prompting them to battle fiercely against human powerhouses? What could make A-class beasts lurk and spy, risking their lives against equal opponents? What could that object be? A profound interest arose within Chen Fan's heart. Chapter 95. The Heart of Pangu Succeeds. After tidying up the chaotic battlefield, he devoured all the flesh and blood that could be transformed into energy. The southern front no longer existed. Those who had narrowly escaped and the troops initially prepared for reinforcement would soon be submerged by the beast tide from the other two battlefields within the next few hours. Chen Fan intended to set off for the other two battlefields, turning those B-class beasts and supernatural beings into nourishment for his advancement. Just as he was about to move, a strange tremor resonated from deep within the earth. It was not an earthquake. It was a more subtle yet unmistakable perception. It felt as if several massive magnets had been activated simultaneously, beginning to move frantically in the same direction. His perception, now at mid-A class, instantly locked onto the source of the movement. It was those few A-class beasts sharing a common origin with the Qianyan Fuju. They were advancing at an astonishing speed towards the innermost depths of Zhongyuan, where a peculiar energy fluctuation faintly emanated. A cold glint flashed in Chen Fan's dark, golden tiger eyes. He would certainly not allow these filthy underground creatures to seize the opportunity. B-class beasts were merely appetizers. The object capable of drawing so many high-level beasts, even inciting an apocalyptic beast tied to obtain it, was the true main course. Chen Fan disregarded the sounds of battle emanating from the other two fronts. His massive body crouched slightly, muscles tensed, and his bones emitted a series of fine cracks. In the next moment, he transformed into a dark golden streak of light, skimming along the ground towards the source of the spreading energy at full speed. The wind howled beside his ears. The earth retreated beneath his feet. He resembled a meteor flying close to the ground, tearing through the shroud of darkness. Meanwhile, 300 meters below the surface of Zhongyuan, within a vast research base entirely constructed of alloys, the lights shone brightly. Here, the bloodshed and chaos above ground felt like two entirely different worlds. In the central control room, hundreds of screens flashed with a torrent of data, the hum of servers merging into a steady heartbeat. Wan Lin, a national treasure-level scientist, was fixated on the central main screen. Sweat beaded on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the console, unnoticed by him. His palms were slick with cold sweat. On the screen, an extraordinarily complex, three-dimensional energy structure model was undergoing its final simulation computation. It was a heart composed of countless intricate runes and energy circuits, pulsating slowly, seemingly containing the power of creation, the heart of Pangu. Wan Lin had poured the nation's efforts and spent years crafting this pinnacle of achievement. Time passed second by second. The air in the control room felt as if it had solidified, oppressive enough to suffocate. Finally, accompanied by a crisp electronic prompt, all the rapidly scrolling data streams on the main screen froze simultaneously. Subsequently, they all turned green, indicating success. A prominent line of Huaxia characters appeared in the center of the screen. Panga Heart final sequence calibration completed, energy output stable, test program concluded. Success. Wan Lin trembled all over, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, abruptly collapsing back into his seat. He gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes initially filled with confusion, then surging with uncontrollable joy. He had succeeded. He had truly created a divine heart for humanity. We did it. Despite his usually calm demeanor, in this moment, Wan Lin was like a child, erupting into excited cheers. He clenched his fists, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Just then, bang! The heavy alloy door of the research room was suddenly forcefully burst open from the outside. A chilling and bloody aura rushed in, shattering the tranquility within the room. Zheng Ruoxi, clad in a blood-stained combat uniform, strode in with her elite Thunder team. Her expression was grave to the extreme. Wan Lin, we must retreat immediately. Her voice held no hesitation, carrying an undeniable tone of command. Wan Lin was jolted from his overwhelming joy, staring blankly at Zheng Ruoxi. Retreat? Why? The heart of Pangu has succeeded. We have succeeded. I repeat, retreat immediately. Zheng Ruoxi's tone intensified, pointing outside. Just moments ago, all the beasts in the Zhongyuan region went berserk. It was as if they had received some kind of stimulus, becoming tenfold more violent and frenzied than before. The southern and western fronts have completely fallen. The northern and eastern defenses will not hold for long either. We must leave here at once. Hearing this, Wan Lin's previously joyous expression instantaneously drained to a pallor. He abruptly turned his head towards the screen displaying the energy status of the heart of Pangu. The steady and powerful energy fluctuations on the instrument stood out like a 10,000-watt spotlight in the night, strikingly conspicuous. It was it. Wan Lin's lips began to tremble. It was the energy emitted by the heart of Pangu that had driven them mad. I understand now. Wan Lin inhaled deeply, forcibly calming himself as he fully comprehended his current predicament. He nodded resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. I will accompany you. After declaring this, he swiftly approached the control console, seemingly intent on dismantling something. However, before departing, he felt an urgent need to retrieve the Pangu heart, located 200 kilometers away at the testing base. No. Zheng Ruoxi immediately shook her head to dissuade him. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. We are out of time. A round trip to the testing base would provide those beasts enough opportunity to tear us to shreds. Wan Lin's face displayed reluctance and inner turmoil. Yet, that was the embodiment of their collective efforts, the hope of humanity. Wan Lin. Zheng Ruoxi stepped closer, her hands firmly gripping Wan Lin's shoulders, gazing directly into his eyes. Listen to me. The Pangu heart holds no value compared to your life. Her voice, though not loud, carried the weight of 1,000 words. As long as you remain alive, you can create a second, a third, or even more Pangu hearts. Your life is worth 100 times more than that heart. You are the true hope of Huaxia. Her words struck Wan Lin like a heavy hammer upon his heart. He trembled. the hesitation and reluctance in his eyes gradually being replaced by a resolute determination. He nodded vigorously. I understand. No longer hesitating. He swiftly pulled a uniquely shaped USB drive from the control console, clutching it tightly in his palm. All the core data is contained within this. Let us go. Zheng Ruoxi wasted no time, turning and gesturing for Wan Lin and the members of the Thunder team to swiftly exit the laboratory. The group traversed the long alloy corridor and boarded a high-speed elevator, soon arriving at the surface helipad. A heavily armed helicopter had already started its engines, the immense rotor blades whipping up a tempest and emitting a deafening roar. Everyone hurriedly boarded. Yet, just as Wan Lin placed one foot inside the cabin, a reconnaissance team member from the Thunder team suddenly turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Captain. His voice was hoarse and dry. Something is approaching us at high speed. The energy readings are escalating geometrically. At these words, everyone's actions within and outside the cabin momentarily halted. The captain of the Thunder team, a rugged man bearing 3 claw marks on his face, immediately inquired in a grave tone, "What is it? How many? What level?" The team member lifted his head, his face marked by incomprehensible terror and astonishment. "The level cannot be estimated. It has surpassed the limits of my detection. If I am not mistaken, it should be A-grade beasts. Not just one, but several A-grade beasts." Chapter 96, Life and Death Together. The term A-grade resonated like 2 heavy bombs exploding in everyone's ears. It felt as though the air had been sucked out of the atmosphere. A sense of suffocation enveloped all present. Even the roar of the helicopter seemed distant and surreal. Zheng Ruoxi's expression turned grave to the extreme. She seized the team member by his collar and demanded sharply, "Are you certain you made no errors in your assessment? Until today, no A-grade beast has ever appeared in Huaxia. How could several suddenly emerge?" A tremor of unacknowledged fear laced her voice, a desperate denial rather than a question. The team member, on the brink of collapse, murmured, "Captain." The captain of Thunder pushed Zheng Ruoxi aside, his weathered face bearing an unwavering seriousness. "I trust my man." His voice was resolute. In matters such as this, he would not be mistaken. Turning, he fixed his hawk-like gaze upon the team member. "Tell me, how long until they arrive?" This inquiry pierced through the last vestiges of hope like a cold blade. The team member raised his head, his gaze traversing beyond everyone. Staring into the dark horizon, his expression transformed from fear to a profound, ashen despair. In a voice barely above a whisper, he muttered, "They have arrived." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath them trembled violently, without warning. This was no ordinary tremor, it was a horrifying quake. As if the very crust of the earth was shrieking and rending apart. Everyone was thrown off balance, incapable of standing firm. In the astonished gaze of all, far in the distance, on the vast plain where the Pangu Heart testing base lay, the earth began to crack. Deep, unfathomable fissures spread like black lightning, frantically extending across the terrain. Soon, 5 entities of such colossal proportions that words could scarcely describe, radiating a terrifying aura, emerged slowly from the depths of the earth. Their forms obscured the moonlight. The location of their emergence was precisely the testing base housing the Pangu Heart. Without hesitation, and without any moment of confrontation or roar, those 5 monstrous beings surged forth as shadows, charging towards the solitary testing base with a thunderous onslaught. The ground wailed beneath their heavy footsteps, the hardened frozen earth cracking like spiderwebs. "Quick, get on the helicopter. Move." Zheng Ruoxi was the first to react, shoving the still dazed Wan Lin toward the cabin. Her voice hoarse with urgency. Her heart raced within her chest, nearly bursting forth. Fear engulfed her like icy waters, drowning her limbs. The members of the Thunder team quickly regained their composure, trained to protect Wan Lin as they boarded rapidly. However, the captain bearing the 3 claw marks remained still. He stood amidst the howling winds, allowing the debris whipped up by the helicopter's rotor blades to strike his face. His gaze fixed intently on the 5 colossal shadows racing towards them. "It's futile." The captain's voice was hoarse and heavy, as if scraping against rusted metal. He slowly shook his head, the 3 claw marks on his face now seeming to come alive, twitching slightly. Zheng Ruoxi had half entered the cabin when she heard this. Turning abruptly to question fiercely, "What did you say?" "I said, it's futile." The captain turned his head, his eagle-like eyes devoid of fear. Only a profound calm and determination. "Those creatures are A-grade beasts. Their sensory range far exceeds our imagination. To them, this helicopter is as conspicuous as a torch in the night." He paused, lowering his voice further, each word squeezed out like a confession. "Though they are not targeting us, their territorial instincts will not permit any living being to pass overhead. We cannot escape." Upon speaking, the captain's weathered visage revealed a faint, somber smile. He slowly cast his gaze over the solemn faces of the team members who had likewise halted in their tracks. No words were necessary. A mere glance sufficed. The very individuals who had just escorted Wan Lin now silently stepped forward, one by one, to stand behind their captain. They formed a line, akin to an impenetrable wall of silence. In their eyes, there was no trace of hesitation, only the unwavering obedience and resolve characteristic of soldiers. Zheng Ruoxi watched this scene unfold, her pupils dilating as disbelief washed over her features. In an instant, she comprehended the intentions of this group. Ignoring her shock, the captain strode purposefully to the cabin door, bowing deeply to Zheng Ruoxi and the Wan Lin behind her. He spoke with a steady and powerful voice that resonated amidst the roar of the engines. Dr. Zheng, Dr. Wan, your safety is pivotal to the future of Huaxia. There must not be any errors. Standing upright, his gaze piercing, he commanded, you must board the aircraft immediately. We, the Thunder Squad, will remain behind to hold them off for you. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ruoxi's complexion turned ashen. No, she exclaimed, her voice shrill with refusal. I absolutely cannot consent to this. Staying behind is tantamount to signing your death warrant. I cannot bear to watch you engage in combat. The captain offered her no opportunity to finish her protest, bellowing decisively. A flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, yet his movements betrayed no hesitation. Two team members, who had been poised at the side, swiftly advanced. One restrained the struggling Zheng Ruoxi while the other guided the dazed Wan Lin forcibly into the depths of the cabin. Let me go? You cannot do this. That is an order. Zheng Ruoxi fought desperately, pounding her fists against the steel-like arms of the team members, tears blurring her vision. With a thud, the heavy cabin door was mercilessly shut from the outside. The captain's resolute face vanished behind the closing gap. He abruptly gestured towards the cockpit. The pilot, his eyes also glistening with unshed tears, rendered a solemn military salute to the Thunder Squad outside the cabin. In the next instant, he thrust the control stick forward. With a thunderous roar, the heavily armed helicopter ascended, charging into the distant darkness. Watching the helicopter recede into a mere speck against the night sky, the Thunder captain slowly lowered his hand. He turned to meet the eyes of his comrades, and silence enveloped them. Only the wind howled through the air. Suddenly, the captain broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Brothers, are you afraid? No. The collective roar of the team resonated, shaking the very ground. Good. The captain nodded emphatically, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. He shared a glance with each team member, and in their eyes, they found the same fervor. Live together. The captain shouted. Die together. The team members unleashed a thunderous roar, exerting every ounce of strength as they simultaneously produced shimmering, azure-hued metal syringes from their uniforms. The needle, cold and sharp, pierced their own carotid arteries without a moment's hesitation. With a swift motion, the azure serum surged into their bodies. In the next heartbeat, anguished howls erupted from each member, their faces turning a ghastly shade of purple. Beneath their skin, twisted veins throbbed like frantic earthworms, coursing throughout their bodies. Muscles tore, bones lamented. The excruciating pain threatened to obliterate their consciousness, yet simultaneously, a ferocious power surged within them, swelling uncontrollably. The captain was the first to unleash a primal roar that transcended human sound. His already formidable physique expanded further, radiating visible waves of boiling energy steam. The remaining team members followed suit, undergoing this hellish transformation one after another. They sprang into action, ignoring the distant A-grade beasts, becoming fleeting shadows that matched the helicopter's speed. Racing across the rugged terrain below, they would offer their burning lives as a shield for the last hope of Huaxia. On board the helicopter, Zheng Ruoxi pounded frantically on the cabin window, pressing her face against the cold glass as tears streamed uncontrollably. She witnessed every event unfold below with crystal clarity. When she saw the team members draw forth that familiar azure serum, her entire world crumbled. Her lips trembled, failing to produce any sound. This was the second-generation Xing Tianjin serum she had developed with her own hands, a frenzied creation that forsook stability in the pursuit of ultimate power. It had never undergone human testing. The helicopter soared into the sky, the gale stirring up sand and gravel, as if bidding farewell to the resolute warriors on the ground. Indeed, as the Thunder Squad captain had anticipated, the iron behemoth roaring in the night instantly caught the attention of the 5 A-grade beasts. The colossal creatures, resembling mountains, simultaneously twisted their monstrous heads. 5 pairs of cold, emotionless vertical pupils glanced indifferently at the fleeing helicopter. One beast, resembling a prehistoric giant lizard, its body cloaked in dark green scales, sluggishly opened its massive maw. capable of swallowing a truck whole. No roar, no intimidation, only a glob of viscous saliva, exuding a pungent stench of sulfur and decay, was gently expelled. The moment the saliva left its mouth, it tore through the air like a cannonball, transforming into a green-hued arrow that shot towards the helicopter in the night sky. Having completed this act, the giant lizard beast appeared to dismiss the outcome as if it had merely crushed an insignificant bug. It turned its head lazily, rejoining its four companions, their greedy, savage gazes refocusing on the distant testing base radiating lethal temptation. To them, the individuals within the helicopter were merely noisy ants passing by, their lives inconsequential. Their singular goal had always remained the same, the heart of Pangu. However, that seemingly casual spittle, in the eyes of those aboard the helicopter, was no less than the scythe of death. The noxious green liquid had yet to approach, but a nauseating miasma assaulted their senses, and the alloy exterior of the aircraft emitted a faint hissing sound as it began to corrode. Evade. The driver's eyes were wide with desperation as he exerted every ounce of strength to violently push the control stick to one side. The helicopter emitted a painful groan, its body tilting sharply in the air, desperately attempting to evade the lethal strike. Yet, it was too swift. The dark green stream of corrosive saliva approached at a speed that surpassed the limits of mechanical response. In mere fractions of a second, it threatened to dissolve the entire helicopter and all its occupants into a foul puddle. At that critical moment, a blinding flash of lightning erupted unexpectedly from beneath the helicopter. The sharp crack of electricity reverberated across the sky. The captain of the Thunder Squad roared in fury from the ground, his body surging with unrestrained energy. With arms raised and fingers splayed, he summoned the life force he had infused with the injection of a potent serum to its zenith. Countless thick blue serpents of lightning erupted from his fingertips, weaving and intertwining wildly in midair. In an instant, a massive net of pure thunder was woven above him. Directly beneath the helicopter, the corrosive saliva collided fiercely with the thunderous net. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the sickening sound of acid corroding metal. The lightning and green liquid clashed violently, annihilating each other, generating a tumultuous cloud of scalding steam and noxious fumes that enveloped the area. The thunder net flickered violently, inch by inch collapsing. Yet, the deadly saliva was utterly depleted of its energy, dissipating into the air. They had been spared. Inside the helicopter, everyone felt their hearts momentarily stop amidst the violent turbulence, only to be overwhelmed by a euphoric sense of survival. They gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat. Move quickly. The captain's hoarse shout, strained from exhaustion, echoed from the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet, his muscles uncontrollably trembling, the recent exertion having nearly drained him of all strength. At that moment, a petite female team member appeared silently behind him. She radiated a soft, vibrant green aura, like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The female team member gently placed her glowing hands on the captain's back. Waves of immense and pure life energy surged into his nearly depleted body. His pale complexion visibly regained its color, and the trembling muscles quickly regained their firmness and strength. In just a few breaths, the captain was restored to his peak condition. He straightened his back, feeling the renewed vigor within him, yet his expression grew increasingly grave. He glanced at the female team member and nodded gravely. There was no need for gratitude. They rose once more, merging with the other team members, becoming shadows racing through the night, silently and resolutely escorting the last hope of Huaxia. However, this brief confrontation had disrupted a certain balance in the area, as the violent power of thunder and the pure life energy acted like two colossal stones thrown into a tranquil lake. The 5 A-class beasts, which had just resumed their movement, simultaneously halted once more. Their massive forms brought an oppressive silence. This time, their gazes were not indifferent, but filled with a chilling rage provoked by lower creatures. 5 gigantic eyes locked onto the insects beneath the helicopter, which appeared as insignificant as dust, yet dared to unleash formidable energy waves. They were competitors vying for the Pango heart, their atmosphere already fraught with tension. Yet, before they could engage in a deadly struggle for the singular treasure, their pride, stemming from the apex of the life hierarchy, would not allow any other beings to interfere with their hunt. After a moment of silence, devoid of any communication, a tacit understanding formed among them, stemming from their nature as top-tier predators. Clear the field. The 5 terrifying behemoths from the depths of the abyss abandoned their proximity to the Panga heart, simultaneously turning direction and charging forth like 5 rushing shadows of death towards the Thunder Squad. The earth groaned, and the space trembled. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Thunder Squad members changed dramatically. A fierce, savage expression instantly spread across the captain's face, marred with claw marks. He understood that the worst possible scenario had come to pass. Chapter 98. Chen Fan's entrance. Brothers, let us fight to the end. The captain emitted a low growl, tightly restrained. Before his words finished, he was the first to turn and charge headlong into the impending tsunami of death. All the team members behind him advanced without the slightest hesitation. They swiftly moved to the front of the helicopter, forming a combat formation around the captain like a spearhead. They coordinated seamlessly, their gazes resolute, bravely confronting the 5 A-class beasts capable of annihilating everything. The pilot in the helicopter, witnessing the heart-stopping scene below, felt his eyes instantly redden. Gritting his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, he executed the final command without hesitation. He abruptly changed course, guiding the helicopter at full speed to the side of the impending battlefield, fleeing into the dark unknown. A monstrous beast resembling a giant pangolin noticed the fleeing helicopter. Raising its claws, capable of shattering mountains, it prepared to strike. However, before it could launch its attack, a figure dashed recklessly in front of it. It was a Thunder Squad member, engulfed in crimson flames, resembling a tiny meteor, charging fearlessly towards the behemoth. The flames left no scorch marks on the massive body. The team member was effortlessly crushed into a pulp by the beast's irritable swipe. Nevertheless, he had bought the helicopter a precious second. 1 second after another, the members of the Thunder Squad, infused with the second-generation Xingtian serum, relentlessly intercepted each attack directed at the helicopter, sacrificing themselves without hesitation. They resembled moths drawn to a flame, small yet extraordinarily valiant. Watching the helicopter grow increasingly distant under their protection, ultimately fading into a vanishing point in the night. The surviving Thunder members wore expressions mingled with pain and solace. The mission was accomplished. The 5 A-class beasts appeared utterly enraged, unleashing thunderous roars in unison. The roar transformed into a tangible sound wave, sweeping across the land and lifting a thick layer of earth from the ground. It aimed to utterly shred the ants before it, those who dared to obstruct and mock them. A massacre without suspense commenced. Even though they had injected the second-generation Xingtian serum, granting each individual an explosive enhancement in strength, the chasm between B rank and A rank was insurmountable. Moreover, they faced 5 A-rank beasts. The battle, from inception to conclusion, lasted not more than a minute. One after another, the figures ablaze with the fire of life were effortlessly torn apart, trampled, and devoured. Soon, only the captain remained on this ravaged battlefield, leaning on a broken blade forged from lightning, teetering on the brink of collapse. His body was drenched in blood, indistinguishable whether it was his own or that of his comrades. One arm twisted unnaturally, and a massive claw wound in his chest nearly eviscerated him, with fragments of his innards mingling with blood, continuously flowing forth. He glared fiercely, his eyes fixed on the 5 towering monstrosities surrounding him. His peripheral vision swept over the scattered remains of those who once stood as his brothers, now unrecognizable. At this moment, he felt neither fear nor despair. Only a volcanic fury remained, capable of incinerating everything in its path. Come on, you filthy beasts. Today, I shall confront you with all my might. Following a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, the captain ignited the last vestige of his life force, along with his very soul. Blinding lightning erupted once more from his battered form. He transformed into the final, resplendent bolt of lightning, like a fleeting ray piercing through eternal night. He charged towards one of the beasts. That beast did not even bat an eye. It simply raised its paw casually and swatted, like swatting a summer mosquito. With a soft thud, the brilliant lightning ceased abruptly, extinguished completely. The Thunder Squad was annihilated. After ridding themselves of these pesky ants, the 5 A-rank beasts showed no sign of pause. Once again, they directed their greedy, fervent gazes towards the distant, solitary testing base. The ground trembled violently once more. They resumed their charge, racing towards the singular treasure, the heart of Pangu, at full speed. At that very moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, a dark golden streak of light skimmed silently along the ground. The streak suddenly halted. Chen Fan's massive and robust figure emerged from the speed. He stood atop a hill, his dark golden tiger eyes coldly surveying the horizon. Within his terrifying perception, now reaching the mid-A rank, the source emitting an unusual energy wave, akin to a beacon in the night, was near at hand. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed 5 other powerful energy sources moving swiftly, the 5 A-rank beasts that had emerged from the depths. Chen Fan's perception instantaneously constructed a real-time map. He and the five beasts were nearly positioned at the vertices of an equilateral triangle, with the energy source, the heart of Pangu, at the center of this triangle. The distances were precisely identical. Without a moment's hesitation or unnecessary thought, a deep, resonant tiger roar filled with boundless majesty and ferocity emanated from deep within Chen Fan's throat. In the next instant, his massive form slightly crouched. Each muscle, like the most intricate of machines, instantly expanded to its limit. With a thunderous crash, the hard rocky ground beneath him exploded, leaving behind a spiderweb-like crater. His entire figure transformed into a blurred, dark golden streak, vanishing from the spot. He chose not to charge in a straight line, but instead maneuvered with an uncanny, zigzagging trajectory across the rugged terrain, racing towards the location of the heart of Pangu at a speed surpassing sound. The wind, no longer a sharp shriek in his ears, became a mournful wail of pain. Torn apart, the earth beneath him seemed to morph into a still canvas, rapidly pulled backward by his haste. A bloody prologue to the hunt and struggle surrounding the heart of Pangu had officially commenced. Chen Fan had entered the fray. Chapter 99. The chaos begins. In the heart of Central Plains, the once prosperous land now lay in silence and desolation. The Pangu Heart Research Base stood like an abandoned steel island, quietly towering in the dark wilderness. 5 mountain-like shadows encircled this island. They were terrifying monarchs from the abyss, A-ranked beasts. In the darkness, 5 pairs of cold vertical pupils emitted glimmers of various hues, greedily fixating on the pulsating brilliance below the base. Each flicker released enticing energy that sent shivers through their very souls. This energy was the source that awakened them, luring them from the depths. Devour it. This was the only instinct engraved deep within their genes. Yet, none dared to make the first move. They were equal predators, each the greatest threat to the others. The first to rush towards that heart would become the target of the other 4 beasts. The air seemed to solidify into lead. An invisible, suffocating pressure surged outward from the base, intensifying the tension. In this poised silence, a brand new aura intruded upon this forbidden zone. It was equally powerful, equally ferocious, yet bore an entirely different, regal dignity. Moments later, a dark golden figure emerged from the shadows. Chen Fan had arrived. His massive 15-meter frame was unfathomable before ordinary beings, yet appeared diminutive in the presence of these towering beasts, akin to a toy model before an adult. However, the gazes of the 5 beasts held no contempt, only gravitas and a barely perceptible wariness. In the A-rank realm, size was no longer the sole measure of strength. They could distinctly sense the terrifying explosive power, compressed to its utmost like a volcano, concealed within that seemingly insignificant tiger form. Chen Fan's arrival was like a red-hot iron plunged into icy water. The atmosphere instantly grew colder and more enigmatic. Chen Fan's dark golden tiger eyes scanned the 5 colossal beings before him, each radiating enough terrifying pressure to instill fear in a B-rank beast. His gaze lingered not on them, but fell upon the central research base. His perception seeped down like mercury. He glimpsed within the cold metallic crust, the brilliant light source resembling a nascent sun. So that was it. Understanding dawned within Chen Fan's heart. He finally comprehended why countless human extraordinary beings and military forces had relentlessly sacrificed themselves to impede the advance of the beast tide. They were not merely safeguarding an empty city. Instead, they were protecting what could be the final and most resplendent scientific achievement of Huaxia civilization. What exactly was this entity? Was it the legendary second-generation Xing Tian elixir from his past life, capable of elevating an ordinary person to greatness? Or was it the ultimate energy core of the colossal mecha, capable of contending with S-class ferocious beasts? In his previous existence, he had been an ordinary individual struggling to survive in the apocalypse, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. The highest secrets of the world felt as distant to him as tales from another dimension. He had never heard of Pangu's heart. Yet, that did not hinder him from making the most straightforward judgment at this moment. The ability to attract 5 A-class ferocious beasts and compel Huaxia to protect it at all costs indicated that this entity was undoubtedly a treasure. A deadlock ensued. The suffocating stalemate persisted as 6 apex predators formed a peculiar equilibrium. None wished to become the first sacrificial victim to disrupt this balance. Time ticked away, second by second. Hundreds of kilometers away, the helicopter carrying Sheng Ruoxi and others finally exited the Central Plains combat zone. In Kyoto, within the highest command room, the elderly general, whose stature resembled that of a pine tree, felt a flicker of relief upon receiving the news, yet his eyes were overshadowed by profound anguish and resoluteness. Order. His voice was hoarse and heavy, echoing in the silent command room. All units along the northern and eastern defense lines of Central Plains, retreat. Abandon the interception. Repeat. Retreat across the board. Preserve our combat strength. The order was communicated via radio to the bloody front lines. This command was akin to pronouncing a death sentence for the entire heartland of the Central Plains. Wan Lin was safe. As for Panga's heart, let those greedy beasts fight among themselves for it. A glimmer of cold calculation flickered in the general's eyes. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. By the time they were mutually weakened or even annihilated in their struggle for the treasure, that would be humanity's optimal moment to tidy up the aftermath. With the issuance of the command, the army and extraordinary teams, which had constructed a great wall of flesh and blood around the Central Plains, began to withdraw in an orderly and rapid manner, akin to a receding tide. With the loss of this final barrier, the entire Central Plains lay completely exposed to the ceaseless beast tide, opening its fragile chest. The earth trembled violently. It was no longer the localized tremors caused by the movement of A-class ferocious beasts, but a destructive resonance emanating from all directions, from the entire horizon. The roars of innumerable beasts coalesced into a sound wave powerful enough to rend the heavens, rolling in from the distant skyline. The beast tide had arrived. Chen Fan and the 5 A-class ferocious beasts lifted their heads almost simultaneously. Their senses were sharper than any radar. They could perceive the millions of starving kin transforming into a black wave of death, surging madly towards this energy-rich center. They had little time left. Once submerged by the endless beast tide, even being A-class, seizing Panga's heart amidst the chaos would be fraught with uncertainty. In an instant, the fragile balance was shattered. Roar! The 5 A-class ferocious beasts raised their heads in unison, unleashing furious, wild roars. The next moment, they sprang into action, no longer probing one another. No longer hesitating. A beast resembling a giant bear, its body surface akin to volcanic rock, stood upright and struck with a force capable of shattering mountains towards another beast. A centipede adorned with 3 pairs of wings. Meanwhile, the eagle-like beast emitted a sharp cry, unfurling its wings to summon a devastating storm as it lunged at a giant pangolin. Chaos erupted in an instant. Simultaneously, the beast, covered in dark green keratin resembling a prehistoric giant lizard, fixed its cold vertical gaze upon Chen Fan. In its view, among the 6 competitors, Chen Fan appeared the smallest. The smallest often signifies the weakest. Eliminate the weakest first, then contend with the others. Boom. The giant lizard's limbs surged with power, its massive body moving with astonishing speed that belied its size, charging towards Chen Fan like an avalanche of dark green. The ground beneath it shattered like fragile cookies, and the foul wind rushed towards him. A cold glint flickered in Chen Fan's dark, golden tiger eyes. He did not retreat. Confronted with the colossal beast barreling towards him, he harbored no thoughts of evasion. Just as the giant lizard's maw, capable of swallowing a truck, was about to engulf him along with the ground beneath his feet, a subtle white chill emerged in his eyes, seeping from the depths of his gaze. A peculiar low hum reverberated through the space. A white ray, not of light but of extreme cold, instantaneously cleaved through the darkness. The bloodline ability of absolute zero light. This ray, seemingly slender and fragile, contained terrifying energy capable of freezing all things. It did not target the giant lizard's massive body but rather, from an exquisitely cunning angle, accurately shot into the depths of its gaping maw, coated with viscous saliva. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment appeared in the giant lizard's vertical eyes. It could not even comprehend what that white ray was. In the next moment, the extreme cold erupted within its mouth. Crack, crack. The chilling sound of freezing resonated from within the giant lizard. The corrosive saliva, capable of melting steel, was instantly frozen into dark green ice crystals. Following that, its tongue, throat, and esophagus succumbed to the frost. Pure white frost spread uncontrollably from its mouth. In just a breath, the charging massive body of the giant lizard suddenly froze. It maintained its forward lunge, its mouth agape in a fearsome grimace, halting less than 10 meters from Chen Fan. A thick layer of frost, exuding a deathly aura, rapidly enveloped its head, neck, and forelimbs. It was frozen. A lifelike ice sculpture, towering at 100 meters, abruptly appeared on the battlefield. Its enormous vertical eyes still held the last vestiges of astonishment and disbelief. Why did that seemingly weakest insect unleash such bizarre and terrifying power? However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A faint sound, akin to shattering glass, emanated from the massive ice sculpture. Chen Fan's ears perked up. He looked over, his pupils narrowing slightly. He observed that the surface of the ice sculpture, covered with a thick frost capable of freezing souls, was developing intricate fissures. The cracks multiplied, growing denser. Like a spider's web, it swiftly spread across the entire body of the giant lizard. A roar erupted, stifled to the utmost, filled with endless pain and fury, reverberating from beneath the icy surface. In the next moment, the entire ice sculpture shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless shards of ice, interspersed with dark green flesh, scattered like cannonballs. The giant lizard had managed to break free from the shackles of absolute zero light. Its body was drenched in blood. Large chunks of flesh and keratin ripped apart by the frost, revealing the vivid red muscle and stark, white bones beneath. Half of its skull had been frozen into necrotic tissue, one eye completely blinded, leaving behind a hollow blood pit. It appeared utterly miserable. Yet, the aura it exuded was more ferocious and savage than before. Its remaining eye fixated on Chen Fan, burning with a vengeful madness capable of incinerating everything. It had been thoroughly enraged. Was it not dead? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Fan's eyes. He had underestimated the terrifying vitality of an A-level beast. The giant lizard let out a growl, its massive form moving once more. This time, it did not charge foolishly. Instead, it violently swung its tail. Thick as a battering ram, and bony spikes shot out, glimmering with a sinister green poison. The tail sliced through the air, accompanied by a devastating roar, sweeping toward him like a dark green mountain. This strike covered a radius of 100 meters, a force potent enough to pulverize a small hill. In the face of this cataclysmic blow, Chen Fan's figure abruptly vanished from the spot, without a trace, as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. The space tore apart with bloodline ability. Boom. The giant tail crashed down upon the ground where Chen Fan had just stood. The earth collapsed, forming a terrifying pit over 20 meters in diameter in an instant. Dust billowed skyward. The giant lizard, having missed its target, flashed a glimmer of brutality in its single eye. It was about to search for Chen Fan's whereabouts when suddenly, a deadly sense of crisis surged from above. It looked up sharply, only to see that dark golden figure had appeared above it, 100 meters in the air. Chen Fan, like a celestial deity descended from the heavens, gazed down upon it from his lofty position. Around him, the space distorted and folded in a visibly violent manner. Long, slender rifts, as black as ink, continuously formed and vanished beside him. The giant lizard was instantly gripped by a surge of fear. It wanted to flee, but it was too late. Chen Fan's massive form descended like a dark golden meteor, carrying the terrifying force of the twisted space, crashing down. His target was the giant lizard's head, which had become vulnerable from the earlier freezing. The giant lizard let out a desperate scream. It struggled to raise its claws in defense, but Chen Fan's speed was too swift, too fast for its neural reactions to keep up. With a dull thud, devoid of earth-shattering explosions, it sounded like a heated iron rod piercing through a massive rotten carcass. Chen Fan's colossal body, imbued with tremendous power, pierced through the giant lizard's skull with great force. It was a crushing blow. His indomitable claws and bones tore through the giant lizard's fragile cranium, shattering its massive brain. Boom. The giant lizard's mountain-like body collapsed to the ground. The earth trembled violently once more. Its massive limbs twitched unconsciously a few times. The last flicker of light in its remaining eye fading away completely. It was dead. This time, it was a true and utter death. Chen Fan slowly rose from the now completely collapsed skull of the giant lizard. Dark green, putrid blood mingled with white brain matter stained his dark golden fur, leaving him a disheveled sight. He shook his head, flinging off the filth. The fierce battles in the other two locations momentarily paused due to the enormous commotion here. They ceased their attacks simultaneously, for pairs of massive eyes fixed intently in this direction. When they beheld the corpse of the abyssal rot lizard and Chen Fan standing atop it, drenched in blood, emanating an aura of endless ferocity, their expressions shifted. If their earlier trepidation stemmed from respect towards a peer, now their eyes were filled with a blend of fear and an intensified greed. The corpse of an A-level beast harbored unimaginable energy. Though not comparable to the heart of Pangu, it was still an extraordinary boon. Especially since the tiger had just engaged in a fierce battle, it must have sustained some exhaustion. Kill him, devour him, then consume that corpse. Finally, contend for the heart of Pangu. In an instant, a new, more frenzied thought formed in the minds of the remaining 4 A-level beasts. Their brief skirmish abruptly ceased. A new understanding was quietly born among them. In the next moment, the 4 terrifying creatures from the abyss abandoned their previous conflicts, simultaneously turning their directions. They transformed into 4 rushing shadows of death, launching a cataclysmic assault towards Chen Fan from 4 different angles. Chapter 101, Chen Fan vs. 5 A-level beasts. The beast resembling a giant bear, its surface coated in searing red rock, akin to a moving volcano, was in the mid-stage of A-level. Its strength evidently surpassed that of the other 3. It chose not to engage in physical confrontation, instead rising upright, its chest visibly swelling with destructive energy. The other 3 also held nothing back, positioning themselves in 3 different directions. A massive centipede with 3 pairs of wings, its many legs gripping the ground, unleashed a beam of sickly green light, exuding a potent corrosive aura, striking directly at Chen Fan's face. The beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion flapped its wings, summoning countless tiny black wind blades, coalescing into a colossal tornado that spiraled toward him. Lastly, the giant pangolin thrust its head into the ground, and with a guttural roar, the earth beneath Chen Fan erupted with dozens of thick, grotesque stone spikes, like a prison reaching out from hell. The sky, the ground, and the front were all sealed off by 4 distinct bloodline abilities: sound waves, energy, and physical force, all converging at once, blocking every possible escape route for Chen Fan. This was a lethal trap, a combined strike from 4 A-level beasts, setting aside their grudges and wagering everything. In the face of this world-shattering encirclement, Chen Fan's dark golden eyes remained as calm as a placid well. There was no shock, no fear, only a chilling indifference, as if it could freeze even the soul. A low growl, more akin to the roar of an engine than a battle cry, rumbled from the depths of his throat. Tenfold enhancement activated. Boom. An invisible, ferocious wave of energy erupted violently, centered around Chen Fan's form. His 15-meter-long physique expanded instantaneously, muscles bulging and coiling, with each dark golden hair seemingly crackling with electric energy. The volcanic power within him ignited, multiplying tenfold. The world around Chen Fan slowed in his perception. The ghastly green corrosive beam, the air-rending black wind blades, and the stone spears piercing from the ground all traced their paths with clarity, as if etched upon glass. Too slow. Within Chen Fan's eyes, a pure white chill surged once more. A buzz resonated as a beam of condensed, almost tangible white light shot forth with ferocity, the light of absolute zero. Its target was not the corporeal form of any beast, but rather it precisely intercepted the ghastly green corrosive beam. As the 2 distinctly different energies met in midair, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only the unsettling sound of annihilation. The ghastly green beam, confronted by the extreme cold, froze inch by inch, transforming into harmless green ice crystals before shattering into a myriad of glowing fragments. Simultaneously, faced with the onslaught of wind blades and ground-piercing strikes from both sides, Chen Fan moved. He raised his 2 forepaws. Upon his claws, harder than alloy, space began to warp violently, revealing tiny fissures as dark as ink. Space tore. He did not evade, but instead, in the most brazen and unreasonable manner, struck back at the 2 destructive attacks. The sound of rending filled the air as his claws sliced through the atmosphere, akin to tearing a canvas. The black wind blades, upon contact with the warped spatial domain, were forcibly shredded and disassembled by an invisible force, dissipating into primal energy turbulence. On the other side, dozens of rock spikes, comparable to siege hammers, were similarly shattered under the might of Chen Fan's other paw, as easily as decayed wood. The power of space was thus tyrannical. At this moment, the attack of the mid-A-grade volcanic giant bear also reached its culmination. A roar. A visibly tangible crimson sound wave surged forth like a flood from its cavernous maw. Wherever the sound wave passed, the earth was stripped away, rocks ground to powder, and space trembled violently. This was pure power, pure destruction. A flicker of ferocity flashed in Chen Fan's tiger eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, his chest puffing out dramatically, channeling all his augmented strength into his throat. The bloodline divine ability, Tiger Roar, resonated through the heavens. A howl far more resonant and dignified than that of the giant bear erupted. This time, it was no longer an invisible sound wave. Instead, a dark golden, terrifying shockwave mixed with pure white chill emanated from Chen Fan, radiating outward in a frenzied ring. The crimson wave of destruction collided fiercely with the dark golden shockwave at the center of the battlefield. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The next second, a surge of energy powerful enough to upheave the heavens erupted. At the point of impact, the earth within a radius of several kilometers collapsed as if a boulder had been thrown into a lake, only to be violently thrust upward by the ensuing force. Countless soil and debris were swept into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud of gray-black, imbued with a sense of annihilation. A series of anguished cries resounded in unison. The four colossal beasts bore the brunt of this terrifying energy clash. Their massive forms were hurled through the air like rag dolls caught in a tempest. The volcanic giant bear, with skin as hard as volcanic rock, sustained numerous cracks from the shockwave, blood seeping forth. The three-winged centipede and the eagle-headed lion beast were even more tragic, their shells and feathers torn away in large patches, flesh and blood a gruesome sight. The pangolin, on the other hand, was struck by its own rocky spines, sustaining multiple bloody wounds. In their first cooperative effort, the four ferocious beasts were utterly overwhelmed by Chen Fan's absolute dominance. Their minds were left blank. Reeling from the impact of the dual forces of the tiger's roar and absolute zero, foul blood trickling from their orifices. Pain, boundless pain. They thrashed their massive heads, desperate to escape the feeling of their souls being rent apart. Yet, Chen Fan would not grant them that opportunity. In the moment they were stunned and momentarily paralyzed. Chen Fan's figure moved. His form left a faint, dark golden afterimage as his agile tiger body shot forward like an arrow, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant. He appeared before the eagle-headed lion beast, which still bore traces of confusion and agony, unable to react in time. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Chen Fan's tiger eyes. He raised his right paw, surrounded by spatial rifts, without a hint of hesitation. He struck down with ferocity. The sound of a dull thud, akin to ripping through tough leather, echoed. The massive head of the eagle-headed lion beast, along with its sturdy neck, was severed in one claw strike. The colossal bird head soared into the sky, trailing a fountain of blood several dozen meters high. The headless body stood frozen for a moment before crashing to the ground. Another A-grade beast had fallen. The nauseatingly potent scent of blood mingled with the unique energy aura of A-grade beasts, spreading wildly. Chen Fan stood beside the corpse, extending his crimson tongue to slowly lick the searing blood off his tiger paw, his actions elegant and composed. However, to the eyes of the other three beasts, he appeared more terrifying than any demon. The volcanic giant bear, three-winged centipede, and pangolin finally regained their senses from the excruciating pain and shock. They beheld the bloody carcass and the dark golden figure standing atop it, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Fear, an unprecedented terror, like a cold tide, engulfed their hearts, previously occupied by greed and brutality. They finally comprehended that they were not dealing with a mere prey to encircle and hunt, but a true king far beyond their imagination. No words were exchanged. No hesitation lingered. Under the shadow of death, a singular thought surged madly in their minds. Escape. They must flee, as far away from this monster as possible. In the next instant, the three colossal beasts turned in unison, racing frantically in three different directions. They even neglected each other, wishing only for two more legs to aid their flight. In the face of their desperate escape, a flicker of disdain crossed Chen Fan's eyes. How could prey so close at hand slip away? His massive form vanished once more. Space tore. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the fleeing three-winged centipede, blocking its path. Hiss! The three-winged centipede emitted a terrified shriek, its countless legs frantically clawing at the ground in a desperate attempt to change direction. Yet, its massive body was burdened by inertia too great to overcome. Chen Fan afforded it no opportunity. He leapt high into the air, evading the colossal head of the centipede, and like a shadow of dark gold, he accurately landed upon its 100-meter-long back. Buzz! The light of absolute zero once again erupted. This time, it was not in the form of rays, but rather a visible, pure white cold wave, expanding wildly from Chen Fan's body in all directions. Crack! Crack! The chilling sound of freezing echoed intensely. The enormous body of the three-winged centipede began to be swiftly enveloped by a thick layer of frost from the middle. It wailed and struggled. Yet the extreme cold froze its blood and solidified its nerves, rendering its struggles ever weaker. In but a few breaths, it transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture, forever frozen upon this scarred earth. With a single claw, Chen Fan struck down. Boom! The ice sculpture shattered with a resounding crash, dispersing into a fine powder. Another A-level ferocious beast lay dead. Having dealt with this one, Chen Fan turned his gaze towards two other directions. The pangolin and the volcanic giant bear had seized the moment to flee several kilometers away. Chen Fan snorted coldly. His form blurred once more, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the pangolin. The pangolin sensed the deadly aura behind it, its spirit nearly fleeing in terror as it curled up, transforming into a massive ball covered in sharp scales, desperately burrowing into the ground. It hoped to escape through its unparalleled defense and burrowing ability. However, in the face of absolute power, such cunning seemed ludicrous. On Chen Fan's tiger-like paw, a dark spatial crack reappeared, now denser and deeper than before. He slammed his paw down upon the enormous scaled ball. There was no thunderous sound, merely a barely perceptible muffled thud. The hard scales, capable of withstanding missile bombardment, crumbled before the distorting force of space as if they were made of paper. The spatial crack silently spread and sliced through. The pangolin's curled body suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, countless streams of blood erupted from the seams of its scales. The invisible force of space sliced it into innumerable fragments from within. The massive ball burst apart, scattering into a mixture of flesh and shattered scales. Thus, of the 5 A-level ferocious beasts, only one remained, the strongest among them. The mid-tier volcanic giant bear. It seemed to sense the continuous demise of its companions. Its frantic escape became even more desperate. As it ran, it glanced back. Its gigantic single eye filled with terror and despair. It saw him, the dark golden figure, unhurriedly approaching after dispatching the pangolin. He did not employ spatial jumps. Rather, he walked steadily upon the shattered earth. Yet each of his steps felt as if they were crushing the bear's heart, inducing a sense of suffocation. He resembled a seasoned hunter toying with his final prey. Roar! The volcanic giant bear let out a desperate roar, realizing that escape was futile. Rather than face death in humiliation, it resolved to fight to the last breath. It abruptly halted, turned, and from its crimson rock-like skin, billowed thick black smoke as the energy within burned wildly. It intended to self-destruct, to expend all its mid-tier A-level energy in a final confrontation with this demon. Chen Fan's footsteps came to a halt. He quietly observed the giant bear, watching the increasingly bright red glow on its surface and the determined, frenzied look in its eyes. Thinking of self-destruction? A hint of derision flashed in Chen Fan's tiger-like eyes. Such naivety. Just as the energy within the volcanic giant bear was about to reach a critical point, ready to explode, Chen Fan's figure vanished once more. This time, he did not appear beside the bear, but directly above it, 100 meters in the air. He looked down upon this final prey, akin to a deity passing judgment upon the world. His eyes shimmered with pure white, icy flames. Chen Fan opened his mouth, a torrent of energy. Neither a beam nor a sound wave, but a devastating flow of gray-white energy spiraled forth from his lips. The gray-white energy surged downward at a speed surpassing lightning, striking the volcanic giant bear below. The bear's roar of impending self-destruction was abruptly cut short. Its body was instantly encased in ice, the icy force clashing violently within, tearing it apart. Ultimately, with a dull explosion, its massive form shattered into countless ice fragments. Thus, the 5 A-level ferocious beasts besieging the Pango Heart were entirely obliterated. Chapter 103. Devouring the Pango Heart. Chen Fan slowly descended from the sky, standing amidst the ravaged battlefield. The murky green and vivid red blood stained the land in eerie hues. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char. He breathed heavily. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially that last strike, had drained him significantly. Yet, his eyes shone brighter than ever. His senses scanned the surroundings like a radar. The beast tide, an endless wave of death composed of millions of ferocious beasts, was less than 100 miles away. In no more than 10 minutes, they would engulf this place. Time was of the essence. Chen Fan's gaze fell upon the 5 colossal corpses of A-level ferocious beasts, each brimming with immense energy. His throat involuntarily rolled. 5 A-level beasts. Among them was even a mid-tier. How many devouring points would this yield? Chen Fan dared not waste another moment. He dashed towards the nearest giant lizard corpse, opening his massive maw capable of swallowing a truck. Eat quickly, Chen Fan roared in his mind. His devouring speed reached its peak. The enormous head, the hard keratin layer, the mountainous flesh were all consumed in haste as his stomach's acid-like digestive fluid churned violently. One corpse, then another. He resembled a glutton that had starved for a millennium, ravenously stuffing these 5 flesh mountains into his belly. The rancid blood and brain matter splattered upon him, yet he paid it no mind. Time trickled away, the earth trembled more violently. In the distance, the silhouettes of beasts surged like a black tide. Finally, when the beast tide was less than 10 miles away, Chen Fan swallowed the last piece of flesh from the volcanic giant bear. Ding! Devouring points 500,000. The system prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind like a sweet spring. 500,000. With the accumulation of his previous gains, his devouring points surged beyond the monumental threshold of 1 million. At that moment, Chen Fan was oblivious to the system's rewards. His dark, golden tiger eyes were fixated on the distant steel island, the Pango Heart research base. With a thunderous roar, he exerted force through his limbs, transforming his colossal frame into a streak of dark golden light as he charged toward the base. The seemingly indestructible alloy door crumbled before him as if it were made of paper. With a single blow, he shattered it. He burst into the interior of the base, maximizing his perception, penetrating through the layers like quicksilver. Descending 300 meters underground, he finally arrived at a vast research chamber imbued with futuristic technology. There, at the center of the room, a massive glass container housed a pulsating orb, the size of a fist, radiating a dazzling light akin to that of a nascent sun. With each rhythmic pulse, it seemed to synchronize with the very breath of the world, emanating an energy so pure, it was the essence of life itself. This was it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan shattered the barriers and rushed to the glass container. With a swift strike of his paw, the container shattered. Gazing at the ethereal glow of the Pango Heart, which seemed to conceal the secrets of the universe, Chen Fan opened his gaping maw and devoured it whole. The system chimed once more, indicating an acquisition of 60,000 devouring points. Yet this time, it was not satisfaction that accompanied the notification, but an unprecedented torrent of destructive energy. The immense energy from the corpses of 5 A-grade beasts merged with the primal life force of the Pango Heart, simultaneously refined by the system. Like a volcanic eruption, it surged into Chen Fan's limbs and meridians. This energy was overwhelming, colossal. He felt as if his body had transformed into an overinflated balloon, on the verge of bursting. In an instant, his blood boiled. Every blood vessel, every meridian, every bone emitted cries of unbearable strain. A pain beyond words surged from the depths of each cell, compelling even the resolute king to emit a tortured roar. His grand form curled uncontrollably, trembling violently. Dark, golden flames erupted from beneath his skin, enveloping his entire body. Then came the sound of cracking. His seemingly impervious skin bore countless fine fissures. From these cracks did not flow blood, but a searing, magma-like crimson. He felt as if he would burst from this overpowering energy. No, he could not remain here. Amidst the excruciating agony, Chen Fan retained a flicker of clarity. He was uncertain how long this torment would last, but he knew that in his current state, resisting this energy was depleting all his strength, rendering him incapable of fighting. The beast tide was upon him. He sensed the ravenous, frenzied beasts breaching the base, surging underground. Remaining here would mean becoming fodder for those lowly creatures. That would be the greatest irony of all. With a final surge of defiance, Chen Fan let out a roar of desperation. Ignoring the pain of his body being torn apart, he rose abruptly. He burst from the underground research chamber, through the gaping hole he had created, and fled toward the distant Haoshan, a direction he had long since chosen. With each step, the crimson fissures deepened, the dark golden flames intensified. He resembled a burning meteor, trailing a long tail of fire, vanishing into the dark wilderness. Less than a minute after Chen Fan's departure, a cacophony erupted as countless beasts, like a black tide, engulfed the steel island. They surged into the base, racing underground. They could scent the lingering sweetness of the Pango Heart, a fragrance that sent shivers through their souls. Yet, they found nothing. As time passed, the last vestiges of that scent dissipated. The weaker beasts, initially driven mad by hunger, regained a semblance of clarity. They gazed upon the corpses of their kin and the ruins around them, letting out bewildered howls before scattering in terror. Meanwhile, the few surviving B-grade beasts roared their dissatisfaction to the heavens. They realized they had been outmaneuvered. The treasure had been claimed by another. Ultimately, they could only depart this cursed place, burdened by resentment, returning to their lairs. Thus concluded a catastrophic beast tide that swept across Huaxia, exacting countless sacrifices and nearly extinguishing the last embers of civilization. It ended in an unanticipated manner, enveloping the scarred heartland in silence once more, as if the previous cataclysmic battles and devastation had been mere figments of a dream. For Chen Fan, however, the nightmare was just beginning. His body became the battlefield. An overwhelming energy coursed through every vein and meridian, akin to molten iron. The pain transcended physical limits, reaching deep into his soul. He was like a flaming meteor, trailing a dark golden tail, carving a path of despair across the desolate terrain. Half an hour passed. To him, this brief span felt like a century. When the familiar scent of his territory finally reached him, Chen Fan's taut nerves began to relax. Haoshan, he was home. With a resounding crash, he penetrated deep into the mountain, into his designated cavern. The solid rock yielded like tofu before his burning form, melting away. Inside the cave, His massive body crashed to the ground, sending molten rock splattering around him. His fur had long since turned to ash in the searing heat. His bare skin was riddled with spiderweb-like crimson cracks, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Dark golden flames surged from those fissures, enveloping him entirely. Within the flames, his dark golden tiger eyes flickered with the last remnants of madness and defiance. Yet, this was merely the end of the beginning. As the collision of several energies within his body reached yet another zenith, Chen Fan could bear it no longer. His golden eyes, suffused with an overwhelming pressure, slowly closed. His consciousness plummeted into an abyss of darkness, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of total oblivion, a cold, emotionless system notification resounded deep within his mind. Ding! Host devoured points have exceeded 500,000. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Bloodline Rebirth, Beginner. Before the notification faded, another voice followed closely behind. Ding! Host devoured points have surpassed 1 million. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Bloodline Rebirth, Intermediate. Two ancient and ethereal energies, seemingly originating from the very source of the river of time, materialized out of thin air and instantaneously surged into his already crumbling body. If the energy of the 5 A-class ferocious beasts could be likened to a raging river, and the energy of the heart of Pangu to a vast ocean, then these two strands of bloodline power from the system were akin to supreme star rivers traversing the heavens and the earth. For distinctly different energies clashed violently within the confines of Chen Fan's body, this minuscule battlefield. Contrary to expectations of cataclysmic explosions, the chaotic and ferocious beast energy, along with the pure and boundless life energy, transformed into docility upon encountering the two ancient star rivers, as if bowing before a sovereign. The four energies, with the two strands of bloodline power at their core, began to intertwine, spiral, and merge in an enigmatic manner, heralding an unprecedented and earth-shattering metamorphosis. Chen Fan's charred and cracked body began to undergo astonishing transformations. The burnt skin, akin to weathered rock, peeled away inch by inch. Beneath the dead skin, fresh skin emerged, exhibiting a rare hue of dark gold interwoven with pure white, adorned with profound and majestic patterns, as if manifesting the very essence of profound truths. With a crackling sound, his bones, after groaning under the burden, began to reorganize and grow at a frenzied pace. His already colossal frame of 15 meters swelled visibly within the enveloping flames. 16 meters, 17 meters, his limbs became more robust, exuding an explosive sense of power. His head became increasingly fearsome, with a blurred emblem resembling a king's insignia formed of ice and fire, faintly visible at the center of his brow. An invisible aura, tenfold more domineering than before, emanated from him. This aura transcended mere regal authority, infused with an indifference akin to a divine being, an absolute arrogance that regarded all things as mere fodder. The bloodline of the ancient ice and fire demon tiger was undergoing a frenzied purification through this unparalleled energy cleansing and the dual blessings of bloodline rebirth, drawing ever closer to the legendary first ancestor that existed at the dawn of creation. It is unfathomable what terror Chen Fan will embody once he fully awakens and masters this power. At that time, this small Huaxia, and even the entire Asian continent, will likely find no creature capable of facing him in direct confrontation. Within the depths of Haoshan, a profound silence reigned. Whether avian or terrestrial, venomous or predatory, all creatures sensed the soul-freezing oppressive aura emanating from the mountain's core and cowered in fear within their lairs, trembling. They prostrated themselves, burying their heads deeply in the ground, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. This was a mark originating from the deepest recesses of the bloodline, an absolute suppression on the level of existence. Time flowed slowly amidst the stillness. Chen Fan remained in slumber for over 2 months. During his deep repose, the world he inhabited had undergone monumental changes. In the external world, at Huaxia's highest command center, an urgent meeting concerning the nation's fate was underway. The atmosphere in the conference room was stiflingly oppressive. Seated at the head was Huaxia's supreme leader, his hair flecked with gray, his gaze weary, yet his spine straight as an arrow. His eyes scanned each individual present, encompassing the military stars, the political luminaries, and the towering figures of the scientific community, led by Ren Shiyuan and Li Guochang. I trust you have all reviewed the report on the Central Plains Beast Tide incident. The supreme leader's voice, gravelly yet commanding, resonated. The sacrifices were immense. We lost nearly 3 million compatriots, and several cities have been reduced to ruins. The entire Central Plains has become scorched earth. This is the most devastating blow we have suffered since the arrival of Lingxi. His words caused the heads of all present to bow lower, their faces etched with profound sorrow. However, the leader's voice suddenly rose in intensity. Yet, we are not without our gains. He slammed his hand on the table, the force causing the teacups to leap. Li Lao. He turned to the old man clad in a white lab coat, his sparse hair gray, yet his spirit vibrant. You speak. The elderly Li Guochang trembled as he stood. Yes, Commander. Adjusting his reading glasses, his eyes sparkled with an almost fervent light. The heart of Panga has been successfully developed. This brief proclamation detonated like thunder in the silent conference room. Everyone's eyes ignited with disbelief and fervor. The terror of the heart of Pangu defies explanation by any of our contemporary scientific theories. Li Guochang's voice quivered with excitement. To put it in the simplest terms, we have compressed the total electricity consumed by a large province in Huaxia over a decade into an energy core the size of a fist. This is the heart of Pangu. A collective intake of breath echoed through the room. The concept of a decade's worth of energy for an entire province was staggering. This was no longer mere energy. It was a miracle. Although we lost the prototype of the original heart of Pangu during the Central Plains Beast Tide, Li Guochang continued, his tone tinged with sorrow, we have fully grasped all its data and theoretical models. Given sufficient time and resources, we can mass-produce the heart of Pangu. This declaration ignited the conference room into a frenzy. The previous atmosphere of oppression and sorrow was swept away, replaced by boundless hope and exhilaration. Good, good, good. The supreme leader exclaimed thrice, clapping vigorously, his eyes glistening with moisture. Li Lao, you are the pillars of our nation, the backbone of our people. He then turned to Ren Shiyuan. Minister Ren, what news from your side? Ren Shiyuan, the head of the genetic research department, appeared equally animated. Reporting to the commander, the second-generation Xing Tian genetic serum has successfully completed its first human injection trial. Although the test subject ultimately went out of control, we acquired invaluable data. The new generation of Xing Tian serum boasts a success rate exceeding 30%, while significantly reducing side effects. This revelation is yet another monumental breakthrough. If the heart of Pangu serves as the impenetrable shield of human civilization, then the Xing Tian serum is the sharp blade with which humanity strikes back. The atmosphere in the meeting reached its zenith. The Supreme Commander took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the excitement within him. He rose and approached the vast map of Huaxia. With the strongest shield and the sharpest spear at our disposal, the old era must come to an end. His finger decisively traced a line across the map. I command. Effective immediately, initiate the Spark project. Utilizing the heart of Pangu as